Lin Moyu exited the dungeon briefly before immediately re-entering. The entire process, from departure to re-entry into the dungeon hall, lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to catch the attention of the observant onlookers. Lin Shenjiang hasn't left. He's been in the dungeon for over a day without clearing it. What's he doing in there? I get it now. Lin Shenjiang must have just undergone his second job change and is training his skills in the dungeon. But isn't skill training supposed to be done in the skill training hall? Maybe Lin Shenjiang's skills are special and need to be trained inside a dungeon? Speculation swirled among the crowd, with guesses flying in every direction. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu had officially begun clearing the dungeon for the first time since his second job change. The whirlwind plains was vast, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Choosing a direction to advance was crucial, as it was easy to head the wrong way. For Lin Moyu, however, this wasn't an issue. He dispatched his 20 squads of undead, with 12,000 skeletons fanning out in all directions. In his mind, the dungeon map rapidly took shape as unexplored areas were systematically scouted and revealed. The platinum-tier skeletons had a significantly increased control range. Lin Moyu wasn't yet sure what the maximum distance was, but within moments, his skeletons had already traveled 10 kilometers without hitting the limit. 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Finally, the skeletons reached the dungeon's boundaries. The whirlwind plains was circular, with a radius of approximately 25 kilometers. The only monsters present on the plains were wind sprites, which roved in groups of 3 or 4 scattered across the terrain. In total, there were over 1,000 wind sprites. Occasionally they appeared individually. The sheer size of the plains and the dispersed nature of the monsters made it nearly impossible for a typical 6-person party to clear all the creatures. But for Lin Moyu's Undead Legion, it was a different story. His skeletons scoured every corner of the plains, eventually locating the pathway to the next stage at the edge of the map. By then, the wind sprites had been completely eradicated. The final 4 wind sprites guarding the passage were eliminated, leaving the whirlwind plains utterly devoid of monsters. At that moment, the dungeon began to tremble slightly. Lin Moyu's lips curled into a faint smile. It's upgraded. He had deduced the upgrade mechanism for the whirlwind plains dungeon, which was different from the fire god and water god dungeons he had cleared before. Here, the key wasn't speed but thoroughness. As long as every single monster on the plains was killed, the dungeon would trigger an upgrade. By now, Lin Moyu had spent over an hour inside the dungeon. Outside, the waiting crowd began to grow disappointed. It seems Lin Shenjiang failed to upgrade the dungeon again this time. Looks like Lin Shenjiang isn't as invincible as people claim. There are things even he can't do. After all, Lin Shenjiang just underwent his second job change. Even though he holds the rank of Shenjiang, his actual strength is still far behind that of other Shenjiangs. Maybe he spent all that time in the dungeon yesterday trying to figure out how to trigger an upgrade. Some spoke derisively, clearly pleased by Lin Moyu's apparent failure. Their words carried a heavy undertone of jealousy. Of course, while some disliked Lin Moyu, others stepped up to defend him. Failing to upgrade a dungeon is completely normal. Dungeon upgrade mechanisms aren't common knowledge. Who can say for sure how they work? Exactly. I've been to the Whirlwind Plains before, and the map is ridiculously large. Killing enough monsters in a short amount of time is incredibly difficult. If you're so capable, why don't you do it? The crowd was split, with both sides arguing their stance. Suddenly, the dungeon vortex began spinning rapidly, unleashing powerful gusts of wind that howled through the dungeon hall. The wind swirled out of the hall and into the surrounding area, drawing everyone's attention. Those who had scoffed at Lin Moyu moments ago now stared in wide-eyed disbelief. The dungeon had upgraded. Lin Moyu had actually done it. Supporters of Lin Moyu erupted in delight, while those who had been jealous wore sour expressions and quietly slipped away. The Whirlwind Plains entrance was now a stream of concentrated wind so dense with wind elemental energy that it seemed tangible. Stepping onto the wind, Lin Moyu felt its soft and buoyant texture, like walking on cotton. The sensation was utterly unique. He dismissed his Undead Legion, letting the wind carry him forward. As he gained speed, he began to rise into the air, leaving the ground far behind. The Whirlwind Plains grew smaller and smaller in his view until it disappeared entirely. Ahead of him, a new plain appeared. This plain was much smaller, spanning only about 5 kilometers in diameter, a stark contrast to the vast expanse of the Whirlwind Plains. However, what made this new plain extraordinary was that it floated in mid-air. Beneath it was a colossal whirlwind, its immense force lifting the entire plain into the sky. The sight left Lin Moyu in awe. How much power would it take to create something like this? He wondered. The scene before him was nothing short of miraculous. The massive whirlwind supporting the floating plain was like something out of legend, an act of divine creation. At last Lin Moyu understood the true meaning behind the name Whirlwind Plains. The wind carried him to the floating plain. As soon as he set foot on it, a fierce whirlwind surged toward him, colliding against his body. The whirlwind's blade-like edges slashed at him, but his bone armor sparkled, deflecting the attacks with a series of sharp clanging sounds. Lin Moyu took a few steps forward, ignoring the wind entirely. He surveyed the plain and noticed it was filled with countless whirlwinds swirling chaotically. No monsters. Lin Moyu's gaze shifted to the whirlwind battering him, and realization dawned. These whirlwinds are the enemies. He cast Detect, and the information appeared: Whirlwind Spirit, Hell Tier Elite, Level 44 Strength, 40,000 Agility, 40,000 Spirit, 10,000 Submission, 50,000 Skill. Whirlwind Attack Traits, Wind Element Immunity, Physical Immunity. With the dungeon's upgrade, the monsters inside had also become significantly stronger. The level 44 Hell Tier Elite monsters now had a total attribute value of 140,000. With 50,000 constitution and dual immunities to wind and physical damage, the skeleton berserkers were rendered completely useless. Even the skeleton sharpshooters had drastically reduced effectiveness. Fortunately, Lin Moyu still had the skeleton archmages. Additionally, these pure elemental creatures left no corpses behind, making corpse explosion unusable. But Lin Moyu was experienced and knew how to handle such situations. He would clear them one by one. With a thought, the undead legion reappeared. 4,000 skeleton archmages began systematically clearing the whirlwind spirits. Under the buffs from the Lich General, a few elemental explosions were enough to destroy a single whirlwind spirit. The army advanced rapidly, mowing down the elemental enemies without pause. Far in the distance, Lin Moyu spotted a floating palace suspended in mid-air, surrounded by hundreds of whirlwind spirits. Massive stones also floated in the air, forming a suspended pathway leading to the palace. The undead legion swiftly cleared the way, reaching the floating pathway in no time. The skeletons leapt onto the stones and began advancing toward the palace. With his increased agility, Lin Moyu followed suit. While not as fast as the skeleton berserkers or sharpshooters, he was still quicker than the skeleton archmages. He leapt nimbly across the stones, weaving his way toward the palace. The moment he landed on the platform outside the palace, a massive palm came crashing toward him. The hand was several times larger than Lin Moyu's entire body, with a fierce whirlwind swirling in its palm, as sharp as blades. Lin Moyu didn't dodge. Instead, several skeleton berserkers materialized beside him, activating their skills and swinging their massive axes upward in unison. Bang, bang, bang! The axes, glowing red with destructive energy, collided with the giant palm. A scream echoed as the palm recoiled, bleeding profusely. Lin Moyu's gaze shifted to the creature in front of the palace, a massive, tiger-shaped monster. The beast stood nearly 10 meters tall, its fur bristling, and its tail pointed straight toward the sky as it bared its fangs at him. It was surrounded by an intense whirlwind, the wind elemental energy so dense it had turned visibly green, like a razor-sharp weapon slicing through the air. 000 Agility, 50,000 Spirit, 20,000 Constitution, 50,000 Skills, Whirlwind Claw, Gale Strike Traits, Wind Element Immunity, Physical Damage halved, Vitality reinforced, Speed enhanced. After a quick glance at its attributes, Lin Moyu dismissed it as unremarkable. Not even comparable to a Lord-tier boss, he muttered. The whirlwind tiger lunged at him, moving at an astonishing speed. With its speed-enhancing traits and wind elemental boost, it was so fast that its movements became a blur, exceeding Lin Moyu's ability to track it. But Lin Moyu didn't need to track its movements. With a soft hum, a red glow enveloped the area. Skill: Curse of Decay. The skill required no precise targeting. Its enhanced 5,000-meter range easily covered the entire palace, and even the floating plain below. The whirlwind tiger's movements immediately slowed to a crawl. Facing a deceleration of several dozen times, even its extreme speed was reduced to sluggish, predictable motions. A blood-red sword appeared above its head, with chains dangling from the hilt, a combination of curses. In the next instant, the skeleton archmages and skeleton sharpshooters unleashed their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, the whirlwind tiger endured an onslaught of 4,000 elemental explosions from the skeleton archmages, along with 4,000 attacks from the skeleton sharpshooters. With a final mournful cry, the whirlwind tiger collapsed to the ground. A proud level 44 Hell-tier dungeon boss had been instantly slain. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. Although he had expected this result, he still couldn't help but feel a hint of awe. It wasn't the first time he had one-shot a boss. However, in the past, he had always relied on the strengthen army, skill to achieve it. But the strengthen army skill wasn't truly his own, it wasn't part of his class abilities. There was always a chance it could disappear one day. Because of this, Lin Moyu had never intended to depend on it. He would avoid using it whenever possible. You have slain the whirlwind tiger. Experience 1,760,000. You have obtained the whirlwind gauntlets. You have obtained a whirlwind fragment. Whirlwind gauntlets. Platinum tier weapon, all attributes 1000, increases fist fighter skill effects by 60%. Whirlwind fragment. Combine 5 fragments to form a whirlwind crystal. The gauntlets were fairly standard for platinum tier equipment, no additional abilities, and clearly on the weaker end of that tier. Lin Moyu gave them a cursory glance before tossing them into his storage space. After the whirlwind tiger's death, Lin Moyu didn't immediately enter the palace. Instead, he began searching the surrounding area. Based on his previous experience in the water god's courtyard, he knew that neglecting a thorough search could lead to missing something important. He scoured the area but found nothing of significance. The whirlwind tiger's corpse had scattered into the air upon its death, leaving no trace, not even blood stains. The wind had swept everything clean. The palace entrance was bare, and even the grand doors were immaculate, completely free of dust. The palace walls were similarly unadorned, presenting a stark contrast to the ornate decorations of the water god's courtyard. Looks like the wind god prefers simplicity, Lin Moyu mused, but then he paused, his gaze sharpening. If that's the case, why leave a gem here? At the top of the palace, an unassuming gem emitted a faint greenish glow. Blending almost seamlessly with the palace's green stone walls, it would have been nearly invisible to anyone who wasn't paying close attention. Lin Moyu's keen eyes had spotted it. He directed a skeleton warrior to retrieve the gem. Whirlwind gem. Permanently reduces wind elemental damage by 50%, grants a chance to learn a wind element skill as expected. A small smile appeared on his lips as he activated the whirlwind gem with a slight mental nudge. A fierce wind howled to life, swirling around him and enveloping him entirely. The sound of the wind filled his ears. After a minute, the wind dissipated. No new skills were acquired, but his wind element damage immunity had increased. He wasn't surprised he had anticipated this outcome. The probability of gaining a skill was very low. It was already lucky that he had acquired 2 skills previously from the Venom Gem and Light Gem. Lin Moyu stepped through the palace doors. The interior was vast but just as minimalistic as the exterior. The floor was paved with green stone that had been polished smooth by years of ceaseless wind. It was so slippery that Lin Moyu almost felt like he might slide across it. At the palace's far end was a long hallway, leading to an even grander structure. Its grandeur wasn't due to ornate decorations, but simply its sheer size. The simplicity of its design exuded an imposing air. Suddenly, a massive whirlwind burst out from the corridor, attempting to sweep Lin Moyu away. However, Lin Moyu remained completely stationary. The light from his bone armor flashed briefly, effortlessly nullifying the whirlwind's power. Not strong enough. At his command, the 4,000 skeleton archmages attacked simultaneously. The whirlwind was obliterated in an instant. A cluster of wind gently settled on the ground, catching Lin Moyu's attention. He approached and picked it up, feeling the wind swirling within his palm. It emitted a faint whisper, as though someone were murmuring softly in his ear. Curious, he squeezed it lightly. It felt soft, almost like cotton. The sensation of holding wind in his hand was both strange and fascinating. Whispers of the wind god can be used to awaken the wind god. After playing with it for a moment, Lin Moyu stored it safely. Now I just need the wind god's key. Based on the patterns of the 3 previous element dungeons, each dungeon contained 2 key items, one to awaken the corresponding deity and another to unlock their temple. Lin Moyu searched the area again, but found nothing this time. Satisfied that there was nothing left to discover, he crossed the corridor and arrived at the entrance of the Grand Palace. Above the entrance hung a plaque. Oddly, the plaque was completely blank, no inscriptions, no markings of any kind. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. If it's blank, why hang it up at all? The previous palace didn't have a plaque, so why did this one? It felt out of place, an anomaly in the wind god's otherwise minimalist design. Acting on his instincts, he directed a skeleton warrior to climb up and remove the plaque. As soon as it was detached, the plaque shrank rapidly in the warrior's hands, transforming into a small jade token. Wind God's key unlocks the true Wind God's temple, so I was right. There was something off about it. With all 3 key items in hand, Lin Moyu now only needed to defeat the dungeon boss and collect the whirlwind crystal to complete his goal. The undead legion surged into the palace ahead of him. The interior was barren, devoid of any decorations. Only a single beast lay at its center. As the skeletons entered, the beast's eyes slowly opened, and it awoke. The instant its eyes opened, wind elements exploded outward. The palace was filled with countless whirlwinds, large and small, which quickly engulfed the undead legion. Yet despite their numbers, the whirlwinds dealt minimal damage. The Lich General lazily waved its staff, casually healing the minor injuries. The beast let out a thunderous roar, its body shrouded in dense whirlwinds. Lin Moyu entered the chamber and flicked a finger. Wind God's Mount, Hell Tier Boss, Level 45 Strength, 70-00 Agility. Lin Moyu didn't even bother reading the rest of its attributes. Whether high or low, it didn't matter. The skeleton berserkers charged forward, breaking through the protective whirlwind surrounding the beast. Their massive axes glowed red as they unleashed devastating strikes. The skeleton archmages and skeleton sharpshooters followed up with their attacks. Lin Moyu casually cast Curse of Decay, layering a debuff over the entire area. Savage Blow Elv 1 deals 500% strength damage. Cooldown 10 minutes. With the skeleton berserker's strength stat at 55,000, the damage output was staggering. The combined firepower of the skeleton archmages, sharpshooters, and berserkers overwhelmed the boss. After a single volley of attacks, the Wind God's Mount, a level 45 Hell Tier dungeon boss, was critically injured. Its whirlwind shield dissipated entirely, leaving it defenseless. Barely a second later, the skeleton berserkers and skeleton sharpshooters launched their second round of attacks. The boss didn't even have time to scream before it was slain. You have slain the Wind God's Mount. Experience 2,700,000. You have obtained the Whirlwind Sword. You have obtained the Whirlwind Leather Armor. You have obtained Whirlwind Fragment X3. The equipment was unremarkable, and Lin Moyu tossed it into his storage ring without a second thought. The only thing of value was the Whirlwind Fragments, bringing his total to 4. Only 4 fragments, still less than the Water God's courtyard. He glanced at his experience bar and sighed. Despite the large experience gains, leveling up at his current stage required an immense amount of experience. Each dungeon run only increased his progress by about 1.5%. After collecting enough fragments for a whirlwind crystal, Lin Moyu decided he wouldn't bother with this dungeon again. As Lin Moyu exited the dungeon hall spell rang out. He had upgraded the dungeon and set a new record, 3 hours 42 minutes and 51 seconds. While not an impressive record by itself, the experienced players in the hall knew that Lin Moyu's second run would be the true test. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu re-entered the dungeon. This time, he headed straight for the wind path leading to the sky plains, bypassing the scattered monsters in the whirlwind plains. Now, his agility had reached 47, 850, more than 20 times higher than when he was at level 39. His speed had increased significantly, running 3 to 4 times faster than before. The 20-kilometer journey across the plains took him just over 2 minutes. He averaged 8 to 9 kilometers per minute, leaving the cleanup of wind sprites to his skeletons. Upon reaching the wind path, Lin Moyu entered the sky plains, where his skeleton berserkers swiftly gathered the scattered whirlwind sprites into clusters. The skeleton archmages cast elemental explosions, each blast striking 2 to 3 enemies at once. With only 5 volleys, the archmages cleared the area of hundreds of whirlwind sprites. Lin Moyu ignored the remaining enemies, leaping onto the floating platforms and heading straight for the palace. If it was a speedrun, he'd make it look like one. The bell in the dungeon hall rang out loud and clear. A new record had been set once again. From the moment Lin Moyu had entered the dungeon, some observers had started keeping track of time. When the bell finally chimed, they eagerly checked the results and shouted in astonishment. Unbelievable. 15 minutes. A new record, a true new record. Ha, another record no one will ever break. This one could stand for at least 100 years, maybe even forever. God Lin just keeps setting these despair-inducing milestones. How are the rest of us supposed to live up to this? Look at it differently. God Lin is creating goals for future generations of humanity to chase after. Exactly. Isn't the human race built on surpassing our predecessors and growing stronger? The same situation, viewed with a different mindset, led to a completely different perspective. When the dungeon record was fully revealed, it displayed a time of 15 minutes and 33 seconds. For a hell difficulty dungeon, this was an astounding record. The speed was simply too fast, so much so that many people admitted it would take them about the same amount of time just to run through the dungeon, let alone complete it. As Lin Moyu reappeared outside the dungeon, he entered again without hesitation. He ran the dungeon one round after another, consistently earning 4 whirlwind fragments each time. His goal was to complete 5 runs, gathering 20 whirlwind fragments to synthesize 4 whirlwind crystals. 2 of these would be fused into the elemental godstone, while the remaining 2 would be kept as spares. In just 1 hour, Lin Moyu completed 4 runs. His times were remarkably consistent, staying just over 15 minutes each run. Now, with only 1 run left, Lin Moyu paused for a moment instead of immediately re-entering. He glanced up at his own record displayed in the hall, contemplating whether there was an even faster way to speedrun the dungeon. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered around, silently watching him with admiration. Their eyes were filled with awe, and many regarded Lin Moyu with blind reverence. But Lin Moyu was lost in his own thoughts. Soon he came up with a potential approach to shave down his time. What if I forego experience entirely and focus purely on speed? It might be worth a try. At this point, the dungeon posed no challenge for him, and the experience gained was negligible. If possible, Lin Moyu wanted to directly kill the dungeon boss and focus solely on collecting whirlwind fragments. A new idea began to take hold in his mind to pursue the ultimate speedrun. With his plan set, he reset the dungeon and entered once more. The undead legion materialized, and the timer began. Lin Moyu immediately leapt onto the back of a skeleton warrior. The fully buffed skeleton warrior unleashed its maximum speed, charging toward the wind path without any hesitation. It ignored all obstacles, neither dodging nor attacking monsters along the way, focusing only on moving forward. The wind sprites gave chase but couldn't come close to catching up with the skeleton warrior. The warrior's speed far outstripped Lin Moyu's own. In just over 1 minute, it had already covered the 20 kilometers to the wind path. As they neared the path, Lin Moyu spotted several monsters guarding the entrance. He pointed a finger and cast Curse of Decay. The wind sprites guarding the entrance slowed dramatically, unable to block the skeleton warrior's charge. The warrior barreled straight into the wind path, carrying Lin Moyu along with it. At this point, exactly 2 minutes had passed since the dungeon began. Inside the wind path, the skeleton warrior soared through the air at high speed. After flying for another 2 minutes, they reached the sky plains. The skeleton warrior didn't stop, continuing to sprint across the plains. A red glow erupted as Curse of Decay enveloped the entire sky plains. The curse slowed all the whirlwind sprites in the area, reducing their speed to a crawl. Moments later, a green light exploded across the plains Lin Moyu had cast, Toxic Starburst. Following his second-class transition, Toxic Starburst was an evolved fusion of Toxic Star Hallow and Bleeding Curse. Its area of effect had expanded to match Curse of Decay, covering a 100-meter radius. The 2 effects detonated simultaneously, blanketing the sky plains in an identical range. Nearly 1,000 monsters in the sky plains were poisoned at the same time. The once blue plains were tinged green as every whirlwind sprite emitted a sickly glow. They suffered 20,000 points of damage per second, lasting for a full 5,000 seconds. Lin Moyu knew they wouldn't survive anywhere near that long, not even 100 seconds. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior continued its breakneck pace. The cursed whirlwind sprites couldn't hope to catch up. Within half a minute, the skeleton warrior had already leapt onto the first floating platform. It carried Lin Moyu with it, leaping continuously until they reached the platform outside the palace. Before the whirlwind tiger could react, the undead legion appeared in force and immediately launched their attack. In an instant, the whirlwind tiger was slain. Lin Moyu charged into the palace, crossed the corridor, and entered the final chamber of the dungeon, where the wind god's mount lay. Before it could even awaken, the skeletons attacked like butchers. Still in its slumber, the wind god's mount was sent back into eternal rest. At the same time, notifications began flooding in. The whirlwind sprites poisoned in the sky plains were dying one after another. None of them had lasted long, they were all wiped out completely. The bell in the dungeon hall rang once again. But this time, the sound was different. It was fast and urgent, like an alarm, ringing repeatedly in quick succession. The bell tolled nearly 100 times without stopping. Everyone was stunned. This sound had never been heard before. Even the most seasoned veterans of the dungeon hall, those who had spent years studying its rules, were at a loss. Could the bell be broken? Someone suggested hesitantly. Don't be ridiculous. The dungeon hall's bell is a platinum-tier artifact. It wouldn't break even if you tried smashing it. Then what does this mean? What's the bell trying to tell us? Normally, the bell signifies a new record. If it's ringing this urgently, maybe it's keep making things up. Go on. Meanwhile, in the White God courtyard, the air rippled slightly as space distorted. Ning Taran stepped in briskly, his expression serious. He immediately spotted Yan Quangsheng sitting and drinking tea with Bai Yuan. A look of disbelief crossed Ning Taran's face. He knew full well these two had a long-standing feud. How could they possibly be sitting together peacefully, drinking tea? The fact that they weren't fighting on sight was shocking enough. Ning, what brings you here? Bai Yuan asked with a grin. Yan Quangsheng also nodded in greeting. Long time no see, Ning. After exchanging polite greetings, Ning Taran spoke quickly. Lin Moyu has set a new record in a hell difficulty dungeon. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow. That's not surprising. It's not the first time Xia Yu has broken a record. Ning Taran's expression turned grave. This time is different. Do you remember the one from over 600 years ago? From 600 years ago. Bai Yuan frowned, trying to recall. Yan Guangsheng also seemed puzzled. Ning, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. At that moment Meng Yanwen interjected. 673 years ago. Jiang Yi, the then headmaster of the Shijing Academy. Ning Taran nodded. Yes, him. Bai Yuan's brows furrowed. He was said to be the greatest human genius of his time, the one most likely to ascend to godhood. But then he disappeared. Meng Yanwen continued. He didn't disappear. He was killed. Bai Yuan's eyes widened. Killed? By who? Who could have killed him? Meng Yanwen snorted. But you never read anything, so of course you wouldn't know. Ning, you explain. Your lineage has more information on this. Ning Taran poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip before speaking. Jiang Yi, known as the Righteous God, was a divine light swordsman with dual talents and dual ascensions, a high legendary tier profession. He reached level 98 and was considered the most likely to achieve divinity. That year, during the Great War at Fortress No. 9, the Abyssal Demons launched a massive invasion. Nearly 100 demon kings attacked, putting humanity on the brink of extinction. At the time, humanity had only 20 god-tier powerhouses. The disparity was overwhelming. Jiang Yi, as humanity's strongest warrior, charged into battle without hesitation. He single-handedly fought 50 demon kings. Not only did he hold off the most powerful among them, but he also slew over 30 demon kings. His strength was unparalleled. That battle laid the foundation for humanity's survival over the next 600 years. Meng Yanwen picked up where Ning Taran left off. That battle became known as the Foundation War. Jiang Yi fell that year. Yan Guangsheng's expression turned solemn. Why haven't we heard of his deeds? Meng Yanwen explained. It was Jiang Yi's wish. He didn't want the world to know of his death, nor did he want the Abyssal Demon Kings to find out. As long as they believed he was still alive, they wouldn't dare act rashly, buying humanity more time. Ning Taran's voice grew heavy. That's why much of the information about Jiang Yi was erased. After his death, Jiang Yi returned to Shijing Academy and sealed all his power, transforming it into a secret realm. He set specific conditions for entering the secret realm. The condition is this: clear any hell difficulty dungeon in under 10 minutes. Bai Yuan's eyes sharpened. Are you saying Xiao Yu cleared a dungeon in under 10 minutes? Ning Taran nodded. 8 minutes and 1 second. He waved his hand, projecting an image of Lin Moyu into the air. As the overseer of the dungeon hall, Ning Taran held considerable authority. He was the only one with the ability to freely observe the events unfolding within the various dungeons. On the projection screen, a mystical entrance appeared before Lin Moyu. There was no doubt this was the secret realm, left behind by the legendary figure, Jiang Yi, known as the Righteous God, over 632 years ago. Bai Yuan's voice was urgent. Did Jiang Yi leave any instructions about this secret realm? Or did there be danger inside? Ning Taran shook his head. We don't know. Everything about it is unknown. Yan Guangsheng immediately followed up with a question. Can we transmit our voices into the dungeon? He wanted to warn Lin Moyu. Ning Taran nodded. Yes, we can. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu was momentarily stunned. He had just completed the dungeon, so why had a secret realm entrance appeared out of nowhere in front of him? He was aware that secret realms could sometimes be found within dungeons, but he had never heard of a secret realm spontaneously appearing after clearing one. What was happening before his eyes completely contradicted everything he knew? From the secret realm entrance, Lin Moyu could sense an overwhelming, familiar aura. It was the aura of a god-tier human powerhouse. It resembled the aura he had felt from individuals like Yan Guangsheng and Bai Yuan. This confirmed that the mysterious secret realm was related to a god-tier human. Xia Yu, can you hear me? Bai Yuan's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Yes, I can. Lin Moyu replied immediately. Bai Yuan's voice continued. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Bai Yuan quickly recounted the story of Jiang Yi. Lin Moyu was familiar with Jiang Yi's name, a historical figure from centuries ago, and a god-tier powerhouse. However, he hadn't known about Jiang Yi's incredible deeds. To him, Jiang Yi had merely been a name in the annals of history. He never imagined that Jiang Yi had once been the strongest human, a nearly godlike existence. One man had fought 50 demon kings alone, gravely injuring 20 and slaying 30. What kind of power was that? To think that such a figure had left behind the secret realm, it explained the familiar aura emanating from it. Xia Yu, Bai Yuan continued, no one has ever entered this secret realm before. No one knows what's inside. It might hold great opportunities, or it might be fraught with danger. The decision is yours to make. Do you want to go in? Bai Yiyuan's words reflected the consensus of those present. Ultimately, Lin Moyu's path forward was his own to choose. As his teacher, Bai Yiyuan couldn't carry him along every step of the way. If he did, Lin Moyu's future accomplishments would never surpass his own. Bai Yiyuan, Yan Quansheng, and even Meng Anwen all held high hopes for Lin Moyu's future. The decision rested solely with him. Lin Moyu only needed a brief moment to think before he made up his mind. I'll go in. He believed that Jian Yi, as a symbol of humanity's strength, would never harm a descendant of his race. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu stepped boldly into the secret realm. As Lin Moyu entered, the projection from Ning Taran's screen vanished. Ning Taran could no longer view what was happening inside the secret realm. The group's expressions turned serious. From this point forward, everything depended on Lin Moyu. This was Lin Moyu's choice, and they would respect it. Ning Taran stood up. I'll take my leave for now. Yair is still cultivating. I need to keep an eye on her. Meng Anwen asked, how much longer until Yair completes her training? Ning Taran shook his head. Hard to say. It depends on her progress. She might need some more time. Meng Anwen nodded and didn't press further. Bai Yiyuan suddenly grinned. Once Yair finishes her training, we should arrange for her and Sha Yu to marry and have children. Ning Taran's eyebrows twitched violently and his mouth tightened into a frown. Yair is still young. As her grandfather, I'm not in a rush. Why are you, an outsider, so impatient? Bai Yiyuan chuckled. Future-in-law, I'm eager to have a grand disciple. Yan Quansheng joined in, siding with Bai Yiyan. Ning, I want a grand disciple too. Ning Taran snorted. You two are just a pair of scheming rats. If you want grand disciples, go have them yourselves. He stormed off in a huff. His precious granddaughter was like a delicate flower he had nurtured for years. The idea of simply giving her away infuriated him. Inside the secret realm, Lin Moyu found himself surrounded by breathtaking scenery, mountains, rivers, birdsong, and fragrant blossoms. It was a paradise, untouched by the outside world. This was the secret realm left behind by Jian Yi, whom Lin Moyu now referred to as the righteous god's secret realm. The environment within the secret realm bore a striking resemblance to the outside world. At first glance, it was almost indistinguishable from reality. But upon closer inspection, subtle differences became evident. Lin Moyu could sense the pervasive aura of a god-tier powerhouse emanating from the mountains, rivers, and skies. He murmured to himself, according to my teacher, this secret realm was created by the righteous god's final power after his death. A god-tier powerhouse at level 98, the scale of such power is unimaginable. To think he could even create a secret realm, incredible. A small stream flowed past his feet, winding its way into the distance. Lin Moyu bent down and touched the water. It's water elemental energy, no doubt about it. The stream wasn't made of real water, it flowed with pure water elemental energy. Even the grass beneath his feet, the earth, the sky, the mountains, and the trees were all composed of elemental energy. This display of elemental manipulation left Lin Moyu in awe. But it wasn't just the elements. The objects in this realm, such as the trees, also radiated a vibrant vitality. Lin Moyu was familiar with this feeling. It was the energy of souls. His heart skipped a beat. Jian Yi's presence lingers here. Though his body has perished, his soul remains. His will endures. The power of a god-tier being is truly terrifying. After walking for a while, Lin Moyu came across a narrow path. The path led toward a small village with several dozen scattered houses. From afar, he could see faint wisps of smoke curling into the air, as if people were living there. Lin Moyu began walking toward the village. The moment he stepped onto the path, he instinctively leapt backward. A longsword descended from above, striking the spot where he had just stood. The blade was razor-sharp, slicing through the ground like tofu. The sword embedded itself deep into the earth, leaving only the hilt visible. A young man appeared beside the blade, bent down, and pulled it from the ground. The sword looked unremarkable, but its initial strike had put Lin Moyu on high alert. If you want to pass, the young man said coldly, you'll either have to kill me or be killed by me. Without further words, he raised his sword and pointed it at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu noticed 2 glowing star rings on each of the young man's wrists. Star rings meant only one thing: a legendary tier profession, divine swordsman. Lin Moyu instinctively cast detection, but the skill failed to return any information. This only heightened his vigilance. There was no question this opponent was no ordinary foe. The young man spoke again. Detection skills won't work on me. I'm a level 39 divine swordsman. If you want to pass, kill me, or be killed by me and remain here forever. His profession as a divine swordsman was confirmed. It was the same class as Tang Jianfei, whom Lin Moyu had encountered in the professional tournament. However, something felt off. A divine swordsman at level 39 should only have 3 star rings, not 4. Star rings were only supposed to increase starting at level 40. Why did this opponent have a 4th star ring at level 39? It was odd. But the young man wouldn't answer Lin Moyu's doubts. Since that was the case, then we fight. Lin Moyu had already discerned that the opponent wasn't a real person. Since it wasn't a living being, there was no need for restraint. Curse of Decay. A red glow enveloped the young man as Lin Moyu pointed a finger. A crimson sword icon appeared above the opponent's head, shackled in chains. It was the mark of curse. The divine swordsman's star ring suddenly shattered, and his longsword hummed as radiant sword energy erupted from his body. The curse was shredded to pieces by the sword energy. At the same time, the young man charged toward Lin Moyu. His footwork was incomprehensible, leaving behind overlapping afterimages as he moved at blinding speed. Even without knowing his exact attributes, Lin Moyu could tell that the young man's speed far surpassed his own. But that didn't matter. Soul Flame didn't require precise aim. Lin Moyu had already locked onto the young man at the start of the fight. A golden flame burned in his hand. For the first time since his second-class transition, Lin Moyu unleashed Soul Flame. The level 40 Soul Flame now carried a golden radiance resembling starlight. It was stunningly beautiful yet exuded an ominous, deadly aura. With a 50-fold talent boost and a nearly 5-fold increase in spiritual attributes, Lin Moyu couldn't even estimate the power of his Soul Flame. Previously, a full-power Soul Flame could almost instantly kill any opponent of the same level. The moment the flame appeared, the divine swordsman's calm demeanor finally cracked, his expression filled with shock. A soul-based attack skill. In the next moment, a spark of flame landed on his forehead. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the divine swordsman stumbled, his body flickering into visibility. The agony of the Soul Flame was unbearable. The higher the opponent's level, the more excruciating the pain. With a loud crack, another star ring shattered. The young man regained his composure and retaliated with a burst of sword energy aimed directly at Lin Moyu. The bone armor surrounding Lin Moyu flared briefly as it absorbed the attack. Meanwhile, the Soul Flame in Lin Moyu's hand continued to burn. The divine swordsman's face was now marked with fear. Another star ring shattered. Suddenly, the sword energy around him surged and intertwined, forming a dense web, sword energy swamp. The swordsman let out a sharp cry and turned, charging toward Lin Moyu. The final star ring on his wrist shattered. In an instant, the swordsman merged with his longsword, transforming into a giant blade radiating terrifying sword energy. The blade streaked toward Lin Moyu at lightning speed, piercing directly into him. The bone armor shimmered brilliantly and emitted creaking sounds under the impact. Lin Moyu stood calmly, unmoving and unflinching. With the bone armor, damage transfer, and lifelink in effect, it was nearly impossible for anyone below the level of a true god or a demon king to kill him with a single strike. The bone armor shattered after holding for a second, and the giant sword pierced Lin Moyu's body. However, the sword tip only tore through his clothing. It failed to harm Lin Moyu in the slightest. The undead army took the brunt of the transferred damage, and the Lich General quickly began healing them. As long as the undead army wasn't entirely wiped out, Lin Moyu wouldn't take any damage. Brilliant explosions erupted on the massive sword as bolts of lightning-infused arrows rained down upon it. In an instant, the giant sword disintegrated into nothingness, and the level 69 swordsman fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Moyu now had a clearer understanding of his current strength. A level 69 mid-tier legendary class profession wasn't even a match for him. Hurting him was already a monumental challenge, let alone defeating him. For others, being invincible at the same level was the mark of a genius. To challenge opponents 4 or 5 levels above was the hallmark of a top-tier genius. But for Lin Moyu, challenging higher-level opponents came as naturally as breathing. Challenging across entire tiers didn't even seem to be an issue. After a second-class transition, his strength had increased exponentially. This was a fact confirmed both through books and through personal experience. The village was silent and serene, devoid of human life. Although everything here was constructed from elemental energy and wasn't real, Lin Moyu still didn't wish to disturb its tranquility. He dismissed his undead army and walked into the village alone. The houses in the village were scattered unevenly, and there was only one main road. Lin Moyu followed this path until he stopped in front of a small house. The house wasn't particularly special compared to the others in the village, but from here Lin Moyu could sense the strongest soul aura. Lin Moyu was extremely attuned to soul energy. He wouldn't mistake it. "Come in," a voice called from inside. Lin Moyu responded and walked in. Inside the house, a swordsman sat cross-legged. His appearance and attire were identical to the swordsman Lin Moyu had encountered earlier. The only difference was that this swordsman had no star rings on his wrists. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. "Junior Lin Moyu greets Lord Yi Shen." "Sit," Zhang Yi said. gesturing to the spot in front of him. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged on the floor, facing Jiang Yi. The man before him was none other than the strongest human warrior from over 600 years ago. In a legendary battle, he had single-handedly fought against 50 demon kings, injuring 20 and killing 30. He had bought humanity precious time, becoming a hero of the human race. "Young man, you're quite remarkable," Jiang Yi said, studying Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu responded humbly. "Compared to you, Lord Yi Shen, this junior is far inferior." "There's no need for false humility," Jiang Yi said directly. "You're far more gifted than I was at your age. Seeing you now, I feel reassured about the future of humanity." Lin Moyu replied, "Although humanity has yet to eradicate the abyssal demons, we've become strong enough to stand against them." "Eradicate the abyssal demons?" Jiang Yi let out a derisive laugh. "That's impossible. It will never happen." Lin Moyu frowned, puzzled by Jiang Yi's certainty. Humanity had grown powerful, and Lin Moyu believed that one day the abyssal demons could be eliminated. Why was Jiang Yi so adamant that it was impossible? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. "When you reach my level, you'll understand why I say this." Lin Moyu still found it hard to believe. The strongest human today is already at the threshold of godhood. Jiang Yi burst into laughter, his laughter shaking the house and resonating with the surrounding elements. "It's useless. Even if someone truly reaches the god level, they still won't be able to destroy the abbeys." Lin Moyu was deeply shocked. The information Jiang Yi was sharing contradicted everything Lin Moyu had previously known. Not even Bai Yi Yuan and the others seemed to know this. Jiang Yi, having possibly reached the threshold of godhood himself in his time, likely possessed knowledge far beyond that of Bai Yi Yuan and others. Based on Jiang Yi's words, it was possible that the abyssal demons also had god-tier beings among them. That was the only explanation that made sense. Lin Moyu didn't press further. There was no point in saying more. When he reached that level, he would naturally find out the truth. Jiang Yi's expression turned serious as he changed the subject. "Aren't you curious why I created this secret realm, and why I set such stringent entry conditions? Don't you wonder why I didn't tell anyone about it or explain the requirements? What if someone who met the conditions didn't enter?" Lin Moyu shook his head. He hadn't considered these questions. Jiang Yi opened his hand, revealing 2 small boxes. He continued speaking to himself. "Anyone capable of completing an Inferno difficulty dungeon in under 10 minutes must be exceptionally strong. Such people wouldn't lack the courage to explore. How could they not come in?" Lin Moyu silently agreed. That made sense. Even if Bai Yi Yuan hadn't told him about Jiang Yi, Lin Moyu would have entered the secret realm regardless. Jiang Yi opened one of the boxes and continued, "And once inside, they still have to pass my trials. You've done exceptionally well, far better than I expected. That's why I want to make a deal with you." As he spoke, Jiang Yi handed the open box to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Inside the box was a severed finger. The finger was exquisitely delicate, resembling a piece of jade. It seemed almost unreal. It didn't look like it belonged to a human, nor did it resemble something from a beast or a demon dragon. Jiang Yi explained, "This is the severed finger of a god." Lin Moyu was stunned. A god? He had encountered god-related items before in elemental dungeons, but those were just artifacts. Jiang Yi was claiming that this was an actual piece of a god. With a snap, Jiang Yi closed the box. "You can't use it yet. But I can tell you this, having it will make your path to godhood much easier, and it might even give you a chance to surpass godhood." Lin Moyu nodded. "What do you need me to do?" He didn't doubt Jiang Yi's words. If Jiang Yi said so, it had to be true. Since Jiang Yi called it a deal, it was clear there was something he needed Lin Moyu to do, and it wouldn't be simple. Jiang Yi opened the second box, revealing a black sphere about the size of a fist. Lin Moyu couldn't discern what it was. Jiang Yi said, "The deal is for you to take this orb to the upper spatial layer of the eternal battlefield and personally deliver it to the central boss in the core region." Lin Moyu's heart surged with shock. He hadn't expected the deal to involve that. However, outwardly, he maintained his calm and simply stared at the orb in the box. Jiang Yi fell silent after speaking, waiting for Lin Moyu's response. After a moment's thought, Lin Moyu replied, "I accept the deal." Jiang Yi seemed to relax, a faint smile appearing on his face as he handed both boxes to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu hesitated. "Aren't you worried I might take these and not fulfill the task?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "I don't misjudge people. I trust you." His tone carried an unshakable confidence. Lin Moyu accepted the boxes. "Don't worry, I'll get it done." Jiang Yi nodded. "There's no rush. Wait until your strength is sufficient. The core region is no easy place to traverse. I've waited over 600 years. I can wait a few years more." Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Why not have a god-tier expert help you?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "They're unqualified to speak with it. Going there would only mean death. You're different. You might have what it takes to have a conversation with it." Lin Moyu didn't understand why Jian Yi had such confidence in him, but he had begun to piece together Jian Yi's reasoning. Even someone as strong as Yan Quansheng had been defeated in a single strike, barely escaping with his life. The boss hadn't even deemed Yan Quansheng worthy of conversation, leaving behind only a few words. Clearly, in its eyes, Yan Quansheng wasn't qualified to speak with it. But Lin Moyu was different. The terrifying boss had not only spoken to him but had even proposed a deal. This indicated that Lin Moyu was indeed qualified. Jian Yi looked at Lin Moyu and suddenly spoke with a grave tone. "I have one more piece of advice for you. I don't let anyone see what's inside these boxes, especially the severed finger. Its allure is far too great and will bring you endless danger. Whether it's the human race, the abyssal demons, or the dragon clan, they'll stop at nothing to obtain it." Lin Moyu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation from Jian Yi's words. "Understood. I'll keep it in mind." Lin Moyu continued his conversation with Jian Yi for a while longer. Jian Yi, though deceased in body, had transformed his godly power into the secret realm, preserving his soul for eternity. Only someone who had reached Jian Yi's level could survive in such a unique manner. The secret realm he created was modeled entirely after his childhood hometown, the mountains, rivers, and serene countryside, all brought to life in exquisite detail. Jian Yi lived each day in this recreated memory, steeped in nostalgia. In the past 600 years, Lin Moyu was the first person to step into this secret realm. Jian Yi asked Lin Moyu about the current state of humanity. From his words, Lin Moyu could sense that even in his current state, Jian Yi remained deeply concerned about the well-being of the human race. When the topic turned to the abyssal demons, Jian Yi's tone carried a deep-seated hatred. 600 years ago marked one of the most brutal periods of conflict between humanity and the abyssal demons. Humanity, though weak, had been tenacious, surviving thanks to one heroic figure after another who sacrificed themselves without hesitation. It was through their bravery that humanity endured to this day. Today the battles were no longer as fierce as they once were, and humanity had grown stronger. They now possessed the strength to stand as equals against the abyssal demons. But as Jian Yi repeatedly stressed, the idea of eradicating the abyssal demons was an impossibility. Even with the emergence of a god-tier powerhouse, it could not be done. Meanwhile, back at White God's courtyard, Bai Yiyuan and Yan Quansheng both wore grim expressions. They had no idea what Lin Moyu was experiencing inside the secret realm, and the uncertainty left them uneasy. Even the top-tier tea in their hands had lost its flavor. "Do you think Xiao Yu is all right?" Bai Yiyuan muttered under his breath. "Of course he'll be fine," Yan Quansheng replied immediately. Yet there was a hint of doubt in his voice. After all, Lin Moyu had entered a secret realm left behind by Jian Yi over 600 years ago. No one could predict what lay within. Frowning, Bai Yiyuan asked, "Old Meng, what do you think Jian Yi's purpose was in leaving behind the secret realm?" In Meng Anwen's palm, a miniature projection of the Divine Summer Tower spun continuously, radiating a faint glow. Meng Anwen had his eyes closed, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, the projection stopped spinning, and Meng Anwen opened his eyes. "Jian Yi isn't completely dead," he said. "What?" Bai Yuan and Yan Quansheng shot to their feet in shock. "How is that possible? Jian Yi isn't dead?" Meng Anwen raised a hand. "Calm down and let me explain. Jian Yi's physical body has indeed perished, but his soul remains alive, preserved within the secret realm. For all these years, he's hidden himself within the dungeon hall, using its power to stabilize the secret realm." Yan Quansheng frowned uneasily. If Jian Yi isn't fully dead, then what does he want? A dangerous glint appeared in Bai Yuan's eyes. "That bastard isn't planning to possess someone, is he? I've heard of a skill that allows one to take over another's body," Meng Anwen snorted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Jian Yi isn't that kind of person. Based on his record of achievements, I believe he had likely already reached the half-step godhood level. If he chose possession, sure, he could survive, but he'd never regain his peak strength. With Jian Yi's pride, he'd rather die than resort to something so dishonorable." Meng Anwen gave Bai Yiyuan a pointed look. "Think about it. If you were in his situation, would you do such a thing?" God-tier powerhouses were notoriously proud, and both Bai Yiyuan and Yan Quansheng shook their heads in agreement. They wouldn't. So what does he want then? Who knows? "Let's wait for Xiao Yu to return and ask him," Meng An replied. Moments later, spatial ripples filled the air, followed by a familiar presence. The trio's tense expressions relaxed simultaneously. Lin Moyu had returned. As Lin Moyu stepped into the courtyard, Bai Yuan cleared his throat. "You met Jian Yi?" Lin Moyu wasn't surprised by the question and nodded. "I did." Bai Yuan pressed further. "What did he want from you?" "Teacher, Senior Meng, take a look at this." Lin Moyu pulled out the 2 boxes Jian Yi had given him. Just as he was about to open one, Meng An quickly interrupted. "Wait, He raised a finger, and the divine summer tower materialized in midair. Its radiance spread across the entire courtyard, sealing it off completely. Even the teleportation point was temporarily closed. In that moment, the courtyard seemed to detach from the world, forming an independent space. Meng Anwen explained, "These boxes are extraordinary. The material itself is something I don't recognize. Whatever's inside must be of incredible significance. Better to be cautious." Both Bai Yiyuan and Yan Kuangsheng were stunned. For Meng Anwen, with his vast knowledge and expertise, to say he didn't recognize something was a rarity. "You're as meticulous as ever, old Meng," Bai Yiyuan remarked. "Indeed, it's better to be safe," Yan Kuangsheng agreed. After securing the area, Lin Moyu opened the box containing the severed finger of the god. An unusual aura instantly filled every corner of the sealed courtyard. The trio's expressions changed drastically, and they exchanged uneasy glances. Had it not been for Meng Anwen's precautions, this aura would have spread far and wide. Even with the safeguards in place, the aura seemed on the verge of breaking through the seals. Meng Anwen's face darkened. "Get inside the tower." With a wave of his hand, the divine summer tower emitted 3 beams of light, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. Not only them, but the entirety of White God's courtyard was drawn into the tower. The location where the courtyard had stood now lay barren and desolate. Meng Anwen's eyes gleamed with focus as his hands moved at blinding speed, forming countless hand seals. One after another, complex seals flew out in all directions, stabilizing the space. After casting more than 1,000 seals, Meng Anwen finally exhaled in relief. "I've reinforced the spatial seals and further isolated the area with the divine summer tower. We should be fine now." Yan Kuangsheng, still visibly shaken, muttered, "Good heavens, this really is a god's severed finger." Bai Yiyuan spoke in a low, serious tone. "I always thought gods were just a myth." "How could such beings exist in the world?" Meng Anwen chuckled. "That's why I told you to read more. I've been telling you for years, but you never believed me. Do you believe me now?" Lin Moyu asked. "Teacher, Senior Meng, what exactly are gods? Are they stronger than god-tier powerhouses?" Bai Yiyuan glanced at Meng Anwen, signaling for him to explain. Clearly, Yan Kuangsheng didn't have the expertise either. Meng Anwen smirked. "These two only know how to fight, they don't understand anything else." He continued, "There are many kinds of gods. Most of them are elemental manifestations, like wind gods or fire gods. As for their strength, it's hard to say. No one has ever encountered a true god. But judging by this severed finger, I'd say gods are fairly powerful." Bai Yiyuan studied the finger. "I don't think it's stronger than me, but its energy is fascinatingly pure." Yan Kuangsheng muttered under his breath, "It's purer than ours." Their impressions aligned with Lin Moyu's own. The aura of the severed finger wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but its purity was undeniable. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered something. "Teacher Yan, this power, it feels similar to your killing intent. It's also pure." Yan Kuangsheng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Yan lunatic, what's gotten into you?" Bai Yiyuan snapped. Even Meng Anwen seemed puzzled. Yan Kuangsheng laughed uncontrollably for a moment before clapping Lin Moyu on the shoulder. "Sha Yu, you've woken me up with just a single sentence. All this time I thought the more overwhelming my killing intent, the better. But now I see it's not about magnitude. It's about purity." Yan Kuangsheng's words left both Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen in deep thought. Lin Moyu, not yet at their level, couldn't fully comprehend the insight but made a mental note of it. This severed finger was proving to be more valuable than he had imagined. Meng Anwen, after pondering for a while, remarked solemnly, "No wonder Jiang Yi said this severed finger would cause every god-tier powerhouse to fight over it." He wasn't exaggerating. "Xiao Yu, I need to discuss something with you." Lin Moyu immediately replied, "This severed finger isn't safe with me. I'd like to ask Teacher and Senior Meng to safeguard it for me." Meng Anwen chuckled. Lin Moyu's words were tactful and well received. For now, Lin Moyu had no use for the severed finger. At least not until he reached level 88 and began preparing to ascend to godhood. Carrying it around would only invite disaster. Lin Moyu continued, "Teacher Senior Meng, could you also help me identify the other item?" The 3 of them carefully examined the black orb inside the second box. Bai Yiyuan and Yan Kuangsheng quickly gave up. It was beyond their comprehension. Meng Anwen studied it for a long time before shaking his head. "The world is vast, and its mysteries are endless. I can't identify it either, but it's undoubtedly of an extraordinary level." Lin Moyu then explained, "Jiang Yi tasked me with delivering this orb to the central boss in the core region." "What?" Yan Kuangsheng exclaimed in shock. This time, it wasn't just Yan Kuangsheng who gasped in shock. Even Meng Anwen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Bai Yiyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. "What kind of madness has overtaken Jiang Yi? Sending you to find that guy, is he trying to get you killed?" Realizing his outburst, Yan Kuangsheng coughed awkwardly twice, his combat instincts from years of battle having gotten the better of him. "No," No, listen, we'd die, but Shai Yu wouldn't. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen turned to him with puzzled expressions. Lin Moyu quickly began recounting his experiences in the Heart of the Earth dungeon. Only after listening did Bai Yuan's expression soften. Meng Anwen spoke in a low voice. If that's the case, then it might indeed be worth venturing into the core region at some point. But not now, he added. Let's wait a while before making the trip. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. No need to rush. Level up some more first. Jian Yi's waited this long, what's a few more years to him? Jian Yi himself said there's no rush, so there's no harm in waiting a bit longer, Bai Yuan concluded. Lin Moyu had no intention of going just yet anyway. Even though his combat capabilities had skyrocketed after his second-class advancement, and his undead legion was now several times stronger than before, he still didn't feel confident. Especially when he thought about the ancient Luan bird raven. Its final skill, the black meteor, wasn't just devastating in its damage and wide area of effect, it also allowed the creature to achieve nirvanic rebirth within the skill. If it could use that skill repeatedly, just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. And who was to say there weren't even stronger bosses lurking beyond the ancient Luan bird? For now, he decided to wait. There was no need to risk his life unnecessarily. The last time he'd succeeded, it had been partly due to luck. What if his luck ran out next time? Lin Moyu put away the box containing the black orb, and left the box with the severed godly finger inside the Divine Summer Tower. Meng Anwen carefully sealed the space to ensure that the finger's aura couldn't leak out. For god-tier powerhouses like them, the severed finger held immense research value, possibly even enough to help them take the next step forward. Meng Anwen was particularly intrigued. He planned to use this opportunity to finally discern the true nature of so-called gods. Originally, Yan Quansheng had planned to return to the blood-soaked lands, as his trip here had been specifically for Lin Moyu's second-class advancement. Meng Anwen had been the one to summon him. But now, Yan Quansheng decided to stay a few extra days to join in the research on the severed finger. The White God's courtyard returned to its usual calm. Bai Yuan turned to Lin Moyu. Now, let me tell you about the next phase of your training. Lin Moyu listened attentively, curious about what Bai Yuan had in store for him. Having fully adapted to the power and skills of his second-class advancement, he was ready to move on to the next stage of his development. But Bai Yuan's plans were still a mystery to him. Bai Yuan cleared his throat. The next step in your journey is something I call mastery. He proceeded to outline the details of his plan. According to Bai Yuan, Lin Moyu would enter the illusory space within the Divine Summer Tower. There, he would study the skills and combat styles of various professions: mages, assassins, archers, knights, warriors, support classes, and more. He would learn their main combat methodologies and techniques, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each profession and comparing them to his own abilities. The goal was to absorb the essence of other professions while discarding their flaws, what Bai Yuan referred to as the trial of mastery. By mastering the characteristics of other professions, Lin Moyu would also gain a deeper understanding of himself. Of course, this didn't mean he would actually be able to use the skills of other professions. Rather, the purpose was to enhance his own combat knowledge and practical experience. After listening to the explanation, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, is this really necessary?" Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu with a meaningful expression. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Understanding the characteristics of other professions, summarizing their strengths and weaknesses, and integrating that knowledge with yourself, this is a critical step on your path to becoming a god-tier powerhouse. You can ask old Meng and that lunatic Yan how they trained in the past, Bai Yuan suggested. Lin Moyu turned to the other two with a questioning look. Yan Quansheng replied first. Me? I kept it simple. I just fought hundreds of battles against other professions and thousands of duels overall. Meng Anwen nodded. Old Bai is right. This process is absolutely necessary. Lin Moyu suddenly recalled how, before his second-class advancement, Meng Anwen had shown him footage of Nin Ye's training. At the time, Meng Anwen had gone to great lengths to explain the purpose of every skill Nin Ye used, breaking it all down in meticulous detail. Back then, Lin Moyu hadn't understood why Meng An was doing this. But now, it all made sense. Meng Anwen had been teaching him the characteristics of other professions long before this trial began. It was clear Meng Anwen had anticipated this moment and had been preparing him for it all along. Bai Yuan continued. At the Imperial Academy in Shajing, earning the right to enter the Divine Summer Tower is exceptionally difficult. You're the national champion, which is why you've been granted a single entry pass. Each year, only 500 people are allowed into the tower. Of those, the Academy sets aside 100 entry tickets for auction. How do you know how much they sell for? Lin Moyu shook his head. He had no idea. Bai Yuan chuckled. At least 300,000 points. Lin Moyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Points were notoriously hard to earn at the Xiajing Academy. They were needed for almost everything, and most students found themselves spending more than they earned. Having tens of thousands of points, as Lin Moyu did, was already a rarity. But 300,000 points for a single entry pass. How many people could possibly afford that? He never would have guessed the price was so astronomical. Ning Yi had once told him that after entering the Xiaojing Academy, he should find a way to challenge the Divine Summer Tower. Bai Yuan had said something similar as well, emphasizing that the first visit was the most beneficial. However, neither of them had explained why it was so important or what the specific benefits were. Bai Yuan elaborated, "Don't underestimate the major families within the empire. There are plenty of their people at the Xiaojing Academy. And because the academy doesn't enforce mandatory graduation, the number of family-affiliated students grows every year. These families pool their members' points and bid on entry passes, reserving them for their most outstanding members. The Divine Summer Tower offers tremendous benefits. By clearing its challenges, you can enhance your combat strength, gain rewards, and even earn points. There are cases where someone spends 300,000 points on an entry pass, but performs so well that they end up earning even more points in return. Take that lunatic Yan, for example. Back in the day, he completed over 1,000 battles in the Divine Summer Tower. Yan Guangsheng nodded in confirmation. It's true. I wouldn't have been able to find so many evenly matched opponents anywhere else. Meng Anwen picked up where Bai Yuan left off. That said, the methods we used back then weren't perfect, they each had their flaws. After much discussion, we've devised a more refined method for you to gain a comprehensive understanding of all professions. Of course, the process might involve some hardship and setbacks. Lin Moyu shook his head resolutely. I'm not afraid of hardship or failure. He trusted that Meng Anwen and his teachers had come up with the best possible plan for him. What were a few hardships compared to that? He had never shied away from challenges before. Meng An was clearly pleased with Lin Moyu's response. 3 days from now, the Divine Summer Tower will officially open and your trial will begin. In the meantime, take these 3 days to read up on the characteristics of various professions. That way, you won't be caught off guard when the time comes. Although Lin Moyu left with lingering questions, his teachers had been intentionally vague about the specifics of the trial. He trusted their judgment. Heading to the academy library, he gathered a large number of books on different professions and began studying them carefully. The world of professions was vast and diverse, with countless paths to choose from. Over the years, these professions had become well-defined and systematically categorized. Broadly speaking, they could be divided into 3 main branches: the physical, elemental, and special paths. Each branch contained its own powerful subclasses. For example, the physical branch included professions like holy knights and holy swordsmen. The elemental branch featured divine summoners and holy mages, among others. As for the special branch, it encompassed professions such as alchemists, potion masters, and formation masters, all of which were formidable in their own right. Some professions even overlapped between branches. For instance, there were shadow knights who could summon creatures and elemental archers who wielded elemental powers. The sheer variety of professions made it impossible to fully delineate them all. As practitioners intermarried and passed on their abilities, new professions emerged every few years. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry. He methodically flipped through the books, absorbing as much knowledge as he could. After his second-class advancement, his mental attributes had surged, granting him near photographic memory. Anything he read once was locked firmly in his mind. In just 3 days, he read nearly 100 books. Each book detailed the attributes and skill sets of a specific profession. By the end of it, Lin Moyu had memorized the features and abilities of over 100 professions, setting the stage for his upcoming trial. The day of the Divine Summer Tower trial had arrived. It was an annual event. The towering Divine Summer Tower, standing hundreds of meters tall, descended from the sky and landed in the central plaza of the Xiaojing Academy. Majestic and imposing, the tower radiated an air of grandeur and brilliance. Its shimmering surface emitted a faint glow, exuding an aura of sacredness. Waves of immense energy rippled outward from the tower, spreading layer by layer like the ebb and flow of a great tide. Even the most elite professionals, those above level 80, couldn't help but feel humbled in the presence of the Divine Summer Tower. It was widely known that the 3 great towers of the Divine Summer Empire, the Demon Slayer Tower, Divine Summer Tower, and Trial Tower, were legendary artifacts of immense significance to the Empire, all indispensable to its survival and glory. Lin Moyu had seen 2 of the 3 towers before. The only one he had yet to encounter was the Demon Slayer Tower, which spent most of its time stationed at Fortress 9. To see it, one would have to make the journey to the fortress itself. For most people, even catching a glimpse of the Divine Summer Tower and the Trial Tower was a privilege they would only experience once in their lifetime. The Divine Summer Tower opened its gates just once a year, releasing 500 entry tickets. Since the tower belonged to the Shijing Academy, the allocation of these 500 tickets was entirely under the Academy's jurisdiction, or precisely under Meng Anwen's control. Not even the Empire had the authority to interfere. The 500 tickets were divided into 5 parts. 100 tickets were auctioned off by the Academy, while 100 tickets were distributed as rewards for completing various Academy trials and missions. While 100 tickets were allocated to the 3 top-tier academies, Creation God, Genesis, and Flame Emperor. 100 tickets were given to the 18 independent colleges within the Academy. 100 tickets were reserved for the military. The fierce internal competitions to secure these tickets had begun a month earlier, across all the academies and colleges, with only the very best earning the right to enter. Those who finally obtained a ticket were, without exception, the creme de la creme true prodigies. As the Divine Summer Tower descended, the area several hundred meters around it was packed with onlookers. Without an entry ticket, one could only admire the tower from afar, unable to step closer. Under the guidance of several Academy mentors, a group of 400 individuals approached. They were the Academy's chosen representatives, each exuding a powerful presence and wearing expressions of pride. No matter their profession, anyone qualified to enter the Divine Summer Tower was considered among the most outstanding. Standing there, they basked in the envious gazes of the crowd. This was not just a symbol of status, it was a testament to their strength. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the plaza as another group marched in. Their steps were perfectly uniform, each footfall producing a single resounding note. The group's expressions were solemn, their demeanor formidable. "It's the military," someone whispered, and immediately, all eyes turned to the incoming team with respect. The Divine Summer Army, the Empire's most powerful force, stood before them. These were the heroes who defended the front lines, holding back the abyssal demons. 100 soldiers marched in perfect formation, halting beside the Academy's team. The two groups stood side by side, distinct yet equally awe-inspiring. Despite the military's smaller numbers, their overwhelming presence almost overshadowed the Academy's representatives. The Divine Summer Tower had yet to officially open, and everyone was waiting in anticipation. "This year's trial, I wonder who will emerge as the champion," someone murmured in the crowd. Judging by previous records, the champions are usually from the 3 top-tier academies. "I doubt this year will be any different." "Don't be so sure. The military has claimed the championship several times as well. A look at the military's lineup this year, they've sent some incredibly strong participants. 3 of them have even undergone profession transcendence. The Academy has its own transcended professionals as well, 3 of them, no less." Within both groups, a few individuals stood out distinctly. Even amidst the crowd, they shone like stars. Experienced eyes could easily identify them. Those who had undergone profession transcendence carried an extraordinary aura, a brilliance visible to all professionals. In the distance, Xiaosu, Fengshu, and Zuo Mei stood together, observing the scene. Xiaosu gazed at the gathered teams in front of the Divine Summer Tower, her eyes filled with admiration. "Fengshu, is your brother here this year?" Fengshu pointed toward one of the soldiers in the military team. "He's right there." Coming from a family with a long military tradition, Fengshu was currently studying at the Shijing Academy, but was destined to return to the military one day. In his family, Fengshu was the youngest of his generation. His elder brother, several years his senior, had joined the military long ago and earned significant accolades, now holding the rank of an 8-star lieutenant. Following Fengshu's gaze, Xiaosu and Zuo Mei spotted a soldier carrying a longsword on his back. The man bore a striking resemblance to Fengshu, sharing the same commanding presence and even standing in an identical posture. An extraordinary aura emanated from him, dazzling like starlight. A mid-tier legendary professional. Xiaosu's eyes betrayed both admiration and determination. Back in Shihai City, she had been the pride of her hometown. It wasn't until she arrived at the Shijing Academy that she realized how vast the world was and how many geniuses it held. She was far from exceptional. Though initially disheartened, she quickly regained her resolve. She was an elemental mage, a rare profession. As long as she could achieve profession transcendence, she too could become a legendary professional. Though she might not match the strength of a mid-tier legendary professional, what truly mattered was how far she could go in the future. "I won't lose to anyone," she declared inwardly, clenching her fists. Then, a thought struck her. "Except for that guy," she added begrudgingly. Zuo Mei's expression turned curious. "Little Xiu, your profession seems different from your brother's." Fengshu explained, "It's the same. Both of us started as divine swordsmen, a rare profession. Our family's bloodline is unique. During our second-class advancement, we automatically ascend to Holy Swordsman. If we're lucky enough to trigger profession transcendence, we can ascend further to Sacred Word Sao." Zuo Mei's usually aloof face showed a hint of surprise. Your bloodline allows for something like that. Feng Shu nodded. Yes, that's how it works. Xia, Chu chimed in. So does that mean everyone in your family becomes a legendary professional? Feng Shu chuckled wryly. Of course not. Most of our family members awaken as ordinary swordsmen. Even with the bloodline's help, they can only advance to holy swordsmen during their second-class advancement. In our family, only those who awaken as divine swordsmen, like me, are guaranteed to become legendary professionals. We might even achieve profession transcendence, leaping from rare to mid-tier legendary. Zuo Mei's eyes held a trace of envy. So you have a good chance of becoming a mid-tier legendary professional. Feng Shu nodded. It's possible but not guaranteed. Profession transcendence is extremely difficult. Xia Su muttered softly, I wonder how Lin Moyu is doing. He should be advancing soon, right? I wonder if he'll achieve profession transcendence. Feng Shu replied, he's already a god general. Profession transcendence probably doesn't matter to him anymore. Across the entire empire, god generals were exceedingly rare, even rarer than mid-tier legendary professionals. While there were numerous transcended professionals each year, a new god general might only appear once every few years or even decades. Thinking of her classmate, now a figure of such immense status, Xia Su gritted her teeth in frustration. She was still only level 28, while Lin Moyu had already ascended to heights she could hardly fathom. Lin Moyu, Zuo Mei suddenly said, her gaze fixed forward. Everyone turned to look. In the distance, Lin Moyu approached slowly. The brilliance emanating from him was unparalleled. Like the others, he had undergone profession transcendence, but the radiance surrounding him was like the blazing sun. His presence alone overshadowed everyone else. All eyes locked onto him in that moment. Lin Moyu strode forward confidently, the purple insignia on his shoulder gleaming brightly. Swish, every soldier in the military team snapped to attention, saluting in unison. Honor to the god general. Their voices boomed, shaking the heavens. Their eyes burned with fervor and reverence. To the military, a god general was the ultimate aspiration. Even Feng Shu's brother looked at Lin Moyu with the same fiery passion. Lin Moyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then continued toward the Divine Summer Tower. The tower's surging energy, as turbulent as ocean waves, parted on its own, creating a clear path for him. Everyone watched as Lin Moyu entered the Divine Summer Tower. No one dared to say a word. His status as a god general placed him far beyond their reach or judgment. Had anyone dared to speak out of turn, the 100 soldiers present would have collectively silenced them without hesitation. As Lin Moyu stepped into the tower, the Divine Summer Tower erupted with dazzling light. Meng Yanwen's voice, carrying an overwhelming pressure, resonated from within the tower. At this moment, the entire area fell into an eerie silence, as if even the air itself had ceased to flow. The wind stilled, the clouds froze in place, and the sunlight dimmed faintly. Such was the overwhelming presence of a god-tier powerhouse, an entity of unimaginable strength. The Divine Summer Tower erupted in radiant brilliance, its light enveloping the heavens and the earth. Today, the Divine Summer Tower opens. Meng Yanwen's voice boomed, carrying an oppressive weight that compelled everyone to listen. The rules have changed. Those whose names are called shall enter the tower, the rest will wait outside. The sheer authority in Meng Yanwen's tone left no room for objection. The first name was announced, Lin Li from Muli Academy. The named individual promptly stepped forward and entered the Divine Summer Tower. Inside the Divine Summer Tower, Lin Moyu encountered Bai Yuan and the other two mentors. It was then that he finally understood how he was supposed to approach his training. When the three mentors explained their methods, Lin Moyu found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't fathom how his teachers had come up with such a plan. Yet, all three of them seemed perfectly satisfied with it, leaving him no room to object. As the saying goes, the arrow has already been knocked, there was no turning back now. Yan Quansheng remarked casually, it's just a matter of failing a few times and taking a few beatings. What's the big deal? Who hasn't been beaten before? You take the hits and eventually you get used to it. Meng Yanwen added, everything's already arranged. If you don't want it to be too miserable, then put in some effort. Bai Yuan patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt encouragement. Moyu, trust me, it won't be too bad. The first participant has already entered the tower. He's a grandmaster in water elemental magic. Don't worry, we've arranged everything carefully. You'll start from the lowest level and work your way up bit by bit. By this point, Lin Moyu had no choice but to accept the situation. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes as Meng Yanwen cast a beam of light that enveloped his body. Lin Moyu's consciousness detached, drifting far away. Meanwhile, Lin Li had just entered the Divine Summer Tower. It was his first time inside, and he was brimming with curiosity. This magnificent tower carried the weight of the Empire's vast history, and within its walls, he felt an overwhelming sense of solemnity and sanctity. Lin Li, who had started as a wave mage, a rare profession during his first-class advancement, had since progressed to become a Grand Wave Mage after his second advancement. Now, at level 45, He had mastered his skills to perfection. Earning this rare entry ticket had been no easy feat, requiring him to overcome numerous challenges. The moment he stepped into the tower, an invisible pressure descended upon him. His attributes rapidly diminished, and one by one, his high-level skills were sealed away. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to his state at level 10. Lin Li did not panic. He understood well that there was no real danger within the Divine Summer Tower. This was simply part of the trial. Trial rules: defeat the opponent in front of you. The more victories you achieve, the higher your score. A commanding voice echoed in Lin Li's ears. The rules were straightforward, impossible to misunderstand. Ahead of him, his opponent stood ready. A barrier separated them for now. The trial had yet to officially begin. Through the barrier, Lin Li observed his opponent. A puppet, he speculated. I wonder what its level and abilities are. Since I've been suppressed to level 10, the opponent shouldn't be too strong. Lin Li's body tensed, fully prepared for battle. On the other side of the barrier, Lin Moyu's consciousness had entered the puppet. He too was at level 10, possessing the exact same skills and attributes as Lin Li. At this moment, he had become a wave mage. Staring at the unfamiliar set of skills, Lin Moyu recalled Bai Yiyuan's words, "The best way to understand a profession is to become that profession." Taking advantage of the Divine Summer Tower's opening, Meng Anwen had gathered 500 of the Empire's most outstanding professionals to act as training partners for Lin Moyu. Using the tower's power, Meng Anwen replicated each participant's skills, turning them into puppets under Lin Moyu's control. The goal was for Lin Moyu to engage in combat with professionals of the same class and level, learning their skills and combat techniques through direct experience. At first, it was inevitable that he would struggle and take a beating. Although Lin Moyu was controlling a puppet, Meng Anwen's formation ensured that he would still feel the pain of each blow. Except for the fact that he couldn't truly die, everything else was indistinguishable from a real battle. Only moments ago, Lin Moyu had learned Meng Anwen's profession, God-tier formation master. For someone like Meng Anwen, arranging such intricate formations was second nature. Lin Moyu pushed aside his scattered thoughts. Since he was already here, he decided to make the most of it. He understood that this arrangement had its merits. His mentors had gone to great lengths to gather the Empire's finest talents to serve as his sparring partners. To waste such an opportunity would be unthinkable. Becoming a god-tier powerhouse requires taking these crucial steps, Lin Moyu reminded himself, echoing the words of his mentors. If that's the case, then I'll use all of you as my whetstones. The barrier vanished. In an instant, a flash of cold light streaked toward him. A frost arrow struck Lin Moyu squarely. The pain was excruciating. His entire body froze, and he experienced firsthand the agony of being encased in ice. The sensation was so intense it felt as though his body might crack apart. Lin Moyu hadn't even reacted. Or rather, his instincts hadn't told him to evade. He had grown too accustomed to relying on his bone armor and the damage redirection abilities of his undead army. Against an attack of this level, he normally wouldn't even bat an eye, but he had forgotten that he was now inhabiting a puppet, a mere level 10 wave mage. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. A second frost arrow struck him directly. Under the onslaught of pain, the puppet disintegrated. For a brief moment, Lin Moyu genuinely wondered if he had died. In the next instant, his consciousness entered a new puppet, now at level 12. The skills remained the same, but his attributes had slightly improved. On the other side of the barrier, Lin Li was utterly baffled. This opponent was shockingly weak. 2 frost arrows had been enough to end the fight, and the puppet hadn't even tried to dodge. It felt like battling a wooden dummy. Is this really a trial? Lin Li wondered. Or is this just child's play? Maybe the first round is just an appetizer, he speculated, maintaining his vigilance despite his opponent's apparent incompetence. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu had finally come to his senses. His earlier loss was a result of pure carelessness. I need to abandon my usual combat strategies. I'm a mage now, a level 12 mage. No undead army, no bone armor, no damage redirection. I can only withstand 2 or 3 attacks at most. Lin Moyu repeatedly reminded himself as he adapted to his new role. The barrier disappeared once more, signaling the start of the second match. A frost arrow whistled through the air. This time Lin Moyu reacted swiftly, dodging to the side while counterattacking with his own frost arrow. He's finally moving, so the first match really was just an appetizer, Lin Li thought, his excitement growing. Now the real test had begun. However, Lin Moyu's aim was less than impressive. The frost arrow flew wide, missing Lin Li entirely before vanishing into the void. Though puzzled by his opponent's poor accuracy, Lin Li didn't hesitate to launch a series of attacks. At level 12, a wave mage had only a handful of skills, and not even a magic shield to rely on. Lin Li unleashed one skill after another, forcing Lin Moyu into a defensive stance. After narrowly dodging several attacks, Lin Moyu finally slipped up. Lin Li seized the opportunity, landing a decisive blow. As Lin Moyu's puppet dissolved in pain, his consciousness was transferred to a new one, a level 14 wave mage. I've grown too reliant on the lock-on capabilities of Soulfire and the area of effect attacks of Bone Spikes, Lin Moyu reflected. With Frost Arrow I actually have to aim. And Water Ball requires the same level of precision. Frost Arrow is faster, but Water Ball spins quicker. The two can complement each other. Analyzing his mistakes, Lin Moyu sought to correct them. Barely a minute had passed before the next trial began. Though Lin Moyu lost again, his performance had noticeably improved. Outside the tower, Meng Anwen and the other two mentors observed Lin Moyu's progress. Bai Yiyuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Moyu is improving quickly. Yan Guangsheng agreed. He's already better than you were back in the day. Bai Yiyuan snorted. And you think he wasn't better than you? The two, constantly at odds, couldn't resist exchanging barbs. Though the situation didn't escalate into a full-blown argument, the tension between them was palpable. Bai Yiyuan eventually remarked, I trust Moyu's ability to learn. My only concern is whether repeated failures might damage his confidence. After all, Lin Moyu had always enjoyed smooth sailing, breaking records one after another. He had rarely, if ever, tasted failure. Now, experiencing loss after loss could indeed pose a challenge to his self-esteem. Meng Anwen shook his head. It won't. You've seen how determined Moyu can be. A little setback like this won't faze him. Yan Guangsheng added, the smoother one's path, the more they need to face some adversity. No true powerhouse has ever risen without encountering setbacks. Besides, Moyu is already adapting. He'll pull through. For once, Bai Yiyuan didn't argue, tacitly agreeing with Yan Guangsheng's assessment. Inside the trial tower, a new round of combat was about to begin. By the time Lin Moyu reached level 26, he had fully adapted to the identity of a wave mage. He began fighting like a mage, employing techniques he had observed and imitated from Lin Li. Mimicking them wasn't particularly difficult. Some of his strategies, however, came from his own combat experience, adjusted and refined to suit his current situation. Gradually, Lin Moyu became increasingly proficient. Both he and Lin Li were now protected by magic shields, engaging in a fierce exchange of spells. This wasn't a stationary duel. Instead, the two were constantly moving, fighting while running. Mage battles weren't just about standing still and unleashing spells. When knights held the front line, mages could remain stationary, transforming into devastating artillery and dealing overwhelming damage. But in one-on-one combat, mages had to attack while dodging. Lin Moyu, who had always been used to his undead army shielding him or relying on his bone armor to tank damage, found himself in a completely new situation. This was his first time fighting while running and casting spells simultaneously. Lin Li, sensing his opponent's rapid improvement, grew increasingly serious. He noticed something unsettling. The rhythm of his opponent's combat felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Li, Lin Moyu was entirely copying his fighting style. Realizing this, Lin Li immediately adjusted his tactics, altering his rhythm. There was a brief moment where Lin Moyu struggled to adapt, but only moments later he had already learned Lin Li's new strategy. The duel once again reached a stalemate. Although Lin Li still appeared to have the upper hand, Lin Moyu was catching up at an alarming rate. Lin Moyu's ability to learn was terrifyingly strong, and his wealth of combat experience only accelerated his growth. Soon, Lin Moyu found his own rhythm and began to gain the upper hand. Lin Li was utterly shocked. His opponent's learning ability was almost monstrous. Not only had Lin Moyu mastered his fighting style, but he was now surpassing it. Both were at the same level, with identical attributes and identical skills. What decided the outcome was combat technique, experience, and adaptability. After 12 grueling battles, when they both reached level 32, Lin Moyu finally defeated Lin Li. By this point, Lin Moyu had become intimately familiar with all the skills of a wave mage below level 40. Lin Li wasn't ejected from the tower. Instead, he was transported to a separate space. There, he began reflecting on his performance. Although he had ultimately lost, he had gained new insights into battle strategies. It hadn't been a total loss. Outside the Divine Summer Tower, over 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on its entrance. Since Lin Li had entered, there had been no further activity for nearly 20 minutes. Finally, Meng Anwen's voice broke the silence. Second participant Shang Jian from Qingfeng Academy. A confident and spirited female mage stepped forward and entered the tower. A new battle began, once again starting at level 10. Shang Xiaoan, a Gale mage, wielded wind elemental magic. Her combat rhythm was far faster than Lin Li's water-based spells. Wind blades and wind slashes rained down on Lin Moyu, leaving him scrambling to keep up. The sudden shift in pace completely threw him off. In their first round, Lin Moyu lasted only 10 seconds. He quickly adjusted, altering his combat rhythm to match the rapid tempo. As the battle progressed, Shang Xiaoyan began to feel increasing pressure. What started as an easy victory gradually became more challenging. Soon, the two were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Like Lin Li before her, Xiang Xiaoyan ultimately lost when they both reached level 32. Shang Xiaoyan left the battle with a tinge of disappointment. Although she was level 46, the trial forced her to start at level 10 and ended at level 32. She felt she hadn't been able to fully demonstrate her strength. Transported to the same space as Lin Li, the two recognized each other immediately. Though from different academies, both were students of the Summer Capital Academy and had teamed up in dungeons before. Shang Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask, "What level did you make it to?" Lin Li didn't hold back. "Only 32. What about you?" Shang Xiaoyan frowned slightly. "Also 32. Lin Li felt a sense of relief. As long as no one surpassed him, he considered the trial fair. He reflected that, at level 42, he was one of the weakest among the 500 participants. Many were not only wielders of legendary professions but also above level 50. The trial starting at level 10 placed everyone on an equal footing, which actually worked to his advantage. Feeling reassured, Lin Li's mood visibly improved. Shang Xiaoyan tapped the ground with her toe, muttering, "It's a shame I couldn't fully unleash my strength before losing. That opponent's learning speed is ridiculous." Lin Li nodded in agreement. "It's unbelievably fast." At first they didn't even move, just stood there like a wooden dummy. Shang Xiaoyan blinked in surprise. "Really? My opponent started moving right away, just a bit clumsy at first." Lin Li was taken aback. The two quickly compared notes on their respective battles. Not long after, the space shifted again, and another participant was transported in. This time it was a flame mage from an independent academy, level 46. His experience was even worse. He lost at level 28. Through their discussions, Lin Li noticed something alarming. The puppet's combat style had been evolving. When Lin Li fought it, it was slow and awkward. By the time it faced Xiang Xiaoyan, it had improved significantly. Now, according to the flame mage's description, it had grown even stronger, incorporating traits from both water and wind mages. In essence, the puppet was retaining strengths and discarding weaknesses, becoming increasingly formidable. A suspicion began forming in Lin Li's mind. As more participants were transported into the space, all of whom had been defeated by Lin Moyu, the level at which they lost kept dropping. By the time the 10th person arrived, the failure point had fallen to level 22, indicating that the challenge was becoming increasingly difficult. Lin Li's suspicion grew clearer, though he wasn't entirely certain yet. Shang Xiaoyan noticed his unusual behavior and whispered, "What's on your mind?" Lin Li leaned closer and murmured, "I have a theory, but I need to confirm it. Let's wait a bit longer." His warm breath tickled her ear, causing Xiang Xiaoyan's face to flush slightly. "Fine, keep waiting then," she said, quickly retreating to a corner to compose herself, her cheeks still red as she stared at the ground. The difficulty continued to rise. By now, participants were losing at level 18. Another individual was transported into the space, and Lin Li noticed a pattern. All the participants were mages. Not just any mages, but rare class mages. No other professions had appeared until finally, a knight was transported in. The newcomer was a level 45 paladin. Standing among a crowd of mages, the lone knight looked decidedly out of place. Lin Li recognized him immediately. Xu Zhou. They were both from the same independent academy and had teamed up in dungeons before. Pulling Xu Zhou aside, Lin Li carefully inquired about the puppet. Xu Zhou, who had lasted until level 38, was the best performer so far. Although puzzled, Xu Zhou recounted his battle in detail. Lin Li's suspicions were now fully confirmed. He approached Xiang Xiaoyan and whispered, "It's exactly as I thought. We're all just whetstones for Lin God General, aren't we?" Xiang Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Lin Li explained, "I once read in the biography of a god-tier powerhouse that such individuals can comprehend other professions and integrate them into their own understanding. At the time I didn't understand what it meant. Now I do." Xiang Xiaoyan tilted her head, looking confused. "Speak plainly." Lin Li sighed, lowering his voice further. "I think the one we've been fighting is Lin God General himself." "What?" Xiang Xiaoyan gasped, only for Lin Li to immediately cover her mouth. "Keep it down. This is something you and I should take to the grave." Shang Xiaoyan's wide eyes demanded an explanation. Lin Li added, "Lin God General's teacher is Bai God, and Bai God is a lifelong friend of An God. This is just my speculation, but even if I said it aloud, no one would dare question it. They've clearly adjusted the rules for Lin God General's benefit. Believe me, no one will challenge it." Lin Moyu's reputation was at its peak, and with his many accolades few would dare to speak ill of him. Shang Xiaoyan finally understood and nodded emphatically. At that moment, Meng An's voice rang in Lin Li's mind alone. "Smart little one. Keep this to yourself. Let it rot in your stomach." Lin Li's expression changed, and he immediately fell silent, too terrified to say another word. Shang Xiaoyan noticed and asked, "What happened?" Lin Li shook his head. "And God just spoke to me. He said not to spread this." Shang Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly nodded. "Got it." Lin Moyu was undergoing battle after battle. From caster professions to knights, and even assassins, he fought against all types of combatants under Meng Anwen's arrangement. The plan was for Lin Moyu to duel with every profession, gaining full understanding and mastery of all skills below level 40. As the battles progressed, Lin Moyu's rate of improvement accelerated, and his comprehension of various professions deepened. Each profession had its unique characteristics, distinct combat styles, and specific strengths and weaknesses. No profession was perfect. No matter how powerful a profession seemed, it would always have flaws. Even his own Necromancer class, seemingly invincible and capable of challenging level 70 opponents at level 40, was far from flawless. Professions could be imperfect, but the practitioner had to strive for perfection. Even if absolute flawlessness was unattainable, one had to approach it as closely as possible. This pursuit of perfection formed the foundation for becoming a god-tier powerhouse. Yan Guangsheng and Bai Yiyuan had once used a similar method battling against various professions to gain an understanding of their intricacies. Meng Anwen, on the other hand, had studied books and observed countless battles among different practitioners to achieve the same goal. Through these efforts, they gradually eliminated their own weaknesses, laying the groundwork for their future achievements. However, their methods paled in comparison to Lin Moyu's current experience. Lin Moyu wasn't merely observing or battling against other professions, he was transforming himself into them, experiencing their essence firsthand. Although this meant enduring repeated failures, the benefits he gained far outweighed those of the other three. Lin Moyu gradually found his own rhythm, and his learning speed became even faster. Each new opponent performed worse than the last against him. He began to integrate the strengths of various professions, blending their techniques into a cohesive whole. Slowly but surely, Lin Moyu developed his own unique combat style. He broke free from conventional thinking, no longer constrained by the limitations of any single profession. Techniques from various battle styles became second nature to him. Day by day, Lin Moyu's challenges continued without pause. Eventually, in order to fully study each opponent's skills and comprehend their profession's essence through their physical capabilities, Lin Moyu even had to intentionally hold back. It took him a full 10 days to defeat all 500 participants. Meng Anwen and the other two observers were highly satisfied with Lin Moyu's performance. Bai Yiyuan chuckled non-stop, "Not bad, not bad. He's far better than Yan the Madman back in the day." Yan Guangsheng snorted coldly. "He's also much stronger than you were back then." Meng An remarked, "I think it's time for the second phase." Bai Yiyuan hesitated for a moment. "Isn't it a bit too soon?" Meng Anwen shook his head. "Not at all. You two only started this process after your third-class advancement, but I believe that was too late. Understanding oneself earlier is always better. After level 70, many habits and traits are already set in stone, making them difficult to change." Yan Guangsheng pondered this and nodded. "That's true. By that time, many of my bad habits were impossible to break." Bai Yiyuan also realized the truth in Meng Anwen's words. It was indeed a valid point. Meng Anwen continued, "Right now Lin Moyu is like a blank sheet of paper, untouched by ink. We can still write and paint on it, so we must seize the opportunity." After a brief discussion, they decided to initiate the second round of testing. The 500 participants waiting in the independent space were all notified of the second phase. Everyone found it strange that this year's Divine Summer Tower trial was so different from previous years. The Divine Summer Tower trials occurred annually, and each faction had accumulated extensive data on them. But this time, none of that data was relevant. Not only were the participants bewildered, but even the instructors and military leaders waiting outside the tower were puzzled. They had been waiting outside for more than 10 days, yet there had been no activity from within the tower. In previous trials, the entire process took only 2 or 3 days, with eliminated participants exiting midway. What had changed in the rules this time? Finally, someone couldn't resist sending a message back to report the situation. Before long, with a ripple in space, 2 powerful figures appeared outside the Divine Summer Tower. One was clad in military armor, clearly a member of the military and seemingly a god-tier knight. The other was a god-tier mage, wearing robes adorned with the Summer Capital Academy insignia, indicating his high-ranking position within the academy. Though they came from different backgrounds, both were god generals. The moment they appeared, their overwhelming presence filled the air, suffocating everyone present. Their auras were so immense that they seemed capable of contending with the Divine Summer Tower itself, their strength evenly matched. A hush fell over the crowd as 3 words echoed in everyone's minds: God-tier powerhouses. These were true God-tier combatants, however, their identities remained uncertain. Not all of the Divine Summer Empire's God-tier powerhouses were as publicly renowned as By God. Some remained low-profile, but their strength was no less formidable. To this day, no one knew exactly how many God-tier powerhouses the Empire had. The Empire had never disclosed this information. While only a dozen or so were publicly known, everyone understood there were certainly more. I think I've seen that God Mage before. Isn't he the former vice principal of the Academy? Yes. That's Vice Principal Sia Bojian. He retired 30 years ago. Who would have thought he was a God-tier mage? Summer Snow's expression turned peculiar as she murmured, "Why is it him?" Zuo Mei looked at her curiously. "What's wrong?" Summer Snow replied, "I've met him before. A few years ago, he visited my family, and my father called him second granduncle." Feng Shu and Zuo Mei were both stunned. Feng Shu sighed, "I didn't expect you to be a descendant of a God-tier family." Summer Snow said, "I didn't know either. My father never mentioned it. Perhaps there were hidden reasons behind this." And Feng Shu and Zuo Mei wisely chose not to press further. The military's God-tier knight flew toward the Divine Summer Tower. However, the tower radiated a powerful force, blocking his approach. "By God, I request an audience," he called out loudly. With a flash of light, Bai Yuan emerged from the Divine Summer Tower. His appearance immediately caused a commotion. Bai Yuan's fame was simply too great. In the Empire, he was regarded as the strongest representative of power. His illustrious battle achievements had earned him the title of God of Slaughter in other nations. With his pair of divine fists, he was even capable of killing God-tier combatants. Bai Yuan glanced at the visitor. "Oh, it's General Wang. What brings you here?" His voice boomed, echoing across the area. Upon hearing the name General Wang, someone finally recognized him. "I remember him now. He's Wang Lin, the Kingslayer God General. His strength rivals By God's." "Wow, the God of Slaughter and the Kingslayer, what's about to happen here?" In the air, Wang Lin spoke in a low voice. "I want to ask why the rules for this year's Divine Summer Tower trial were changed." Bai Yuan chuckled. "Do I need to report rule changes to you in advance?" Wang Lin waved his hand. "Of course not. I'm merely curious. After all, the military also has participants inside. I just want to know if they're safe." Bai Yuan replied, "They're perfectly safe. If they aren't safe inside the Divine Summer Tower, then no place in the world is safe for humanity." Wang Lin said, "I'd like to go in and take a look for myself." Bai Yuan burst into laughter. "Wang Lin, are you joking? Don't forget your status. Are you even qualified to enter? Every year we graciously give you 100 spots in the Divine Summer Tower. If you're so worried, we can simply revoke them next year." Wang Lin's expression darkened, but he couldn't find the words to refute him. And the reason for this was something only he himself understood. At this moment, Xia Bojian flew over. "By God, may I enter for a look? With 400 of our Academy's students inside, I'm naturally concerned about their safety." Of course, his claim of concern was a pretense. The real reason was his curiosity. Bai Yuan still shook his head. No, such a firm refusal only deepened the suspicions of both men. Xia Bojian lowered his voice. "I've heard that Lin Moyu, the God General, is also inside. And he's your disciple." Could it be? Wang Lin's expression shifted as he coldly interjected, "Bai Yuan, don't tell me you." The tension was palpable, as if a fight could break out at any moment. But Bai Yuan remained unfazed. "Think whatever you like. If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige." Wang Lin sneered, his killing intent surging. Suddenly, a massive, pure wave of killing intent descended from the sky, materializing into a giant blade that slashed down toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face changed dramatically as he quickly retreated. Compared to this overwhelming killing aura, his own seemed insignificant. The killing blade didn't strike him. Instead, it exploded in midair with a deafening roar. The killing intent then coiled back like a dragon, returning to its source. From within the Divine Summer Tower, Yan Kuangsheng flew out. "Wang Lin, are you looking for another beating?" Yan Kuangsheng showed no courtesy, giving Wang Lin absolutely no face. The killing intent emanating from him surged like a raging inferno, shooting straight into the sky like a towering smoke column. The entire world seemed to dim as heaven and earth were engulfed in darkness, turning day into night. Ever since Lin Moyu's earlier reminder, Yan Kuangsheng had gained new insights, further refining his killing intent into something even more pure. Compared to before, his combat strength had grown significantly. At this moment, his presence alone left Wang Lin speechless. Wang Lin was well aware he wasn't Yan Kuangsheng's match, but he never would have imagined that this madman would show up here of all places. This was someone truly insane, far more unhinged than Bai Yuan. While Bai Yuan was nicknamed the God of Slaughter, His ferocity was mostly directed outward, towards enemies of the empire. Toward his own people, he was relatively amicable, but Yan Guangsheng was different. Once his bloodlust was ignited, he didn't care who you were, he would kill indiscriminately. Pointing his blade directly at Wang Lin, Yan Guangsheng sneered, "Weren't you looking for a duel? Come on, I'll take you on. Let's find a place to settle this to the death." To the death, just like that. Wang Lin silently cursed this lunatic, but he dared not respond. He couldn't. Agreeing would likely cost him his life. Xia Bojian, wearing a placating smile, quickly interjected, "Guangshen, let's talk this through. We're only concerned about the students, that's all." Yan Guangsheng let out a cold laugh. "Concerned? My ass. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. Let me tell you now, wanting to go inside is impossible. If you want to fight, then fight. Kill me and you can go in." The two of them were immediately put in an impossible position. What could they do? Fighting wasn't an option, it was simply unthinkable. At that moment, Meng Yanwen's calm voice resonated. "Principal Xia, if you truly distrust me, then starting next year, the Divine Summer Tower will no longer be associated with the Summer Capital Academy." Xia Bojian's expression immediately shifted, his face turning pale. Only now did he realize who the true master of the Divine Summer Tower was. On the surface, the tower was tied to the Summer Capital Academy. It had been that way for decades. But in reality, he understood perfectly well that their relationship was one of partnership. If Meng Yanwen decided he was dissatisfied, the tower could leave the academy at any time. And no doubt, any other academy would eagerly welcome the arrival of the Divine Summer Tower. As for stopping it, he didn't possess the courage. It was becoming increasingly clear that Meng Yanwen, Bai Yiyuan, and Juan Sheng, three of humanity's top god-tier powerhouses, were all aligned, working hand in hand. Who would dare provoke such a trio? And beyond that, Xia Bojian was keenly aware that several other equally powerful individuals were their close friends, some bound by life and death camaraderie. If a full-scale conflict broke out, the Summer Capital Academy might not survive the aftermath. In that brief instant, Xia Bojian's mind raced, and he quickly plastered a smile on his face. "I was being reckless. Please forgive me, Lord Anshin." As he spoke, he retreated without hesitation. Meng Yanwen said nothing further. At that moment, a soft light flickered atop the Divine Summer Tower. The entire tower began to hum, and a vast, majestic formation appeared in the sky. Meng Yanwen's voice rang out again, calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. "I'll say this now, no god general from your faction in the military will be allowed to step within the bounds of the Divine Summer Tower. General Wang Lin, today you violated that rule. Considering it's your first offense, you'll face just one strike as a warning." Though his tone lacked Yan Guangsheng's murderous edge, it still caused Wang Lin's face to drain of color. Only now did he recall just how terrifying Meng Yanwen was in his memory. He remembered how Meng Yanwen had kept the Divine Summer Tower firmly under his control. There was no time to think further, his life was on the line. A blazing divine flame erupted from Wang Lin, a violet glow shooting skyward. He pushed every ounce of his power to its peak. He had no choice. If he didn't, he would die. A shield materialized in his hand. As a god-tier knight, his shield, when deployed, was strong enough to block even a demon king's assault. But now fleeing wasn't an option. His aura had already been locked onto, and escape was impossible. As the formation completed, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Wang Lin's body radiated with dazzling light. Skill: Ultimate Defense. The knight's ultimate defense was an unparalleled life-saving skill, even at lower levels. Now elevated to a god-tier ability, it had reached its pinnacle, granting him an almost invincible state. Yet even so, Wang Lin still felt the looming threat of death. The bolt of lightning descended lightly onto him, but in an instant, it erupted with blinding brilliance. The entire summer capital city was bathed in radiant light, the sky seemingly home to several miniature suns. Amidst a cry of pain, Wang Lin was sent flying from the lightning strike, his body trailing black smoke as he vanished into the distance. Even with ultimate defense activated, he was gravely injured by Meng Yanwen's single strike. Xia Bojian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Meng Yanwen's power had completely exceeded his expectations. It was unfathomable. In his memory, the last time Meng Yanwen had acted was decades ago, a moment that had shocked the entire world. It was during that time that Meng Yanwen had formed irreconcilable grudges with certain military figures. Both Meng Yanwen and Bai Yiyuan were god generals wielding significant influence within the military. However, they were deeply at odds with another faction. Wherever the Divine Summer Tower went, god generals of that faction would invariably steer clear. This was something well known among those at their level. Today, Wang Lin had violated the rules and suffered the consequences. At this point, whatever Meng Yanwen and the others planned to do, Xia Bojian could only watch in silence, incapable of interfering. As he watched the battered and defeated Wang Lin retreat, Yan Guangsheng grinned. What a waste. He was trash before, and now he's even worse. Bai Yiyuan chuckled, trash will always be trash. Yan Guangsheng then turned to Xia Bojian. Do you have anything else to say? Xia Bojian quickly replied, No. Please, you two carry on. I'll just wait out here. With that, Xia Bojian hastily flew away from the Divine Summer Tower. Bai Yiyuan and Yan Guangsheng re-entered the tower without further delay. No matter what they were doing inside, Xia Bojian no longer dared to question it, not when he couldn't afford to offend them. As Xia Bojian pondered these events, his gaze happened to land on Summer Snow in the distance. Shifting direction, he flew toward her. Summer Snow hadn't expected Xia Bojian to approach and immediately called out, Great-grandfather. Xia Bojian spoke directly, Xiaosu, you've joined the Summer Capital Academy. Why didn't Dongyan tell me? His tone carried a hint of reproach, seemingly directed at Xia Dongyang. Before Summer Snow could respond, Xia Bojian sighed. Dongyang still holds a grudge against us. His temper really is something he's still bitter after all these years. Summer Snow remained silent. She didn't know the details of the previous generation's disputes, as Xia Dongyang had never mentioned them to her. Xia Bojian continued, It's good that you're in the academy now. With your great-grandfather here, no one will dare to bully you. Summer Snow smiled. Don't worry, great-grandfather. No one in the academy has bullied me. Xia Bojian then turned his gaze to Feng Shu. You're from the Feng family, aren't you? Feng Shu knew he couldn't hide it and respectfully replied, Feng Shu greets you, my lord. Xia Bojian waved dismissively, no need to be so formal. When you return home, send my regards to Feng Ping. Tell him to visit me for tea when he has time. Feng Shu nodded, I'll remember, sir. Next, Xia Bojian's eyes fell on Zuo Mei. Her aura seemed peculiar to him. His gaze sharpened, a glint flashing in his eyes before he suddenly exclaimed with delight, Your surname is Zuo, and your profession is stealth. Zuo Mei was puzzled. How did you know? Xia Bojian burst into laughter. I didn't expect there to still be descendants of the Zuo family alive. Excellent. This is wonderful news. Once this matter is settled, I'll take you to a place. Zuo Mei agreed in a daze. A god-tier powerhouse's invitation was not something she could refuse. The Zuo family? She had grown up an orphan in an orphanage. What Zuo family could there be? Meanwhile, the first phase of the trial had begun anew. This time, everyone's starting level was 40, allowing them access to second-tier skills. Mages now wielded wide-area spells. Knights gained even stronger defensive abilities. Warriors had enhanced offensive capabilities. Assassins became even more elusive, their attacks nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Moyu began another round of learning and adaptation. With his prior experience, he adapted rapidly, quickly mastering each skill. No matter how skills evolved, the core characteristics of each profession remained unchanged. After the second-tier advancement, these traits were simply magnified and became more potent. The more Lin Moyu learned, the faster and better he became. His techniques approached perfection, and his combat awareness neared flawless precision. Gradually, he noticed a transformation within himself. It was as if he had stepped into a new realm, moving beyond self-improvement to exploiting the weaknesses and flaws of his opponents. This was a higher state of mastery, not only achieving personal perfection, but also understanding one's adversaries so thoroughly that their vulnerabilities became apparent. He could now predict a mage's skill trajectory the moment they initiated an attack. When a knight charged, he could evade at the last possible moment and counter with a precise counterattack. The level 40 trials only served to make Lin Moyu even more perfect. Within the Divine Summer Tower, the 500 participants had all become his whetstones, sharpening him into an ever deadlier blade. The second round of trials concluded. Lin Moyu's consciousness returned to his body. In less than 20 days, Lin Moyu had completed thousands of battles. Upon returning, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. His immense mental attributes and recovery capabilities kept him as energetic as ever. How do you feel? Bai Yiyuan asked, a trace of concern in his eyes. Excellent. Lin Moyu's eyes shone brighter than ever. At this moment, he felt as though he saw the world in an entirely new light. The past few days had been incredibly fruitful for him. He now possessed a profound understanding of the vast majority of professions. By integrating this understanding into himself, he experienced a kind of transformation, an elevation of his being. His theories and techniques in combat had undergone earth-shattering changes. He realized how rigid and inflexible his once proud undead army had been in battle. There was a completely different way to fight a way that could unleash the army's potential, achieving combat effectiveness far beyond anything before. Now, with a deep comprehension of the battle strategies of various professions, he could incorporate these methods into his undead army. After all, his undead forces also included warriors, mages, and archers. He decided it was time to reorganize the undead army. Yan Guangsheng remarked, second-tier advancement, attribute breakthroughs, professional refinement, and talent awakening. This is the first step on your path to transcending into the realm of the super gods. Now, with your profession perfected and a clear understanding of yourself, you are taking the second step. As for the third step, Lin Moyu quickly asked, "Teacher, please guide me. What should I do for the third step?" Meng Anwen burst into laughter. "This guy's teasing you. There's no such thing as a third step." Bai Yiyuan patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. "Actually, there is a third step, but that step is something you'll have to figure out on your own. No one else can help you with it. You've already built a solid foundation and gained a deep understanding of various professions. Your profession is nearing perfection. From here, it's about leveling up. The best outcome would be achieving dual refinement during your third-tier advancement. That's why the item in the Genesis Academy is something you absolutely must obtain. Coupled with the Elemental Godstone, there's an 80% chance you'll complete the dual refinement." Meng Anwen added, "And with your talent gemstone, awakening a third talent is guaranteed, there's no doubt about it." Yan Quengsheng pondered briefly. "It's true, but if Xiao Yu only aims to reach our level, this is enough. However, if the goal is to transcend into super god status, then this isn't sufficient. When the time is right, you can seek out that person. We don't know the secret to becoming a super god, but that person surely does." Bai Yiyuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we truly don't know the secrets of the super god realm. I've asked the old man before, but he refused to tell me." Meng Anwen chimed in, "There's also the primordial secret realm, the Dragon King's Hall, and certain things hidden within the deeper layers of the eternal battlefield." The three of them spoke one after another, almost like performers in a comedic play. If anyone saw god-tier powerhouses behaving in this manner, their jaw would surely hit the floor. Lin Moyu could sense the deep care and concern in their seemingly casual words. "Thank you, teachers, I understand. I'll give it my all." Bai Yiyuan laughed heartily. "No need for thanks. This is all we can do for you as teachers." The three of them had already done more than enough for him. Yan Quangcheng said, "Once my killing intent becomes a bit more refined, the three of us can work together to retrieve the bloodthirst python's brain for your third-tier advancement." Meng Anwen frowned slightly. "It was already risky last time. If we go again, won't it be even more dangerous? The bloodthirst python's brain could increase attributes by 10 times more than its heart flesh. At its extreme, it could boost all attributes by up to 200,000. But the danger was also significantly higher." Meng Anwen wasn't concerned about his own safety. With the three of them working together, retrieving the python's brain shouldn't be a problem. Yan Quangsheng stated, "If there's any danger, we'll just ask Xiao Yu, he'll know, won't he?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "There's no danger." He then recounted the events of their previous encounter. With damage transfer in play, it was indeed safe. Bai Yuan nodded. "In that case, we'll act together when the time comes and retrieve the bloodthirst python's brain." Lin Moyu knew how formidable the bloodthirst python was. Even Yan Quangsheng had been injured because of it. Yet the three of them were still willing to take the risk for him. Although they spoke casually, Lin Moyu felt it wouldn't be as simple as they made it seem. "Teachers, retrieving the bloodthirst python's brain is too dangerous. Perhaps it's better to let it go," Lin Moyu said. Yan Quangsheng laughed heartily. "What danger? I've long been annoyed by those creatures. This is the perfect chance to kill one." Bai Yiyuan added, "The bloodthirst python is powerful, but with old Meng here, there's no danger. After all, it's not the desolate void lands, there's nothing to fear." The mention of the desolate void lands brought back vivid memories for Lin Moyu. The beasts there were nearly immortal and indestructible. Especially the Beast King that appeared at the end. With a single strike, it had injured even Meng An. The desolate void lands were incredibly dangerous. Bai Yiyuan and the others were deliberately vague about it, as if there was more than they could explain. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior Meng, do I still need to participate in the trials of the Divine Summer Tower?" Meng Anwen smiled and shook his head. "No, those trials hold no more value for you." Lin Moyu had already gained the best possible outcomes from the trials. If the trials were a bowl of soup, he had consumed all the meat. The remaining broth would be left for the others, who served as his whetstones. Meng An wasn't unreasonable, and still adhered to the tower's established rules for the remaining participants. The rewards due to them would still be distributed. This was merely an opportunity for Lin Moyu to achieve his personal transformation. Inside the Divine Summer Tower, a genuine trial was now underway. The tower began to glow brilliantly, its energy surging like waves crashing against rocks, roaring incessantly. Projected images filled the air, visions of one secret realm after another. Countless independent spaces were carved out. The participants each entered their own unique space to begin their trials. This scene was identical to the previous trials of the Divine Summer Tower. Xia Bojian took a deep breath. At least it's finally started. He understood that Meng Anwen was a reasonable person who rarely acted recklessly. Yet he couldn't help but feel uneasy, knowing that so many participants were essentially serving as sharpening stones for Lin Moyu. After all, these were the academy's elite. Lin dummies out, Xia Xiu suddenly said. Lin Moyu stepped out from the surging energy, calm and composed. Xia Bojian asked curiously, Xiao Xiu, you know General Lin? Xia Xiu nodded. We're classmates. He doesn't talk much, so I got used to calling him Lin Dummy. Xia Bojian's expression softened into a knowing smile. So you're on good terms? Xia Xiu nodded again. Pretty good. He doesn't talk much, but he's a decent person. Xia Bojian's gaze fell on Lin Moyu, noticing the Violet God General insignia on his shoulder. Even though Lin Moyu wasn't a god-tier powerhouse, that insignia alone placed him on equal footing with Xia Bojian himself. At that moment, Lin Moyu was contemplating his next steps. His foundation was solid, his abilities nearly perfect. Now, aside from the mysterious light in the Genesis Academy, his focus was on leveling up. As for the light's true nature, even Meng and Wen and the others couldn't explain it. They only knew it was crucial and could significantly increase the chances of dual refinement during third-tier advancement. Whether it had other functions was entirely unknown. There were still 2 months before the Genesis grounds would open. As a member of the Genesis Academy, Lin Moyu knew that when the time came, Mo Xingyi would issue a summons. The Genesis grounds allowed only a limited number of participants beyond the Academy's own students. The Creation God Academy and Flame Emperor Academy each received a small number of slots. The Summer Capital Academy and several prominent families across the nation also received a few slots. These allocations had been set long ago and remained unchanged for years. Even someone like Bai Yiyuan couldn't add an extra slot. This was one of the reasons Bai Yiyuan had encouraged Lin Moyu to join the Genesis Academy. The Genesis Academy held the most slots of any group. General Lin. A kind voice interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Turning, Lin Moyu saw Xia Bojian and immediately recognized him as a god-tier powerhouse. With a hint of surprise, Lin Moyu greeted, "Greetings, senior." As he moved to bow, Xia Bojian quickly stepped aside, waving his hand. No need, no need. You're a god general. In terms of status, we're equals. Lin Moyu nodded and skipped the formalities. What can I do for you, senior? Xia Bojian chuckled. Nothing much, just wanted to say hello. I'm Xia Bojian, the former vice principal of the academy and Xia Xu's great-grandfather. Noticing Xia Xu and the others, Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Long time no see. Xia Xu laughed. Not that long. I didn't expect you to become a god general. Lin Moyu replied modestly, just a matter of chance. Lin Moyu, Xia Xu, and her companions hadn't seen each other for some time, so they spent a while chatting. Xia Xu was surprised to notice that Lin Moyu had changed. Although he still wasn't overly talkative, he was much better than before. He no longer seemed so aloof and indifferent to everything. At least he could now communicate normally. Seeing the group getting along well, Xia Bojian couldn't help but nod approvingly. Lin Moyu was now a widely recognized figure, the youngest god general among humans, a disciple of Bai Shen, and someone whose future seemed boundless. Meng Anwen had even gone so far as to use 500 participants in the Divine Summer Towers trial as sharpening stones for Lin Moyu. Xia Bojian could tell that Lin Moyu had become more composed and restrained. His aura was subdued, indicating that he had already laid the groundwork for stepping into the god-tier realm. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Lin Moyu was destined to become a god-tier powerhouse, perhaps even surpassing Xia Bojian himself. For a prodigy like this, Xia Bojian knew it was wise to foster a good relationship and avoid offending him. Seeing Xia Xu and Lin Moyu chatting so comfortably, Xia Bojian was genuinely pleased. A pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, and Lin Moyu looked up to see Dongfang Yao approaching gracefully. As a princess, Dongfang Yao exuded an air of nobility with every move. The moment she walked over, she captured the attention of many. Her beauty and elegance radiated an astonishing charm. Even Xia Xu and Zhuo Mei, both women themselves, found themselves drawn to her. Many women, upon seeing Dongfang Yao, couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Dongfang Yao bowed gracefully. Dongfang Yao greets Lord Jian and General Lin. Though she was a princess, in terms of status, both Xia Bojian, as a god-tier powerhouse, and Lin Moyu, as a god general, were above her. Her title as a princess represented her identity, not her strength. Xia Bojian was slightly puzzled as to why Dongfang Yao had come over. The royal family had always been somewhat detached and unique. The Divine Summer Tower trials had never involved them. Although Dongfang Yao was nominally affiliated with the Summer Capital Academy, she never participated in its missions or trials. She had her own cultivation path and only occasionally used the dungeon hall. Xia Bojian asked, "Why has the princess come here? Doesn't the royal family usually refrain from participating in the Divine Summer Tower trials?" Dongfang Yao's face lit up with a dazzling smile, as radiant as a blooming rose. "I've come to see General Lin." Lin Moyu looked at her with a hint of confusion, wondering why she was looking for him. Dongfang Yao explained, "Thank you for helping me with the dungeon run last time. What I promised you is now ready. May I ask when you'll have time? Lin Moyu had almost forgotten about this matter. If Dongfang Yao hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have brought it up on his own. Since she had taken the initiative to mention it, Lin Moyu didn't hesitate. How about now? Dongfang Yao's smile grew even brighter. Very well, I'll lead the way for General Lin. Watching the two walk away, Xia Bojian frowned slightly. Xiesu sighed. So that's Princess Yao. She's so beautiful. Compared to her, I'm just an ugly duckling. Feng Shu shook his head. You're just as beautiful as she is, so is Zuo Mei. Zuo Mei glared at Feng Shu. What does this have to do with me? Feng Shu chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his flattery had gone astray. Xiesu and Zuo Mei were indeed beautiful, but compared to Dongfang Yao, they fell slightly short in terms of temperament. Xiesu said, It's not the same. She's a princess after all. Xia Bojian laughed heartily. What's so special about being a princess? Shaoxu is the princess of the Xia family. In terms of status, how is she any lesser? Feng Shu nodded. Dongfang Yao may be called the Empire's princess, but in essence, she's just the princess of a god-tier family. Her status isn't that extraordinary. Even for someone like him, a descendant of the Feng family of swordsmen, his status wasn't much lower than Dongfang Yao's. Xia Bojian looked at Zuo Mei and said, Young lady, if we're talking about status, yours might be even higher than Dongfang Yao's. Zuo Mei was taken aback. How could that be? Xia Bojian laughed heartily. You'll find out soon enough. Outside the Imperial Palace, a teleportation array lit up as Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao appeared within it. Dongfang Yao then formed several hand seals, causing the array to hum, initiating a second teleportation that transported them into the palace's interior. No teleportation array could directly lead to the interior of the Divine Summer Empire's palace. All required a transfer through the external array, along with specific hand seals to activate. This was a safety measure for the palace. Dongfang Yao made no attempt to hide the hand seals from Lin Moyu, performing them openly in front of him. The seals acted as a kind of password, and by doing this she demonstrated her trust in Lin Moyu. She believed this would earn Lin Moyu's goodwill, but as she glanced over while forming the seals, she realized he wasn't even paying attention. She felt a small pang of disappointment. The palace interior was beautiful, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. As the imperial palace of the Divine Summer Empire, the scale was vast, occupying an immense amount of land. There were even several small mountains, each tens of meters tall, said to have been moved here by god-tier powerhouses. For an ordinary person, exploring the palace would take several days. Dongfang Yao noticed that Lin Moyu was different from others. Despite this being his first visit to the palace, he showed no signs of shock. Anyone else would have been visibly amazed. But Lin Moyu's calm disposition, along with the many extraordinary experiences he had encountered, he had even raised entire cities, meant that very little could surprise him anymore. As they walked through the palace, Dongfang Yao explained, Our royal family oversees a secret archive. It contains ancient texts that can't be found elsewhere, not even your teacher has seen them. You must promise me not to share anything you see today, not even with your teacher. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. All right. Believing in Lin Moyu's word, Dongfang Yao continued, Besides showing you these records, I'd also like to propose another deal with you. Let's hear it, Lin Moyu replied, not immediately agreeing. Some deals could be made, while others couldn't. Dongfang Yao said, Our royal family controls a dungeon, though it only has normal and nightmare difficulties. My father's calculations indicate that this dungeon should have a hell difficulty, but we've never been able to unlock it. Can you help us unlock it? Lin Moyu didn't immediately agree. What level is the dungeon? Level 45, Dongfang Yao said. You're just within the range to enter. Lin Moyu considered it. If it's truly a level 45 dungeon, I could give it a try. Dongfang Yao beamed with excitement. Then I'll take that as a yes. Name your terms, anything within my power, I'll agree to. Lin Moyu replied. Whether or not I can do it remains to be seen. As for my terms, I'll let you know later. If I can't do it, there's no point in naming conditions now. Dongfang Yao's smile grew even more radiant. I trust you. After walking for a while, they finally arrived in front of a palace. The palace had an ancient and elegant design, appearing rather unassuming. There were no markings outside, making it impossible to guess that this was the location of the Empire's secret archive. Dongfang Yao knocked on the palace door and called out in a crisp voice, Grandpa Li, it's me. A few seconds later, the palace door slowly opened, and an unusual aura wafted out. It was the aura of a god-tier powerhouse. This was no false god like the Empire's cabinet elders, it was a true god-tier aura. However, it seemed slightly weaker than that of Yan Guangsheng or Bai Yiyuan. For the royal family, having one or two god-tier powerhouses was perfectly normal, so Lin Moyu didn't think much of it. Come in, Dongfang Yao said, leading Lin Moyu inside. The door shut behind them with a heavy thud. The secret archive was brightly lit, even more so than the outside world. It's actually a secret realm, Lin Moyu observed, realizing they had entered a vast secret realm. The palace door was merely a disguised entrance to this space. Scattered throughout the secret realm were numerous large wooden cabinets. At first glance, the layout seemed chaotic and disorganized. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the placement and orientation of these cabinets followed a deliberate design. Lin Moyu's mental attributes, exceeding 100,000, far surpassed those of his peers. His formidable mental strength granted him an exceptionally sharp perception. Additionally, during the Divine Summer Tower trials, he had encountered a military formation master in battle. From that encounter, he had gained a certain understanding of formations. He quickly discerned that the wooden cabinets were placed at key nodes of a formation. The secret realm's sky and ground formed an enormous, terrifying formation. Anyone who tried to trespass would likely be attacked directly by the formation. Hidden within this secret realm, fortified by a powerful formation and guarded by a godbot tier powerhouse, the archive was virtually impenetrable. The level of protection left Lin Moyu feeling even more puzzled. Was there anyone in the Divine Summer Empire foolish enough to seek trouble here? If the abyssal demons ever reached this place, humanity would already be on the brink of extinction. What use would such a secret archive have then? The abyssal demons might not even care about human possessions. For the moment, Lin Moyu couldn't quite make sense of it all. "Follow me. There's a formation here, don't take the wrong step," Dongfang Yao's voice rang out. Lin Moyu followed her lead, advancing cautiously through the secret realm. Before long, the scenery ahead shifted, and the two had left the range of the formation. The scent of tea wafted into the air. Ahead, a tea table was set up, and an elderly man lounged in a chair beside it, looking utterly at ease. His demeanor bore some resemblance to Meng Anwen's, but Lin Moyu felt that Meng Anwen's relaxed manner seemed more natural. Dongfang Yao briskly walked over and poured a cup of hot tea for the old man. "Grandpa Li, do you remember what I told you earlier?" "This is Lin Moyu." Dongfang Li nodded. "Ah, Yao this old man's memory isn't that bad." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and several books flew off a nearby shelf, landing neatly on the tea table. The books exuded an air of antiquity, their pages steeped in the weight of history. Dongfang Li closed his eyes and said, "These are the books, you have one day to read them here." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. This god-tier powerhouse, Dongfang Li, seemed rather arrogant. He had clearly noticed that the bookcase contained at least several hundred similar volumes, yet only a tiny fraction less than 1/10 was being made available to him. Lin Moyu remained still, his gaze cooling. If that was the case, there didn't seem to be much point in reading at all. Dongfang Yao, keenly aware of his reaction, quickly leaned in and whispered a few words into Dongfang Li's ear. Dongfang Li's eyes snapped open, and he turned his gaze toward Lin Moyu, catching sight of the God General insignia on his shoulder. His expression shifted, and his attitude underwent a complete transformation. The arrogance vanished entirely, replaced by a smile tinged with surprise. "So, you're General Lin. One must adopt the appropriate attitude when dealing with different people." As a God General, Lin Moyu's status was equal to Dongfang Li's. Naturally, Dongfang Li dared not be dismissive. Lin Moyu asked calmly, "Am I only allowed to read these few books?" Dongfang Li let out a hearty laugh. Given General Lin's status, of course not. With another wave of his hand, an entire bookshelf floated over, landing steadily in front of Lin Moyu. "Take your time, General Lin. Have some simple tea while you read. You can stay as long as you like." This was more acceptable. Lin Moyu saw no need to press further. Respect for a god-tier powerhouse should be shown. "Thank you, Senior," Lin Moyu said with a slight smile, picking up a book and beginning to read. It didn't matter what Dongfang Yao had said to achieve this. As long as the result was satisfactory, the rest was irrelevant. Dongfang Yao had mentioned that the ancient texts in this imperial archive were unique, the product of centuries of collection by the royal family. Lin Moyu also understood that what was being offered to him now was likely only a fraction of what they truly possessed, the portion deemed appropriate for outsiders to see. The ancient texts recorded myriad secrets, detailing events from long ago that were unknown to most. Among the accounts were stories of Jian Yi and the god-tier maid Xu Yan. These materials were indeed unavailable elsewhere. Reading them deepened Lin Moyu's understanding of the world. He learned that the royal family had always known Jian Yi was alive, as well as the fact that Jian Yi's secret realm was located within the dungeon hall at the Summer Capital Academy. It wasn't that Jian Yi chose the dungeon hall, it was that he had no choice. Only the dungeon hall's continuous flow of elemental energy allowed his secret realm to sustain itself indefinitely. As for Xu Yan, the god-tier mage who had vanished during a great battle, the records noted the subsequent emergence of the Battlefield No. 3 dungeon. At the time, some had speculated that Xu Yan was inside Battlefield No. 3, but no evidence was ever found. Lin Moyu understood that this was because Xu Yan had chosen not to reveal himself. The text also contained numerous accounts of the eternal battleground. What piqued Lin Moyo's interest most were the mentions of the primordial secret realm and the Dragon King's Hall dungeon. Throughout history, the primordial secret realm had been shrouded in mystery. The immensely powerful primordial rune skills, entirely independent of any existing class system, were awe-inspiring. While many had obtained primordial runes, few managed to keep them. Those who successfully fused their runes and entered the primordial secret realm often returned retains. A rare few even retained their primordial rune skills permanently, although they reported that the retained skills were somewhat weakened. As for the exact nature of the primordial secret realm, no one knew. Those who emerged lost all memory of their time within. It seems I'll have to enter it myself to find out. The lower levels of the eternal battleground won't remain out of reach for long. A fiery determination ignited in Lin Moyu's eyes. If others had managed to retain their primordial rune skills, then so could he. If the strong soldier skill could be transformed into his own, his explosive power would reach terrifying levels. In comparison, the records about the Dragon King's Hall dungeon were far more sparse. While many were aware of its existence, very few had entered it largely due to the difficulty of obtaining entry qualifications. The texts mentioned that Jiang Yi had once entered, but provided no further details. As Lin Moyu absorbed the information, Dongfang Yao brewed tea and served it diligently, behaving like a well-mannered young woman. She occasionally leaned over to whisper something to Dongfang Li, eliciting laughter from the elder. It was clear that Dongfang Li doted on this royal granddaughter. Dongfang Yao recounted some of Lin Moyu's feats, causing Dongfang Li's opinion of him to rise significantly. Becoming a god general at level 37, annihilating an army of 10,000 single-handedly, and taking on a level 70 dragon warrior alone, these achievements sounded almost unbelievable. Dongfang Yao also described how Lin Moyu had helped her with the dungeon run, which left Dongfang Li even more astonished. Lin Moyu read quickly, committing everything to memory. In just half a day, he had finished all the ancient texts on the bookshelf. He had gained a wealth of hidden knowledge, broadening his understanding of the world. His eyes glimmered with newfound insights, and he felt that his comprehension of his own class had also deepened. Dongfang Yao asked excitedly, "How was it? Did you gain anything?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Not bad. There were indeed records here that can't be found elsewhere." But what?" Dongfang Yao asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Moyu set the book he was holding back on the shelf and said softly, "But I didn't find what I was looking for." Dongfang Li spoke up, "General Lin, what is it you wish to know? Perhaps this old man can help you." "I want information about the desolate void and the central boss in the Eternal Battleground's upper core region," Lin Moyu replied. Dongfang Li's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as a sword as it locked onto Lin Moyu. A god-tier aura surged around him. But Lin Moyu remained calm, meeting Dongfang Li's gaze with indifference. "I wonder, Senior, do you know anything?" He suspected that the royal family held even more confidential information. The ancient texts had already revealed that the Dongfang family had ruled the Divine Summer Empire since its founding thousands of years ago. With such a long history, the family's heritage was undoubtedly profound. As a god-tier powerhouse of the royal lineage, Dongfang Li was bound to possess critical knowledge. Dongfang Li's reaction all but confirmed Lin Moyu's hypothesis. After taking a deep breath, Dongfang Li waved his hand, returning the bookshelf to its original position. Then, from deep within the formation, another book flew out. "The information you want is in here," he said. "Ordinary people are not allowed to see it. Even Yaoer doesn't have the qualifications." Lin Moyu nodded. "Understood. I'll remember this favor." Granting him access to something even Dongfang Yao was barred from seeing was a significant gesture, one that Lin Moyu acknowledged as a great courtesy. Lin Moyu wasn't overly talkative, but he wasn't oblivious to etiquette. Failing to grasp the weight of this gesture would truly make him a fool. Satisfied with this response, Dongfang Li handed the book to Lin Moyu. The information about the desolate void and that entity was sparse, spanning only a dozen or so pages. Lin Moyu was astonished to learn that the entity in the Eternal Battleground's core region was connected to the desolate void. Moreover, it had existed since the founding of the Divine Summer Empire. Its history was immeasurable. The connection stemmed from an event in which beasts from the desolate void invaded the Eternal Battleground, wreaking havoc. Ultimately, a terrifying energy surge from the core region, annihilating all the beasts. This led Lin Moyu to realize that the beasts of the desolate void were not invincible. They could be slain if the power was sufficient. After finishing the text, Lin Moyu exhaled deeply. He felt as though he had gained something, yet also not. The favor was owed, and he would repay it when the opportunity arose. The royal family controlled numerous dungeons. While their scale couldn't match the dungeon hall at the Summer Capital Academy, their quality was excellent, sufficient for cultivating future generations. Dongfang Yao led Lin Moyu to the dungeon that needed upgrading. "This is the one," she said. Electric arcs flickered across the dungeon vortex as Lin Moyu examined it, his expression growing curious. It turned out to be a 10, one of the 5 elemental dungeons, the lightning element dungeon. Fire, water, wind, lightning, and light, these 5 elemental dungeons stood above all others. The dungeon hall monopolized 3 of them, with only the light and lightning dungeons unaccounted for. By a stroke of fate, Lin Moyu had entered the abyssal world and eventually stumbled upon the light element dungeon. That left only the lightning element dungeon, its whereabouts unknown. Unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him. The lightning element dungeon was right under his nose. "To think the lightning element dungeon is in your possession," Lin Moyu said with a faint smile. Dongfang Yao replied, "Several decades ago, one of our family elders stumbled upon it by chance and brought it back. The 5 elemental dungeons carried unique legends, and reality had proven that the legends were not baseless." Dongfang Yao asked, "General Lin, is it possible to elevate its rank? Each dungeon has its own unique requirements for rank elevation." "I can only say I'll give it a try," Lin Moyu answered, still not giving an outright promise. Of course, Dongfang Yao nodded. "We've had this dungeon for decades and have raided it thousands of times. Here's the dungeon's data. Please take a look." Lin Moyu accepted the information Dongfang Yao handed over and scanned it quickly, instantly understanding the dungeon's strategies and mechanics. The royal family had exploited this dungeon thoroughly. Every detail had been studied, yet they were still unable to achieve a rank elevation. They had tried countless methods, all to no avail. This time, it was Dongfang Yao's observations in the dungeon hall witnessing Lin Moyu effortlessly elevate the rank of the water element dungeon, and later hearing about his success with the fire and wind elemental dungeons that gave her the idea to seek his help. After reviewing the materials, Lin Moyu had some preliminary theories. Dongfang Yao continued, "If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. As long as I can fulfill them, I will." "My request is simple," Lin Moyu replied. "If the dungeon's rank is elevated, I want exclusive access to it for a period of time. No one else is allowed to enter until I've finished clearing it as many times as I wish." It wasn't an unreasonable demand, though it was somewhat peculiar. Dungeons didn't typically interfere with multiple parties. Lin Moyu's insistence on exclusivity was puzzling. Still, Dongfang Yao didn't question it. This was a request she could easily grant. Just as she was about to agree, a sharp voice interrupted from behind, "No. When has our royal family's dungeon ever been dictated by an outsider?" Dongfang Yao's expression changed slightly as a handsome young man strode toward them. He appeared to be a decade older than Dongfang Yao, his attire luxurious, his bearing imposing. Although Lin Moyu couldn't discern his exact level, he estimated it to be around 45. For someone older than Dongfang Yao by about 10 years, being only level 45 was unimpressive. Not only was his talent inferior, but his way of speaking was far less refined. Dongfang Yao frowned slightly and introduced him reluctantly, "This is my second brother, Dongfang Shun." Lin Moyu instantly understood the man's identity, a member of the royal family, a prince. Dongshun approached, not even sparing Lin Moyu a proper glance. "Who is this random nobody spouting nonsense here? Since when does someone like him get to dictate terms about our royal family's dungeon?" "Yao, when did you start associating with such riffraff?" Dongfang Yao's face darkened. This statement had undoubtedly offended Lin Moyu deeply. A dangerous glint flickered in Lin Moyu's eyes. Riffraff? A nobody. As a god general, Lin Moyu's status was unassailable. Such insults were intolerable. Within his mental domain, the divine stone of the field began to rotate slowly, exuding faint traces of killing intent. The killing intent seeped into the air around him. Dongfang Yao, sensitive to such shifts, immediately noticed something was wrong. A spark of flame flickered into existence in Lin Moyu's palm, radiating a terrifying and oppressive aura. "Stop!" Dongfang Yao shouted desperately, but it was already too late. A wisp of flame descended, and Dongfang Shun let out an earth-shattering scream. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, clutching himself as he howled. Lin Moyu hadn't used his full strength, just a fraction of his mental energy, carefully controlling the damage caused by his soul flame. If he hadn't held back, Dongfang Shun might have been incinerated in an instant. But that wouldn't be as entertaining. In the past, Lin Moyu lacked the ability to fine-tune his skills. However, after undergoing trials in the Divine Summer Tower, he had achieved precise control over his abilities. 20 days and thousands of battles had brought him extraordinary gains. The flame flickered again, and Dongfang Shun screamed once more. The damage wasn't severe, but the pain was excruciating. Dongfang Yao wanted to plead for mercy, but as her eyes met Lin Moyu's, a shiver ran down her spine. Lin Moyu's gaze remained calm, yet it was a calmness devoid of emotion, a chilling, detached calm. His eyes conveyed a clear message to Dongfang Yao: stay silent. Do not interfere. The killing intent thickened, and the flame in Lin Moyu's palm flickered once more. Dongfang Shun's screams reverberated through the air. Lin Moyu controlled his skill with precision, not enough to kill, not enough to render unconscious, just enough to torment. Dongfang Yao wanted to stop him but didn't know how to approach the situation. Their relationship wasn't close enough for her to intervene. Moreover, Lin Moyu's status as a god general equal to god-tier powerhouses demanded utmost respect. For him to be insulted as riffraff was already a grave affront. The fact that Lin Moyu hadn't killed Dongfang Shun outright was, in Dongfang Yao's eyes, an incredible show of restraint. Seeing that Lin Moyu had no intention of killing Dongfang Shun, Dongfang Yao decided to let it go. Her second brother had spoken out of turn. Perhaps a little suffering would teach him a lesson. Dongfang Shun's screams echoed through the palace, eventually attracting attention. A squad of royal palace guards rushed to the scene. When they saw Dongfang Shun writhing on the ground, their faces changed drastically. The lead knight immediately drew his weapon and charged at Lin Moyu. "Stop!" Dongfang Yao yelled angrily, but she was a step too late. Lin Moyu extended a single finger. Skill: Skeletal Fangs. At level 40, the Skeletal Fangs skill had been enhanced 50-fold, resulting in 2,000 individual projectiles, each imbued with terrifying penetrative power. Lin Moyu's mental strength had quadrupled since reaching level 40. Even though the skill itself had only leveled up once, its power had tripled. Brilliant white light filled the hall as the knight felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. Not just him, his entire squad was at risk of being obliterated. Skill: Group Defense. Instinctively, the knight activated his defensive skill, raising a protective barrier. He couldn't understand why, despite being level 50, he felt so helpless against an opponent who was only level 40. The support mages behind him quickly cast buffs to strengthen his defenses. But the skeletal fangs relentlessly battered the barrier, warping it under the pressure until it nearly shattered. The knight gritted his teeth and held on, barely managing to withstand the assault. Before he could catch his breath, another wave of skeletal fangs flew toward him. How is this possible? His expression twisted in despair as he braced himself once more. Lin Moyu's attack was far from over. Within a single second, 3 consecutive waves of skeletal fangs were unleashed, his current casting limit. The knight barely endured the first wave but couldn't withstand the second. As his defenses broke, he raised his shield, activating his ultimate defensive skill. Skill: Shield Expansion. A massive shield bolstered by his extreme defenses protected the teammates behind him. Meanwhile, the mages behind him began targeting Lin Moyu with their spells. Lin Moyu sneered, his hands igniting with twin flames. Skill: Soul Flame Dual Cast. 2 screams echoed as the mages collapsed, their spells interrupted before they could launch. These strikes were heavier than before, leaving the mages unconscious. Lin Moyu closed the distance in 2 steps, pointing a single finger at the knight's shield. Skill: Skeletal Fangs. Bang! 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 In just 0.8 seconds, 3 waves of skeletal fangs concentrated on a single point, shattering the shield's defenses. The knight was sent flying with a wail, landing unconscious on the ground. The 5-man squad knight, support, healer, and 2 mages was reduced to just the stunned support and healer, who stood frozen in place. The battle had ended so quickly that from the moment the guards arrived to the conclusion of the fight, only 3 seconds had passed. Dongfang Yao stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded. Was Lin Moyu's combat prowess even human? It wasn't just awe-inspiring, it was seamless, fluid, devastatingly effective. He was terrifyingly strong. As Lin Moyu turned, the flame in his hand flickered once more. Dongfang Shun, who had barely managed 2 seconds of respite, let out another agonized scream. Lin Moyu didn't forget grudges. He was the type to hold them tightly. Dongfang Yao's eyelid twitched violently. She swore to herself that she would never provoke Lin Moyu in the future. The commotion had attracted even more attention. A powerful presence surged toward them, and someone arrived flying through the air. Only those above level 70, the most elite of professions, could achieve flight. The newcomer hovered in mid-air, his gaze sweeping over the scene in the grand hall. His expression darkened instantly as he bellowed, "How dare you? Striking a prince within the royal palace, where do you get such audacity?" Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, the air around him growing even more perilous. A level 70 opponent. Not the first time he'd dealt with one. Dongfang Yao quickly rushed forward, shouting, "Sixth uncle, this is a misunderstanding." If she didn't step in now, the situation could spiral beyond control. Lin Moyu's undead legion wasn't something to be trifled with. If it came to an all-out clash, the palace would likely be reduced to rubble. And even if Lin Moyu stood there and let them kill him, not even her father would dare to deliver the fatal blow. If they did, the wrathful god Bai Shen, and the frenzied god Yan Guangsheng would undoubtedly reduce the entire palace to dust. Seeing Dongfang Yao intervene, Lin Moyu understood the fight wasn't going to happen. He dismissed his skills and ceased his attacks. Finally able to catch his breath, Dongfang Shun struggled against the lingering pain, forcing himself upright. He shouted hoarsely, "Sixth uncle, kill him. Kill him now." Before he could finish his sentence, another scream ripped from his throat. This time, the agony was worse than before. He collapsed again, curling into a ball and writhing on the ground. The so-called sixth uncle, Dongfang Mu, glared at Lin Moyu with piercing eyes and growled, "How dare you?" Dongfang Yao hurriedly interjected, "Sixth uncle, he deserved it." She then turned to Lin Moyu and said hastily, "This is my sixth uncle, Dongfang Mu." She was desperate to prevent the two from clashing, as that would be utterly catastrophic. Dongfang Mu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Dongfang Yao to say something like that. Who was this young man? Dongfang Shun was, after all, her brother. Though not a direct sibling, he was still a prince. Royal family members were supposed to stick together, so why was she defending an outsider? Lin Moyu didn't continue his assault, but the soul flame still flickered ominously in his palm, ready to strike at any moment. Dongfang Shun, finally finding some relief, didn't dare make another sound. His gaze toward Lin Moyu was filled with hatred, mixed with an undeniable fear. This man was terrifying, someone who attacked without a word and wielded such strange and deadly skills. More people began to arrive, each one descending from the skies. In no time, the air above the palace was filled with figures. All of them were members of the royal family, and without exception, each one was a top-tier professional above level 70. Their overwhelming presence blanketed the entire palace. Their arrival bolstered Dongfang Shun's confidence. He shouted once more, "You're finished. Do you even know who I am? I'm a prince. How dare you lay a hand on me? Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, he let out another wretched scream and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Dongfang Yao slapped her forehead. "He just doesn't learn, does he? How dare you? You're courting death." Several of the newcomers roared in anger, but with Dongfang Yao standing in front of Lin Moyu, they couldn't act rashly. Dongfang Yao spoke loudly. "His name is Lin Moyu. He is the disciple of the wrathful god and the frenzied god. He is also a god general." The words silenced everyone. This young man was a god general? Only now did they notice the purple military insignia on Lin Moyu's shoulder. They hadn't paid attention before, but now that they saw it, their expressions changed drastically. A disciple of the wrathful god and the frenzied god. Any one of those identities alone would be shocking enough. But most importantly, he was a god general, a rank that put him on equal footing with god-tier powerhouses. Attacking a god general, none of them were bold enough to take that risk, royal family or not. The consequences were far too severe. They quickly descended to the ground, and Dongfang Yao hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. One by one, the royal members greeted Lin Moyu courteously, their attitudes markedly respectful. One elder glanced at Dongfang Shun and sneered, calling a god general a random nobody. "That's a death wish if I've ever heard one. God generals are not to be insulted. Even the ruler of this nation would treat a god general with the utmost respect. And you, a prince with no military achievements and no contributions to speak of, who gave you the nerve to insult a god general?" Most of the people present were Dongfang Shun's elders, many of whom had served in the military. They knew exactly what kind of status a god general held in the army. If anything had happened to Lin Moyu today, forget Bai Shen and Yan Guangsheng, within a day, the military itself would march back from the frontier battlefield and raze the palace to the ground. To soldiers, a god general was paramount above even the royal family. Dongfang Shun trembled under the barrage of scolding, too afraid to utter a single word in his defense. He had no one but himself to blame for his loose tongue and careless insults. Dongfang Yao regarded her cousin coldly. He was nothing but a liability, incapable of achieving anything and always causing trouble. Had Lin Moyu not shown restraint, killing him outright, the aftermath would have been impossible to contain. Dongfang Shun was eventually escorted away, practically chased off by several elders. Dongfang Yao smiled apologetically at Lin Moyu. "Lin Moyu, I truly apologize for what just happened." She deliberately addressed him by name, hoping to establish a closer rapport and make their relationship seem more familiar. After all, they had spoken a few times before, enough to be considered casual acquaintances. Lin Moyu replied, "About what I said earlier, do you agree?" He didn't spare a second thought for Dongfang Shun. In his eyes, Dongfang Shun was nothing more than a petty fool. Prince or not, Lin Moyu didn't care in the slightest. Nor did he use the incident to raise his demands. All he wanted now was to enter the Lightning Element dungeon, complete its rank elevation, and claim what was rightfully his. Dongfang Yao was overjoyed and answered quickly, "Of course, I agree. Absolutely." Without wasting another word, Lin Moyu turned and entered the dungeon. Only after he disappeared did Dongfang Yao finally exhale in relief. The others were curious about what exactly Dongfang Yao had promised Lin Moyu. She explained the deal, and one of the elders immediately spoke up. If Lin Moyu can truly elevate the dungeon's rank, letting him raid it a few extra times is a small price to pay. Exactly. The dungeon isn't going anywhere, and it's not like it'll break from being raided. That fool Dongfang Shun, thoughtlessly insulting people. It's a miracle Lin Moyu didn't kill him outright. If he had, we wouldn't even have grounds to complain. The group nodded in agreement. Even if Lin Moyu had killed Dongfang Shun, who among them would dare retaliate? Not only was Dongfang Shun in the wrong, but everyone knew God generals are not to be insulted. It wasn't just a saying, it was a principle etched into the hearts of every soldier. The God generals were the pillars of humanity's survival and the protectors of peace. One elder suggested, I think Dongfang Shun has had it too easy. He should be sent to the military for training. Agreed. At level 45, he's more than ready to experience life on the battlefield. Let's settle it then. While the royal family doesn't have much influence in the military, we can at least send someone in. But what if he dies on the battlefield? Then he dies. Our royal bloodline's more precious than anyone else's. Others can die, but we can't. Don't forget the family's ancestral teachings. The group continued their discussion, their plans growing increasingly ambitious. Dongfang Yao stood to the side, stunned. The situation was spiraling out of control. And the root cause of all this? Dongfang Shun himself. It was likely that many royal family members would resent him for this. Had it not been for his loose tongue, many of the more idle royal members would still be enjoying their comfortable lives. Now, that era of ease was coming to an end. The military didn't care about noble lineage, they treated everyone equally. Dongfang Yao knew this well, having served in the military herself. Inside the lightning element dungeon, named Thunder Valley, Lin Moyu was greeted by a sea of lightning. He encountered various forms of lightning bolts striking from thunderclouds above, fields of electrified mist blanketing the ground, and spherical lightning rolling across the terrain. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the dungeon, these manifestations of lightning turned their attention to him. He was immediately struck by dozens of bolts, but his skeletal armor held firm, absorbing the damage. From the information provided by Dongfang Yao, Lin Moyu knew these attacks came from lightning element creatures. The floating entities were known as thundercloud spirits. The electrified mist was composed of innumerable lightning sprites. The rolling spheres were ball lightning, with the highest attack power of the three. Their levels ranged between 46 and 47. Lin Moyu didn't retaliate, letting their attacks strike him as he pondered the data Dongfang Yao had given him. The royal family had tried countless methods to elevate the dungeon's rank. What more could be done to achieve the breakthrough? Lin Moyu didn't engage with the monsters in the dungeon. There were numerous possible conditions for triggering a dungeon's rank elevation. Clearing all the monsters as quickly as possible was just one of those possibilities. The Flame Temple and Water God Courtyard dungeons had both been elevated through this method, rapid extermination. However, the Whirlwind Plains dungeon was different. Its rank was triggered by eliminating every single monster in the plains, leaving none behind. Even those hidden in the most obscure corners had to be found and destroyed. That was how its rank elevation was achieved. The Light Element dungeon, on the other hand, was the strangest. It didn't even have a concept of rank elevation. Instead, the condition was enduring the Light Element implosion to succeed. Now, in this Lightning Element dungeon, Thunder Valley, Lightning Element monsters were everywhere. Lin Moyu found himself momentarily at a loss. I'll have to test something, he muttered to himself. Even though the royal family has already tried clearing as many monsters as possible in the shortest time, they definitely couldn't be faster than me. This dungeon, at nightmare difficulty, only allowed 6 people to enter. No matter how fast a 6-person team was, they couldn't hope to match the speed of Lin Moyu's undead army, which numbered in the tens of thousands. With a thought, he summoned his undead legion into the dungeon, commanding them to attack immediately. 20 units of undead troops materialized, each unit consisting of 600 skeletons. Among them were 200 skeleton berserkers, 200 skeleton archmages, and 200 skeleton sharpshooters per unit. In total, 12,000 skeletons. The moment the undead army appeared, they surged forward in an unstoppable assault. The dungeon's terrain was a valley, not particularly deep. The valley's entrance was about 5,000 meters wide, narrow enough for Lin Moyu's army to efficiently clear everything in sight. The skeletons swiftly wiped out the lightning element monsters. Lin Moyu kept track of the time. In just 10 minutes, the valley's entrance was completely cleared of monsters. Lightning element monsters left no corpses, meaning there was no chance for corpse explosions. Even so, this speed was his limit. By Lin Moyu's estimation, if it were a 6-person team, it would have taken at least 3 to 4 hours to clear the same area. He was dozens of times faster. If even this didn't trigger the dungeon's rank elevation, then it was clear that Thunder Valley wasn't tied to monster clearing speed. It's not about clearing speed, nor is it about eliminating every monster, Lin Moyu mused. This dungeon was somewhat different from Whirlwind Plains. He had already cleared all the monsters outside the valley, something even the royal family had attempted before without success. Lin Moyu's gaze shifted to the valley's entrance. From within came the rumble of thunder. This time, it wasn't the monsters but genuine flashes of lightning accompanied by deafening thunder. According to the information Dongfang Yao provided, there will be a fork in the path shortly after entering the valley, Lin Moyu recalled. No matter which path is taken, they all lead out of the valley. Once inside the fork paths, lightning will begin to strike. The lightning is incredibly lethal, forcing the entire team to keep moving forward without the option to retreat. This intel was based on the royal family's past attempts. They had explored every possible route, but nothing had worked. Over the years, the royal family had tried every conceivable method, only to come up empty-handed. Lin Moyu quickly reached the fork in the road. 6 paths stretched out before him. Above him, lightning flashed and thunder roared, while behind him, dense streaks of lightning surged closer and closer. He had no way out. The lightning strikes were advancing slowly but surely, leaving him little time to decide. In just a few minutes, he would be struck by the lightning. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Could it be this? 6 paths, 6 professionals. Does this mean each professional must traverse one path alone? But what about support classes and healers? They lack combat ability, how would they manage? Or perhaps they don't need to fight at all. Maybe they only need to make it through the path. Support and healer classes could use control skills. It's dangerous but not impossible. Lin Moyu felt his hypothesis might be correct. Let's give it a try. He commanded 6 units of skeleton archmages to rush into the 6 paths. After all, he was only one person, but with his undead army, he could split his forces and tackle all 6 paths simultaneously. The lightning element monsters were immune to both lightning element and physical attacks. Here the skeleton berserkers were entirely ineffective. The skeleton sharpshooters had some minor utility, but the archmages were the real stars of the show in this environment. The monsters along the 6 paths were cleared in sync, allowing the undead forces to steadily push toward the valley's exit. Although Lin Moyu wasn't certain that clearing the monsters was necessary, he did it anyway. It didn't take much time, and he preferred to be thorough. Behind him, the roaring thunder and lightning strikes continued to chase him relentlessly. Ordinary teams wouldn't dare retreat. They had no choice but to keep moving forward, or they'd be engulfed by the lightning. The valley's paths were somewhat lengthy, but with a steady pace, Lin Moyu pushed through to the end. The moment he exited the valley, the entire structure collapsed with a deafening rumble. The valley transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning, crackling and roaring incessantly. Not only did the valley resonate with sound, but the entire dungeon began to quake. It worked. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. The dungeon's rank elevation had finally been triggered. Back in the grand hall outside the dungeon, a group of royal elders was still discussing how to discipline and train the younger generation. Suddenly, bursts of thunder and lightning erupted from the dungeon, illuminating the entire hall. One bolt even struck someone, producing a loud crackling sound. Dongfang Yao exclaimed with delight, "It's elevated. The dungeon has really been elevated." The rank elevation of the lightning element dungeon meant they could now obtain lightning element crystals. The royal family had long been aware of the existence of elemental crystals. It was precisely because of this knowledge that they had gone to such lengths to elevate this dungeon's rank. The energy emanating from the dungeon spread far and wide, reaching nearly half of the royal palace and alarming many people. Within seconds, Dongfang Yi appeared in the grand hall. Seeing so many royal family members gathered, he was momentarily taken aback. What's going on here? Many of those present were Dongfang Yi's elders. Although their status and strength were inferior to his, they could still converse with him as equals. Father Dongfang Yao began, immediately recounting the entire sequence of events, including what had happened with Dongfang Shun. Dongfang Yi showed no reaction to the part about Dongfang Shun being beaten. That idiot deserved it. As long as he wasn't dead, it didn't matter. Dongfang Yi asked, "So, Lin Moyu the God General is in the dungeon now? None of you entered, correct?" Dongfang Yao replied, "No, we didn't enter." Dongfang Yi nodded, "Good. Make sure to keep your promises. After all, there's no rush. The dungeon isn't going anywhere. We can raid it as much as we want later. For now, let Lin Moyu enjoy it to his heart's content." Dongfang Yao shared the same sentiment. At that moment, several of Dongfang Yi's uncles pulled him aside to discuss sending their younger kin to the military for training. While the royal family had its own methods for nurturing descendants, those were primarily about leveling up. Military service and battlefield experience were entirely different matters. Many of those present had served in the military themselves, including Dongfang Yi, who had participated in numerous battles and slain demons. Dongfang Yi fully supported the idea. The decision was finalized, leaving Dongfang Yao silently mourning for her royal siblings. Their days of ease and comfort were over. In the military, survival wasn't guaranteed. Blame Dongfang Shun, she thought. He dragged you all down with him. The dungeon had completed its rank elevation and fallen silent once more. The collapsed valley had transformed into an even more ferocious sea of lightning, with power magnified many times over. Lin Moyu gazed into the thunderous sea and spotted a peculiar orb floating within it. The orb bobbed up and down in the lightning. Without careful observation, it would be easy to miss. Even if someone else noticed it, most professionals wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Under this level of lightning strikes, even a knight with maximum defense would last no longer than 5 seconds. Lin Moyu calmly cast a layer of skeletal armor over himself and stepped into the lightning sea without hesitation. Dense streaks of lightning from the thundercloud sea struck Lin Moyu continuously. The skeletal armor he wore shimmered with flashes of electricity, and his entire body emitted a bluish electric glow. The lightning attacks were not weak, especially now that the dungeon had been elevated to hell difficulty. Through the reactions of his skeletal armor, Lin Moyu could roughly gauge the intensity of the lightning strikes. At this moment, his understanding of various professions was crystal clear. A level 50 knight, even with maximum defense and the support of at least 2 healers, might barely manage to retrieve the orb from the sea of lightning. Lin Moyu walked to the center of the thunderous sea and reached out to grab the orb. The instant his hand closed around it, chaos erupted in the sea of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning surged from all directions, converging into the orb. In a matter of moments, the sea of lightning vanished, leaving the orb glowing with a brilliant azure light. Within the orb, arcs of lightning danced, making it extraordinarily beautiful from the outside. Lightning Gem permanently reduces electric element damage by 50% and has a chance to grant an electric element skill. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and activated the Lightning Gem. His entire body became enveloped in electricity once again, and bolts of lightning struck the ground around him, creating small craters. He didn't expect much from the potential electric skill. The 50% immunity to electric element damage alone was already a significant boon. However, after a full minute, the electric glow surrounding Lin Moyu showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it grew even stronger. Suddenly, all the surrounding lightning converged behind him, forming a massive pair of wings. Skill acquired, Lightning Wings. Lightning Wings grants the ability to fly for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. As the lightning dispersed, Lin Moyu's face lit up with surprise and delight. He had actually gained a new skill. Lightning Wings. It sounded promising. Although the flight duration was only 1 minute, he could now fly, and that alone was valuable. I wonder how fast it is, Lin Moyu murmured to himself. With a thought, he activated the skill. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, a pair of wings over 5 meters wide appeared behind him, radiating bolts of lightning. Without so much as a flap, Lin Moyu shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Looking down at the shrinking ground and the collapsed remnants of the valley, he marveled at the incredible speed. 1 kilometer in less than a second. It was unbelievably fast. At this speed, he could choose to fight or flee as he pleased. With the 1 minute duration, he could easily cover 100 to 180 kilometers. This was a highly rewarding discovery. Overjoyed, Lin Moyu soared through the air, relishing the exhilarating sensation of rapid flight. Within the dungeon, thunderclouds roared and lightning crackled as Lin Moyu weaved through the storm. The lightning wings on his back shimmered and sparked with electricity, making him appear like a thunder god descending upon the mortal realm. Awe-inspiring and fearsome. After 1 minute, the skill's duration ended, and Lin Moyu descended from the sky. The lightning wings disappeared in an instant, vanishing without a trace. For some reason, his universal amplification talent didn't seem to enhance lightning wings. It still only lasted 1 minute. From his past experiences, Lin Moyu knew that the universal amplification talent enhanced the majority of his skills with only a few exceptions. For instance, the soldier strengthening skill derived from the primeval rune and the blessing of light from the light gem didn't receive any amplification. If the lack of enhancement was due to the gem being an external source, it didn't explain why the venom gem skill had received amplification. It was a peculiar inconsistency that Lin Moyu couldn't figure out, no matter how much he pondered. In the end, he decided to let it go and take things as they came. Ahead of him lay a swamp, Thunder Swamp. The swamp was dotted with countless pools of varying sizes, scattered densely across the area. The pools and the winding paths between them formed a maze-like terrain. Within the pools, arcs of lightning danced, sending mud splattering into the air with each strike. Both the paths and the pools were teeming with monsters. Thunder Lizard, Hell-level Elite Monster, level 47, Strength 40,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 40,000, Constitution 50,000, Skill. Lightning Attic. Traits: reduces electric element damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%. Speed enhanced. These creatures were no longer purely electric element monsters, they also had resistance to physical damage. For Lin Moyu, this meant that both his skeleton berserkers and skeleton sharpshooters could now play a significant role. The undead army charged into the Thunder Swamp. The berserkers took care of the monsters on the paths, while the archmages and sharpshooters targeted those in the pools. The swamp stretched about 10 kilometers in depth. When Lin Moyu had been in the air earlier, he could have easily flown over it. However, he chose not to. Skipping the swamp entirely would risk missing something important. From his previous experiences, he knew this lightning element dungeon likely contained not only the lightning gem but also a key and an item capable of awakening the god of lightning. As for the fragments of lightning element crystals, those would drop from the final boss and didn't require any special effort to find. Lin Moyu was fully aware that the key and the awakening item could only be obtained once. He didn't have absolute confidence that he would find both on his first attempt. That was why he had made the request to keep others out of the dungeon until he was done with it. As he advanced along the swamp paths, he carefully scanned his surroundings, leaving no detail unchecked. Soon, the honored army reached the center of the swamp. Here, a massive thunder pool dwarfed all the smaller pools around it. At the center of the thunder pool, dense thunderclouds loomed, and lightning incessantly struck a single point. Through the lightning, Lin Moyu spotted a peculiar plant. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't being struck by lightning, rather, it was generating the lightning itself, forming the thunderclouds above. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyu thought of the fire god flower from the Flame Temple dungeon. Found it. With a flicker of thought, the cooldown for lightning wings ended, and the wings unfolded instantly. Electricity crackled as the wings appeared behind him, propelling Lin Moyu toward the plant at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was directly above the plant and reached out to grab it. A terrifying surge of lightning erupted, and a giant hand emerged from the thunder, slamming down toward Lin Moyu. As expected, there was a guardian monster protecting the plant. The lightning-infused hand descended with immense force, but Lin Moyu's lightning wings trembled slightly, allowing him to accelerate and evade. He swiftly changed direction in midair, bypassed the giant hand, and grabbed the plant. The plant emitted intense arcs of lightning, crackling and snapping against his skeletal armor. Even through the armor, Lin Moyu could feel the immense power of the lightning. A knight would likely be gravely injured on the spot. Most other teams wouldn't even attempt this approach. They would defeat the guardian first before trying to collect the plant. The moment Lin Moyu uprooted the plant, the thunder pool erupted violently. Clutching the plant tightly, Lin Moyu shot skyward. The thunder pool spewed countless bolts of lightning and clumps of mud into the air. From within the mud emerged a massive hand, reaching for Lin Moyu. The hand, entwined with lightning, moved with incredible speed. Lin Moyu's lightning wings flapped rapidly, propelling him even faster. The hand missed him twice, and then a colossal beast burst forth from the thunder pool. The creature resembled a gorilla but stood over 10 meters tall, its massive limbs notably long and capable of extending even further during attacks. After evading the second attack, Lin Moyu hovered in midair. The lightning on the plant in his hand quickly faded, and within moments it became an ordinary-looking plant. Thundergrass can be used to awaken the god of lightning. Not bad. Now all that's left is the key, Lin Moyu thought with a faint smile, tucking the thundergrass into his pocket. He turned his attention to the monster that had leapt from the thunder pool. A gentle breeze of detection magic swept over it. Thunder Ape, Hell-level boss, level 48, Strength 60,000, Agility 40,000, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 60,000, Skills, Lightning Wings, Thunder Giant Hand. Traits: reduces electric element damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%, speed enhanced, vitality reinforced, so it has lightning wings as well, Lin Moyu muttered, slightly surprised but quickly dismissing the thought. The Thunder Ape's total attributes amounted to 170,000. Individually, none of its stats matched those of his skeleton berserkers. However, Lin Moyu understood that if a single skeleton berserker were to face the Thunder Ape one-on-one, it would likely lose. As a Hell-level boss, the Thunder Ape's vitality was extraordinary. Although its offense and defense were inferior to the skeleton berserkers, its immense vitality would allow it to endure much longer. The Thunder Ape glared at Lin Moyu with fury, letting out a roaring bellow. As it roared, a pair of lightning wings appeared behind it. In the next instant, it shot into the sky, closing the distance to Lin Moyu in an instant. A giant, lightning-infused hand descended toward him. Lin Moyu's lightning wings trembled, propelling him out of harm's way. Even though his skeletal armor could absorb the damage, Lin Moyu had no intention of taking the hit on. He no longer embraced the habit of tanking attacks passively. Now his combat style was highly proactive and agile. As he dodged, his skeleton troops launched their counterattack. The archmages unleashed elemental explosions, while the sharpshooters fired volleys of arrows, all striking the Thunder Ape. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, casting Curse of Decay. Simultaneously, flames danced in his palm as he activated Soulfire. The Thunder Ape let out a pained shriek as it plummeted from the sky. The fully unleashed Soulfire inflicted unbearable agony upon it. On the ground, the skeleton berserkers were already poised and ready. Before the Thunder Ape could land, one of the berserkers leapt into the air, its massive axe glowing red as it aimed a devastating blow at the plummeting beast. The warrior, mage, and archer coordinated seamlessly. Their continuous onslaught left the Thunder Ape utterly disoriented. Once the Undead Legion made its move, it descended like a storm, its force unstoppable. The three divisions worked in perfect harmony. The skeleton berserkers focused on powerful frontal assaults and crowd control. The mages and sharpshooters provided consistent, ranged damage from behind. This coordinated effort significantly amplified their combat effectiveness. Lin Moyu observed everything with satisfaction. But this level of cooperation was only evident against a single target. The true potential of the three divisions would only fully emerge in battles against groups of enemies. For handling large groups, though, his corpse explosion remained the ultimate ace. The Thunder Ape, unable to escape after falling to the ground, was relentlessly overwhelmed by the combined attacks. Every attempt to flee back into the swamp was foiled by the skeleton berserkers, who clung to its massive legs with all their might, preventing its retreat. With a final, desperate scream, the Thunder Ape collapsed in defeat. Thunder Ape defeated. Experience 2,820,000. Obtained Lightning Crystal Shard. Lightning Crystal Shard. Combine 5 shards to form a complete Lightning Crystal. Lin Moyu understood well that, with his current combat power, Hell-level dungeons of level 45 posed no challenge at all. What limited him wasn't the difficulty of the dungeons but their level restrictions. If there were no restrictions, he would have opted to challenge dungeons at level 50 or even level 60 for greater rewards. Higher-level dungeons offered more experience and better item drops. However, Lin Moyu didn't care much about equipment drops. He was focused on experience points. Leveling up mattered most to him, as each level brought dramatic improvements to his Undead Legion strength, far surpassing the benefits of any equipment. After crossing the Thunder Swamp, the path ahead became smooth and wide. There were no monsters, no intersecting bolts of lightning, just an eerie tranquility. The unusual quiet made Lin Moyu feel as though he had stepped into a different dungeon entirely. He continued walking for over 10 kilometers before a streak of lightning appeared in his vision. A slender bolt of lightning connected the heavens and the earth. In the sky, dark thunderclouds churned. On the ground stood a massive sword, towering over 100 meters tall. The colossal sword was wrapped in brilliant arcs of electricity, plunged into the ground with its tip pointing skyward, merging with the bolt of lightning. The moment Lin Moyu laid eyes on the sword, his entire body tingled with numbness. A bolt of lightning shot from the sword's tip, striking him directly. The skeletal armor on his body instantly flared with dazzling light, emitting a rapid succession of impact sounds. For the first time since his second-class advancement, his skeletal armor previously unbroken showed signs of damage. Lin Moyu was slightly astonished. It wasn't that the lightning's attack power was overwhelmingly strong, it was the sheer frequency of the strikes. In just 1 second, he estimated there were over 1,000 strikes. The rapid impacts left his ears ringing. Without hesitation, he reinforced himself with another layer of skeletal armor. The relentless lightning continued to strike, and within seconds, the new layer of armor was damaged again. Lin Moyu analyzed the situation, his gaze fixed on the colossal sword. He maintained his skeletal armor and strode forward steadily. As he advanced, he experimented with changing his direction, but the lightning adjusted accordingly. It locked onto him with unerring precision. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't outrun the speed of lightning. He had no choice but to endure it. Every few seconds, he replenished his skeletal armor. With his seemingly infinite spirit reserves, the effort barely taxed him. This speed is insane. Good thing the damage isn't too high, otherwise, this could have been troublesome. Lin Moyu picked up his pace, steadily closing the distance to the enormous sword. His increased speed seemed to provoke the sword, as it quivered slightly, and the intensity of the lightning surged. The bolts striking Lin Moyu grew thicker, and the impacts became even more violent. The rate at which his skeletal armor broke also increased. So, it's getting stronger, huh? Previously, he had to replenish the armor every 5 seconds, now it was every 3 seconds. But for Lin Moyu, it made little difference. If the lightning couldn't break through his skeletal armor completely, it posed no real threat. Unbothered, he continued his steady march forward. Before he realized it, he had reached the base of the colossal sword. Now he only needed to extend his hand to touch it. The massive sword was enshrouded by torrents of lightning, resembling a waterfall cascading down its length. The ground around it was jagged and scarred, as though carved by blades and axes, leaving the lightning greatsword standing alone in desolation. Looking at the sword, Lin Moyu felt a strange sense of solitude. "You're lonely," he murmured softly. He reached out with his pale hand, piercing through the cascading lightning to touch the sword's surface. In an instant, all the lightning vanished. No more bolts struck Lin Moyu. The ground fell silent, and the only sound that remained was Lin Moyu's breathing. Moments later, a deafening thunderclap shattered the silence. Lin Moyu looked up to see a towering giant formed entirely of lightning. The giant wielded a massive sword, unleashing terrifyingly powerful strikes. With each swing, massive beasts disintegrated into ash under its might. Lin Moyu could feel the devastating power of the attacks, at least at a divine level. This is a god, the god of lightning. And those are wild beasts. Lin Moyu observed the scene carefully, piecing together the story. The giant must have been the god of lightning, battling against the wild beasts. It had slain countless beasts, its power undeniable. At first glance, the god of lightning seemed stronger than figures like Bai Yi Yuan and Yan Kuangsheng. But was that really the case? Lin Moyu didn't think so. Yan Kuangsheng likely hadn't mastered the right methods, otherwise he too could have slain wild beasts. As the lightning-drawn scene unfolded, an enormous, terrifying beast emerged. The king of wild beasts. Lin Moyu recognized it instantly. The king of wild beasts had left an indelible impression on him. Bai Yi Yuan and Yan Kuangsheng had fled at the sight of it. It had injured Meng Anwen with a single strike. Its power was undeniable. The king of wild beasts lunged at the god of lightning, and the scene shattered into fragments. A chill ran through Lin Moyu's body. The god of lightning was dead, killed by the king of wild beasts. A mighty deity fallen to the king of wild beasts. A wave of desolation emanated from the sword, as if it was trying to communicate something to Lin Moyu. "You're lonely. I understand," Lin Moyu said softly. "Perhaps one day I'll awaken your master." The moment his words fell, the colossal sword began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had reduced to the size of a palm, resting quietly in Lin Moyu's hand. Lightning God Sword, the sword wielded by the god of lightning. It serves as the key to the Lightning God Palace. At last he had obtained the key. Lin Moyu gently held the sword. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." He could feel the sword's emotions, a sense of loneliness tinged with sorrow. He resonated with it. In the year after his grandmother's passing and his sister's departure for the Xiadu Academy, Lin Moyu had felt the same. The deeper the loneliness, the less he wanted to speak. The less he spoke, the more isolated he became. It was like being trapped in a vicious cycle, but Lin Moyu had broken free from that cycle. Now he had friends, teachers, and his sister. The loneliness he once felt had long since dissipated. A faint smile played on his lips as he summoned his undead legion onto the battlefield. The skeletal mages and sharpshooters formed ranks, locking their sights on the approaching threat. A piercing screech echoed through the skies as a massive eagle, over 30 meters in size, descended from above. Its body crackled with lightning, exuding a fearsome aura. Thunder Eagle, Hell-level boss, level 48, strength 60,000, agility 60,000, spirit 20,000, constitution 70,000, skills, Thunderstrike, Destructive Lightning C, traits, reduces electric element damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%, speed enhanced, vitality reinforced. Lin Moyu stowed the Lightning God Sword away, his earlier melancholy completely gone. Now, he stood as someone who had overcome his own solitude. The corners of his lips curled upward as he commanded his undead legion into action. The Thunder Eagle launched its attack without hesitation. From its beak, it spat a lightning orb that detonated upon hitting the ground, transforming the surrounding kilometer into a sea of lightning. The undead legion stood amidst the lightning, weathering the attacks without faltering. While the damage wasn't insignificant, it wasn't nearly enough to destroy the legion. Lin Moyu's undead legion had long since proven resilient against sustained damage. Now they were completely unfazed. The Lich Generals casually cast healing spells, instantly negating any damage taken. The skeletal mages launched a barrage of elemental explosions which erupted across the Thunder Eagle's body. The sharpshooters loosed their arrows, each one piercing the air and embedding itself deep into the eagle's flesh. Both types of attacks were lock-on abilities, making them impossible to dodge. The Thunder Eagle screeched in agony. Its wings flapped furiously, unleashing deafening thunder. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking the undead legion with relentless intensity. The ground shattered and debris flew in all directions. The attacks were powerful, but they still couldn't overcome the skeletons' resilience. Since their second-class advancement, the skeletons had grown immeasurably stronger. To this day, Lin Moyu had yet to find the limits of their combat capabilities. The skeletons' offensive barrage continued relentlessly, wave after wave, without pause. Eventually, the Thunder Eagle could bear it no longer. With a shrill cry, it turned and tried to flee. "You're not getting away." Lin Moyu's voice rang out as his lightning wings unfurled with a resounding crackle. Lin Moyu shot forward, a trail of sparks and lightning in his wake. The Thunder Eagle was fast, its massive body leaving behind a streak of fiery light. But no matter how fast the Thunder Eagle was, Lin Moyu was faster. The distance between them kept shrinking. Lin Moyu quickly spotted the Thunder Eagle's destination, a mountain shrouded in lightning, known as Thunder Eagle Mountain. Whether it was Nightmare or Hell difficulty, the dungeon mechanics were largely the same. In Nightmare difficulty, when the Thunder Eagle boss was gravely injured, it would also retreat to Thunder Eagle Mountain. There, it could rapidly recover and grow even stronger. To clear the dungeon, it was necessary to kill the boss twice, with the second fight being significantly harder than the first. Thunder Eagle Mountains loomed closer, and the Thunder Eagle swiftly landed at its peak. The mountain was engulfed in terrifying lightning, bolts of which rained down upon the Thunder Eagle, rapidly restoring its injuries and boosting its aura. Lin Moyu followed closely behind, only for the Thunder Eagle to unleash a sharp, piercing screech. In an instant, Thunder Eagle Mountain erupted into chaos. 30 smaller Thunder Eagles, slightly smaller in size, burst out from the mountain, each surrounded by flashes of lightning, charging directly at Lin Moyu. "This is different from Nightmare difficulty," Lin Moyu remarked. In Nightmare difficulty, the boss would return to Thunder Eagle Mountain, without summoning any smaller Thunder Eagles. Clearly, Hell difficulty was far more challenging. Not only did the boss have to be dealt with, but these smaller Thunder Eagles added another layer of difficulty. For a typical 12-person Hell Raid team, facing 30 smaller Thunder Eagles along with the soon-to-return boss was a significant increase in difficulty. The team would need to eliminate the 30 smaller Thunder Eagles before the boss rejoined the battle, requiring a high level of coordination and strength. But for Lin Moyu, numbers were meaningless. In fact, the more enemies there were, the better. With his lightning wings spread wide, Lin Moyu darted through the air at high speed. The smaller Thunder Eagles gave chase, but none could catch him. He was waiting for the Thunder Eagle boss to return. The lightning wings had a duration of only 1 minute, and there were 40 seconds left. At the 30-second mark, a high-pitched screech echoed from the peak of Thunder Eagle Mountain. The boss Thunder Eagle re-entered the battlefield, its aura even more formidable than before. Its level had increased by 1, and all its attributes had been boosted. Lin Moyu noted the time carefully. 35 seconds. The boss returns to battle 35 seconds after retreating. With the timing figured out, there was no need to drag things out any longer. Lin Moyu flapped his lightning wings, accelerating sharply. In one quick maneuver, he turned and landed directly on the back of one of the smaller Thunder Eagles. Though smaller than the boss, the Thunder Eagle beneath him was still an impressive 3 meters wide, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, enough to comfortably accommodate several people. 5 skeleton berserkers materialized beside Lin Moyu. A crimson glow flared up as Lin Moyu activated Debilitating Curse. The world around the Thunder Eagle seemed to shift. Damage was amplified by 15 times, and its speed was reduced by 100 times. Even for a creature famed for its speed, the Thunder Eagle was now utterly slow and helpless. The 5 skeleton berserkers unleashed their skills simultaneously, their axes glowing red as they brought them down with devastating force. With a single loud crash, the smaller Thunder Eagle let out a pitiful cry and was instantly killed. As it died, Lin Moyu raised a finger and cast Corpse Explosion. Since his second-class advancement, the skill level of Corpse Explosion hadn't changed, but its effectiveness had been greatly enhanced. The talent amplification had increased from 40 times to 50 times. The explosion radius of the level 6 skill had grown from 240 meters to 300 meters. The damage multiplier, previously 14 times the corpse's health, had risen to 17.5 times. Combined with the curse's 10x damage amplification, the result was catastrophic. A deafening explosion echoed through the air as terrifying energy swept across the battlefield. All the smaller Thunder Eagles were instantly annihilated, and even the boss Thunder Eagle suffered heavy damage again. At this point, Lin Moyu's lightning wings had 5 seconds left. Standing at the epicenter of the explosion, Lin Moyu extended his wings, his figure resembling a demonic god. He unleashed skills continuously, firing off abilities with both hands at his maximum speed of 3 casts per second. However, during his trials in the Divine Xia Tower, Lin Moyu had learned a technique from an assassin-class professional. By alternating skills with both hands, with only a 0.1-second delay between casts, he could greatly enhance his casting speed. In this state, he could unleash 5 skills per second. Before the corpses of the smaller Thunder Eagles could even hit the ground, Lin Moyu had already triggered over 10 explosions. Amid the relentless booms, Thunder Eagle Mountain trembled, and the flashes of lightning were extinguished. The boss Thunder Eagle let out a final, anguished scream before plummeting to the ground. This time it didn't get back up. Thunder Eagle defeated. Experience 4,900,000. Obtained Lightning Longsword. Obtained Lightning Armor. Obtained Lightning Crystal Shards X4. Lightning Longsword. Platinum Grade Weapon. All attributes 1200. Increases Swordsman class skill potency by 60%. Skill Lightning Slash. Lightning Slash deals 100% of the user's strength as damage, along with 100% of the user's strength as electric element damage. Has a chance to paralyze the enemy for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Lightning Armor, Platinum Grade Armor. All attributes 800. Reduces electric element damage by 20%. The stats of the Lightning Longsword were mediocre, barely passable for a Platinum Grade weapon. However, its attached skill was decent and could fetch a good price. The Lightning Armor, on the other hand, was quite ordinary, with no standout features. What surprised Lin Moyu was the number of Lightning Crystal Shards dropped 4 in one go. Combined with the single shard he obtained from the Thunder Ape in the Lightning Swamp, he now had enough to synthesize a complete Lightning Crystal. This dungeon run had been highly rewarding. Not only had he unexpectedly acquired the Lightning Wing skill, but he had also uncovered hidden secrets, learning the cause of the Lightning God's demise. The King of Wild Beasts, such a terrifying creature that it could even kill the God of Lightning. Lin Moyu couldn't help but compare the King of Wild Beasts to the entity in the Eternal Battlefield. Yet, he couldn't come to a conclusion. Both were simply too powerful, far beyond his current understanding. After scanning Thunder Eagle Mountain once more to ensure nothing was overlooked, Lin Moyu exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the royal elders had already departed. Only Dongfang Yao and Dongfang Yi remained. Dongfang Yi, as the ruler of the nation, was someone Lin Moyu recognized. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Lin Moyu greeted proactively. Dongfang Yi smiled warmly. "General Lin is truly young. I've been hearing stories about you lately. Remarkable talent indeed." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "Your Majesty flatters me." Dongfang Yi continued, "Regarding the earlier incident with Dongfang Shun, I represent the royal family in offering our apologies to General Lin. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell Yao Er. If it's within the royal family's power, we will surely fulfill your request." This was a promise. Dongfang Yi wasn't just the ruler but also a god-level powerhouse. Lin Moyu understood the weight of such a promise. However, he hadn't taken the incident with Dongfang Shun to heart, especially since he still owed Dongfang Li a favor. "Thank you, Your Majesty. If there's ever anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask." Dongfang Yi laughed heartily. Good. The royal family will be the best of friends with General Lin. I'll leave you young folks to chat. This old man won't impose any longer." Having received the reply he wanted, Dongfang Yi was satisfied. He had investigated Lin Moyu and knew that the young man always followed through on his words. Maintaining a good relationship with Lin Moyu was the best outcome. After Dongfang Yi left, Dongfang Yao became noticeably more spirited. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly bombarded Lin Moyu with questions about the dungeon, particularly about the changes in hell difficulty. Lin Moyu explained the updated mechanics, and Dongfang Yao carefully recorded everything. This information would greatly assist the royal family's team when they attempted the dungeon. Dongfang Yao said, "Once you're done farming the dungeon to your heart's content, we'll organize a team to go in." Lin Moyu replied, "You can enter now. Don't wait for me." "Huh?" Dongfang Yao was momentarily stunned. She had thought Lin Moyu would continue farming for a while. But now, hearing his words, she wondered if his earlier statement had been a test of her sincerity. Or perhaps Lin Moyu truly remembered the favor owed to Dongfang Li. Regardless, since Lin Moyu said so, she could organize the team. The royal family's dungeon raid team had been on standby and was ready to enter at her command. Lin Moyu had acquired everything he needed and naturally saw no reason to impose restrictions. Dongfang Yao asked again, "Are you sure we can start the raid?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, go ahead." With that, he pulled out his cooldown amulet, reset the dungeon's cooldown timer, and re-entered the dungeon. Dongfang Yao's eyes gleamed as she immediately issued new orders through her communicator. Soon, a 12-person team arrived. After reviewing the notes Dongfang Yao had taken, they teleported into the dungeon. Then came the second team, followed by the third. The royal family's strength was evident. Lin Moyu had already obtained the electric grass, the thunder god's sword, and even the lightning crystals. There was no longer any reason to restrict the royal family from farming the dungeon. The dungeon would always exist, no matter how many teams entered, it made no difference. Now that Lin Moyu was running the dungeon for a second time, it was solely for elemental crystals. The royal family's teams were after the same. Upon re-entering the dungeon, Lin Moyu immediately activated his lightning wings, rushing toward the valley at top speed. The monsters outside the valley were numerous but too scattered, making it inefficient to deal with them. Elemental dungeons were not ideal for leveling up. Lin Moyu's goal was to finish the dungeon quickly, gather enough lightning crystals, and move on to a more suitable dungeon for grinding experience. Sparks and lightning trailed behind as Lin Moyu's lightning wings blazed through the valley, heading straight for the lightning swamp. At the center of the swamp, where the largest stretch of lightning pools lay, the electric grass had already been harvested. The lightning ape leapt out from the swamp, only to be met by Lin Moyu's undead army. The skeleton archmages and skeleton sharpshooters had long been waiting at the edge of the swamp. As soon as the lightning ape emerged, they unleashed a concentrated barrage of attacks. The lightning ape barely had time to retaliate with a few symbolic strikes before falling lifeless to the ground. Aside from a single lightning crystal shard, it dropped nothing else. Lin Moyu thought to himself that, among all hell difficulty dungeon bosses, the lightning ape had to be the poorest. The undead army smashed through the swamp and continued advancing toward Thunder Eagle Mountain. The Thunder God sword that had previously blocked the path was now gone. However, the area where it had been was still bombarded by densely packed lightning strikes, obstructing the road to Thunder Eagle Mountain. Even from a kilometer away, Lin Moyu was already being struck by stray lightning bolts. Yet, without the Thunder God sword, the lightning's power was significantly weaker, unable to even penetrate his bone armor. This level of attack was completely ignored by Lin Moyu. Even when the Thunder God sword was present, Lin Moyu had effortlessly withstood its strikes, let alone now. For other teams and professions, this sea of lightning would still pose a formidable challenge. Braving the relentless lightning barrage, Lin Moyu pressed forward, and soon arrived at Thunder Eagle Mountain. A sharp eagle screech shattered the air as the massive Thunder Eagle dove from the skies, surrounded by wind and lightning. A ball of lightning erupted from its beak, turning the area around Lin Moyu into a sea of thunder. The skeleton archmages and skeleton sharpshooters stood motionless within the lightning storm. Debilitating curse. A crimson glow enveloped the area, drastically reducing the Thunder Eagle's speed. The skeleton sharpshooters simultaneously drew their bows and fired. Arrows streaked through the air, piercing the Thunder Eagle in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Thunder Eagle was riddled with tens of thousands of arrows, turning it into a literal porcupine. Then, with a dazzling explosion of multicolored light, the skeleton archmages unleashed their elemental explosion. Amplified by the curse's 15 times damage increase, the resulting damage was unimaginable. Though the Thunder Eagle was a hell difficulty dungeon boss with the life reinforcement trait and incredible vitality, it couldn't withstand the relentless assault of the undead army. In just 2 rounds of attacks, the Thunder Eagle was gravely injured. With a screech, it turned and attempted to flee back to Thunder Eagle Mountain for recovery. But this time, Lin Moyu didn't give it the chance. Unfurling his lightning wings, Lin Moyu caught up to the Thunder Eagle in the blink of an eye. Slowed by the curse, the Thunder Eagle's speed was no match for Lin Moyu. Landing on its back, Lin Moyu summoned nearly 100 skeleton berserkers. Their axes glowed red as they unleashed their skills. Berserk Strike Level 1 deals 500% of the user's strength as damage to the target. Cooldown 10 minutes. Among the 3 types of skeletons in the undead army, the skeleton berserkers had the highest burst damage. With a single strike, the Thunder Eagle plummeted from the sky. Thunder Eagle defeated. Experience 4,900,000, obtained Lightning Dagger, obtained Lightning Crystal Shards X2, Lightning Dagger, Platinum Grade Weapon. All attributes 1200. Increases Assassin Class Skill Potency by 60%. Skill Lightning Stab, deals electric element damage equal to the user's strength attribute to the enemy. Causes paralysis every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. This time, only 2 lightning crystal shards had dropped, half the amount from the last run. Additionally, only 1 item had dropped. A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Moyu's eyes. Could it be because I killed it too quickly? Normally, the Thunder Eagle would return to Thunder Eagle Mountain near death to recover, requiring players to defeat it twice to truly clear the dungeon. But since Lin Moyu hadn't allowed the Thunder Eagle the chance to retreat and recover, the rewards seemed to have been significantly reduced. If this wasn't the reason, then the drops were simply randomized, with 2 to 4 shards possible each time. After some thought, Lin Moyu exited the dungeon, used a cooldown amulet, and re-entered. This time he allowed the Thunder Eagle to retreat and recover before defeating it a second time. As expected, the drops increased, with 4 lightning crystal shards now in hand. So it seems I can't kill it too quickly, Lin Moyu concluded. After repeating the process several more times, it became clear that as long as he followed the dungeon's mechanics, the Thunder Eagle reliably dropped 4 shards per run. This meant that each run yielded 1 complete lightning crystal. Including the initial dungeon upgrade, Lin Moyu had completed 6 runs in just under 2 hours. Looking at the 2 elemental godstones in his hand, Lin Moyu exhaled deeply. At last he had merged all the crystals from the 5 major elemental dungeons. Not only that, but he had also added other elemental crystals for additional effects. Elemental Godstone, Fire, Poison, Earth, Light, Water, Wind, LS. Used during 3rd class advancement to increase the chance of class ascension by 35%. Elemental Godstone, Fire, Earth, Light, Water, Wind, Electric. Used during 3rd class advancement to increase the chance of class ascension by 30%. The 2 Godstones differed slightly. The second lacked the poison element, resulting in a slightly reduced effect. I wonder how long it'll take for the Earth Venom Dragon God to reappear. If I get the chance, I'll try to obtain another Venom Crystal. Or perhaps I could find another boss that drops Venom Crystals, Lin Moyu mused. Such opportunities were rare and depended largely on luck. Stowing away the elemental godstones, Lin Moyu exited the dungeon. He had farmed enough and still had 4 spare lightning crystals. Additionally, he had leftover fire, earth, light, water, and wind crystals. If he wished, he could create a new elemental godstone at any time. Inside the royal palace, Dongfang Yao walked alongside Lin Moyu. She was personally escorting him to the teleportation array. Dongfang Yao had witnessed Lin Moyu upgrade the dungeon and complete 6 runs in under 2 hours, gathering more than enough elemental crystals. "Where will you go next?" Dongfang Yao asked. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "I might stay at the dungeon hall for a while." Dongfang Yao understood his plan. With your profession's capabilities, increasing your level will make your combat power truly terrifying. Having just completed his 2nd class advancement, Lin Moyu was already capable of rivaling many top-tier level 70 professionals. If he reached level 50 or 60 and gained new skills, he would become even more formidable. Challenging opponents above his level would be effortless. When they arrived at the teleportation array, Dongfang Yao smiled. "If I ever need your help again, how should I contact you?" After a moment's thought, Lin Moyu raised his wrist and added her to his communicator. As long as he wasn't in the Abyssal Battlefield or the Eternal Battlefield, Dongfang Yao could reach him. Even if he was in a dungeon, she could leave him a message, and he would see it once he finished. "I don't refuse me when the time comes," Dongfang Yao said with a radiant smile. Lin Moyu still owed Dongfang Li a favor, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. "If it's within my abilities, I'll help." Unknowingly, the relationship between the two had grown closer. What started as a transactional relationship had now turned into a budding friendship. Hearing Lin Moyu's response, Dongfang Yao's smile grew even brighter. She activated the teleportation array, forming intricate hand seals, and the two disappeared into the array together. The teleportation process was disorienting, the scenery fragmented and surreal. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt a pang of unease. Dongfang Yao's expression shifted, her body tensing instantly. She glanced at Lin Moyu and saw the same wariness in his eyes. What should have been a 2-second teleportation from within the royal palace to its outskirts had stretched to 5 minutes. At the speed of the teleportation array, this duration meant they had traveled far beyond the borders of the Divine Xi Empire. A cold wind carrying a foul stench hit them as they landed. Dongfang Yao's face turned pale, and she cried out in alarm. "The corpse realm. How did we end up in the corpse realm?" Lin Moyu's eyes locked onto a decaying corpse charging toward them. With a single point of his finger, a burst of white light erupted. Skill bone fangs. 2,000 pristine white fangs shot out, turning the rushing corpse into a sieve. Its already tattered body exploded on the spot, scattering into pieces. Lin Moyu's voice was calm but firm as he asked, "Why are we here?" Dongfang Yao was visibly shaken. I don't know either." Lin Moyu coughed lightly to steady her. "Don't panic. Think carefully and tell me what is the corpse realm." Now that they were here, there was no point in fretting over how they arrived. The priority was understanding the nature of the corpse realm. Before Dongfang Yao could respond, 2 more decayed corpses charged toward them, faster than the one before. Lin Moyu observed more clearly this time. The corpses bore a striking resemblance to human figures, though their entire bodies were rotted beyond recognition, riddled with holes. For any ordinary being, such damage would mean certain death. Yet these creatures were very much alive, or at least moving, rushing toward them with hoarse, guttural howls, their speed alarmingly swift. The Bone Fang's skill erupted again, shredding the two corpses into pieces. But even after being torn apart, they didn't die. Even with just their heads remaining, they continued to wail, their mouths wide open. The stench of decay intensified. Lin Moyu frowned deeply and turned to Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao's voice quivered. "This is the corpse realm. I don't know why we ended up here." Lin Moyu cut her off sharply. "I know this is the corpse realm. Calm down and explain it clearly." Dongfang Yao tried to steady herself, though her trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. Ignoring the overwhelming stench of decay, she took a deep breath and began. "The corpse realm is an ancient small world. A long time ago, a great war broke out here. The war shattered this world, and someone unleashed an extremely terrifying skill. That skill caused the entire world to mutate. Everyone in this world at the time was transformed into corpses." "Enough." Lin Moyu interrupted her again, his tone authoritative. "I'm not asking for the history of the corpse realm. I want to know what dangers we need to be aware of here." Startled by his sternness, Dongfang Yao quickly replied, "I don't know much about it. I only know one thing: never let a corpse bite you. If you're bitten, you'll be infected by the plague and turn into a corpse yourself." Just then, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky, followed by a flash of lightning that split the earth. Lin Moyu noticed something unusual. The lightning was purple, tinged with a pale white glow. It was eerily sinister. Moments later, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Instead of washing away the stench of decay, the rain intensified it. A flash of white light appeared as Lin Moyu's bone armor activated on its own. This rain isn't normal. Lin Moyu's heart sank. The rain was acidic and putrid, carrying a potent corrosive property that had triggered his bone armor. "Ah!" A scream erupted beside him. Dongfang Yao had been hit by the rain, and it was clear she had been injured. A shield materialized in Dongfang Yao's hand. She raised it overhead as though it were an umbrella, shielding herself from the rain. The rain sizzled as it hit the shield, emitting thick green smoke. The shield began corroding at a visible rate. A knight. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow, noticing her weapon for the first time. But a closer look revealed that Dongfang Yao wasn't a knight. Knights didn't use shields this way. Lin Moyu, having seen countless knight professions, was certain of this. He pondered briefly but couldn't identify a profession that matched Dongfang Yao's abilities. The shield was quickly deteriorating and wouldn't last much longer. Dongfang Yao's face was filled with urgency and fear. At that moment, she received a party invitation from Lin Moyu. Without hesitation, she accepted. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and a flash of white light enveloped her. A layer of bone armor materialized on her body, shielding her from the rain. "Thank you. Thank you." Dongfang Yao expressed her gratitude profusely. Without Lin Moyu's help, she wouldn't have lasted. Though her storage space contained more shields, who knew how long this rain would last? Lin Moyu asked, "What else do you know about the corpse realm?" Dongfang Yao replied, "My rank is too low, and my level isn't high enough. I don't know much. All I know is that the corpse realm is extremely dangerous, and leaving here will be very difficult. My father once told me that the reason our Dongfang family became rulers of the Divine Xia Empire wasn't because of our power. It's because our family is tasked with guarding the corpse realm. The corpse realm existed long before the Divine Xia Empire was founded. Once, the corpses from the corpse realm tried to invade the human world. One of our ancestors sacrificed his life to stop them. He gave his life to buy humanity enough time. Since then, guarding the corpse realm has been our family's responsibility. When the Divine Xia Empire was established, our family became the royal lineage." After hearing this, Lin Moyu took out an abbey's teleportation stone. The stone was dim and lifeless, completely useless. There were only two possible reasons for this. 1. The corpse realm was enveloped by an extremely powerful barrier or formation that blocked all teleportation tools. 2. The corpse realm was so far from the abyss that it exceeded the teleportation stone's range. Given how long it had taken for the palace teleportation array to send them here, both scenarios were plausible. The acidic rain continued to drench the land, but the shattered corpses remained unaffected. To Lin Moyu's shock, the rain seemed to be aiding their regeneration. 3 decapitated heads were gulping down the foul rainwater, their bodies slowly regrowing beneath them. In mere moments, new decayed flesh had formed beneath their necks. The sight was chilling. Dongfang Yao let out a scream, unable to contain her terror. After all, she was still a young woman, and such a grotesque scene was beyond what she could bear. "Should we leave this place?" Dongfang Yao asked, her voice trembling as she clung to Lin Moyu. "Leave? Go where? Which direction?" Lin Moyu replied. All around them was darkness and decay. There was no indication of where to go. Dong Fang Yao hesitated before saying toward the center. I remember there's a secret realm at the heart of the corpse realm. Inside, there's a teleportation array that can return us to the human world. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Moyu asked. Dong Fang Yao looked embarrassed. I was scared earlier and forgot. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked, then how do we get to the center? Dong Fang Yao shook her head. I don't know. Great. That was as good as saying nothing. Without knowing the direction or the size of the corpse realm, finding the center was no easy task. Since that was the case, Lin Moyu decided not to rush. For now, the area was relatively safe. It was better to figure things out first. Careful planning was essential when facing such a bizarre and ominous world. Lin Moyu remained still, and Dong Fang Yao didn't dare move either. She clung tightly to his side, their bone armors nearly pressed together. Lin Moyu cast a detection skill, but the feedback was sparse. Low-level corpse, level 5, other than its name and level, there was no additional information. He summoned a skeleton berserker. The skeleton berserker stepped into the acidic, putrid rain and approached the corpse. Deliberately, it extended its foot toward the corpse's mouth. The corpse lunged forward, biting down on the skeleton's bone. Lin Moyu carefully observed. The skeleton berserker suffered only a minuscule trace of damage, barely noticeable. The corpse's attack power was feeble, with a strength attribute likely below 100 points. Its attack was even weaker than the damage caused by the rain. The skeleton berserker raised its axe and smashed it down on the corpse's head. With a loud crack, the head split cleanly in two. There was no blood, it was as if chopping a piece of wood. But the eerie part was that even though the corpse's head had been split in half, its mouth continued to move, and under the rain it began to regenerate. Impossible to kill, Lin Moyu muttered. The skeleton berserker pressed the two halves of the head back together. A moment later, the head fused, leaving only a scar-like crack as evidence of the axe's strike. It appeared grotesque and unnatural. Dong Fang Yao had shut her eyes tightly, too frightened to watch. She couldn't understand why Lin Moyu was doing such a thing. After completing the experiment, Lin Moyu had the skeleton berserker smash the corpse's head into a pulp. This time, using the flat side of the axe, it turned the head into a mass of mush. Then, Lin Moyu reassembled the mush. To his shock, the remains began to regenerate in the rain, slowly reforming. Dong Fang Yao was so terrified she couldn't speak, clutching tightly to Lin Moyu, her safe haven in this horrifying world. Watching the scene before him, Lin Moyu felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He refused to believe there were truly unkillable entities. Even the savage beasts of legend could be slain. How could these mere level 5 low-tier corpses be immortal? The skeleton berserker swung its weapon once more, smashing the remains into finer, more fragmented pieces, ensuring they couldn't recombine. Yet, even as the remains turned to sludge, Lin Moyu noticed that in the rain, the decayed flesh began to regenerate on its own. This time, Lin Moyu's scalp tingled with frustration. Dong Fang Yao, summoning what little courage she had, peeked out to see what was happening. The moment she caught sight of the axe smashing into the corpse, her stomach churned, and she quickly turned away, her face pale as she fought the urge to vomit. Lin Moyu ignored her reaction and shifted his focus to a different target, as the first corpse's remains were no longer usable for experimentation. Activating Soul Flame, he directed it at another decayed head. The flames descended, but there were no screams, no movements, not even the slightest reaction. These things, they have no souls. Lin Moyu paused, momentarily stunned. The soul flame had no effect. The corpses were soulless. What kind of monstrosity are these things? They couldn't be truly killed, their bodies couldn't be utilized, and they lacked souls, rendering soul-based attacks useless. For the first time in a long while, Lin Moyu felt a chill run through his spine. Dong Fang Yao, her voice weak and trembling as she struggled to suppress her nausea, whispered, "I've heard my father say before, the corpses in the corpse realm can't be killed." Lin Moyu shook his head. "There's no such thing as something that can't be killed. It's just that we haven't found the right method yet." As he spoke, he summoned a skeleton mage. Skill, Elemental Burst. With a deafening explosion, the decayed head was obliterated into fine particles. Most of its remains were annihilated in the elemental blast, leaving only minuscule fragments barely visible to the naked eye. These fragments fell to the ground and seemed to vanish, but Lin Moyu kept his senses locked on them. To his shock, even those tiny remnants began to regenerate under the rain. The process was excruciatingly slow, though. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu estimated that it would take several years for the remains to fully regenerate into a complete corpse. The skeleton mage continued its assault, bombarding the fragments with one elemental explosion after another. Lin Moyu was meticulous, ensuring that not even the tiniest speck was left. By the end, there wasn't even a trace of dust remaining. Yet still, no kill notification appeared. Lin Moyu couldn't confirm whether it was because there was no kill notification or because the corpses hadn't truly been destroyed. So far, everything about this world felt deeply unsettling. Turning to the last decayed head, Lin Moyu activated another skill, Curse of Decay. A red glow enveloped the head, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Lin Moyu's pupils constricted. The curse was entirely ineffective. He realized the truth. These corpses weren't living beings. Even undead creatures like skeletons lacked biological life but still possessed souls. Souls were the fundamental essence of all life forms. But the corpses before him had no souls. They were truly nothing more than dead bodies. This explained why curses didn't affect them and why soul-based attacks were useless. They couldn't die because they were already dead, but then how could they move, attack, and even regenerate after being reduced to sludge? Lin Moyu couldn't make sense of it. Let's go. His experiments were complete, and staying here any longer served no purpose. Since the center of the realm supposedly had an exit, their priority was to find it. Dongfang Yao let out a sigh of relief and quickly followed Lin Moyu, not daring to fall behind even a single step. The two advanced through the rain. Acidic droplets hissed as they struck the bone armor, vaporizing on contact. Lin Moyu replenished the bone armor for both himself and Dongfang Yao once more. Along the way they encountered several more corpses, all of which were obliterated by the skeleton mage's elemental explosions. The corpses were weak. One blast was enough to turn them into fragments. The acid rain continued to corrode the summoned skeletons, and Lin Moyu couldn't dismiss them for now. He'd have to wait until they were out of the rain's range. After walking for about half an hour, they finally left the rain's coverage. Lin Moyu casually dismissed the skeletons. The skeleton mage returned to its summoning space without issue, but the skeleton berserker didn't. Lin Moyu halted, puzzled. They were clearly out of the rain, so why couldn't he recall the skeleton berserker? Focusing his senses, he discovered that the skeleton berserker was still taking damage. The damage was incredibly faint, so subtle that he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been paying close attention. It was this lingering damage that prevented him from recalling the berserker. After searching carefully, Lin Moyu finally identified the source of the damage. It was a microscopic bite mark on the spot where the corpse's head had bitten the berserker earlier, a mark so small it was thinner than a strand of hair. Such a minor injury, such a negligible attack, yet it had persisted for hours. Lin Moyu turned to Dongfang Yao. Earlier you mentioned that corpses can't be allowed to bite you, right? Dongfang Yao, now much calmer, nodded. Yes, my father said that if you're bitten by a corpse, you'll eventually turn into one. Her expression shifted as realization dawned. Are you saying your skeleton has been infected with corpse poison? Poison? Or something else? Lin Moyu pondered aloud, summoning his Lick General. A brilliant white light enveloped the skeleton berserker. Skill Purge. Purge, Level 3, removes all abnormal statuses from Legion members. Under the effect of the Purge skill, the tiny wound on the skeleton berserker's bone healed rapidly. Lin Moyu let out a sigh of relief. This world might be bizarre, but it wasn't without solutions. At least this condition was curable. He attempted to recall the skeleton berserker again and succeeded this time. The berserker returned to its summoning space without issue. Dongfang Yao stared in amazement. You cured the corpse poison. Lin Moyu shook his head. It wasn't me. It was my summoned creature. Dongfang Yao's expression turned anxious. Can your summoned creature cure others of corpse poison? No, its skills only work on my summoned creatures. Lin Moyu's response left Dongfang Yao visibly disappointed. She sighed softly, the glimmer of hope that had just risen now extinguished. Lin Moyu resumed walking, and Dongfang Yao quickly followed, speaking in a low voice. Lin Moyu, if you ever gain the ability to cure corpse poison, could you help me save someone? Lin Moyu nodded. As long as it doesn't affect me, I can. Dongfang Yao smiled faintly. Thank you. Lin Moyu pressed on. Have you figured it out yet? Why we ended up here? Since the Dongfang family had guarded the corpse realm for generations, their arrival here had to be tied to the family. Dongfang Yao, being intelligent, would surely piece it together once she calmed down. Indeed, she had already guessed. If I'm not mistaken, my third uncle must have tampered with the teleportation array. Lin Moyu glanced at her, signaling her to elaborate. His name is Dongfang Tuo and he's the biological father of Dongfang Shun. He's an elite level 81 professional, incredibly powerful, and holds significant status within our family. Not only that, but he's been to the corpse realm before and knows its location. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Her reasoning made sense. A faint, cold smile appeared on his face. Does he think I won't make it back alive? Dongfang Yao shook her head. He probably didn't even consider the possibility. The corpse realm is terrifying, dangerous even for divine-level experts. Even if we miraculously survive and return, we wouldn't have any evidence. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. Sometimes evidence isn't necessary. Let's hope your Dongfang family doesn't choose the wrong side. Dongfang Yao shivered at his words, fear creeping into her heart. No one had ever dared threaten the Dong family like this before. Since the founding of the Divine Xia Empire, the Dongfang family had been royalty, rulers of the empire. The royal family governed, while the divine generals commanded the military. The two powers complemented each other, coexisting independently without interference. But if a divine general were to die at the hands of the royal family, it would be catastrophic. For soldiers, divine generals were akin to gods. The military would question, "We shed blood on the front lines to defend the nation, and you kill our divine generals from behind." The consequences would be unimaginable. Dongfang Yao clutched her forehead. "Lin Moyu, when we get back, I promise to give you an explanation. For the sake of the empire, give me a chance." Lin Moyu stared at her for a moment before nodding slowly. His acceptance depended on whether the explanation satisfied him. Lin Moyu had no desire to plunge the nation into chaos. It would harm the people and humanity as a whole. But letting the true culprit go unpunished, that was impossible. Lin Moyu didn't consider himself someone so selfless as to sacrifice justice for the greater good. A sudden thunderclap echoed again, illuminating the vast, decayed landscape. The torrential acid rain resumed, pouring down mercilessly. This time it wasn't just the torrential rain, there was lightning as well. Purple streaked with black, the lightning carried an eerie, ominous quality. The corrosive power of the rain was noticeably stronger, and the stench of acid and decay was nearly unbearable. Yet the corpses seemed particularly energetic amidst the storm. Lin Moyu noticed something troubling. He and Dongfang Yao, as living beings, appeared to be the brightest presence in the corpse realm. From afar, corpses would rush toward them relentlessly. Lin Moyu deduced that their aura of vitality must have been drawing the attention of the corpses. The corpses seemed to possess an intense aggression toward outsiders like them. Dongfang Yao had shared all the information she knew about the corpse realm, but it wasn't much. For now, Lin Moyu had no leads and could only proceed step by step. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, hitting Lin Moyu squarely. The bone armor absorbed the impact, emitting a faint crackling sound. The lightning was far more potent than the rain, carrying significantly greater destructive power. Dongfang Yao let out a startled cry. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lin Moyu replied calmly. Having recently endured the lightning element dungeon, he had grown accustomed to being struck by lightning. The sound of footsteps echoed through the rain, and a corpse began charging toward him. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, striking the corpse directly. Its body was torn apart, limbs scattering in all directions. Lin Moyu paused, slightly surprised, so the lightning didn't discriminate, it struck the corpses too. Perhaps being hit by lightning earlier was simply a matter of bad luck. But then his gaze sharpened as he noticed something unusual. From the fragmented corpse, arcs of electricity began to surge. The electric currents acted like threads, pulling the dismembered limbs back together, reassembling the corpse in no time. The newly reformed corpse was visibly stronger than before. Curious, Lin Moyu cast a detection spell. Low-tier corpse, level 10. It was still a low-tier corpse, but its level had risen to 10. This was the first time he had encountered a level 10 corpse. All the others they had faced so far were level 5. No, wait. Before the lightning struck, this corpse had also been level 5. The lightning had triggered its evolution. A bold thought crossed Lin Moyu's mind. What would happen if he allowed himself to be struck by lightning without the protection of bone armor? The idea flickered briefly before he dismissed it. In such a bizarre and dangerous world, there was no way he would take such a reckless risk without absolute certainty. No matter how daring or ruthless he might be, gambling with his own life was out of the question. Summoning the skeleton mage, Lin Moyu issued a command. With a deafening explosion, the newly evolved low-tier corpse was instantly blown to pieces by an elemental burst. While it might regenerate eventually, it would likely take an extremely long time. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao had already been in the corpse realm for 2 days. There was no distinction between day and night in this realm, but thankfully their communicators kept track of time. After a full day of exploration, Lin Moyu finally began to piece together some understanding of the corpse realm. This world was perpetually rainy. Over the past 2 days they had traveled approximately 1,000 kilometers and encountered 10 rainstorms. The intensity of the rain varied. Heavier rains covered smaller areas, while lighter rains spanned broader regions. Among the storms, 2 had been particularly violent, accompanied by lightning strikes. Lin Moyu himself had been struck by lightning 5 times, and Dongfang Yao twice. The lightning didn't just target them, it also struck the corpses. Without exception, every corpse struck by lightning underwent evolution, becoming stronger and gaining levels. Lin Moyu observed that the lightning never struck the ground, it always had a designated target. Finally, he discovered a possible path forward. he noticed level 6 and level 7 corpses appearing. Based on his hypothesis, the closer they got to the center of the corpse realm, the higher the level of the corpses they would encounter. This pattern was consistent with other worlds he had explored, such as the ancient battlefield and the abyssal world. In the ancient battlefield, high-level monsters clustered in the core region. Similarly, in the abyssal world, the flames grew more intense and powerful toward the center, attracting stronger demons. It was highly likely that the corpse realm followed the same principle. Using the level of the corpses as a coordinate system, Lin Moyu pressed onward. Dongfang Yao agreed with his reasoning and followed closely behind him, without the slightest objection. At this point, she wouldn't dare have an opinion. Without Lin Moyu, she would have no choice but to close her eyes and await death. Perhaps she would soon become just another member of the corpse realm. Meanwhile, back in the royal palace, chaos reigned following Dongfang Yao's 2-day disappearance. In the opulent and grand throne room, Emperor Dongfang Yi sat on the royal throne, his gaze filled with fury. "Have you found anything?" To his left sat members of the royal family, and to his right, senior ministers of the empire. All of them remained silent. One elderly minister finally spoke, "Your Majesty, we are investigating, but it appears the teleportation array was tampered with. We are still sorting through the details." Dongfang Yi's voice turned cold. "It has been 2 days. Is the array not being analyzed by Master Zhang Heyu?" The minister nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. Master Zhang is personally conducting the analysis, but so far we have no results." At that moment, an elderly man entered the hall, leaning on a staff. His attire clearly marked him as a formation master, with intricate array symbols embroidered on his collar and cuffs. Upon seeing him, Dongfang Yi immediately stood up, and the other attendees followed suit. Dongfang Yi quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Master Zhang, were you able to uncover anything?" Zhang Heyu shook his head. "Apologies, Your Majesty, I was unable to unravel the mystery. The one who tampered with the array was highly skilled. After the teleportation, they disrupted the array's pathways. The teleportation array is now a tangled mess, and I cannot decipher it." Dongfang Yi knew that while setting up or destroying a teleportation array was straightforward, tracing its pathways, especially to identify its previous teleportation coordinates, was extraordinarily difficult. "Is there no other solution?" Dongfang Yi asked. Zhang Heyu, the most powerful formation master in the royal court, was at level 89, just one step away from becoming a line-level expert. If even he had no solution, Dongfang Yi couldn't think of anyone else to turn to. "There might be someone who can help," Zhang Heyu said. "Who?" Dongfang Yi asked urgently. Zhang Heyu's expression turned serious. "Meng Anwen the Anshen, humanity's greatest formation master." Meng Anwen, known as the Anshen, was the overseer of the Divine Xia Tower and an equal of Bai Yi Yuan in status. Unlike Bai Yi Yuan, Meng Anwen lived a low-profile life, rarely appearing in public. Even Dongfang Yi had momentarily forgotten about him until Zhang Heyu brought up his name. Meng An wasn't just humanity's top formation master, he was also its greatest alchemist. He was an exceedingly rare dual-profession practitioner. While dual-profession practitioners were rarer than legendary professions, they weren't entirely unheard of. However, Meng Anwen was the only dual-profession practitioner who had reached divine-level mastery in both fields. Dongfang Yi pondered briefly. "I'll go invite him myself." Only Dongfang Yi had the status to approach Meng Anwen, no one else would qualify. Normally, finding Meng Anwen might be difficult, but as he was currently overseeing the trials at the Divine Xia Tower, he could be located. Moreover, this wasn't just about his daughter's disappearance. Lin Moyu was missing as well. Dongfang Yi knew that Lin Moyu and Meng Anwen shared a close relationship, so Meng Anwen would likely be willing to help. Without hesitation, Dongfang Yi transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the Xia Capital Academy. Within a minute, he arrived in the skies above the academy, his vision fixed on the towering silhouette of the Divine Xia Tower. The trials were still ongoing. After Lin Moyu had served as a whetstone for the participants, Meng Anwen had arranged a proper trial for them, even offering slightly better rewards than the previous year as compensation for their ordeal. Anxious and pressed for time, Dongfang Yi flew directly toward the tower. "Anshin, Dongfang Yi seeks an audience." His voice reverberated across the entire academy. The Xia Capital Academy erupted into a frenzy. "What? The Emperor Dongfang Yi is here." The Emperor himself came to find Anshin. Dongfang Yi is said to be the most handsome man in Divine Xia. "I can't believe I'll get to see him in person. And Anshin too. I heard he's incredibly handsome as well." Countless students rushed out to witness the scene. Strangely, many of the female students seemed more interested in the appearance of the two men than their strength. When they saw Dongfang Yi's figure, gasps of admiration filled the air. Indeed, Dongfang Yi's appearance was exceptional, and his regal demeanor was unmatched, traits he had clearly passed down to his daughter, Dongfang Yao. After making his announcement, Dongfang Yi stood quietly, waiting. Exactly 10 seconds later, a figure slowly emerged from the divine Xia tower. Flying through the air with effortless grace, his robes billowed in the wind, exuding the aura of a divine-level expert Meng Anwen in all his glory. Wow, Enshen is so handsome, so refined and elegant. That poise, that grace, it's unmatched. I think Enshen is even more handsome than the Emperor. The first want to marry Enshen. Meng Anwen raised a hand, and a barrier formed around himself and Dongfang Yi, isolating them from the commotion. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Meng Anwen asked calmly. As he laid down the formation, Dongfang Yi's heart trembled slightly. A divine-level formation master was indeed extraordinary. His skills were seamlessly integrated into his very being, wielded effortlessly and naturally. Dongfang Yi greets the Anshin. Dongfang Yi said, his tone humble, shedding any pretense of his status as emperor. He understood clearly that in the face of a fellow divine-level existence, his title as emperor held no weight. Only as a fellow divine-level figure could he converse with Meng Anwen on equal footing. Meng Anwen, who had met Dongfang Yi once many years ago, wasted no time on pleasantries. Your Majesty, state your business directly. No one would visit the divine Xia tower without a significant reason, and Meng Anwen knew Dongfang Yi wouldn't come without cause. Dongfang Yi recounted the disappearance of his daughter, Dongfang Yao, and Lin Mo Yu. Meng Anwen's expression shifted slightly. They've gone missing. Dongfang Yi nodded. Yes, they've disappeared. The teleportation array was tampered with, and we are unable to decipher it. Please lead the way. Meng Anwen didn't hesitate. Anything concerning Lin Moyu was not something he could ignore. The two transformed into streaks of light, quickly arriving at the teleportation array deep within the palace. Meng Anwen stepped into the array, extended a hand, and closed his eyes to sense its structure. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and said, "It's true that someone tampered with it. Whoever did it was quite skilled, completely scrambling the array's pathways." Dongfang Yi hurriedly asked, "Can it still be deciphered?" Meng Anwen chuckled softly. "Not difficult." The array began to hum and tremble intensely, emitting a low, thunderous sound. Dongfang Yi watched quietly from the side. He didn't interrupt. This was well beyond his expertise, and he couldn't make sense of what Meng Anwen was doing. In just a few minutes, the teleportation array suddenly glowed brilliantly, accompanied by a resonant buzzing sound. Meng Anwen's deep voice broke the silence. "It's done." Dongfang Yi was overjoyed. "And Shen, were you able to determine where my daughter and General Lin have gone?" Meng Anwen said softly, "The last teleportation." His expression darkened. "It led to the corpse realm, the place your Dongfang family has guarded for generations." "What?" Dongfang Yi's face turned pale in shock. How could they have ended up there? "That's impossible. The corpse realm has been sealed, and the only passage isn't even located here. How could it have been accessed from here?" Dongfang Yi was visibly shaken. As emperor and a divine-level member of the Dong family, he knew the corpse realm inside and out. The realm was sealed, making it nearly impossible to teleport into it, defied all logic. Meng Anwen continued to inspect the teleportation array, a faint cold smile forming on his lips. "Well played." They used a seal-breaking firestone to temporarily breach the seal, then initiated a random teleportation. Dongfang Yi froze in disbelief. The seal-breaking firestone was not a creation of humanity but an artifact from the abyssal demons. Condensed from the abyssal flame, this item could break through most seals and barriers. Even the seal on the corpse realm could be temporarily breached using such a stone. In that brief moment, someone had activated the teleportation array and sent Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao into the corpse realm. Hearing this, Dongfang Yi felt his entire world crumble. The use of a seal-breaking firestone, a demonic artifact, meant that whoever was behind this had ties to the abyssal demons. His first thought was of the demon-worshipping cult. Could there be members of the cult within the Dongfang family? The thought chilled him to his core. The demon-worshipping cult infiltrating their family was an unimaginable disaster. Previously, he had been shocked to learn of cult infiltration among the Imperial Council. More recently, there were reports of similar incidents within the military's 9th Fortress. But now, to think the cult had managed to penetrate the Dong family itself was beyond belief. "Enshen, can you find out who it was?" Dongfang Yi asked without hesitation. At this moment, finding Dongfang Yao was secondary. The issue of the demon-worshipping cult was far more critical. Meng Anwen, however, had other priorities. "That can wait, they won't escape. First, tell me how to enter the corpse realm. I need to bring Lin Moyu back." His voice was laced with icy resolve, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. What happened to the Dongfang family was none of his concern. Lin Moyu's safety, however, was paramount. The corpse realm was no ordinary place. It was a terrifying world left behind from an ancient war. If Lin Moyu were trapped there, he would undoubtedly face grave danger. Dongfang Yi forced a bitter smile. "There's no way to bring him back." "Say that again." Meng Anwen's voice turned utterly frigid. The aura of a divine-level expert surged around him, and the temperature within the palace plummeted. No one knew how terrifying Meng Anwen's true strength was. He hadn't taken action in decades. Dongfang Yi quickly explained, "It's true, my daughter is trapped in the corpse realm as well. I'm just as anxious as you are. But there's truly no way. Sai, Enshin, please come with me. You'll understand when you see for yourself." Dongfang Yi stepped into the teleportation array and swiftly entered a series of commands. The two were transported to an enormous underground space. The circular chamber was vast, at least 500 meters high and more than 10 kilometers in diameter. At its center was a grand and intricate formation, humming softly as it operated. Massive amounts of elemental energy were being drawn from the earth, fueling the formation's continuous function. Meng Anwen furrowed his brows. "A divine-level formation." Dongfang Yi nodded. "It was left behind by our ancestors." Meng Anwen asked no further questions and stepped into the formation. With a single gesture, he activated a rune. "Formation Spirit, reveal yourself." Every divine-level formation had a formation spirit. These spirits possessed intelligence, and the older and more advanced the formation, the more intelligent its spirit would be. A massive orb of light materialized within the formation. "Greetings, esteemed divine-level formation master. I am the spirit of the demon sealing formation." As expected, it was capable of communication and demonstrated considerable intelligence. Meng Anwen asked, "What is your function?" The formation spirit replied, "To guard the seal on the corpse realm, issue warnings, and assist human experts in repelling corpse invasions." Formation spirits could not lie. Although intelligent, their thought processes were simple and straightforward. Meng Anwen continued, "I wish to enter the corpse realm." The formation spirit responded, "Impossible. The seal only opens once every 100 years. Until then, it remains closed and impenetrable." Meng Anwen's brows knitted together. "And if I insist?" The formation spirit replied, "The formation will self-destruct. All stored energy will reinforce the seal. No one below the transcendent level may force entry." Meng Anwen did not doubt its words. He could sense the terrifying energy stored within the formation enough to make even a divine-level expert like him uneasy. The energy had been accumulating for countless years. If released to strengthen the seal, it would render the corpse realm impenetrable for decades. This was humanity's last safeguard. Meng Anwen asked, "How long until the next opening?" The formation spirit replied, 3 years, 12 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds. Over 3 years. By then it would likely be too late. Meng Anwen paused to think before asking, "If someone accidentally enters the corpse realm, how can they return?" The formation spirit answered, "At the center of the corpse realm, there is an exit. If they are human, they may return through exit 677. Meng Anwen's expression darkened as he said, "Very well. Notify me immediately if someone returns through the exit." As he spoke, he left a sliver of his spiritual imprint on the formation spirit. The formation spirit buzzed in response. "Your command is acknowledged, esteemed divine-level formation master." Meng Anwen stepped away, and the formation spirit vanished. The next moment, a deadly aura surged from Meng Anwen's body. "Now, let's deal with the traitor in your family. Emperor Dongfang. If Lin Moyu returns unharmed, then everything will remain as it is. You may continue as rulers of your empire. But if anything happens to Lin Moyu, the divine Xia Tower will descend upon your family. Do you want to face Bai Yiyuan's fists, Crazy God's blade, or the might of the divine army's battle formations?" "I don't think so." Dongfang Yi's face turned ashen. The implication was crystal clear. If Lin Moyu perished, the Dong family would be buried alongside him. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. He had never imagined the situation could escalate to such an extent. Meng Anwen paid no attention to Dongfang Yi's turmoil and continued, "Lin Moyu is my disciple, as well as Bai Yiyuan's and Crazy God's. His elder sister is the sole disciple of a certain someone. Yes, that someone. The siblings have a close bond, so close that even origin runes are shared between them. Lin Moyu is a divine general, the youngest in humanity's history, so you'd best pray for your family's survival." Meng Anwen's words were seemingly self-directed, but they were clearly meant for Dongfang Yi. He wanted Dongfang Yi to understand that the situation was far more serious than he had realized. As he spoke, a faint thread of energy appeared in Meng Anwen's hand. The thread pierced through space, stretching toward a distant location. "Follow this line. Bring the culprit back alive. Before Lin Moyu's fate is confirmed, he is not to die." In the human race, if there was anyone who had the most in-depth knowledge of abyssal demons, it would undoubtedly be the military. Soldiers, having fought against abyssal demons for countless years, had no choice but to thoroughly understand their enemy to effectively combat them. This knowledge extended not only to the demons themselves but also to the various artifacts found within the abyss. Most of the artifacts created by abyssal demons took the form of stones, with the seal-breaking firestone being one such example. Forged from the abyssal flame, the seal-breaking firestone could break through seals, barriers, and formations. Thus, upon sensing the energy of a seal-breaking firestone, the nature of the situation changed entirely. The humans and abyssal demons were mortal enemies, locked in a life-and-death struggle. To associate with demons in any way was considered an act of treason against humanity, a crime punishable by death. What's more, using a seal-breaking firestone left traces of faint abyssal energy, a lingering aura that could persist for a long time. Tampering with the formation would also leave behind evidence, and such traces could not escape the keen perception of a divine-level formation master like Manhwa. Following the guidance Manhwa provided, Dongfang Yi arrived at Dongfang Tuo's quarters. But Dongfang Tuo was already long gone, and even Dongfang Shun had disappeared. What remained in his place was a puppet, a substitute imbued with an aura identical to Dongfang Tuo's. Using this puppet double, Dongfang Tuo had concealed his whereabouts and masked the abyssal energy trail. He's escaped. Dongfang Yi's face darkened. Dongfang Tuo's flight confirmed everything. For the Dong family, this was a humiliation of the highest order. A human traitor colluding with the abyssal demons had emerged from within the royal family, a scandal of monumental proportions. Manhwa's cold smile lingered. I'll issue a military warrant for his capture. As for your empire, handle it however you see fit. But if anything happens to Lin Moyu, you'd better prepare for the worst. Manhwa left, but the suffocating killing intent he exuded lingered in the air long after his departure. Though Manhwa wasn't officially Lin Moyu's mentor, his actions spoke louder than words. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was already his disciple. Likewise, Lin Moyu had long regarded Manhwa as a teacher. Dongfang Yi's face turned pale. At this point there was nothing he could do but pray that Lin Moyu would return safely. Orders were swiftly issued from the palace, spreading throughout the empire. Dongfang Tuo was now a fugitive, wanted for the crime of treason against humanity. Shortly after Manhwa returned to the Divine Xia Tower, an overwhelming wave of killing intent erupted from within the tower. The skies over Xiajing City instantly darkened, as if day and night had reversed. The suffocating aura of killing intent gathered like storm clouds over the royal palace, pressing down with immense weight and alarming all members of the royal family. Everyone within the palace felt as though a blade hung above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. The creaking of wood echoed throughout the palace as numerous buildings began to collapse under the immense pressure. Dongfang Li was roused from his secluded training and rushed out, staring at the sky with a look of dread. As a divine-level expert at level 92, he immediately realized that the source of this killing intent was far beyond his strength. Moments later, another divine-level expert of the royal family, Dongfang Zhan, arrived. Like Dongfang Li, he was also at level 92. Dongfang Li spoke grimly, such intense killing intent, it must be from someone at level 95 or higher. Dongfang Zhan's expression turned grave. This is the slaughter aura of the Mad God. Since when did we offend the Mad God? Dongfang Yi arrived shortly afterward, his face equally somber. This is the Mad God's warning to us. At this moment all three of the royal family's divine-level experts were gathered. Dongfang Yi sighed deeply and recounted Dongfang Tuo's actions. Both Dongfang Li and Dongfang Zhan's faces turned extremely grim. Dongfang Zhan said in a deep voice, "Find Dongfang Tuo. If he's alive, bring him back. If he's dead, bring back his corpse." Dongfang Li added, "Conduct a thorough investigation of the family. See if anyone else is hiding among us." With the divine-level experts issuing orders, the Dongfang family sprang into action. Dongfang Yi knew that no matter what they did now, everything ultimately hinged on whether Lin Moyu could return safely. If Lin Moyu were harmed, it wouldn't just be Manhwa, they wouldn't even be able to withstand Yan Guangsheng's wrath. Trouble. Enormous trouble. Meanwhile, in the corpse realm, Lin Moyu had already determined the direction they needed to go. The corpses they encountered along the way were steadily becoming stronger, and their pace quickened accordingly. By now, they had encountered level 10 corpses. They had also encountered violent thunderstorms. When struck by lightning in these storms, level 10 corpses could evolve into level 15 corpses. Amidst such a storm, Lin Moyu had just finished dispatching a level 15 corpse that had been struck by lightning. Dongfang Yao followed closely behind him, not daring to leave his side for even a moment. 3 days had passed, and Dongfang Yao had completely calmed down. Gradually, she was influenced by Lin Moyu's composed demeanor, developing a sense of acceptance toward their predicament. During this time, Lin Moyu also learned about Dongfang Yao's class Holy Shield Warrior. It was an incredibly rare class unique to the royal family, and one granted through bloodline inheritance. Many families possess bloodline-inherited classes, such as the Ni family with their Legion Overlord class, the Mo family with their Summoner class, and the Ning family with their Mage class. Among them, a few stood out as exceptionally unique, such as the Feng family's Divine Swordsman bloodline and the Dongfang family's Holy Shield Warrior bloodline. These bloodlines had the ability to elevate their classes. At first glance, the Holy Shield Warrior seemed to be merely a rare level class. However, upon reaching the second job advancement, it had an almost guaranteed chance of upgrading to a legendary level class. This was not a typical class transformation but rather an awakening of the bloodline's latent power. If further class enhancements occurred, it could even propel one directly to a mid-tier legendary level class. When speaking about her bloodline, Dongfang Yao couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Apart from our Dong family, you won't find any other Holy Shield warriors. Our class combines some of the skills of our defense is almost on par with knights, and our attack power rivals that of berserkers. Her words implied that the Holy Shield warrior was an exceptionally powerful class. But halfway through her explanation, she suddenly fell silent. She realized that standing before her was someone with a class far more terrifying than hers. More importantly, she relied on him for protection to survive in the corpse realm. Her Holy Shield warrior seemed insignificant in comparison. Lin Moyu didn't comment. He never underestimated any class. Especially now, after mastering almost every class, Lin Moyu firmly believed that there were no weak classes, only weak individuals. Even life-related classes had their advantages. As long as one's level could be raised, no class should be dismissed. After walking for half a day, another group of storm clouds appeared in their field of vision. The stench of decay filled the air. Bolts of lightning illuminated the pitch-black ground, striking corpses with precision. The corpses fortunate enough to be struck by lightning began to evolve. Suddenly Lin Moyu spoke. "I'd like to try getting struck by lightning." Boom! A clap of thunder drowned out his words. Dongfang Yao gasped. "What did you say?" Lin Moyu replied softly, "Nothing. Stay here and don't move." He summoned 2 skeletal mages to protect Dongfang Yao, then walked alone into the storm. Dongfang Yao watched him, utterly baffled by his intentions. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, heading straight for Lin Moyu. Throughout their journey, both of them had been struck by lightning multiple times, but thanks to his skeletal armor, Lin Moyu hadn't taken any damage. This time, however, as the lightning approached, Lin Moyu deactivated his skeletal armor, allowing the bolt to strike him directly. Along with the lightning came the corrosive rain. Dongfang Yao screamed in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. The next second, Lin Moyu's body emitted a soft white glow as his skeletal armor reappeared, finally putting Dongfang Yao at ease. As the lightning coursed through him, Lin Moyu felt a slight numbness, accompanied by a faint warmth spreading through his body. All the damage was absorbed by the skeletons, leaving him unharmed. However, that faint warmth remained within him. Acquired Creation Lightning Experience 100,000. Seeing this notification, Lin Moyu was slightly surprised before coming to a realization. He finally understood why corpses struck by lightning would evolve. They, too, gained experience. This experience allowed them to level up. Similarly, when he was struck by lightning, he also gained experience. However, 100,000 experience points were negligible to him. From his observations over the past few days, he noticed that within a storm, lightning would only strike the same target once, never a second time. Lin Moyu shared his discovery with Dongfang Yao, who was equally astonished. She had never heard of such a thing before. Still, she couldn't emulate him. Without damage mitigation, the corrosive rain alone would be enough to kill her. The two continued their journey. In the days that followed, whenever they encountered a storm, Lin Moyu would deliberately step into it to be struck by lightning. It wasn't for the experience. 100,000 points meant little to him. Each time he was struck, a trace of warmth would remain in his body, what he now called creation lightning. His intuition told him that this creation lightning was extraordinary. Perhaps if he accumulated enough of it, something remarkable might happen. In this light, being trapped in the corpse realm wasn't entirely a bad thing. Lin Moyu recalled the words Meng Anwen had once told him, "Opportunities often come hand in hand with danger. Sometimes the more perilous a place is, the greater the hidden opportunity." However, behind great opportunities often lurks death. Lin Moyu had firmly committed these words to memory, and it seemed they were proving to be true. The corpse realm, a place Dongfang Yao described as incredibly dangerous, even capable of killing divine-level experts, contained the miraculous phenomenon known as creation lightning. Lin Moyu had spent days deliberately seeking out lightning strikes, enduring them well over 100 times. The warm energy accumulating within his body grew stronger with each strike, causing Lin Moyu's spirits to soar. By now, 7 days had passed since they had entered the corpse realm, covering a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu believed his chosen direction was correct, as the corpses they encountered were steadily increasing in level. Currently, the corpses they faced were all above level 20. When struck by lightning, level 20 corpses could evolve to level 24. However, the rate of progression had noticeably slowed. This was because the experience gained from the creation lightning remained constant, while higher levels required exponentially more experience to advance. Naturally, leveling up became slower. Have you noticed a pattern? Lin Moyu asked. Dongfang Yao looked at him with mild confusion. What kind of pattern? Lin Moyu explained, I observed that corpses that evolved after being struck by lightning left their original areas. I suspect that corpses of different levels have their own designated zones of activity. Dongfang Yao's eyes lit up slightly. If we follow the pattern where the closer to the center we are, the higher the level of the corpses. Then by following the direction the corpses are heading, we should be able to reach the central point. Dongfang Yao wasn't unintelligent. With Lin Moyu's hint, she quickly understood his reasoning. Lin Moyu nodded. Exactly. That's why I've been adjusting our course over the past few days. I believe we're on the right path. It was only now that Dongfang Yao realized Lin Moyu had indeed made several subtle adjustments to their direction in recent days. He had been following the movements of the corpses all along. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she blurted out, Thought what? Lin Moyu looked at her strangely, unsure of what the princess was imagining. Dongfang Yao lowered her voice. I thought you were adjusting our direction to chase after thunderstorms, so you could get struck by lightning again. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. Women's thoughts were indeed peculiar. That's part of it, he admitted, but the most important goal is to find the path to the center. Lin Moyu still harbored the desire to return. The ancestral grounds of the Creation Academy were about to open, and he couldn't afford to miss it. It was crucial for him to achieve class ascension during his third job advancement. During his second advancement, his attributes had increased so dramatically that the effects of his class ascension seemed insignificant. However, Lin Moyu knew deep down that without the class ascension, his attributes wouldn't have reached such explosive levels. The third advancement would be no different. Completing 2 rounds of class ascension would push his attributes to their ultimate limits. Meanwhile, the outside world was in utter turmoil. Several major events had shaken the Divine Xi Empire. First, both the military and the empire had issued warrants for the arrest of former royal family members Dongfang Tuo and Dongfang Shun. The two had gone into hiding, vanishing without a trace like rats scurrying into the shadows. Dongfang Yi had declared them guilty of treason against humanity, branding them as traitors to the human race, to be killed on sight. Second, the trial at the Divine Xia Tower had concluded 3 days prior. Shortly afterward, Bai Yiyuan and Yan Quansheng had jointly arrived at Fortress 9. It was said that on that day, killing intent filled the fortress, and several individuals were executed on the spot. Third, a nationwide campaign against the demon worshippers cult had been launched once again. This operation was expected to last for an extended period, and countless individuals would likely face execution. For the human race, anyone with ties to the abyssal demons deserved death. After leaving Fortress 9, Bai Yiyuan did not return to the White God courtyard. Instead, he entered the Hall of Heroic Souls within Fortress 1, where he continued to monitor Lin Moyu's soul mark. Yan Quansheng, on the other hand, returned to the Divine Xia Tower. Since his return, his terrifying killing intent had hung over the royal palace like a dark cloud. The oppressive atmosphere in Xiajing City was palpable, and the black clouds above the palace were visible to all. The pressure was suffocating, leaving every member of the royal family too intimidated to speak out. After all, the source of the killing intent was Yan Quansheng himself, a man whose strength made him untouchable. In this world, might made right. On the 15th day of Lin Moyu's disappearance, a tall, graceful figure appeared outside the royal palace. Her beauty was nearly flawless, her long legs slender and straight, her very presence exuding an overwhelming allure. Her sudden arrival drew countless gazes. With measured, elegant steps, she approached the royal palace's teleportation array. "Who are you?" The guard stationed at the teleportation array immediately stepped forward to block her path. She responded with a charming laugh, and 2 exquisite swords appeared in her hands. With a few graceful slashes, her movements as fluid as a dance, the entire 6-member guard unit, each averaging level 55, was left gravely injured. She then destroyed the teleportation array with a few more strikes. The sharp sound of alarms echoed through the palace as experts from the royal family soared into the air, rushing toward the commotion. "How dare you? Do you realize the crime you've committed by destroying the royal teleportation array?" The royal family had already been overwhelmed with frustration in recent days. The oppressive black clouds above made even breathing feel stifling. And now, someone had the audacity to bring trouble to their doorstep, an impossibly beautiful woman, no less. Lin Mohan, holding her twin swords, rose into the air, her figure poised and elegant. Her crisp voice echoed throughout the palace. "From today onward, no member of the royal family is allowed to step a single foot outside the palace. Anyone who does so will be executed without mercy." Her voice was sweet and melodious, yet her words were laced with chilling killing intent. "How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you have a death wish?" Several top-tier professionals within the royal family sneered and attacked Lin Mohan. Twisting her lithe figure, Lin Mohan unleashed sword energy that transformed into dragons, striking down the attackers and leaving them severely injured on the spot. The disparity in strength among top-tier professionals was evident. To Lin Mohan, the encounter seemed like a trivial matter. Her voice grew colder. "If anything happens to Moyu, I will annihilate your Dongfang family." Inside the royal palace, within the grand hall, Emperor Dongfang Yi, divine-level expert Dongfang Jian, and several elders of the family were gathered. They had been prepared to take action but were stopped by Dongfang Yi. "This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. Someone's come to our doorstep, and we're just going to take it. Your Majesty, why are you holding us back?" Dongfang Jian's voice was icy. "When has our Dongfang family been humiliated like this? Your Majesty, what's your reason for stopping us?" Dongfang Yi sighed deeply. Her name is Lin Mohan, Lin Moyu's elder sister. The Dongfang family's frustrations in recent days had all stemmed from Lin Moyu. But it wasn't just Lin Moyu trapped in the corpse realm. Their princess, Dongfang Yao, was as well. The royal family had endured enough humiliation, and a few members could no longer hold back their rage. "Even if what happened with General Lin was our mistake, how can we tolerate her barging in like this? Where is the dignity of our Dong family? She's only level 70. I'll handle her myself. I won't hurt her, just make her leave." Dongfang Yi shook his head. "It's not that simple. Lin Mohan is the disciple of that person, their only disciple. That person." Everyone gasped audibly. There was only one person in the entire human race whom Dongfang Yi would refer to as that person. Lin Moyu himself was a divine general and the disciple of three of the most powerful deities, the White God, the Mad God, and the Calm God. And his elder sister, Lin Mohan, was even more extraordinary, having reached level 70 at such a young age, wielding terrifying power, and being the sole disciple of that person. Everyone silently cursed their misfortune. Of all people, why did they have to provoke these two monsters? Fight back. Who would dare? If Lin Mohan were harmed in the slightest, that person would personally intervene, and the Dongfang family might very well be wiped out. That person was infamous for their protectiveness, a fact well documented in history. Bitterly swallowing their anger, the Dongfang family had no choice but to endure. For now, all they could do was pray that nothing happened to Lin Moyu. If anything did, the Dong family would truly be finished. The divine Xi Empire might even see its royal family replaced. Back in the corpse realm, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao stood before a massive storm spanning over 10 kilometers in diameter. Previously, the regions covered by thunderstorms had been stationary. However, this storm was slowly moving, bringing torrential rain and terrifying lightning strikes in its wake. The environment had undergone a drastic change. Thunder rumbled incessantly from within the storm, lightning flashing one after another. Vaguely, they could see numerous corpses standing amidst the storm, some of them unusually shaped. Lin Moyu realized that they had entered an entirely different zone. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened. "Be careful." Dongfang Yao cried out in alarm. A shadowy figure lunged at Lin Moyu, colliding with him. The skeletal armor flared with white light, repelling the shadow. The figure rolled across the ground before leaping back with astonishing speed, far faster than any corpse they had encountered thus far. An abyssal hellhound. It was unexpected to encounter an abyssal hellhound in the corpse realm. However, like the other corpses here, the abyssal hellhound before him was also a corpse, its flesh rotting, caught between life and death. The moment Lin Moyu laid eyes on the abyssal hellhound, he grasped a crucial fact. Back in the war that created the corpse realm, the abyssal demons had also been involved. Could it be? The dragon clan was part of it too. Lin Moyu pondered deeply. At the same time, he flicked his fingers, casting detection spell. Rotting hellhound, level 40. Seeing the feedback, Lin Moyu understood that he truly had entered another zone. His chosen path was undoubtedly correct. In the distance, another corpse was moving. It had spotted Lin Moyu and was rapidly sprinting toward him. Its speed far surpassed that of any corpse he had encountered previously. It's probably level 40 as well. A mid-tier corpse. The information returned by the detection spell confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a mid-tier corpse, level 40. Not only had the environment changed, but the corpses within it had transformed as well. It was as though an invisible boundary divided the two zones. Behind him lay the low-tier zone, while in front was the mid-tier zone. From afar, Lin Moyu could see corpses crossing over from the low-tier zone. Once they entered the mid-tier zone, their movement slowed significantly. Corpses, without a target to attack, generally moved sluggishly. Beside him, the skeleton Grand Mage appeared, an unleashed elemental explosion, with a single motion, obliterating both the rotting hellhound and the mid-tier corpse. Level 40 or not, they were no match for the skeleton Grand Mage's power. However, now that they had entered this new territory, Lin Moyu grew slightly more cautious. At the very least, he summoned several skeleton Grand Mages to remain by his side, granting the corpses some semblance of acknowledgement. By contrast, Dongfang Yao clung more closely to Lin Moyu than ever. To him, these level 40 corpses and hellhounds were trivial. But to her, they were terrifying monsters. If even 2 or 3 of them attacked her simultaneously, she would be doomed. The most critical danger was being bitten by them. Once infected, she too would become a corpse. Dongfang Yao knew all too well the consequences of being bitten. She stuck to Lin Moyu like glue, refusing to leave his side by even an inch. As they approached the looming storm ahead, she stared at it nervously. "Wait here," Lin Moyu instructed, leaving her with just a few words before striding forward into the storm. By now, Dongfang Yao was used to this routine. Over the past several days, Lin Moyu had repeatedly entered storms alone to endure lightning strikes, leaving her outside to wait. This time, however, he left 2 skeleton Grand Mages behind to guard her. Being in the mid-tier zone now, caution was paramount. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the storm's range, he immediately felt the difference. The rain here was far more intense than in the low-tier zone, carrying a nauseating stench of acid and possessing much greater corrosive power. The storm also came with fierce winds that howled incessantly. This wasn't just a rainstorm, it was a true thunderstorm, a storm of lightning and wind. In the low-tier zone there had been only rain, no wind. But here, in the mid-tier zone, the winds were just as corrosive as the rain. Coupled with the relentless lightning strikes, it was the very definition of a tempest. Through his skeletal armor, Lin Moyu could precisely gauge the damage. In summary, the storm in the mid-tier zone was about 10 times more harmful than the rainstorms in the low-tier zone. Thunder roared, echoing across the storm. Lin Moyu waited amidst the tempest for about half a minute before the first lightning bolt struck. This bolt was far larger than those in the low-tier zone, faint black lines streaking through it, giving it an eerie appearance. As the lightning descended, Lin Moyu deactivated his skeletal armor, choosing to take the strike directly. His damage transfer ability activated, as did his full link talent. All the damage he sustained was distributed evenly among his summoned creatures. Gained Creation Lightning, Experience 10000. As the system notification appeared, a surge of warm energy 10 times stronger than before poured into his body, fusing instantly with the energy he had accumulated within. The warm current swelled rapidly, reaching its limit before suddenly transforming. Electricity crackled across Lin Moyu's body, emitting snapping and popping sounds. Lin Moyu had long sensed that the creation lightning he was absorbing was nearing some sort of threshold, and something was bound to happen. He hadn't expected that, after enduring over 100 strikes, the breakthrough would come only now in the mid-tier zone. Upon absorbing this more potent creation lightning radiated continuously from his body, and Lin Moyu realized that one of his attributes was undergoing a transformation. His previous absorption of lightning crystals had granted him a 50% immunity to lightning element damage. Now this trait had increased to 60%. 60% lightning element immunity. Adding his 5-fold elemental damage reduction. A hypothetical 10,000-point lightning element attack would now deal only 800 points of damage. In essence, the damage was reduced 12-fold. Moreover, even this remaining 800 points would be evenly distributed among his summoned creatures. But this was only a minor change in his stats. A far greater transformation was underway. In the palm of Lin Moyu's hand, a small scepter materialized. The scepter was no larger than his palm, constructed entirely of pure lightning energy. At the top of the scepter was a lightning-shaped insignia, embedded like a finely crafted gemstone. Creation Scepter, damaged, can be repaired by absorbing creation lightning. It appeared to be a weapon or piece of equipment, but it had no attributes or further description, likely due to its damaged state. Absorb creation lightning. Lin Moyu glanced at the dense thunderclouds above. Activating wings of lightning, he unfurled his lightning-like wings and shot into the clouds. From afar, Dongfang Yao stood stunned outside the storm, murmuring to herself, He can fly now. These wings, they look incredible." Lin Moyu soared into the thunderclouds, immediately drawing the attention of the lightning. Countless bolts surged toward him, attempting to expel this unwelcome intruder. Gripping the creation scepter, Lin Moyu tried to absorb the lightning, but his skeletal armor sparkled, deflecting all the lightning away, leaving the creation scepter unable to absorb a single trace. Frowning, Lin Moyu made a decisive choice. Gritting his teeth, he deactivated the skeletal armor. In that instant, dozens if not hundreds of lightning bolts struck him simultaneously. Gained creation lightning experience 1000000. Gained creation lightning experience 1000000. Gained creation lightning experience 1000000. The notifications flooded his screen, his experience skyrocketing at a staggering rate. Another warm current surged within him, growing exponentially faster than before. Once it reached its limit, the energy transformed into streams of lightning that flowed directly into the creation scepter. The scepter emitted a faint glow, appearing slightly brighter than before. Lin Moyu understood now. He had to act as the medium, absorbing enough creation lightning with his body, and then transferring its unique essence to the scepter. The scepter wasn't absorbing ordinary lightning, it sought the special substance hidden within the lightning. Realizing this, Lin Moyu knew that only someone like him could accomplish such a feat. Someone like Dongfang Yao. A single lightning strike would reduce her to ashes. Only he, with his numerous summoned creatures to share the damage and his high lightning immunity, could withstand and extract the rare essence within the lightning. As he absorbed more and more lightning, the creation scepter glowed increasingly brighter, while the lightning storm's intensity gradually diminished. After a minute, wings of lightning entered cooldown, and Lin Moyu descended from the clouds. By then, the lightning within the storm had nearly vanished, leaving only rain and wind behind. The creation scepter in his hand was noticeably brighter than before, though still damaged. On the other hand, his experience had increased by a full 5%. At level 40, experience gain had slowed to a crawl. Clearing wind and lightning element dungeons nearly 20 times had only given him a 20% increase in experience, an average of 1% per dungeon. Yet now, in just 1 minute, he had gained the equivalent of 5 dungeon runs worth of experience. Moreover, his lightning immunity had risen from 60% to 61%. The largest leap had occurred when he first condensed the creation scepter, boosting his immunity by 10% in one go. Now, despite absorbing far more lightning, the increase was only 1%. The mysteries of the world were endless, and even Lin Moyu couldn't fully comprehend them all. Danger truly walked hand in hand with opportunity. Perhaps this journey into the corpse realm was an invaluable chance for him. Watch out. Dongfang Yao's urgent cry jolted him from his thoughts. In a blur, she rushed to his side, shield in hand, its surface gleaming as she positioned herself in front of him. 3 rotting hellhounds lunged at them. Dongfang Yao's skill didn't activate in time, leaving Lin Moyu's skeletal armor as the first line of defense. With a series of loud thuds, the hellhounds were sent flying backward. A mid-tier rotting corpse followed close behind, lunging at them. It too was blocked by the skeletal armor. Undeterred, the mid-tier rotting corpse began gnawing at the skeletal armor, producing unsettling cracking noises. Dongfang Yao's face was pale with fear, yet she didn't retreat an inch. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Without his skeletal armor, she had clearly seen him deactivated earlier. Her boldness surprised him. Since when had she grown so brave? If it weren't for the protection of the skeletal armor, Dongfang Yao's own abilities, while capable of holding off the attack, would likely have left her injured, either scratched or bitten. Getting hurt in a place like this, Lin Moyu assumed she must have known the consequences. Judging by her expression though, Lin Moyu could tell she probably wasn't thinking that far ahead. To be honest, Lin Moyu himself didn't know what would happen if he were bitten. But considering his passive skills, he figured it shouldn't be a problem. His Lich General could purge debuffs, and his passive abilities made him immune to all negative statuses. So even if he were bitten, Lin Moyu concluded that the corpse venom wouldn't affect him at all. As for physical damage, that was something he could outright ignore. He pressed his palm down, reapplying the skeletal armor to both himself and Dongfang Yao. At the same time, a skeleton mage appeared beside him. With a roaring sound, elemental explosion erupted. Both the mid-tier corpse and rotting hellhounds were blasted to pieces. Only then did Dongfang Yao snap out of her shock, gasping heavily for air. Lin Moyu spoke softly, "It's fine now. Don't breathe so heavily, though there's still debris floating in the air." His words startled Dongfang Yao, who quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly and continued walking forward. Some things didn't need to be said. It was enough to simply remember them. Shielded by skeletal armor, he pressed on through the storm. The skeleton mage followed close by, clearing out all the monsters along the way. Dongfang Yao hurried to catch up, her voice soft as she asked, "How were you able to fly earlier?" Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "You've heard of elemental gems, right?" Dongfang Yao thought for a moment before nodding immediately. "Yes, I know about them." Given her family background, Dongfang Yao had access to a wealth of information. Even if she hadn't seen one personally, she would have read about them in books. That was the benefit of an extensive family legacy. "I obtained a lightning gem," Lin Moyu explained. It awakened a skill called Wings of Lightning, which grants me the ability to fly for a short time. A hint of envy appeared in Dongfang Yao's eyes. You're so lucky. The probability of awakening a skill from an elemental gem is incredibly less than 1 in 1,000. Lin Moyu paused for a moment, a bit surprised. Was the chance really that low? He certainly didn't feel that way. He had already awakened skills from 3 gems, Poison Gem, Light Gem, and now Lightning Gem. Like, could it really just be luck? That seemed like the only explanation. Dongfang Yao continued, "Why did you rush into the storm clouds earlier?" Lin Moyu replied, "To absorb creation lightning. It increases my lightning element immunity and gives me experience points." "Isn't that dangerous?" Dongfang Yao asked, recalling how startled she had been when she saw him do it. She had thought, for a moment, that Lin Moyu had lost his mind. The lightning was terrifying. Dongfang Yao could clearly sense its immense power. One strike would leave her half dead, yet Lin Moyu had withstood countless strikes and emerged unscathed. Lin Moyu shook his head with a smile. "It's not dangerous. I know what I'm doing." As they continued forward, the monsters they encountered grew progressively stronger, their levels climbing higher and higher. Yet to Lin Moyu it was still as effortless as a leisurely stroll. With just a few spells from the skeleton mage, the monsters were shattered into pieces before they even got close. Dongfang Yao couldn't help but feel that the corpse realm wasn't as dangerous as her family had described. In fact, it almost felt like a sightseeing trip, except for the rather unsettling scenery. Lin Moyu kept adjusting their route, actively seeking out storms. He needed more creation lightning, a lot more. It gave him experience, increased his lightning element immunity, and helped repair the creation scepter. So far, this seemed to be the greatest opportunity the corpse realm had to offer. Before they knew it, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao had spent an entire month in the corpse realm. In those 30 days, they had traveled over 20,000 kilometers, winding and detouring through the landscape. During that time, Lin Moyu had found numerous storms and absorbed tens of thousands of creation lightning bolts. Unconsciously, he had achieved his first level up since his class change, reaching level 41. All of his core attributes had seen massive increases. Strength, 48, 690, Agility, 48, 690, Spirit, 112, 810, Constitution, 48, 690, compared to level 40. His spirit attribute had increased by 6,300, while the other 3 attributes had each increased by 840. In total, his stats had risen by about 8,800 points. His total attributes now stood at 258, 880, nearing 260,000. This level of improvement was astonishing. Even a mid-tier legendary class professional at level 40 would only have a total attribute of around 60,000. With each level up adding no more than 5,000 points. The difference in growth was close to 90% per level. If this trend continued, by the time Lin Moyu reached levels 50, 60, or even higher, the disparity would be unimaginably vast. For other professions, the gap would be even more pronounced. After reaching level 41, Lin Moyu continued searching for storm clusters to absorb creation lightning. His experience points had climbed to 30%. Lin Moyu felt that at this rate, he could potentially gain several more levels within the corpse realm. However, as he absorbed more creation lightning, the rate at which his lightning element immunity increased began to slow. After the initial 10% surge, each storm cluster thereafter only added about 1%. Once he hit 70%, it took several storms just to gain another 1%. Now, at 75% lightning element immunity, the most recent 1% increase had required absorbing lightning from 10 storms. Even after absorbing so much lightning, the creation scepter remained in its damaged state. While it had grown noticeably brighter, it was still far from fully restored. Over the course of the month, the pair had crossed the level 40 monster zone and entered the level 50 zone. Here Lin Moyu encountered decayed abyssal demons, not hellhounds but actual abyssal demons. He also came across members of the Dragon Clan warriors who had been corrupted and left to linger in this place forever. Lin Moyu confirmed his earlier suspicion. The ancient war that had devastated this realm involved 3 factions. The battle must have been unimaginably fierce to shatter an entire minor world. Whoever cast the final devastating spell must have been a terrifyingly powerful figure. To transform an entire world into this hellish wasteland and absolute dead zone, it was a feat beyond comprehension. Upon entering the level 50 monster zone, Lin Moyu summoned an additional 100 skeleton grand mages. Through experimentation, he found that elemental explosion was the most effective method in this area. The corpse monsters were more spread out, but with 100 skeleton grand mages leading the way, the path forward was entirely unobstructed. The ground ahead began to change. Pools of water, resembling sulfur in appearance, began to dot the landscape. While not actually sulfur, the colors were strikingly similar. The air was filled with a pungent, acrid odor that even Lin Moyu found difficult to endure. The storms persisted, and lightning continued to rumble overhead. Lin Moyu was reminded of the core areas of ancient battlefields. It was usually after entering the core zone that the environment underwent significant changes. Could this transformation signify that the monsters ahead were also becoming more unusual? Lin Moyu spoke slowly. We're about to enter the level 60 monster zone. Dongfang Yao tilted her head in thought. When I was little, my father mentioned this place. Let me try to remember. Seeing her deep in thought, Lin Moyu didn't interrupt. Dongfang Yao sifted through her childhood memories, though they had grown faint over time. Her father, Dongfang Yi, had once told her stories about the corpse realm, treating them like bedtime tales. Finally, her eyes lit up. I remember now. This area is called the Bone Melting Grounds. Those pools of water are highly corrosive. You absolutely can't fall in. Is there anything else? Lin Moyu asked. Dongfang Yao nodded vigorously. Yes. My father also said that there are terrifying monsters living in those pools. They drag people in and devour them. When I was little, he used that to scare me into behaving. Whenever I acted out, he'd bring it up, and I'd immediately stop. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the admission, embarrassed to reveal such childhood antics. Lin Moyu, however, didn't think it was just a scare tactic. It was likely true. The water in the pools emitted a foul stench, much like the rain in the storms, only thicker and far more corrosive. And the existence of creatures within those pools seemed entirely plausible. The world was vast, filled with endless wonders. If life could exist in molten lava, it could certainly survive in these acidic, foul waters. We'll proceed cautiously, Lin Moyu said. To ensure safety, he summoned 100 skeleton berserkers to clear the path ahead. Meanwhile, the skeleton grand mages surrounded him and Dongfang Yao as they advanced. The moment the skeleton berserkers entered the bone-melting grounds, Lin Moyu immediately sensed that they were taking damage. The air in the bone-melting grounds was permeated with corrosive gases, akin to poison, which continually harmed the skeletons. Thankfully, the damage was minimal. As they stepped into the area, their skeletal armor automatically activated. Dongfang Yao knew that without Lin Moyu, she would never have made it this far. Her most likely fate would have been to become one of the walking corpses here, a soulless husk. Splash! Suddenly a nearby pool erupted and a tentacle shot out, wrapping around a skeleton berserker, and dragging it into the water with a loud splash. The putrid stench emanating from the pool was nauseating, and the water itself was highly corrosive. The skeleton berserkers took continuous damage the moment they entered. Through the berserker's shared perception, Lin Moyu could faintly sense the form of the creature lurking beneath the water. It resembled an octopus with 8 long tentacles. The tips of the tentacles split into claw-like structures, complete with sharp nails, and suction cups lined the appendages, gripping tightly onto the skeleton berserker. Details beyond that were unclear. The berserker's sensory feedback was limited and could not compare to the clarity of direct vision. The skeleton berserker quickly counterattacked. Its axe gleamed with a crimson light as it swung forcefully at the creature's tentacles. Boom! A towering column of water shot into the air, reaching dozens of meters before raining back down. Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao had already retreated to a safe distance. The stench of the water was unbearable, and neither wanted to risk contact. The skeleton berserker's skill cleaved through the tentacle as if it were butter, severing it cleanly. It then began attacking the creature itself. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages arrived at the edge of the pool, and using the berserker's shared vision, locked onto the creature's location. The skeletons raised their glowing hands, unleashing a barrage of elemental spells into the water. Explosions erupted one after another, the thunderous booms resounding continuously as the foul water from the pool was blasted into the sky. In a matter of moments, the pool had been drained, revealing its bottom. The creature within had been blown apart, its remnants scattered. Acidic rain fell from above, but the skeleton berserker emerged from the pool, dragging the creature's head onto dry ground. Lin Moyu cast detection from afar, putrid octopus, level 60. The results showed only the creature's name and level. It was now confirmed they had indeed entered the level 60 monster zone. Judging by the damage it had inflicted on the skeleton berserker, the creature was on par with other level 60 monsters Lin Moyu had encountered. The only notable difference was the presence of a highly potent corpse rot toxin in its attacks, a term Lin Moyu had learned from Dongfang Yao. Each strike inflicted a buildup of this toxin. With enough attacks, the accumulated toxin could reach alarming levels. The toxin caused continuous damage over an exceptionally long duration. Lin Moyu had previously conducted an experiment where he allowed a skeleton berserker to be bitten by a level 30 lower tier corpse. Even after 10 days, the corpse rot toxin remained active. The sheer persistence of the toxin had left Lin Moyu astonished. Dongfang Yao had explained to him that corpse rot toxin, unless actively neutralized, would persist indefinitely. Its two key traits, accumulation and permanence, made the toxin incredibly fearsome. Fortunately, the Lich General's abilities could cleanse the toxin. Otherwise, Lin Moyu would have had no choice but to abandon any poisoned skeletons and summon replacements. Ahead of them lay thousands of pools, and it was clear that nearly every pool harbored a putrid octopus. Passing through without being attacked was impossible. Lin Moyu disliked being on the defensive. With a single thought, he summoned several hundred skeleton mages. The mages immediately began their assault, unleashing elemental explosions to blast apart the pools, draining them of their putrid water, and exposing the putrid octopuses within. The skeleton berserkers were already prepared. The moment a putrid octopus surfaced, they charged in with axes swinging, swiftly reducing the creatures to pulp. Though the putrid octopuses would eventually regenerate, it would take them a long time to recover fully. The skeletons worked efficiently, clearing a path through the area with remarkable speed. Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao followed the cleared path, taking half a day to traverse the region of pools. As they emerged on the other side, the sky brightened, and lightning streaked across the heavens. Ahead, yet another storm loomed. Dongfang Yao smiled and teased, "Looks like you get to go take another lightning strike." Lin Moyu gazed at the storm. Being in the level 60 zone, the storms here were noticeably more intense. Beneath the storm clouds, a large group of monsters had gathered, nearly 100 of them. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting one of the monsters directly. The creature exploded on impact, the terrifying lightning energy rippling outward and being absorbed by the surrounding monsters. The creature that had exploded then began to regenerate, its aura growing even stronger than before. The deafening crash of the thunder arrived only after the lightning, shaking the earth as if it were trembling. Dongfang Yao shivered. "This lightning, it seems much stronger than before." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. It was indeed far more powerful. He had already discerned the situation. The monsters were gathering to share the burden of the lightning strikes. While creation lightning could promote their evolution, it also inflicted considerable damage. Those unable to endure the strikes would explode, requiring a lengthy recovery period before fully regenerating. Lin Moyu had observed similar occurrences along the way. He mused aloud, "I didn't expect these creatures to have learned to share the damage. Have they developed a hint of intelligence, or is this purely instinctual?" Among the group of corpse creatures were humans, demons, and dragons, all from different races. In the outside world, these three races fought endlessly against one another. Yet here, in the corpse realm, they coexisted peacefully. There were no racial divides here, only corpse monsters, which had seemingly become a unified race. By sharing the creation lightning, they all benefited, their auras growing noticeably stronger. Then, as one, they turned their gaze toward Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao. The presence of the living was as blindingly conspicuous to the corpse monsters as the sun. Over 100 corpse creatures charged toward them. Up until now, the corpse monsters had been scattered, with only 3 or 4 appearing together at most. This was the first time Lin Moyu had encountered over 100 corpse creatures attacking as a group, and all of them were over level 60. Like the 3 major races, once a monster surpassed level 60, its attributes would see a significant increase. Corpse monsters were no exception. If this had been before his second-class advancement, Lin Moyu wouldn't have hesitated to retreat. But now, in less than a breath's time, the corpse monsters had closed the distance by a kilometer. Lin Moyu was already prepared. At the forefront stood 500 skeleton berserkers, followed by 500 skeleton mages, with 2 Lich generals stationed at the rear. The skeleton berserkers swung their axes, intercepting the charging horde of corpse monsters. Not a single one broke through their formation. In this moment, the skeleton berserkers fulfilled the role of knights. Though they lacked shields, their bodies served as barriers, standing firm against the onslaught. The skeleton mages stood behind them, casting spells relentlessly. Explosions echoed continuously. These corpse monsters were clearly much stronger than the putrid octopuses, as the skeleton mages were unable to kill them instantly. Advanced Corpse, level 61. Advanced Putrid Demon, level 62. Advanced Putrid Dragon Blood Lizard, level 61. Lin Moyu used detection 3 times on different monsters, revealing their identities. They were remnants of the ancient war, belonging to different factions. The advanced corpse was of human origin, while the advanced putrid demon came from the abyssal demons. As for the dragon-like creature, how is this possible? Lin Moyu showed a hint of surprise. It was clearly a dragon corpse, so why did detection identify it as a dragon blood lizard? While dragons did share some traits with lizards, this was unexpected. What's wrong? Dongfang Yao asked curiously. Try using detection on that dragon corpse, Lin Moyu suggested. Dongfang Yao cast detection and was equally surprised. Why does it say dragonblood lizard? Lin Moyu shook his head. He had encountered dragon corpse monsters before, but those had been of lower levels and were disintegrated by the skeleton mages before he had the chance to use detection. Detection was never wrong. It was a skill passed down by human ancestors from the primordial secret realm, available to all humans regardless of class or level. For centuries, detection had provided invaluable assistance to humanity. If it identified the creature as a dragonblood lizard, then it was undoubtedly accurate. Lin Moyu felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Under the combined assault of the skeleton berserkers and skeleton mages, the 100-plus corpse monsters were quickly dealt with, reduced to scattered remnants awaiting regeneration. The Lich generals cleansed the corpse rot toxin from the skeleton berserkers, and Lin Moyu strode boldly into the storm. Be careful, Dongfang Yao called out with concern. She had seen firsthand the devastating power of the lightning. It had taken over 100 corpse monsters working together to withstand it. Yet Lin Moyu was facing it alone. Lin Moyu remained unfazed. A surge of warmth coursed through his body as the creation scepter materialized in his hand. The scepter didn't need to be stored in a spatial inventory. Like the domain divine stone, it resided in his mental space and could be summoned at will. The storm cluster in the level 60 zone was significantly stronger, and the creation lightning was exponentially more powerful. But Lin Moyu was completely unbothered. If the lightning wanted to kill him, it would first have to contend with his undead army. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this stronger creation lightning might bring him a pleasant surprise. Elemental immunity had risen to 75%, and the creation scepter now shone much brighter than when Lin Moyu had first acquired it. It emitted a faint glow, resembling a piece of jade. However, this jade was far from flawless. Upon closer inspection, cracks and imperfections could still be seen running through it. Lin Moyu speculated that when all these cracks were gone, the creation scepter would be fully restored, revealing its true power. At that point, he could finally compare it to the Scepter of Dominion and see which was superior. With the wings of lightning unfurled, Lin Moyu dismissed his bone armor and charged headlong into the storm clouds, braving the flesh-melting rain and bone-corroding winds. In an instant, a barrage of lightning bolts descended upon him. Creation lightning received. Experience 2 million. Creation lightning received. Experience 2 million. The storm clearly rejected intruders like Lin Moyu. The creation lightning of the level 60 zone was exponentially more powerful than before. The numbing sensation coursing through his body was unmistakable as the lightning surged into him, generating an overwhelming flow of warmth that coursed through his body and into the creation scepter once it reached its limit. At the same time, Lin Moyu's undead army was sustaining terrifying damage. His expression faltered momentarily. The sheer magnitude of the damage in that instant was staggering. Even though the skeletons were within the summoning space, they were struggling to recover. Lin Moyu himself, despite possessing 75% lightning damage immunity and a 5x damage reduction equivalent to a 20x damage mitigation, still found it difficult to endure. He summoned his entire undead army, and skeletal warriors rained down from the skies, emerging in mass. All 20 Lich generals immediately activated Army Heal, casting restorative spells on both themselves and the skeletons. The lightning strikes continued to rain down relentlessly, with much of the damage being transferred to the undead. The Lich generals' healing capabilities were astonishingly swift and covered the entire army. The damage inflicted by the lightning was outpaced by the Lich generals' healing speed, allowing Lin Moyu to once again ignore the storm's assault. A massive influx of warmth surged into the creation scepter, causing it to grow even brighter. At the same time, his lightning immunity trait showed signs of further improvement. By the time the storm's creation lightning had been completely absorbed, his lightning immunity had increased to 76%. This single storm had been equivalent to 10 of the previous ones combined. More than half of the cracks on the creation scepter had disappeared. Following this pattern, Lin Moyu estimated that a few more storms would suffice to fully repair the scepter. His experience points had also skyrocketed, jumping from 30% to 50%. With a hint of joy in his heart, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao continued their search for storm clusters in this level 60 bone-melting zone. The undead army paved the way forward, constantly relaying information about the surrounding area. However, storm clusters became noticeably scarcer in the bone-melting zone. It took them 3 days to locate 2 more storms. After absorbing the lightning from both clusters, Lin Moyu's level rose to 41, 88%, and his lightning immunity reached 79%. Only one crack now remained on the creation scepter, running from its base to its very tip, splitting the entire staff. Lin Moyu calculated that finding just one more storm would likely allow him to advance to level 42. His lightning immunity would reach 80%, and the creation scepter had a high probability of being fully restored. The thought brought a faint smile to his face. Over the next 3 days, they ventured another 2,000 kilometers deeper into the zone. The monsters they encountered now exceeded level 64. Fortunately, they had yet to encounter any Boss-class creatures. Lin Moyu even began to wonder if the corpse realm contained any Boss-level monsters at all. Dongfang Yao was equally uncertain. She had already shared all her knowledge about the corpse realm with Lin Moyu. Both noticed that as they ventured deeper into the bone-melting zone, storms became even rarer. The environment around them also underwent a gradual transformation. The bone-corroding winds grew stronger without them realizing it, howling past with horrific corrosive force. Lin Moyu now had to reapply his bone armor every 10 minutes to withstand the wind's intensified attacks. The deeper they ventured, the more powerful the winds became. Without the protection of bone armor, Dongfang Yao wouldn't have lasted even a minute in this environment. Even a level 60 knight would struggle to survive here for more than a few minutes, requiring constant healing from a support class just to stay alive. Not only had the wind grown more ferocious, but the number of monsters had also increased dramatically. The undead army, while scouting ahead, encountered a large number of enemies along the way. After level 60, every level gained resulted in a significant increase in attributes. Level 64 monsters were at least 3 to 4 times stronger than those at level 60. The skeleton mage's elemental explosion now required 30 to 40 casts to take down a single monster. On the 5th day in the bone-melting zone, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao encountered another group of monsters. This time there were more than 300 of them, with levels ranging from 64 to 65. Thankfully, the undead army was able to swiftly clear them out. Dongfang Yao sighed in relief, her heart still racing. Good thing it's you. If it were any other profession, they'd have no choice but to run. Lin Moyu's tone was calm. For top-tier level 70 professionals, eliminating these corpse monsters wouldn't be too difficult. They can also fly for long durations, so they could retreat if necessary. Dongfang Yao shook her head. But what if there are corpse monsters above level 70 ahead? Lin Moyu's expression grew more serious at her suggestion. It was a possibility he couldn't ignore. If they encountered level 70 corpse monsters, and those monsters could also fly, after considering various scenarios, Lin Moyu concluded that the only way to know for sure was to face them directly. Level 70 monsters couldn't be compared to level 70 professionals in a straightforward manner. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Soldiers will block the way, and water will cover the earth. In the distance, a sudden flash of light illuminated the sky. 2 seconds later, a deafening clap of thunder followed. Lin Moyu's expression brightened with excitement. A storm. The two immediately headed toward the source of the sound. It had been 2 days since they last found a storm. The deeper they went into the bone-melting zone, the scarcer the storms became. The sky lit up again, followed by rolling thunder. The sound seemed close, but the journey felt long. After a while, a massive storm finally came into view. This storm was larger and more intense than any they had encountered before. The howling winds battered Lin Moyu's bone armor, causing it to creak audibly under the pressure. At the storm's edge, the corrosive power of the bone-corroding wind was even more terrifying. Lin Moyu stared at the storm cluster just ahead. If he could absorb all the creation lightning within, he would undoubtedly level up, and the creation scepter would almost certainly be fully restored. Dongfang Yao pointed toward the storm's center. Look, what is that? At the heart of the storm stood a massive creature, over 30 meters tall. Its decayed body exuded an overwhelming stench, like a rotting mountain. Lightning struck its body, engulfing it in dazzling arcs of electricity, which it promptly absorbed. A boss. The corpse realm did indeed have BOSS-level monsters. However, this one seemed odd. It had the head of a human, the wings of a demon, and the tail of a dragon. Its body was covered in scales, making it appear to be a hybrid of the 3 races. Dongfang Yao found the creature deeply unsettling. How could such a monster exist? Lin Moyu remained wary of the unknown. He cast detection on the monster. Hybrid putrid monster, leader class boss, level 66. It was indeed a boss, though no attribute details were provided. Lin Moyu had no way of knowing its stats or abilities. The stench. Dongfang Yao covered her nose, gagging. The howling winds carried the monster's unbearably foul odor, making the air almost unbreathable. As the monster absorbed more creation lightning, its aura grew noticeably stronger. Then, it turned its gaze toward Lin Moyu. In the next instant, the massive creature charged at them with astonishing speed. Despite its enormous size, its agility rivaled that of the skeleton berserkers. From this, Lin Moyu inferred that its agility stats were quite high. Judging by its size, its strength stats were likely just as formidable. He gave a swift command, and the skeleton berserkers charged forward to intercept the monster. Its colossal form barreled through, scattering the skeleton warriors like leaves. Lin Moyu's expression darkened. With the army buff active, the level 41 skeleton berserkers had a strength stat of 168,000. Yet they were still thrown aside. This monster's strength likely exceeded 200,000. One hit alone was enough to shatter bone armor aura. Fall back. Get as far away as you can. Lin Moyu barked at Dongfang Yao, stepping forward with his undead army to engage the boss. He could withstand the creature's attacks, but Dongfang Yao would likely be killed in just 2 strikes. By then, even he might be unable to save her. The undead army appeared en masse. Having recently leveled up to 41, Lin Moyu had replenished his entire army. His summoning capacity had increased from 600 to 630, and the number of skeletons each Lich general could command had also risen. Now 21 units of undead stood ready, each with 630 skeletons, evenly divided among warriors, mages, and archers totaling 1,230 members. Thousands of skeleton berserkers charged at the boss, finally halting its advance and surrounding it. They unleashed their skills in unison, crimson light filling the air as their axes descended like a storm. Explosions erupted across the boss's body, fireworks lighting up the battlefield. Thousands of arrows pierced the air, turning the boss into a grotesque pincushion in an instant. Under the triple assault, chunks of bloody flesh were blasted off the boss's body. This creature was unmistakably a composite of the 3 races' corpses. As the attacks continued, its body began to disintegrate. Roar. The boss let out a strange, guttural bellow. It was the first time Lin Moyu had heard any creature in the corpse realm make a sound. The noise was low, raspy, and oppressive, leaving an unsettling heaviness in the air. Within the roar, the boss activated its skill. Chunks of rotting flesh exploded outward, hurtling toward the skeleton berserkers with immense force. The berserkers were sent flying one by one. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed as he noticed that the rotting chunks carried a potent corpse poison, one with highly infectious properties. The poison began spreading to nearby skeletons. The Lich generals attempted to dispel it using their abilities, but to no avail. The poison resisted all attempts at purification. There was no time to ponder why. Lin Moyu immediately commanded the infected skeletons to surround the boss, while ordering the remaining skeleton berserkers to retreat to a safe distance. At least 472 berserkers had been infected. Using them to continue the assault on the boss would suffice, especially with the backup provided by the skeleton mages and skeleton archers, who continuously rained down attacks from the perimeter. After activating its skill, the boss's size noticeably shrank, and its strength seemed to wane. Compared to the bosses Lin Moyu had faced in the ancient battlefield, this one was relatively unimpressive aside from its troublesome corpse poison. Elemental explosions continued to bombard the boss, their thunderous echoes never ceasing. The boss's flesh was blasted apart, and its body shrank further and further. Meanwhile, the relentless attacks from the skeleton berserkers and skeleton archers showed no signs of stopping. In less than a minute, the concentrated assault obliterated the boss entirely. However, the boss wasn't truly dead, it had merely been destroyed. After some time, it would undoubtedly regenerate and return. Lin Moyu had grown used to this reality. Ever since entering the corpse realm, he had yet to truly kill a single monster. Perhaps it was more accurate to say he lacked the ability to permanently kill anything in the corpse realm. He could only destroy them temporarily. The reason for this remained a mystery to him. What worried him now, however, was the corpse poison afflicting the 472 infected skeleton berserkers. The poison inflicted continuous damage, and its potency was extraordinary. If not for the all-connected talent, which allowed all summons to collectively bear the damage, and the healing provided by the Lich generals, these skeletons wouldn't last even 2 minutes. Dongfang Yao ran over, her expression grave. Is there no way to dispel the corpse poison? Lin Moyu shook his head. The boss's corpse poison is too high level. It can't be neutralized. That's a big problem, Dongfang Yao said, her tone heavy. If the corpse poison can't be removed, it'll persist indefinitely until the target dies. And it's contagious. Lin Moyu nodded. He was well aware. He had already attempted to dispel it earlier. Because of the corpse of poison, he was unable to recall the 472 infected skeletons into the summoning space. He also couldn't allow other skeletons to come into contact with them. Even Lin Moyu himself had to keep his distance to avoid infection. The all-connected talent, while preventing the infected skeletons from dying outright, forced the rest of the undead army to share their damage. For the first time, Lin Moyu realized how troublesome corpse poison was. It had turned one of his greatest advantages into a liability. What now? Dongfang Yao asked, her concern evident. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. We'll deal with it later. For now, I'm heading into the storm. Stay away from them. With that, Lin Moyu unfurled his wings of lightning, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the storm clouds. He dismissed his bone armor, gripping the creation scepter tightly in his hand. Bolts of lightning rained down upon him in an unrelenting barrage, and the massive damage was immediately transferred to the undead army below. The Lich generals worked tirelessly to heal the damage. As long as the skeletons weren't wiped out, Lin Moyu wouldn't suffer even a scratch. This storm was massive, its creation lightning more abundant than any he had encountered before. Creation lightning received. Experience 2 million. Creation lightning received. Experience 2 million. The continuous lightning strikes caused Lin Moyu's experience bar to skyrocket. In just half a minute, a golden glow enveloped his body. He had leveled up. As he advanced, the warm current within his body surged to its limit and flowed into the creation scepter. The scepter began to radiate with dazzling brilliance, and the final crack disappeared completely. The entire staff erupted in radiant light, illuminating the land below. Within the blinding white light, Lin Moyu sensed an overwhelming vitality, the unmistakable aura of life itself. Creation scepter, incomplete. A life core can be used to repair the creation scepter. The only information revealed by his detection skill was this cryptic message. There was no description of what the life core was or where it could be found. Still unusable? Lin Moyu muttered to himself. Just what kind of weapon is the creation scepter? Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck down not at Lin Moyu but directly at the creation scepter in his hand. The remaining lightning in the storm converged on the scepter, as though drawn to it. As the scepter absorbed the final arcs of lightning, its brilliance intensified. Moments later, spatial ripples began to emanate from it. Before Lin Moyu's eyes, a glowing doorway materialized in midair. A secret realm. Lin Moyu exclaimed, surprised. He hadn't expected the creation scepter to open a secret realm hidden within the storm. The entrance had been entirely concealed by the storm, completely invisible from the outside. As the duration of the wings of lightning expired, Lin Moyu descended slowly, his expression contemplative. His body was still surrounded by the faint glow of his recent level up. Dongfang Yao greeted him with a smile. Congratulations. Another level up? Just lucky, Lin Moyu replied flatly. It had been a month since they entered the corpse realm, and in that time he had only managed to gain 2 levels, far from efficient. He thought about his sister. By now, who knew what level she had reached? If he hadn't been trapped in the corpse realm, he would have been grinding suitable dungeons in the instance hall, possibly reaching level 45 or higher by now. Dongfang Yao's gaze shifted to the infected skeletons. What about them? Lin Moyu considered the situation for a moment. There wasn't much he could do. I'll have to dismiss them. Without a way to cure the corpse poison, his only option was to disband the infected skeletons and summon replacements. He never thought he'd be forced to manually dismiss his summons after acquiring the all-connected talent. This, he realized, was a stark reminder that no skill or talent was perfect. Everything had its weaknesses. With a single thought, the 472 infected skeleton berserkers collapsed into piles of bones. The corpse poison dissipated instantly, vanishing like smoke. Lin Moyu began summoning replacements, taking advantage of his level 42 upgrade to replenish his undead army. His summoning capacity had increased by another 30 slots, bringing the total to 660. The number of Lich generals had also risen to 22, allowing him to form 22 units of undead army. Each unit now consisted of 660 skeletons, evenly divided among the 3 types, bringing the total number of skeletons to 14,520. The undead army had grown stronger once again. Thankfully, with his infinite mental energy, Lin Moyu was able to summon skeletons at an incredible pace. In just over half an hour, the army was fully replenished. After recalling the undead army, Lin Moyu glanced back at the storm and sensed that the secret realm's entrance was still present. Let me take you somewhere, Lin Moyu said. Dongfang Yao blinked in confusion. Go somewhere. But this is the corpse realm. Where could we possibly go? Up, Lin Moyu replied simply. Before she could process his words, Lin Moyu grabbed her hand. The wings of lightning unfurled once more, and the two soared into the sky. Dongfang Yao, having flown before, wasn't nervous. However, as Lin Moyu held her hand, her cheeks flushed, and she felt slightly awkward. The wings of lightning moved at incredible speed, carrying them into the storm where the glowing doorway awaited. Dongfang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. A secret realm. How could there be a secret realm here? Lin Moyu offered no explanation as he led her through the portal. What lay beyond the secret realm? Would there be danger? Lin Moyu had considered these questions briefly, but could it really be worse than the corpse realm? In the level 60 zones he could still handle himself with ease, but what about the higher level areas? What if they encountered level 70, 80, or even god-tier corpse monsters? Lin Moyu wasn't arrogant, he was confident, but not to the point of recklessness. Dongfang Yao hadn't mentioned whether god-tier corpse monsters existed in the corpse realm, but Lin Moyu was certain they did. Otherwise, why would the Dongfang family remain stationed here? If there were no god-tier corpse monsters, a few god-tier professionals would have been able to wipe out the corpse realm entirely. Though he lacked a way to permanently kill the corpse monsters, god-tier professionals surely had the means. The BOS's corpse poison had also taught Lin Moyu an important lesson: his level was still too low. His skills were powerful, but he was helpless against poison of such a high level. After weighing his options, Lin Moyu decided to step into the secret realm. No matter how dangerous it might be, it couldn't possibly be worse than the corpse realm. The warm sun shone brightly, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The world before them was bright, warm, and teeming with life. Having just emerged from the dark, foul-smelling, cold, and death-infested corpse realm, both Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao found themselves momentarily disoriented. The light here was so intense that Dongfang Yao couldn't even keep her eyes open. Lin Moyu gradually adapted to the environment. The creation scepter appeared on its own, radiating a brilliant light. A beam of pure, life-filled light shot out from the scepter, extending far into the distance, and resonating with the light emanating from the secret realm. Lin Moyu quickly understood this was a signal. The creation scepter was guiding him in a specific direction. Dongfang Yao, having finally adjusted to the light, looked around in astonishment. "What is this place?" she asked, her face full of wonder. Lin Moyu scanned his surroundings. The area was filled with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, resembling an enormous garden. Above them, a small sun hung in the sky, providing energy to the flourishing environment. Curious, Lin Moyu cast detection toward the mini-sun. The skill swept across the garden like a gentle breeze. Creation Secret Realm. The result was only 4 words, simple and enigmatic. Creation Lightning, Creation Scepter, and now the Creation Secret Realm. The interconnection among these things piqued Lin Moyu's curiosity. Dongfang Yao, mimicking Lin Moyu, also used detection to investigate. She, too, learned the name of this place, Creation Secret Realm. "Let's go," Lin Moyu said, unfurling his wings of lightning to fly forward. However, as he tried to take off, his body suddenly felt heavy, and he couldn't lift off the ground. He realized that this place prohibited flight. Since flying wasn't an option, they would have to walk. Stepping onto the soft grass and breathing in the fresh air, Dongfang Yao looked utterly relaxed. "The air here is so fresh. It's a world of difference from the corpse realm," she said with a satisfied expression. The air in the corpse realm was akin to that of a long-abandoned garbage dump, pungent and acidic. This place couldn't be more different. Tiny insects crawled across the garden, their movements making barely audible sounds. A soft gurgling of water came from up ahead, where a pond lay nestled within the garden. The water was crystal clear, with fish swimming leisurely beneath the surface. Birds flitted through the air, adding to the vibrant and lively atmosphere. Following the guidance of the Creation Scepter, the two passed through the garden, then traversed a small forest. Eventually they came upon a manor, nestled within the forest. The manor was surrounded by flowing streams and connected to the outside world by a small bridge. It looked like a paradise secluded from the world. Yet, unlike the otherworldly charm of the righteous deity Secret Realm, this place felt different, not like a human dwelling at all. Lin Moyu couldn't explain why, but he had a distinct feeling that this wasn't a place meant for humans. The manor was encircled by flowing water, sitting like an isolated island. A small bridge served as the only connection to the outside. "Ah!" Dongfang Yao suddenly cried out in pain. Lin Moyu turned to see what had happened and noticed a thin, transparent barrier had appeared behind them without warning. Dongfang Yao, caught off guard, had bumped her head against the barrier. "When did this barrier appear?" she asked, puzzled. Lin Moyu found it strange as well. There had been no barrier before. Taking a step back, he easily passed through the barrier. Then, stepping forward again, he re-entered the barrier without issue. It seemed the barrier had no effect on him. However, Dongfang Yao was unable to pass through, no matter how hard she tried. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and realized the difference between them, the Creation Scepter. When he handed the Creation Scepter to Dongfang Yao, she was unable to grasp it. To her, the scepter was intangible, as though it were an illusion. She could see it but couldn't touch it. It was as if it didn't truly exist. After several attempts, Dongfang Yao sighed. "If I can't go in, I'll just wait here for you." Lin Moyu didn't hesitate. He summoned one unit of the undead army to protect Dongfang Yao before stepping into the barrier alone. He passed through effortlessly, crossed the small bridge, and arrived at the manor's entrance. As he approached the front door, Lin Moyu stopped in his tracks. Carved into the door was an image of a scepter. The design of the scepter was identical to that of the creation scepter, down to its finer details. However, the scepter depicted on the door had one additional feature, a hexagonal gemstone embedded at its center. Lin Moyu immediately recognized it as the life core, the missing piece needed to complete the creation scepter. Gently pushing the door, he found that it opened on its own. Lin Moyu stepped inside. Once he was inside, the door closed behind him. The interior of the manor was remarkably simple. It was nothing more than a small garden. There wasn't even a single room. Currently, the garden was barren, filled only with grass. At its center stood a statue. The statue depicted a woman, her hands positioned as though she were holding something. Lin Moyu carefully examined the garden, walking back and forth several times but found nothing unusual. Finally, he approached the statue. The statue was modeled after a woman and was incredibly lifelike, crafted with exquisite detail. From her sculpted features, it was clear that the woman would have been stunningly beautiful. Even after a thorough inspection, Lin Moyu couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. Even using detection yielded no results, no feedback at all, not even a name. It was rare for detection to return absolutely no information, which only underscored how extraordinary the statue was. After another moment of observation, Lin Moyu's gaze settled on the statue's hands, which were positioned as if they were holding something. Taking out the creation scepter, he placed it into the statue's hands. The scepter, which Dongfang Yao couldn't even touch, fit perfectly into the statue's grasp. As soon as the creation scepter was in place, it began to emit a dazzling light. The entire statue started glowing as well. Lin Moyu instinctively took a few steps back. Though he didn't sense any danger, he remained cautiously vigilant. Amid the radiant light, the statue transformed into a living woman. She looked no different from a human woman, except for her extraordinary beauty. Her beauty was otherworldly noble, pure, and indescribably ethereal, as though she didn't belong to this world. The woman gently held the creation scepter in her hand. Her gaze was soft, and her voice was as gentle as a breeze. "Greetings, human." Lin Moyu asked, "May I ask who you are?" The woman spoke softly, "I was once the goddess of life." Lin Moyu froze, a chill running down his spine. He had speculated about the creation scepter countless times. At most, he thought it might be a legendary weapon. After all, he already possessed the scepter of sovereignty, a legendary weapon. But never did he imagine that the creation scepter would lead him to encounter a deity. Wait, Lin Moyu caught something unusual in her words. She said, "Once the goddess of life." His beautiful eyes revealed a trace of sorrow, and in that instant, Lin Moyu felt an overwhelming sadness welling up within him. Unbidden, his heart filled with grief. The Doman stone within him began to spin, releasing a surge of killing intent that jolted Lin Moyu back to his senses. He shuddered in fear. The goddess had done nothing. She hadn't spoken or acted against him, yet her mere expression had influenced his emotions so deeply. Was this the power of a deity? The goddess of life offered a faint smile of apology. "I'm sorry. I momentarily lost control of my emotions." She walked gracefully to a barren patch of the garden. With a gentle wave of the creation scepter, flowers began to sprout rapidly, blooming in vibrant colors. She repeated the process in several other areas, and soon the garden was bursting with life, filled with the fragrance of flowers and a kaleidoscope of colors. Lin Moyu was stunned. Was this the power of a god? Could the goddess of life truly control life itself? The woman returned to Lin Moyu, her movements elegant and serene. "It's been so long since I've seen my world as it once was. This may be the last time I see it," she said softly. "Human, did you know? The world outside didn't originally bear the name Corpse Realm." Lin Moyu replied, "According to human records, the Corpse Realm was created during a great war, the result of an unimaginably destructive skill." The goddess of life sighed. "The one who cast that skill was also a god. He destroyed my world, turning it into a wasteland of death. He killed all 3 races, killed me, and killed himself as well. That skill, while powerful, came at an unimaginable cost." Lin Moyu felt a chill run through him. Wasn't it supposed to be a war among 3 races? How had gods become involved? And to think such a devastating skill could exist, a skill capable of taking down even deities. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Moyu asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. "Honorable goddess of life, what exactly is a god?" The goddess of life chuckled softly. "Young human, the secrets of the gods cannot be revealed to you. You'll come to understand in time." Clearly, she had no intention of answering his question. Unwilling to give up, Lin Moyu pressed further. "Between gods and humanity's divine tier experts, who is stronger?" The goddess of life laughed lightly, as though she found the question amusing. Humanity's divine tier experts, the demon lords of the abyss, the dragon kings of the dragon race, and we gods all exist on the same level. As for who is stronger, that depends on how far each has progressed within that level. This answer wasn't too different from what Meng Anwen had once told Lin Moyu. Ultimately, strength depended on the individual. Lin Moyu felt slightly reassured, so gods weren't as invincible as he'd imagined. And you, Lin Moyu began, asking his second question. The goddess of life smiled again, and Lin Moyu had to admit that her smile was breathtaking, an unparalleled beauty that felt almost unreal. Too perfect, too pure, as though she were not of this mortal world. She began to walk again, this time heading toward another part of the garden. Lin Moyu followed her, sensing no malice from her presence. With a gentle wave of her hand, petals floated into the air, arranging themselves into a staircase of varying heights. The divine tier strength of your human race is like this staircase, she said. Each step forward brings greater power. There's even a saying, every step closer is a leap to the heavens. The difference between one level and another is like the gap between heaven and earth. For us gods, we are divided into 3 ranks: lower, middle, and upper. I am an upper tier deity, approximately equivalent to a 97th level divine tier expert of your human race. Lin Moyu thought of Meng Anwen and the other 2 human divine tier experts, who were all at level 95, the pinnacle of human strength. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against a 97th level being like the goddess of life. The difference between levels at the divine tier was staggering. It was difficult to fathom how intense the great war of that era must have been, considering even such a powerful entity as the goddess of life had fallen. With another wave of her hand, the goddess sent forth more petals. This time they formed vivid images. Some petals took the shape of demons, others of dragons, and still others of humans. Apart from the 3 races, additional figures appeared, other gods. One of them was the very goddess of life standing before him. Using the petals, she reenacted the scenes of the battle for Lin Moyu. The conflict had indeed been ferocious, so much so that it shattered the very fabric of the world. The 3 races and the gods were locked in a chaotic, all-encompassing war. The goddess of life said, the true root of that war, long ago, was this. She raised the creation scepter in her hand. Lin Moyu was taken aback. The war had been fought over the creation scepter. What kind of power did this seemingly small scepter hold to cause such chaos? The goddess of life explained. At the start of the war, I was not yet the goddess of life. Later, I obtained the creation scepter, and only then did I ascend to become the goddess of life. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Moyu, as though hinting at something. It was only then that Lin Moyu truly understood the significance of the creation scepter. This was an artifact capable of turning someone into the goddess of life. Its value far surpassed that of any legendary weapon. It was immeasurable. No wonder it had sparked such a massive conflict. Lin Moyu asked, if a god can use the scepter to become the goddess of life, then what use would it have for us humans? The goddess of life smiled. It would be even more beneficial to humans. By comprehending the power within the scepter, a human could potentially transcend into a god. Even if they fall short, they could become a half-step beyond the divine tier. In her calm and graceful tone, the goddess began recounting the origins and outcomes of that ancient war. Her words were steady and poised, carrying an elegance that made Lin Moyu listen intently. By the end, he fully understood. That war had all stemmed from the creation scepter. The previous goddess of life had unexpectedly fallen, leaving behind the scepter. To the gods, obtaining the creation scepter meant inheriting the legacy of the goddess of life and becoming her successor. In the hierarchy of gods, the goddess of life was an upper-tier deity, equivalent to a level 97 divine tier expert among humans. For humans, obtaining the creation scepter could allow them to tap into the goddess of life's legacy, potentially ascending beyond the divine or, at the very least, reaching a half-step beyond. For demons, it could mean the rise of a demon emperor. For dragons, it could elevate their bloodline, allowing them to revert to their ancestral origins and become dragon kings. The world now known as the Corpse Realm had once been the creation realm, a world brimming with life. During the war, the creation scepter came into the possession of the goddess of life. It was then that another god unleashed a forbidden skill, sacrificing their own life to destroy the creation realm entirely. The once thriving creation realm was reduced to the death-filled wasteland now called the Corpse Realm. The goddess of life had only just inherited her divine position at the time, and hadn't even had the chance to wield her full divine power before disaster struck. Using the last vestiges of her strength, she managed to leave a sliver of life within the world through the power of the creation scepter. She perished, and the creation scepter was split in two. One part became the creation lightning, while the life core vanished without a trace. Before her death, she imbued her final will into the creation's secret realm, with the creation scepter serving as the key to open it. The goddess of life before him was nothing more than her final will, not even a soul. After hearing her story, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh softly. To think the cause of it all had been such a small object. "Do you not know the whereabouts of the life core either?" Lin Moyu asked. The goddess of life waved her hand, dispersing the petals. "I do not. If fate allows, you may come across it someday. Thank you for bringing the creation scepter here, allowing me to see flowers and smell their fragrance one last time. Now that I have said all I needed to say, my time has come to an end. Before I go, let me give you one final gift." As she spoke, radiant light emanated from her body. The creation scepter returned to Lin Moyu's hand, now adorned with a life core. "Young human, this is a pseudo-life core I created using the last of my strength. With it, you have 3 opportunities to wield divine-level power equivalent to your human race's level 90. Her voice echoed faintly, explaining the gift she had left behind. Lin Moyu asked, "I've heard that gods are incredibly difficult to kill. Is there any chance for you to be resurrected?" Her voice grew softer, fading. "When you transcend into godhood, you will know the answer." And with that, the voice of the goddess of life disappeared entirely. Creation Scepter, Pseudo, contains 3 divine-level uses. 3 During her narration, Lin Moyu had felt the profound sorrow that lingered in her heart. It wasn't her own death that saddened her, but the countless lives lost in the transformation of the creation realm into the corpse realm. The sorrow was genuine, and Lin Moyu was certain of it. She had been a benevolent god. If the opportunity arose, perhaps he could truly consider resurrecting her. Lin Moyu carefully stowed away the creation scepter. Now its ownership belonged to him. If he could find the true life core, he could fully restore it. The statue disappeared, the flowers withered, and the entire manor dissipated like smoke in the wind. Outside, Dongfang Yao was startled to see the barrier vanish, along with the manor itself. Lin Moyu stood in place, lost in thought. Dongfang Yao hurried over. "How did it go?" Lin Moyu shook his head, his voice calm. "It's nothing. I just came to understand a few things." Dongfang Yao, perceptive as ever, didn't press further. If Lin Moyu wanted to share, he'd do so on his own. If he chose not to, there was no point in questioning him. A new exit appeared before them. Standing near it, they could feel the unique aura of the corpse realm emanating from it. Lin Moyu sighed inwardly. Such a vibrant creation realm, reduced to this. That god who had unleashed the forbidden skill, what could they have been thinking? Lin Moyu couldn't understand the thoughts of gods. "Let's go." He dismissed the undead army and, together with Dongfang Yao, left the secret realm. Before they could fully adjust to their surroundings, a deafening roar echoed. Terrifying pressure bore down on them from all sides, as though trying to crush them into dust. A massive tail swept across, striking Lin Moyu with immense force. His bone armor shimmered brightly, absorbing the impact, but it shattered under the blow. Next, a gigantic claw descended, slamming into him with a thunderous crash. Lin Moyu stood unmoving as the damage was transferred to his undead army instead. A boulder hurtled through the air, smashing into Dongfang Yao and shattering her bone armor as well. Another enormous claw came crashing down toward her. Lin Moyu, snapping out of his daze, immediately cast bone armor on Dongfang Yao. He could withstand another hit, but Dongfang Yao wouldn't survive if she took another blow. The bone armor activated just in time, shielding her from the fatal attack. He reinforced the armor once more and summoned the undead army, whose countless skeletal figures surrounded them protectively. Only then did Lin Moyu begin to assess his surroundings. They were in a valley, surrounded by 6 towering peaks that rose like swords into the sky. Recognizing the terrain, Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. The Central Region. In the Goddess of Life's depiction, the Central Region had been the site of the great battle that devastated the corpse realm. The defining feature of this area was the 6 peaks. These peaks were fused with the very fabric of the world, unyielding and indestructible. Even the cataclysmic war hadn't been able to topple them. The space enclosed by the 6 peaks formed the heart of the world. "How did we end up here?" Dongfang Yao asked, finally regaining her senses. Lin Moyu didn't answer. His sharp gaze scanned the area, eventually landing on an inconspicuous barrier in the distance. "Is that it?" Lin Moyu asked urgently. Before he could get a response, another attack came. A massive, decayed dragon tail swept across, scattering thousands of skeletons like raindrops. The undead army suffered heavy losses, and the 22 Lich generals began frantically casting healing spells. Dongfang Yao froze, unable to process what was happening. Lin Moyu grabbed her, pointing toward the barrier. He asked again, his voice filled with urgency, "Is that the exit?" Wave after wave of attacks came crashing down, each one carrying unimaginable power. The undead army was on the brink of collapse, barely holding together. If it weren't for the comprehensive connection that linked the skeletons, those struck directly by the attacks would have perished long ago. Even now, they were only managing to endure thanks to the relentless healing efforts of the Lick generals. And yet, Lin Moyu still hadn't caught a clear glimpse of their attackers. Under Lin Moyu's urgent prompting, Dongfang Yao confirmed her memory. "That's right, that barrier bears the mark of my family. The passage you mentioned, the one that leads out of the corpse realm, is that it?" Lin Moyu pressed for final confirmation. As more skeletons were sent flying through the air, nearly falling apart, their bodies glowed continuously with healing light. Dongfang Yao scanned their surroundings, carefully comparing the current situation to her knowledge. Finally, she nodded firmly. "Yes, it's there. Let's go." Without hesitation, Lin Moyu grabbed Dongfang Yao. His lightning wings unfolded, and he shot toward the barrier like a streak of light. In an instant, his speed reached its maximum. He truly moved like a lightning bolt, closing the several hundred-meter distance in less than half a second. The undead army was dismissed and instantly resummoned around him, forming a protective shield. In that fleeting moment, Lin Moyu finally saw the attackers. There wasn't just one enemy, there were several. One of them was a monstrous, corrupted dragon. Its tail, over 100 meters long, lashed out from the mountaintop where its decayed body rested. The creature never touched the ground. Each strike of its tail tore through space itself, descending with devastating force. That was why only the tail had been visible during the earlier attacks. Another enemy resembled a demon, with wings sprouting from its back. However, it had only one wing left, and even that was a skeletal frame, stripped of flesh. The demon's massive hand continually slammed down upon the undead army, its attacks also bypassing space to strike from hundreds of meters away. Lin Moyu couldn't determine their exact levels, but he was certain they exceeded level 80. As Lin Moyu reached the barrier, his heart sank. From the 6 surrounding peaks, terrifying auras began to rise. Pairs of crimson eyes lit up on each mountaintop, glowing with malice. In the next instant, shadows emerged from the peaks, flying toward them. Lin Moyu's expression darkened. He pressed his hand against the barrier. His body began to slip through, and the barrier allowed him to pass. It wasn't rejecting him. However, the process was excruciatingly slow. At this rate, it would take at least 5 minutes to fully cross. If he got stuck halfway, it would be a disastrous situation, neither able to advance nor retreat. Dongfang Yao spoke up. "I can open the barrier." Lin Moyu immediately withdrew his hand. "Do it now." Dongfang Yao was already working on it, rapidly forming and sending out her family's unique sigils toward the barrier. Her eyes were even more frantic than Lin Moyu's. "Just give me a little time." "How much time?" "1 minute," she replied. All right, Lin Moyu didn't waste words. That meant he had to buy them 1 minute. Whether or not they could hold out was a concern for later. The shadows from the 6 peaks were already swooping down onto the undead army. Each shadow was at least a level 80 entity. These were once powerful beings who had perished in the ancient war, destroyed by the forbidden skill and subsequently turned into corrupted corpses. Though they had become undead, much of their former strength remained intact. They were far beyond what Lin Moyu could handle at his current level. All he could do was rely on the undead army to delay them. But how long they could hold out, Lin Moyu didn't know. These corrupted beings were terrifying. Without life, they couldn't be killed. They were immune to curses, devoid of souls, and utterly unnatural. Lin Moyu couldn't comprehend what kind of existence they were. Their very nature was horrifying. Many of his skills were rendered ineffective against them. The sky darkened as a massive shadow loomed overhead. A blazing breath spewed forth, igniting the skeletons below. Flames erupted across their bodies. Dragon. Dragon breath. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the shadow as a dragon. The breath was an ability it had possessed in life, and even in death it retained this skill. But now, the dragon breath was even more terrifying, laced with a potent corpse poison. The skeletons were quickly afflicted. The skeletons retaliated, their counterattacks lighting up the shadow with flashes of elemental explosions. Arrows whistled through the air, striking the creature's body, but only producing metallic clangs upon impact. Its defense was too strong, neither elemental explosions nor the archer's arrows could inflict significant damage. The shadow continued to unleash its dragon breath. The ground trembled violently as a new, monstrous figure appeared. This one stood over 100 meters tall. In the darkness of the corpse realm, its full form couldn't even be seen. From its jagged outline, Lin Moyu deduced it was an abyssal demon. Whether it was an elite demon or a demon king, he couldn't tell. Its massive hands slammed into the ground, shaking the earth and sending countless skeletons flying. Then, red threads shot out from the ground, entangling the airborne skeletons. The skeletons exploded midair, shattering into countless fragments. A cold shiver ran down Lin Moyu's spine. These skeletons had actually been killed. His innate ability had failed to protect them against this attack. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that his innate talent wasn't omnipotent. Just as he had his own special abilities, others might have talents capable of countering his. The demon continued to pound the ground, sending wave after wave of skeletons to their deaths. From the start of the battle, only 5 seconds had passed. In that brief time, over 1,000 skeletons had been destroyed. The remaining skeletons were all severely injured. If not for the Lich General's rapid healing, the undead army might have been completely wiped out in those 5 seconds. But as their numbers dwindled, the time they could hold out would shrink drastically. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, his hand heating up as a brilliant light burst forth. It was a long, unused skill, Strong Soldier. This was Lin Moyu's most powerful skill, a trump card he rarely relied on. Strong Soldier. For 30 seconds, all base attributes of the user and summoned creatures are increased by 200%. All damage dealt is further amplified by 500%. Cooldown, 1 hour. The most terrifying aspect of Strong Soldier was that it enhanced the base attributes, including those boosted by his innate talent. The Lich General's buffs further augmented these already heightened attributes. The combined effect pushed the skeleton's stats to their absolute peak. Previously, with innate talent boosts, the base attributes of a level 42 skeleton berserker had reached 130,000 in each stat. Under Strong Soldier, this surged to 390,000. Adding the Lich General's buffs brought their stats to a staggering 546,000 per attribute, with total attributes exceeding 2 million. With these stats, plus the additional 500% damage boost, and the Berserker's own skills amplifying their attacks by 500%, their power was beyond calculation. At the very least, their defensive capabilities had skyrocketed. And it wasn't just the Berserker skeleton mages, skeleton sharpshooters, and even Lin Moyu himself benefited from the boost. For the next 30 seconds, Lin Moyu was confident they could significantly reduce their losses. As for what would happen after those 30 seconds, they would survive as long as they could. Meanwhile, Dongfan Yao was giving it her all. The barrier was incredibly complex. Even though she knew the method, it still required time to unlock. Considering she was under level 40, her struggle was understandable. Lin Moyu's task now was to buy her that time. The skeletons radiated dazzling light as the berserkers withstood the dragon breath, no longer being blown away. The red threads failed to deliver fatal damage this time. The counterattack began in earnest. The skeleton berserkers charged at their foes with lightning speed, leaping high into the air. Their axes, glowing with crimson light, descended in a flurry of devastating strikes. The skeleton mages unleashed elemental explosions with unprecedented lethality, blasting chunks of decayed flesh from the shadowy figures. The sharpshooters' arrows transformed into bolts of lightning, piercing deep into the creatures' bodies before detonating. Chunks of rotting flesh and dragon scales rained down, crashing heavily to the ground. The attacks had finally surpassed the creature's defensive limits. The dragon-like shadow roared in fury, spewing more dragon breath in retaliation. But under the effects of Strong Soldier, the skeleton's resistance had risen dramatically, and the dragon breath's damage was significantly mitigated. On the other side, the berserkers were already tearing into their opponents, sending corrupted flesh flying with each strike. Lin Moyu wasn't idle either. Both his hands unleashed volleys of bone spikes, firing at an astonishing rate. Each volley released 2,100 spikes, with 5 volleys per second. The air was alight with the brilliant glow of countless bone projectiles, their sharp whistling sound piercing the battlefield. The spikes riddled the enemy's body, leaving it riddled with holes. In the brief flashes of light, Lin Moyu finally got a good look at one of his foes. It was indeed a dragon, its massive form spanning at least 500 meters. Its head had completely rotted away, leaving dark, exposed bones. Its wings were reduced to skeletal remains, though its scales remained intact. Lin Moyu could imagine how powerful it must have been in life, if not a divine tier being, then at least close to one. Though it was now dead, it retained much of its former strength. However, its combat style had become rigid, relying solely on repetitive uses of dragon breath. It had lost its intelligence, and its combat effectiveness had greatly diminished. Yet Lin Moyu also realized it had become far more terrifying in another way: the corpse poison. This poison was eternal and incurable, an unrelenting threat. The corpse poison inflicted constant damage, and the higher the level of the poison, the greater the damage it caused. It was incurable, eternal, and at least for now, completely irreversible. Once someone was killed by the corpse poison, they too would transform into a corrupted corpse. Worse yet, the poison was contagious. If it spread, it would lead to an apocalyptic disaster. Thankfully, the corpse realm was sealed, containing the corrupted corpses within. The only exit was the barrier guarded by the Dong family, which only they could activate. For other humans to pass through, a certain amount of time would be required. But in the face of such powerful corrupted corpses attacking, time was a luxury they didn't have. A terrifying aura suddenly surged from one of the mountain peaks and descended in an instant. Lin Moyu's expression grew grim. This one felt even stronger than the rest. It wielded a staff, which it swung down from above. With a deafening crash, the ground cracked open, and the impact sent countless skeletons soaring into the sky. The staff swept horizontally, its shadow stretching hundreds of meters, and the airborne skeletons were flung far into the distance, colliding with nearby mountain peaks. The tremor from the impact seemed to awaken even more corrupted corpses within the mountains. One by one, pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, and horrifying auras began rising into the air. Lin Moyu's heart sank. How many corrupted corpses were there? Just from the auras he could sense there were already over 100 entities above level 80. Lin Moyu wasn't confident he could hold on to the end. He knew that the skeletons flung into the mountains were as good as lost. They wouldn't be returning to the battlefield. Skeleton mages and skeleton sharpshooters rushed to provide support, while the skeleton berserkers charged forward. Explosions of elemental magic erupted on the staff-wielding corpse's body, creating dazzling bursts of color. The skeleton berserkers swung their massive axes, and Lin Moyu's bone spikes screeched through the air as they shot toward the target. The staff-wielding corpse swung its weapon, creating a flurry of staff shadows that filled the sky. None of the berserkers could get close. Every one of them was sent flying. In the brief flashes of light, Lin Moyu finally got a good look at the creature. It had once been a powerful human warrior. Though it was now decayed, its origins were still recognizable. Its strength was overwhelming, clearly surpassing the corrupted dragon and demon from earlier. Even with the strong soldier skill active, the skeletons were no match for it. Lin Moyu even suspected that this creature might have reached god-tier levels of power. So strong, Lin Moyu's expression was solemn. The skeleton warriors began attacking in waves, attempting to buy as much time as possible. But wherever the staff swept, nothing could stand in its way. An idea struck Lin Moyu, and he commanded one of the Lich Generals to charge forward. Although the Lich Generals lacked defensive power, they had the highest physical defense and constitution among all his summoned creatures. The Lich General's base constitution was an impressive 270,000. With the boosts from Strong Soldier and its own buffs, this attribute now exceeded 1.1 million. If anyone could withstand the attacks of the staff-wielding corpse, it was the Lich General. The Lich General charged forward, meeting the staff head-on. With a resounding impact, the staff struck the Lich General, heavily injuring it. But it didn't retreat a single step. It took the hit head-on and endured. The other 21 Lich Generals worked quickly to heal it, restoring its vitality almost instantly. Seeing this, Lin Moyu made a decisive choice. He would leave the staff-wielding corpse to the Lich General to hold off. The Lich General became a living shield, taking blow after blow. The battle reached the 20-second mark. By now, over 2,000 skeletons had been lost. If not for the strong soldier skill, they wouldn't have lasted this long. The skill had 15 seconds remaining. 2 of them need to go down in the next 15 seconds. If the corrupted dragon and demon weren't dealt with before reinforcements arrived, Lin Moyu figured he might as well give up and die. He made up his mind. The skeleton berserkers would keep the demon occupied, while the Lich General dealt with the staff-wielding corpse. Meanwhile, all the skeleton mages and skeleton sharpshooters concentrated their attacks on the corrupted dragon. Lin Moyu himself didn't waste a moment, relentlessly firing bone spikes at the dragon. Of the 3, the dragon appeared to be the weakest. It would be the first target. The next 20 seconds were the most intense of Lin Moyu's combat experiences. He didn't even have time to use detection skills. Every second was a fight for survival. Knowing the enemy's level wouldn't change the outcome now. With everything Lin Moyu had poured into the assault, the corrupted dragon finally fell. 6 seconds later, it disintegrated midair, its remains plummeting to the ground. Not wasting even half a second, Lin Moyu immediately shifted his focus to the demon. There were 9 seconds left on the strong soldier skill. The demon was swarmed by skeleton berserkers, who clung to its body despite the corpse poison that riddled it. Each berserker, poisoned and taking continuous damage, pressed on with relentless attacks. With the addition of the mages and sharpshooters, the demon was quickly overwhelmed. Finally, with just 1 second left on the strong soldier skill, the demon collapsed and disintegrated. The next moment, the skill went into cooldown. All boosted attributes receded like a tide. There were 25 seconds remaining until the barrier was fully activated. The staff-wielding corpse struck again. The Lich General, which had been holding on until now, was sent flying out of sight. Lin Moyu didn't even know how far it had gone. The Lich General was gone. This was the first time one had fallen since the formation of the undead army. Lin Moyu knew that the next 25 seconds would be the hardest yet. He didn't bother urging Dong Fanyao. She was already doing her best, and pushing her would only be counterproductive. Everyone had their part to play. At this moment, Lin Moyu was calm and composed. The undead army began to scatter. The enemy's attacks were all area-based. Staying grouped together would only lead to faster destruction. The skeleton warriors darted about, drawing the enemy's attention. Fortunately, the corrupted corpses lacked intelligence. They were dead, after all, and their minds were almost entirely gone. If this were a true living powerhouse, Lin Moyu would have been the first target. Meanwhile, more ancient entities were awakening from the mountain peaks, descending one after another. In the sky, a massive, decayed tree appeared, its branches rotting and hanging limply. It was impossible to tell what kind of tree it had once been. Its trunk was withered, its leaves decayed. The moment it appeared, Lin Moyu felt a chill run down his spine. This was an entity described in the records of the god of life's great war. It was known as the Tree God, a plant-based deity renowned for its boundless vitality and near immortality. During the ancient war, it had wreaked havoc on the battlefield until a human powerhouse gravely wounded it. It had escaped the battle but was eventually killed by the forbidden skill, becoming a corrupted corpse. The forbidden skill had swept across the entire world, leaving no living being within its reach unscathed. As the Tree God emerged, Lin Moyu's sense of danger surged. It was far stronger than the staff-wielding corpse by an unimaginable margin. The Tree God hovered in the air, its branches drooping downward. In an instant, dozens of branches split into hundreds, then thousands, piercing through space and ensnaring a large number of skeletons. Its speed was far beyond anything Lin Moyu or his skeletons could react to. The captured skeletons exploded one by one, dying instantly without any chance to resist. The comprehensive connection innate ability was rendered useless. Previously, Lin Moyu had already realized that his ability wasn't omnipotent. Some enemies could bypass it entirely. The Tree God, once a divine entity, was no exception. Lin Moyu couldn't tell whether this was a natural ability, an innate gift, or something else. His understanding simply wasn't high enough. In the brief span of just over 2 seconds, the Tree God annihilated over 1,000 skeletons. The undead army had now lost a third of its numbers, leaving only 10,000. There were 22 seconds left until the barrier was activated. Lin Moyu wasn't sure if they could hold out. The fewer skeletons there were, the faster the remaining forces would collapse. The undead army's numbers were dwindling at an alarming rate. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, with countless skeletons falling every second. Dong Fangyao was clearly nearing the completion of her task. The barrier's glow was growing brighter and brighter. Hold on. Just a little longer. 10 more seconds passed. The undead army was now down to fewer than 4,000. The rate of loss was accelerating. Lin Moyu's gaze turned grim. The final 10 seconds would be the hardest to endure. A flash of light appeared in his hand as he pulled out the Staff of Creation. This was his last trump card. It allowed him to unleash 3 attacks equivalent to those of a level 90 being. Level 90, the domain of gods. Whether it was a pseudo-god or a true deity, reaching level 90 meant immense power. The moment Lin Moyu drew the Staff of Creation, the 6 mountain peaks trembled violently. Terrifying aura surged toward him. He suddenly realized he had made a mistake. These corrupted corpses had once fought to the death over the Staff of Creation. Even in death, their obsession with it hadn't faded. By revealing the staff, he had effectively painted a target on himself. But if he didn't use it, he was just as likely to die. The decayed Tree God in the sky locked onto Lin Moyu. All its withered branches shot toward him like bolts of lightning. For the first time, Lin Moyu felt the shadow of death looming over him. His eyes hardened with resolve as he raised the Staff of Creation and aimed it at the decayed Tree God. Suddenly, a flash of dark light swept across the battlefield, severing all the withered branches in an instant. A shadowy figure appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Clad in armor and wielding a sharp sword, the figure stood tall and imposing. It was human armor. A human sword. Despite the passage of countless years, the armor remained unmarred, and the sword retained its sharp edge. There was no doubt both pieces of equipment were of legendary caliber, and their owner had once been a god-tier human warrior. The figure lowered its head slightly, casting a brief glance at Lin Moyu, then at the Staff of Creation in his hand. Its glowing red eyes flickered ominously. Lin Moyu held the Staff of Creation aloft but refrained from activating it. He knew that even if he used the staff, it would have no effect. This figure was far too powerful. Its strength was beyond comprehension. Then it turned away, facing the decayed Tree God, leaving its back exposed to Lin Moyu. Raising its sword, The figure shot into the sky, clashing with the tree god in a fierce battle. Countless branches were severed in an instant. Lin Moyu was shaken to his core. He's protecting me. No, not me. He's protecting humanity. His body is entirely decayed. He's clearly long dead, yet his final will has been preserved, to protect humanity. Lin Moyu's heart surged with shock and awe. What kind of willpower was this? Even after death, transformed into a corrupted corpse, it remained unyielding. The will had become an obsession. More powerful entities began to descend. From the ancient battle, several god-tier beings had been left behind in this place. Each one that appeared locked its attention on the staff of creation in Lin Moyu's hand. Every single one was unimaginably powerful, far beyond what Lin Moyu could contend with. And yet, one by one, god-tier human warriors emerged to shield him from their attacks. It happened again and again. Each time, a god-tier human warrior stepped forward, pulling Lin Moyu back from the brink of death. The shock in Lin Moyu's heart had reached an unimaginable level. What kind of will could withstand the erosion of time? A will that transcended life, that transcended time itself. It permeated every fiber, every fragment of their being. A deep reverence rose within Lin Moyu's heart. It's done. Dong Fangyao's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. The barrier appeared unchanged, but as Lin Moyu approached it, he could feel the difference. His hand passed through it effortlessly. He took one last look at the god-tier human warriors locked in battle. If it's ever possible in the future, I will bring you back to life. Lin Moyu didn't know if such a thing was within his power, or if he'd ever have the chance. But in this moment he truly sincerely made that vow. Then, he turned and stepped through the barrier. As Lin Moyu departed, the aura of the Staff of Creation disappeared, along with the presence of any living being. The battle came to an abrupt halt. The god-tier human warriors flew back to their respective mountain peaks, falling silent once more. The other corrupted corpses also retreated to their resting places. The corpse realm returned to its eerie stillness, and darkness once again blanketed the land. In the next instant, the undead army that Lin Moyu had left behind disintegrated, collapsing entirely. Beyond the barrier lay a hidden realm. The secret realm wasn't large, spanning only about 100 meters in diameter. At its center stood a teleportation array. Lin Moyu surveyed the area. The small secret realm was filled with intricate formations. In the past, he wouldn't have understood any of them, but now, with his experience as a formation master, he could grasp a little. The formations connected to the barrier outside and also linked to a much more terrifying seal. According to Dong Fangyao, this seal was what kept the entire corpse realm confined. Sealing the corpse realm had come at a tremendous cost to humanity. Finally, we can go back through the teleportation array, Dong Fangyao said, inspecting the structure. The array bore the emblem of the Dongfang family and she knew how to operate it. Let's not rush. Let's rest here for a while, Lin Moyu replied. Dong Fangyao was puzzled. They could already leave, why delay? But then she understood. Lin Moyu began summoning skeletons, one after another. The last battle, though it had lasted only a minute, had nearly wiped out the undead army. The few skeletons that survived were mostly contaminated by the corpse poison. Of the original army, fewer than 2,000 were intact. The 22 Lich generals had suffered minimal losses, with only 3 destroyed. But without skeletons to command, the Lich generals were effectively useless. Now that they could leave, Lin Moyu's cautious nature dictated that he restore the undead army to full strength before using the teleportation array. If something went wrong during the teleportation, at least he would have a means to respond. Dong Fangyao quickly realized Lin Moyu's reasoning and quietly sat down to wait. Skeletons began appearing at a rate of 1 per second. Lin Moyu summoned them non-stop, able to summon 3,600 skeletons per hour. It would take about 4 hours to fully replenish his army. As Dong Fangyao watched, she began to sense that something was amiss. How doesn't his skill consume mental energy? I can clearly feel the strong fluctuations of mental energy. Each skeleton requires a significant amount, but he's acting like his mental energy is endless. How strong is his mental attribute really? Dong Fangyao was deeply shocked. She had always known Lin Moyu was powerful in combat, but she had never paid much attention to his mental strength. In the corpse realm, survival had been her only concern. Now that they were safe, she finally had the mental space to notice other things. Watching Lin Moyu silently summon skeletons, Dong Fangyao was thoroughly startled. She realized that unless he faced an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, Lin Moyu's undead army might be unstoppable. On a battlefield, his army could likely crush a demon force 10 times its size. The key advantage of the undead army was its fearlessness in the face of death. It could be replenished at any time. And as Lin Moyu's level increased, his army would only grow larger and stronger. Eventually, Lin Moyu alone could rival the strength of an entire nation's military. If only I could have such an army, Dong Fangyao shuddered, snapping herself out of her thoughts. She knew she was dreaming. Such a thing was impossible. but her imagination ran wild. If I could marry him, she recalled Lin Moyu's cold, decisive face as he fought the corrupted corpses, and a chill ran through her. She realized that someone like Lin Moyu, ruthless and resolute, was not someone she could control. Rather than being his wife, she'd be better off as his friend. This thought brought her a sense of relief. Lin Moyu glanced at Dongfang Yao out of the corner of his eye. Her expression had shifted strangely just moments ago, but now she seemed to have returned to normal. Ignoring her, he continued summoning skeletons. Until his undead army was fully replenished, he wouldn't feel secure. Finally, after 4 hours, the decimated undead army was restored to full strength. Excluding the reserves in his summoning space, the 22 Lich generals now commanded a total of 14,520 skeletons, once again at full capacity. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. All right, let's go back. Dongfang Yao nodded and stepped into the teleportation array, activating a series of sigils. As the array began to activate, a grand formation beneath the royal palace suddenly lit up, radiating brilliant light. The spirit of the formation emerged, transmitting a series of messages. 3 god-tier powerhouses of the royal family, Dongfang Yai, Dongfang Ni, and Dongfang Jan, received the news simultaneously. Someone had returned from the corpse realm. The 3 of them were overjoyed and rushed to the formation. Meng Anwen received the news as well. The next moment he appeared silently before the formation spirit. He had been here before and had left a teleportation marker, allowing him to arrive instantly. When Dongfang Yi and the others arrived, they found that Meng Anwen was already there. "Greetings, Lord An," Dongfang Yi said, bowing respectfully. Dongfang Li and Dongfang Jan also greeted Meng Anwen. Although god-tier powerhouses were considered equals, Meng Anwen's immense strength commanded their respect. Meng Anwen simply nodded and asked the formation spirit, "Who is coming through the teleportation array?" The formation spirit replied, "A man and a woman, 2 people." As it spoke, it projected an image of Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao. Meng Anwen let out a breath of relief. Lin Moyu was safe. The 3 members of the Dong family were visibly delighted as well. If Lin Moyu was unharmed, it meant their family's efforts weren't in vain. Dongfang Yao's survival was an unexpected joy as well. Dongfang Yi, as her father, was nearly moved to tears. They knew all too well how treacherous the corpse realm was, how slim the chances of survival were. Even for them, entering the corpse realm was nearly a death sentence. They had long since given up hope. The sudden good news was a miracle. As the teleportation process began, Meng Anwen glanced at Dongfang Yi and his companions. "This time you're lucky. The Dongfang family is spared." With that, he teleported away, leaving without lingering. 10 seconds later, the oppressive killing intent that had shrouded the royal palace for over a month dissipated like a receding tide. The teleportation lasted a full 5 minutes, spanning an immense distance. Finally, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao returned to the human world. As the transfer ended, their vision had yet to fully recover, but the familiar sensation of home already washed over them. When their surroundings became clear, they saw Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Li, and another man unfamiliar to Lin Moyu, Dongfang Jan. "Father." With a cry of joy, Dongfang Yao rushed into Dongfang Yi's arms. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "I thought I'd never see you again." Dongfang Yi gently patted her back. "It's over now. You're safe." His daughter's safe return filled him with indescribable joy. For over a month, Dongfang Yi had been living in despair. The Dongfang family was under threat, and he feared he would never see his daughter again. The double burden had nearly crushed him. Even as a god-tier powerhouse, even as the ruler of a nation, he was still just a man, a father. Lin Moyu's gaze turned cold. "This time your Dongfang family owes me an explanation." Though they had returned safely, the matter was far from over. He had barely made it out alive. His survival was nothing short of a miracle. This wasn't something Lin Moyu could let slide. While he owed them a favor, no favor could outweigh the value of his life. Moreover, having brought Dongfang Yao back safely, he had more than repaid that debt. Hearing Lin Moyu's icy tone, Dongfang Yi immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He bowed his head slightly and said, "You are absolutely correct. This is our family's fault. We nearly cost the life of General Lin. Rest assured, General Lin, we will provide you with a proper explanation for all of this. We will also provide sufficient compensation." Lin Moyu didn't press further. Since Dongfang Yi had already acknowledged their fault, he trusted that the man would keep his word. With the family crisis resolved and Dongfang Yao safely returned, both Dongfang Li and Dongfang Zan let out long sighs of relief. Dongfang Li chuckled lightly. "General Lin, your sister has been waiting outside the royal palace for over a month. Shouldn't you go see her?" "My sister is here?" "Where?" Dongfang Yi replied. "The teleportation array to the palace exterior has been destroyed by your sister." "Should I fly you there?" "No need. I'll go myself." As Lin Moyu finished speaking, His lightning wings unfolded with a sharp crack. With a single powerful beat, he soared into the sky. Sensing Lin Mohan's presence, Lin Moyu adjusted his direction and shot off like a bolt of lightning. After Lin Moyu left, Dongfang Yi spoke softly. This was a disaster narrowly averted. Yao Er's safe return also means the family's crisis has been resolved, Dongfang Li sighed. Since the founding of the Shengxia Empire over 1,000 years ago, our Dongfang family has never faced such a calamity. We have truly failed our ancestors. Dongfang Zhan shook his head and sighed as well. It is we who are incompetent. Dongfang Yao, watching the three of them exchange lines like actors in a play, looked utterly bewildered. She had no idea what they were talking about. Dongfang Yi turned to her and gently said, Yao Er, tell us in detail about everything that happened in the corpse realm over the past month. Dongfang Li chimed in, curiosity evident on his face. General Lin is indeed formidable, but he is only invincible among those of the same level. The corpse realm is filled with terrifying beings, especially in its central region. How did you manage to return? Dongfang Yao nodded and began recounting their experiences in the corpse realm. Outside the royal palace, Lin Moyu appeared beside Lin Mohan like a streak of lightning. At the sight of him, Lin Mohan's stunningly beautiful face lit up with joy. She threw her arms around him and held him tightly. Tears streamed down her face. Xiaoyu, I knew nothing would happen to you. Lin Moyu chuckled. Of course not. But how did you know I was in the corpse realm? Lin Moyu could already guess part of the reason his sister had waited outside the royal palace for over a month. Shaking her head, Lin Mohan replied, I didn't know anything about the corpse realm. It was my teacher who predicted you might be in danger and told me to wait outside the palace. She recounted the events. It turned out that Lin Mohan's teacher had foreseen Lin Moyu encountering grave danger and specifically instructed her to guard the palace. However, the exact method of guarding was left to her discretion. Lin Moyu hadn't expected his sister to take such an uncompromising approach. Lin Mohan added, over the past month, there were even members of the Dongfang family trying to escape, but I drove them all back. Lin Moyu laughed. If something really had happened to me, would you have destroyed the Dong family? Lin Mohan snorted lightly. Of course. And not just me, your teachers would have intervened as well. For the past month, the Dongfang family had endured immense pressure. A murderous aura had loomed over their heads like a blade, growing sharper with each passing day. To the royal family, it felt as though the blade was drawing closer and closer to their necks. Lin Moyu now understood that, while he was trapped in the corpse realm, his loved ones had done everything in their power for him. They were fully prepared to go to war with the Dongfang family. Regardless of the outcome, such a battle would have been earth-shattering. As the imperial family, the Dongfangs undoubtedly had numerous allies. Should they call upon their connections, who knew how many god-tier powerhouses might join their side? On the other hand, Meng Anwen and his allies, as well as the military, would also rally to aid Lin Moyu. If war broke out, the empire itself might not survive the conflict. Lin Moyu now realized that his life and death had unknowingly become a matter of national consequence. Lin Mohan said, as long as you're safe, Xiaoyu, I can finally relax. Go and see your teachers, they must be worried sick about you. Lin Moyu asked softly, and what about you? Flashing a playful smile, Lin Mohan replied, I'm going back to level up. I haven't gained a single level in over a month. My teacher's plans have been completely disrupted, he's probably furious by now. Her tone was light and mischievous, and Lin Moyu could tell that her good mood came from his safe return. When she mentioned her teacher, her voice carried a relaxed and affectionate note, suggesting the teacher treated her well. Lin Moyu nodded. When will you be free next? Lin Mohan thought for a moment. My teacher hasn't said anything specific, but I can guess it'll probably have to wait until I reach God tier. Lin Moyu was surprised by the high standard her teacher had set. However, given his current leveling speed, reaching God tier didn't seem too far off. In less than 2 years, he had gone from his initial class transition to level 70 and completed his third promotion. Such speed was unprecedented. Even Lin Moyu himself wasn't sure if he could surpass it. Back in the royal palace, Dongfang Yao finished recounting her experiences in the corpse realm. She described how she had been terrified upon first entering, while Lin Moyu remained calm and collected, even conducting experiments on corrupted corpses. Dongfang Yao felt a twinge of shame at the stark contrast in their behavior. She went on to describe how they absorbed lightning energy and stumbled into a mysterious hidden realm. Though she didn't fully understand what the realm was, its vitality and wonder had left a deep impression on her. Finally, she recounted the final battle. While she had been preoccupied with maintaining the barrier and hadn't witnessed much, the damage to the undead army spoke volumes about the intensity of the fight. Dongfang Li's eyes gleamed thoughtfully. Lin Moyu, his composure is extraordinary, far beyond that of ordinary people. His mental fortitude is remarkable. Especially in the central region, I can only imagine the level of opponents he faced. Even for us, escaping unscathed would be far from guaranteed. Dongfang Yi turned to Dongfang Yao. You mentioned a small staff that couldn't be touched. What did it look like? Could you draw it? Dongfang Yao nodded and quickly took out paper and pen to sketch it. Her drawing skills were clearly well practiced, and the likeness of the staff of creation she produced was lifelike. When the others saw her drawing, they collectively gasped. Dongfang Yi couldn't hide his shock. The staff of creation. I never thought the source of that ancient war, the staff of creation, would reappear. The Dongfang family, as guardians of the corpse realm, knew some of the secrets behind that ancient conflict. They also understood the critical role the staff of creation played in the legacy of the god of life. Dongfang Li stared at the drawing and muttered, "The staff is missing something." "Yao, did you forget to draw part of it?" Dongfang Yao shook her head. "No, I drew it exactly as it was. The staff didn't have anything on it." Dongfang Li's voice grew heavy. "Then the staff of creation is damaged. The life core is missing. Without the life core, the staff of creation is nothing but a useless relic. Only when the two are reunited can it function." Dongfang Yao asked, "What exactly does the staff of creation do?" Dongfang Yi chuckled softly. "It offers the chance to transcend godhood." "What?" Dongfang Yao covered her mouth, utterly speechless. The three god-tier powerhouses of the Dongfang family had no intention of trying to seize the staff. First, they didn't dare. Second, it would be pointless. Lin Moyu's identity alone made any such operation impossible, unless they could execute it flawlessly. Moreover, they knew Lin Moyu wouldn't truly die. Even if Lin Moyu were killed, he would eventually be resurrected in the Hall of Heroic Souls. Unless it was in a unique place like the Corpse Realm, which existed in a separate dimension, isolated and completely sealed. Only in such conditions could death be permanent. Otherwise, even in the eternal battlefield or the abyssal world, Lin Moyu could still be revived. It was precisely because of this that Meng Anwen and the others were so agitated this time, willing even to risk a deadly war with the Dongfang family. The second reason it was pointless was that, without the life core, the staff of creation was nothing more than a useless relic. Dongfang Yao had also mentioned that she couldn't even touch the staff. They weren't fools and wouldn't involve themselves in something with no benefit. Dongfang Yi said gravely, "Let's rest for 2 days. After that, Yao, you'll come with me to visit General Lin." For over a month, the Shengxia Tower had stood prominently within the Xiaojing Academy. In the past, the appearance of the Shengxia Tower would only last a few days. Never before had it remained in one place for such a long time. Every day, countless people came to observe the Shengxia Tower. As one of the 3 divine towers of the Shengxia Empire, it was shrouded in countless legends. However, the Shengxia Tower was always surrounded by a surging energy barrier, preventing anyone from approaching and forcing onlookers to admire it from a distance. But today, the Shengxia Tower suddenly vanished, leaving many visitors disappointed. The White God courtyard returned to its usual, tranquil state. Meng Anwen lounged comfortably in a chair, his eyes half closed, exuding a carefree demeanor. Bai Yuan and Yan Guangsheng each sat nearby, occasionally exchanging sharp remarks. Lin Moyu, meanwhile, busied himself brewing tea for the 3 of them. He had already recounted the events of his time in the corpse realm in great detail, including many hidden truths unknown even to the Dong family. After all, who could understand the significance of that ancient war better than the god of life? Lin Moyu also took out the staff of creation. Unfortunately, just like Dongfang Yao, none of the 3 could touch it. The staff of creation remained untouchable to anyone but Lin Moyu. Bai Yuan remarked, "If the life core can be found, Xiaoyu's chances of reaching beyond god tier would greatly increase." Meng Anwen, after a moment of thought, said quietly, "I don't see this as a good thing. External objects are tools to be used, not relied upon." Lin Moyu understood his teacher's point. Even if the life core could be found and the staff of creation fully restored, relying on external power was not the best path. Yan Guangsheng raised an eyebrow. Old Meng has a point. External objects shouldn't be relied on. No matter what, the only thing you can truly depend on is yourself. Still, the staff of creation should be a pretty decent piece of mythical-grade equipment. When the time comes, we'll have to check its attributes. Mythical-grade equipment, something beyond legendary grade, was incredibly powerful and precious. The entire human race possessed only 2 such items. Lin Moyu spoke softly, "Don't worry, teacher. I won't rely on external power. Even if he wanted to rely on equipment, his class wouldn't allow it." After his second-class transition to become an undead sovereign, he found himself rejecting almost all equipment. It was a frustrating dilemma. What kind of equipment could he even use? At this point, he truly relied entirely on himself. "Teacher," Lin Moyu asked, "this time many of my skeletons were destroyed, and some were outright killed. My innate ability didn't seem to work." Bai Yuan replied, "That's normal. Perhaps the enemy had an ability that countered your own." Yan Guangsheng added, "Or maybe their attacks were strong enough to sever your innate connection. Summon a skeleton for me to see." Following his teacher's instructions, Lin Moyu summoned a skeleton. Yan Guangsheng casually swung a hand in a knife-like motion. A massive blade aura surged forth, brimming with Yan Guangsheng's terrifying killing intent, and swept through the skeleton. The skeleton instantly exploded, obliterated in a single moment. Lin Moyu was stunned. His skeletons could be destroyed so easily. His innate connection ability had no effect whatsoever. "How did you do that, teacher?" Lin Moyu asked. Yan Guangsheng explained, "Your innate ability is called universal connection. All I had to do was sever that connection, and your ability became useless. In the end, it's because your skeletons are too weak. Their level isn't high enough." Lin Moyu understood. Whether it was through superior abilities or overwhelming attacks, opponents could bypass his innate skill and destroy his skeletons outright. In other words, he was still too weak. Meng Anwen spoke in a low voice. "Based on what Xiao Yu described, the creatures in the corpse realm aren't particularly terrifying. The real issue is the corpse poison. Our ancestors sealed the corpse realm primarily because they feared the spread of the corpse poison." Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, even a god-tier healer can't neutralize corpse poison?" Meng Anwen shook his head. "Low-level corpse poison, yes. High-level corpse poison, no." Dongfang Yao had mentioned that if Lin Moyu could neutralize corpse poison, she would ask for his help to save someone. It seemed likely that someone in her family had been afflicted with high-level corpse poison. With their family's influence, they should have been able to summon a god-tier healer. "Teacher, do you think it's possible for someone to be resurrected after death?" Lin Moyu thought of the god-tier human powerhouses who had saved him in the end. Though they had perished, their wills lingered, unyielding. Bai Yuan replied, "Unless a soul imprint is preserved, allowing the soul to return to it after death, resurrection is impossible. But for god-tier powerhouses, death is final. There's no chance of revival." Lin Moyu couldn't understand why god-tier powerhouses couldn't be resurrected. Yan Guangsheng stood and patted Lin Moyu's shoulder. "You'll understand in time." Bai Yuan also rose, patting Lin Moyu's shoulder. "You're lucky this time. Be more careful in the future. In a few days, Dongfang Yi will definitely come to apologize and offer compensation. When that happens, I'll make sure to take full advantage. The Dong family is royalty. They've amassed plenty over the years. For now, take some time outside. Whether you're resting or farming dungeons, just stay out of sight. I don't come back here." Meng Anwen, who had known Bai Yuan for years, immediately understood his intention. "It's better if you're not here. That way, old Bai can negotiate without holding back." For once, Yan Guangsheng didn't argue. Exactly. When it comes to squeezing compensation, this guy is an expert. They all believed Lin Moyu wouldn't demand much given his reserved nature. This was a rare opportunity, and they wouldn't let it slip by. With Bai Yuan leading the negotiations, backed by Yan Guangsheng's intimidating presence, the Dong family was bound to suffer significant losses. Lin Moyu was promptly shooed out of the White God courtyard, forbidden from returning for the next few days. Before he left, Bai Yuan reminded him to return to Genesis Academy in half a month, as the ancestral grounds would soon open. Returning to Shajing Academy, Lin Moyu strolled through the campus, feeling as though he had lived a lifetime in a lifetime on a single month. His time in the pitch-black corpse realm, enduring daily lightning strikes, had been inhumanly harsh. At times he had felt as though he were becoming one of the walking dead himself. Fortunately, he had managed to escape in the end. Is resurrection truly impossible? Lin Moyu pondered. According to Bai Yuan, it wasn't possible, but the God of Life had hinted otherwise. For some reason, Lin Moyu found the God of Life's words more convincing. There should always be hope, no matter how slim. As he pondered, his ears twitched slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. A familiar fragrance filled his nose as someone hugged him from behind. "You're back." Lin Moyu's voice was soft, devoid of its usual chill. Having slain so many, his words often carried an unintentional trace of coldness. But not this time, not even a hint. There were very few people in this world whom Lin Moyu would treat this way. The person behind him was one of them. "Mim." The response was light, like a kitten's purr. Ningyi gently nuzzled her head against Lin Moyu's back. Fortunately, she had just taken a bath and changed into clean clothes. When he had first returned from the corpse realm, his body had reeked of decay, a smell she would have found unbearable. Lin Moyu gently held Ningyi's soft, delicate hands, savoring the warmth against his back. "You must be tired after all this time," Lin Moyu said with a smile. Ningyi nodded, then shook her head, saying nothing. Lin Moyu turned and embraced her. "Rest up. I'll take care of the leveling from now on." Ningyi responded with a soft hum, her smile brighter than the sun. Ningyi's return was an unexpected joy for Lin Moyu. The two had been apart for several months, and the longing they had kept in their hearts erupted in this moment. Under the warm sunlight, the two embraced for a long time, holding each other tightly. Until the sun set and their shadows stretched long across the ground, They sat by the lakeside, sharing stories of what had happened over the past few months. Lin Moyu recounted his descent into the abyssal world, his unprecedented massacre of a city, how he became entangled in a world of killing intent, and finally his narrow escape from the corpse realm with his life. Each of Lin Moyu's experiences was like a legendary tale, captivating and full of peril. His tone, however, was calm and straightforward, as if narrating events that were no big deal. But Ning Yi could imagine the scenes vividly. Her small hand clutched her chest as she listened, her heart racing with every word. Compared to Lin Moyu's adventures, Ning Yi's story was far simpler. She had been sent by Ning Taran into a special secret realm, where she fought battle after battle, endlessly honing her skills, mastering combat techniques and leveling up. Ning Taran had arranged specific tasks for her, and she completed each one of them successfully. While Lin Moyu was traveling, she was leveling up. While Lin Moyu was fighting for his life, she too was training tirelessly. Ning Taran had prepared an abundance of potions to ensure Ning Yi could sustain her constant combat. As a result, Ning Yi's leveling speed was no slower than Lin Moyu's. In fact, she had even reached level 40 slightly earlier than him. Lin Moyu couldn't help but admit that having the backing of a prominent family truly made a difference. For an average person, even for the prodigies of Shijing Academy, leveling from 20 to 40 would take at least 2 to 3 years, even with consistent dungeon farming and teams. But when compared to his own elder sister, Lin Moyu felt that Ning Yi's achievements seemed only natural. His sister was the real monster. When Ning Yi reached level 40, Ning Taran arranged for her to complete her second-class transition. During her second transition, Ning Yi experienced a breakthrough in her class. Ning Taran, who doted on his precious granddaughter endlessly, had prepared countless rare treasures to maximize her chances of achieving a class evolution. Thanks to the soul rebirth crystal she had obtained earlier, Ning Yi successfully became a legendary class professional, Night Stalker. Previously, Ning Yi's class had been the rare tier Shadow Assassin, which was already excellent. But compared to a legendary class profession, it was still lacking. Her journey might sound monotonous, even dull, simply training and leveling up. Yet after her second transition, Ning Taran didn't immediately let her leave. Instead, he subjected her to another round of trials, which lasted over a month. Ning Taran had somehow acquired a large number of advanced training puppets, each capable of using the skills of other professionals. Day after day, Ning Yi fought against these puppets, learning the fighting styles of various professions through combat. This method of training was somewhat similar to what Bai Yuan and Yan Quansheng had experienced in their younger days. It achieved comparable results, though Lin Moyu's own method, where he directly transformed into a puppet, was even more extreme. The two of them sat on the grassy lakeside, Ning Yi tilting her head to lean gently on Lin Moyu's shoulder. Her delicate face glowed radiantly under the sunlight, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. "From now on, I'll leave everything to you," she said with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, her expression daring him to refuse. Lin Moyu smiled. "All right, leave it to me." As night fell, the dungeon hall remained brightly lit. The dungeon hall was often livelier at night than during the day. Many students, having finished their daily studies and training, would gather here to form teams, clear dungeons, obtain gear, and level up. Everyone worked hard, afraid of falling behind their peers. When Lin Moyu and Ning Yi appeared in the dungeon hall, the previously bustling hall suddenly quieted down. An invisible aura seemed to emanate from Lin Moyu, making it impossible for anyone to speak loudly in his presence. Long periods of intense combat and slaughter had unknowingly built up an overwhelming presence around him. The students looked at Lin Moyu with awe-filled eyes, their gazes brimming with admiration. Ning Yi clung to Lin Moyu's arm, smiling. "You're so amazing. Look at the way everyone's staring at you." Lin Moyu replied calmly, "Compared to the human forebears, I'm nothing." But Ning Yi disagreed. "I think you'll surpass our forebears one day. Defeating the dragon race and wiping out the Abyss won't be a problem for you." Lin Moyu suddenly recalled what Jian Yi had once said. Even if a super god tier professional appeared among the human race, it would still be impossible to destroy the Abyss. He wasn't sure whether that statement was true or not. Only when he reached that level himself would he know. The two entered the dungeon hall, surveying the hundreds of dungeons of various levels displayed before them. "We need to pick a dungeon suitable for leveling," Lin Moyu said. Ning Yi didn't hesitate. "Then let's do the Beast God Plateau dungeon. The experience there is great. It's said to be the best leveling dungeon for levels 40 to 50. Since the dungeon hall was managed by Ning Taran, Ning Yi, as his most beloved granddaughter, was naturally familiar with its layout. The dungeon hall had two large-scale dungeons, the level 25 Tyrant Desert and the level 45 Beast God Plateau. The Beast God Plateau had a level restriction of 40 to 50 and allowed a maximum of 50 participants per run. Lin Moyu trusted Ning Yi's choice. "All right, the Beast God Plateau it is. Large-scale dungeons didn't have selectable difficulty levels. The monsters inside were equivalent to those in hell difficulty dungeons of the same level, differing only in their numbers. But for Lin Moyu, numbers meant nothing. Ning Yiye also understood Lin Moyu's abilities, and she knew the Beast God Plateau was currently the best choice. Pointing to the leaderboard above the dungeon portal, Ning Yiye said, "That record will be rewritten soon." The current record had been set 3 years ago and remained unbroken ever since. Genesis Academy, 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Creation Academy, 6 hours 52 minutes 01 second. Flame Emperor Academy, 6 hours 53 minutes 31 seconds. The top-ranked team came from Genesis Academy, with only 25 participants, half the dungeon's maximum limit. Using just half the allowed participants to set a record that had stood unchallenged for 3 years was a testament to Genesis Academy's strength. The 3 top academies, Genesis Academy, Creation Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy, were powerhouses within the university, gathering 99% of its top-tier talents. Their teams had set numerous records in the dungeon hall, most of which were extremely difficult to break. Difficult, but not impossible. However, Lin Moyu's records were on an entirely different level. They were utterly despair-inducing. Looking at the leaderboard, Lin Moyu said calmly, "Let's give it a try." As the dungeon portal began to glow, the two of them were transported into the dungeon. Who? General Lin is boosting a girl through a dungeon. That girl's so lucky. I wish General Lin would take me dungeon farming too. And they picked the Beast God Plateau. That's a 50-player dungeon. Is General Lin planning to solo it? Isn't that normal? Don't you remember the Tyrant Desert? General Lin carried 39 players solo. But that was different. The Tyrant Desert is only a level 25 dungeon, while the Beast God Plateau is level 45. The difficulty is worlds apart. Difficulty. Does difficulty even matter to General Lin? The crowd buzzed with discussion as they watched Lin Moyu enter the dungeon, most believing he would undoubtedly succeed given his illustrious track record. Still, a small number of people, who weren't fond of Lin Moyu, secretly hoped he would fail just so they could claim his abilities had declined after his second-class transition. News of Lin Moyu taking Ning Yiye to farm the dungeon quickly spread. Many began speculating about Ning Yiye's identity and how she had managed to get so close to Lin Moyu. Just then, the teleportation array outside the dungeon hall lit up. A formidable team emerged from the portal, their presence commanding attention as they marched into the hall and entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon. This team consisted of 30 members, all between levels 48 and 50, and bore the insignia of Flame Emperor Academy. The onlookers were stunned. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "I just remembered today marks 3 years since the Beast God's true form was last defeated." That's right. 3 years ago, Genesis Academy's team cleared the dungeon and defeated the Beast God's true form, earning massive rewards. At the time, Genesis Academy, Creation Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy were all competing for the Beast God's true form, but Genesis Academy got there first. I wonder which academy will claim victory this time. It's hard to say. But with General Lin in the dungeon, there's a good chance he'll come out on top. Before they could finish their conversation, the teleportation array lit up again, and a powerful aura descended upon the hall. The air grew silent. Another team charged out of the portal, and into the dungeon hall. This time it was Creation Academy. Barely half a minute later, Genesis Academy's team finally arrived. Of the 3 teams, Genesis Academies had the smallest number of participants, only 25, while the other 2 teams had 30 members each. This alone demonstrated Genesis Academy's confidence in their strength. The 3 top academies had gathered, turning their dungeon run into a fierce competition centered around the Beast God's true form. For them, this dungeon was as much a battle for glory as it was an inter-academy rivalry. A gentle breeze swept across the grassland, bending the blades and creating a soft rustling sound. Ning Yiye closed her eyes, her face radiating bliss as she indulged in the lightness of the wind. It's been so long since I've felt so relaxed," she murmured, spreading her arms as if to embrace the wind. Being with Lin Moyu, Ning Yiye was completely at ease, both in body and soul. It was a rare feeling, one that Ning Yiye cherished deeply. She loved being with Lin Moyu, loved the scent he carried, loved leaning against him like a contented kitten. Lin Moyu spoke softly, "It's time to start." Ning Yiye responded cheerfully, "All right, let's begin. That means I can take it easy again." She reached into her pouch and pulled out a handful of unknown snacks, taking a big bite with satisfaction. With a single thought, a gust of eerie wind howled across the plains, and a full 22 undead legions materialized. charging in all directions with ferocious momentum. Ning Yi's eyes widened, her snack momentarily forgotten. How are there this many? In their previous dungeon runs together, Lin Moyu had summoned a few hundred skeletons at most. But now this number, it had to be well over 10,000. Lin Moyu explained, "At level 30, I learned a new skill, and the numbers started to climb." The skeleton armies had experienced two major expansions. The first was at level 30, when he gained the Lich General skill, forming organized undead legions. The second was at level 40, during his second class transition, when his summoning space expanded from 400 to 600, significantly increasing the number of skeletons he could summon. Now, with 22 undead legions, the total number of skeletons had reached an impressive 14,520, resembling a full-fledged army. Ning Yi quickly accepted the surge in numbers, her smile growing even brighter. "With this many skeletons, I really don't have to do anything. I can just sit back and enjoy my snacks." The undead legions fanned out across the map, and the dungeon's layout swiftly took shape in Lin Moyu's mind. The Beast God Plateau was vast and open, filled with all manner of beast-type monsters. "You have slain a level 46 Highland Wolf. X 920,000. Acquired. High-grade wolf pelt X3. You have slain a level 45 Plains Antelope. X 900,000. Acquired high-grade wool X2. The kill notifications flashed rapidly in succession. The monsters here roamed in large groups, with packs ranging from a dozen to as many as 40 at a time. The undead legion swiftly eradicated them. At merely level 40-something, even the elite enhanced monsters of this large-scale dungeon were no match. They could only fall under the onslaught. There wasn't a single lone monster in sight throughout the area. After all, this was a large-scale dungeon designed for up to 50 players. If a monster were roaming alone, it would undoubtedly be a boss. The undead legions advanced rapidly, and Lin Moyu hadn't even moved from his spot. In just 20 minutes, the entire plateau had been cleared. "This is so much faster than when I train alone," Ning Yi said with a laugh, her face full of delight. "It's so nice being with you." She thought back to the grueling effort she had endured leveling up on her own. The contrast was night and day. It almost brought tears to her eyes just thinking about it. With the plateau cleared, they found the path leading to the next stage. Found the path. "Let's go." Lin Moyu reached out and pulled Ning Yi into his arms. She obediently nestled against his warm chest. The next moment she felt herself lift off the ground as the scenery around them blurred and receded rapidly. They were flying. Ning Yi tilted her head up from Lin Moyu's embrace and saw the lightning wings unfurled behind him. Electric sparks danced along the wings, leaving trails of light as they zipped through the air. The wind whipped against her face, and Ning Yi quickly buried her head back against his chest. Outside was too cold. Lin Moyu's warmth was far more comfortable. After flying for just over 10 seconds, Lin Moyu came to a stop. Ahead of them was a large bridge connecting to another plateau. Between the two plateaus lay a gorge hundreds of meters deep. A group of monsters stood in the middle of the bridge, and among them was one particularly massive creature, a mini-boss, judging by its size. From their vantage point in the air, the gorge below was clearly visible, and it was teeming with monsters, densely packed, numbering at least several thousand. As expected of a large-scale dungeon, the sheer number of monsters was staggering. Lin Moyu now had 3 options. 1. Cross the bridge and head straight to the second plateau. 2. Enter the gorge and clear out the monsters below for a huge amount of experience. 3. Ignore the monsters entirely and simply fly to the other side. But Lin Moyu wasn't here for a speedrun. He was here to grind levels. Naturally, both the first and second options were necessary. Recalling his undead legions, he summoned them again. Half of the skeletons leapt into the gorge to clear out the monsters below, while the other half charged onto the bridge. By splitting his forces, Lin Moyu ensured maximum efficiency. Nothing would be left untouched. At the same time, he carried Ning Yi with him as they descended into the gorge. The gorge was swarming with monsters of various types. In addition to beast-type creatures, there were also snake and insect-type monsters. The arrival of the skeletons immediately drew the monsters' attention. They charged at the undead, only to realize they weren't feasting on prey. They were facing death itself. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as corpse explosion, a skill long unused, was unleashed. After a few monsters were slain, their corpses erupted in a chain reaction, instantly obliterating everything within the blast radius. Experience poured in like a tidal wave. In this environment, there was no need to use curses. The sheer power of corpse explosion was enough to annihilate any monster in range. The gorge trembled from the blasts, sending debris tumbling from above into the depths below. Lin Moyu maneuvered through the gorge with his lightning wings, triggering explosions as he went. The gorge, which connected the two plateaus, spanned only 5 kilometers. Yet it contained over 1,000 monsters, packed so densely it was almost suffocating. For other teams, clearing this gorge would be a nightmare. The relentless waves of monsters would make progress slow and arduous. But for Lin Moyu, it was the perfect stage for Corpse Explosion to shine. 20 seconds later, Lin Moyu carried Ning Yie out of the gorge and landed at the bridgehead. The lightning wings dissipated as their duration expired. Ning Yie's cheeks were slightly flushed, clearly exhilarated from the high-speed flight and combat. Once they landed, she let out an excited cheer. That was amazing. So much fun. Lin Moyu patted her head. We'll do it again later. By now, the battle on the bridge was nearing its end. The skeletons had surrounded a monster resembling a giant tiger. Highland Giant Tiger, Elite Mini Boss, Level 47 Strength, 60,000 Agility, 30,000 Spirit, 10,000 Constitution, 80,000 Skills, Roar, Heavy Tiger Strike Trait. Enhanced Vitality with a total attribute score of 180,000. It was stronger than the mini-bosses in Hell difficulty dungeons of the same level. Though still weaker than a true boss, but against the skeletons, it was pitifully weak. With the full force of the skeletons, it wouldn't last even 30 seconds. Under their relentless assault, the tiger was already on the verge of collapse. With a light gesture, Lin Moyu cast Aging Curse, finishing it off. You have slain Highland Giant Tiger. X 1,410,000. Acquired, Giant Tiger Sword. Giant Tiger Sword, Platinum Tier Weapon. All attributes 1200. Increases swordsman skills by 60%. It was a mediocre Platinum Tier weapon. Lin Moyu glanced at it briefly before tossing it into his storage space. Crossing the bridge, they arrived at the second plateau. The undead legion surged forward once again, sweeping everything in their path. Ning Yi commented, the Beast God Plateau dungeon has 4 plateaus in total, each filled with monsters. Between the plateaus, there's always a mini-boss guarding the way. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become. The final plateau has several mini-bosses and even more monsters. Most teams try to avoid unnecessary fights and rush straight to the final plateau, where most of the dungeon's rewards are concentrated. Lin Moyu nodded, understanding her point. Large teams often had to split experience among dozens of members, leaving little for individuals. But for Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, it was completely different. With just the two of them, they gained full experience from every monster. And Lin Moyu's kill speed was leagues ahead of any ordinary team. Pinching Ning Yi's delicate nose, Lin Moyu said, we're here to level up. Rewards are secondary, experience is what's most important. If you want a speed run, once we're done here and have mapped the dungeon, I'll take you on a proper speed run. Ning Yi giggled, her tone playful. She was simply sharing her knowledge with Lin Moyu. No matter how he decided to proceed, she had no complaints. This little kitten named Ning Yi was obedient and always listened to him. The monsters on the second plateau were noticeably stronger than those on the first. Their levels had reached 47, and their types had changed as well, no longer antelopes and wolves, but ferocious lions and tigers. Both their attack power and speed had vastly improved. However, no matter what type of monster they were, whether level 47 or level 48, it made little difference to the undead legions. Wherever the undead legions passed, no creature was left standing. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi strolled leisurely across the second plateau. The wind here was noticeably stronger, and the temperature had dropped slightly. In the distance, they could see a faint white layer, as if snow had fallen. Ning Yi began recounting the story behind the Beast God Plateau dungeon. Back then, to transfer the Beast God Plateau dungeon here, the Shenxia Empire deployed 9 god-level powerhouses. Transferring a large-scale dungeon is far more difficult than ordinary ones. And this dungeon, in particular, was especially challenging. Its difficulty even surpassed that of the super-large dungeon within the Hall of Dungeons. Do you know why, Moyu? Lin Moyu shook his head. Not really. Ning Yi came from a prominent family and her grandfather was in charge of the Hall of Dungeons. She knew countless secrets and anecdotes about the dungeons within. Like a child showing off a treasure, Ning Yi eagerly continued, it's because this dungeon contains the true form of the Beast God. The true form of the Beast God. Lin Moyu was unfamiliar with the term and didn't fully grasp its significance. Ning Yi elaborated, to be honest, I don't really know what the true form of the Beast God is either. But Grandpa said it's related to a divine being. The Beast God seems to be some kind of deity. Lin Moyu was momentarily stunned. A deity? It was actually connected to a divine being. Grandpa said that's why this dungeon is called Beast God Plateau. The The true form of the beast god respawns once every 3 years, and only the team that kills it first can receive a reward. Moreover, the reward varies depending on how quickly it's defeated. The last known case was a team from Genesis Academy. They defeated it in 40 minutes and received a small piece of the beast god's bone barely the size of a fingernail. They used it to craft a boss-tier accessory. At the mention of boss-tier accessories, Lin Moyu suddenly halted. Ninye tilted her head in curiosity. What's wrong? Lin Moyu took out a small box and handed it to her. I forgot about this earlier, it's for you. What is it? Ninye opened the box, and a distinct, unique aura belonging to a boss-tier accessory wafted out. Her eyes lit up. Wow, a boss accessory. Where did you get this? Be honest. Her tone was a mix of excitement and playful mischief. Lin Moyu explained. It was given to me by my mentor after my second-class transition, but I can't use it. He briefly explained his inability to equip certain items due to his class restrictions. Ninye let out an understanding "oh," then closed the box and handed it back to him. You don't want it? Lin Moyu was puzzled. Ninye's earlier excitement had clearly been genuine. Ninye raised her hand, showing off the Goblin King's ring that Lin Moyu had previously given her. Although it was also a boss-tier accessory, its attributes were far inferior to the 3 items in the box. With a proud smile, she said, "This one is enough for me. Keep those, they'll be useful later." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. They were meant for you. What could I possibly need them for? Ninye's face turned slightly red as she muttered, "Idiot, of course they'll be for when you come to propose." Lin Moyu scratched his head, finally understanding. In the Shenxi Empire, it was customary to bring a bride price when proposing marriage. Even if he were to become a god-level powerhouse in the future, he would still need to follow this tradition. In that case, these 3 boss-tier accessories would indeed make for an excellent bride price. This girl, Lin Moyu smiled helplessly, realizing Ninye had thought farther ahead than he had. Since that was the case, he put the box away. He would save it for when the time came to formally propose to her. For now, with him around, Ninye rarely needed to fight anyway. Their relationship seemed to grow even closer as they unknowingly reached the edge of the plateau. Ahead, they saw the bridge connecting the second plateau to the third, as well as the narrow gorge that lay between. Looking down from above, they could see countless snake-like beasts writhing in the gorge. Venomous snakes and massive pythons of all sizes were everywhere, too numerous to count. Even the mini-boss guarding the bridge was a giant python over 30 meters long. At the sight of so many snakes, Ninye's face turned pale. "I'm not going down there." Lin Moyu chuckled, unfurling his lightning wings and diving into the gorge alongside his undead army. Before long, the sound of explosions and roars echoed throughout the gorge. "You have slain a level 47 gorge python. Exp 940,000. Acquired, snakeskin X2. You have slain a level 47 white-eyed viper. Exp 940,000. Acquired, snakeskin X2. Experience notifications flooded the screen in rapid succession, dozens, even hundreds at a time. Ninye couldn't keep up with them all. Other classes could only kill monsters one by one. Even mages with their area of effect spells couldn't wipe out so many elite enhanced monsters at once. Only Lin Moyu could accomplish this. For a moment, Ninye felt as if she might be holding Lin Moyu back. If not for her, his leveling speed could probably double. But then she quickly dismissed that thought. She was going to marry him eventually, so wasn't it only right to take advantage of her future husband? Her face grew thick with confidence, as if she had donned 10 layers of shields. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken. It's only natural for a husband to help his wife level up. Between the 2 plateaus, over 5,000 monsters were slain, granting them a massive amount of experience. From the start of the dungeon until now, Lin Moyu's experience bar had risen by 3%, while Ninye's had increased by 4%. At level 42, Lin Moyu required significantly more experience to level up than Ninye, who was still level 40. With the same amount of experience gained, Ninye's percentage increase was naturally higher. When Lin Moyu soared out of the gorge, the battle on the bridge was already nearing its end. Looking toward the 3rd plateau, Lin Moyu confirmed his earlier observation: it had indeed snowed there. The temperature was noticeably lower, but neither of them seemed bothered. Walking side by side, they admired the snowy scenery, while leaving the task of clearing monsters entirely to the undead legions. Meanwhile, in another section of the Beast God Plateau, a team from Genesis Academy was fighting fiercely. Their advance was orderly and coordinated, with 5 knights standing firm at the front like nails, blocking all incoming attacks. Behind them, healers maintained control, while mages and archers unleashed a barrage of dazzling attacks. Unlike other teams, their group included 2 control-type support members who managed the flow of combat and reduced the knight's burden. An assassin flitted in and out of sight. occasionally pulling monsters from further ahead into the mage's area of effect range to speed up the carnage. Hurry up, we can't let the teams from Divine Genesis and Flame Emperor get ahead of us. 3 years ago, the team from Divine Genesis had been the first to slay the beast god's true form, and this time Genesis Academy was determined to claim victory. Leading the charge was Ling Yazan, who had deliberately halted his leveling at 50 to participate in this dungeon. The victory wasn't just about pride, it was about proving their academy's strength. Similarly, the Flame Emperor Academy team was making swift progress, having already reached the second plateau. Their pace was no slower than the other two teams. Every time the Beast God Plateau dungeon refreshed, it became a competition among the three academies, akin to a grand tournament. Most of the time, Divine Genesis emerged victorious, while Genesis Academy and Flame Emperor only occasionally claimed victory. In a conference room within one of the academies, high-ranking officials from the three institutions were gathered. The deans of the three top academies were present: Dean Mo Xingyi of Genesis Academy, Dean Luo Gaoxuan of Divine Genesis Academy, Dean Luo Yan of Flame Emperor Academy. Ning Taran stood before them, presenting the current progress of the Beast God Plateau dungeon. This dungeon competition was no longer just a battle between students, it was a contest of prestige between academies. Through it, they could determine which among the new generation of top-tier talents would emerge as the best. At this moment, the three deans wore peculiar expressions. Beyond the three screens showing their respective teams' progress, there was a fourth screen floating above them. On it, Lin Moyu could be seen casually holding Ning Yie as they effortlessly cleared the dungeon. It looked more like they were strolling through a garden than tackling a large-scale dungeon. Ning Taran's expression was as if he had swallowed something bitter. His mouth twitched, and his eyes burned with barely concealed fury. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "That brat, let her go this instant." After watching for a while, the three deans exchanged glances and simultaneously cupped their hands toward Ning Taran in a congratulatory manner. "Congratulations, Elder Ning, on securing such an outstanding son-in-law. We never expected Miss Ye to have such a sharp eye," ending up with General Lin. "General Lin's future potential is limitless. Miss Ye truly knows how to choose." Their words were like daggers stabbing into Ning Taran's heart. He had raised such a fine flower in his family, only to watch someone else come along and pluck it away. A lump seemed to form in his throat, neither able to swallow it down nor spit it out. It was as if he had eaten something utterly unpleasant. Noticing Ning Taran's increasingly sour expression, the others wisely closed their mouths. As veterans of the political and martial world, they could easily discern Ning Taran's current mood utterance displeasure, bordering on fury. They understood, of course, it was the typical mindset of a doting grandfather. One of them quickly shifted the topic. "It seems that General Lin is likely to take the lead this time. Indeed. I wonder how long it will take him to defeat the Beast God's true form." The previous record was 37 minutes. The rewards differ depending on the time taken. Let's hope General Lin sets a new record. At this point, Lin Moyu had already reached the third plateau, clearly holding back his full power. Meanwhile, the teams from the three prestigious academies were still struggling through the second plateau. What made it even more infuriating was Lin Moyu's strategy of clearing every single monster, even wiping out those in the gorge. He didn't care about speed at all. This leisurely approach only made his dominance more aggravating. Among the three deans, only Mo Xingyi of Genesis Academy appeared somewhat pleased. After all, Lin Moyu was nominally affiliated with their academy. Mo Xingyi stroked his white beard thoughtfully. "Elder Ning, perhaps you should remind General Lin to use his full strength when facing the Beast God's true form." Ning Taran snorted. "Do you think my granddaughter hasn't told him already?" His grumbling, accompanied by his huffing and puffing, made the others chuckle. For all his status as a god-level powerhouse, he was undeniably a doting grandfather. Despite his outward dissatisfaction, Ning Taran couldn't deny that Lin Moyu was exceptional. Among his peers, Lin Moyu was undoubtedly the best, so far ahead that no one else could even compare. Not even close. Ning Taran recalled the recent incident where Lin Moyu had been trapped in the corpse realm. Few people knew about it, but he was one of them. At the time, he had believed Lin Moyu would surely die there. He hadn't even dared to tell Ning Yi about it. Who could have imagined that Lin Moyu would not only survive but fight his way out of the corpse realm? Ning Taran admitted to himself that even he, as a god-level powerhouse, might not have been able to escape from such a place. But admitting Lin Moyu's capabilities was one thing. Feeling aggrieved over his granddaughter's relationship was another. Despite his frustration, Ning Taran was also curious just how long would it take Lin Moyu to defeat the Beast God's true form. As for the possibility of failure, he hadn't even considered it. If other teams could defeat it, there was no way Lin Moyu couldn't. Just looking at his ferocious undead legions made the outcome obvious. Lin Moyu and Ning Yie walked through the snow, their footprints trailing behind them. Following the undead legions, they reached the edge of the third plateau. Snow had accumulated thickly in the gorge below, blanketing the ground. Monsters resembling bears but significantly larger and more imposing lay scattered across the snowy terrain. Even on the bridge, the mini-boss bore the same bear-like appearance. Using the same strategy as before, the undead legion split into two groups. Lin Moyu flew into the gorge alongside them. Thunderous explosions echoed through the canyon, sending snow flying into the air before it drifted down again in a dazzling display. In less than 30 seconds, every bear-like monster in the gorge was dead. The battle on the bridge was still ongoing. The mini-boss at level 49 possessed formidable vitality and resilience. The skeletal warriors had to strike it several times, while the skeletal mages and archers needed multiple rounds of attacks to bring it down. The first 3 plateaus were utterly incapable of halting the undead legion's relentless advance. With Ning Yi in tow, Lin Moyu stepped lightly onto the final plateau. At last, the monsters on the 4th plateau presented a significant change. Meanwhile, in the meeting room at the Shajing Academy, the 3 Dians narrowed their eyes, watching intently to see how Lin Moyu would handle the monsters on the 4th plateau. Mo Shengi stroked his beard and murmured to himself. The 4th plateau, also known as the Plateau of Commanders, contains a total of 12 groups of monsters. Each group consists of 20 to 30 monsters, led by a single mini-boss. That's 12 mini-bosses in total. Divine Genesis Academy's Dean Luo Gaoxuan added, "The real challenge isn't the number of mini-bosses, but the fact that they assist each other." The only woman in the room, Flame Emperor Academy's Dean, Luo Yan, spoke in a steady tone. "That's why each group must be pulled as far apart as possible before being dealt with, or you risk triggering a collective rampage from all the mini-bosses." Luo Gaoxuan stared at the screen, his voice calm but deliberate. "The 4th plateau requires extreme caution. It's the most time-consuming part. Even for our team at Divine Genesis, it takes at least 2 hours to clear it." He turned to Ning Taran. "Elder Ning, how long do you think it will take General Lin to clear the 4th plateau?" All eyes turned to Ning Taran. As the person who knew Lin Moyu best, his opinion carried weight. Ning Taran considered for a moment. If that brat gets serious, 10 minutes should be enough. The 3 Deans were visibly startled. 10 minutes? Compared to 2 hours, that's quite the difference. Luo Gaoxuan didn't outright refute Ning Taran but seemed skeptical. Ning Taran chuckled. "You'll see soon enough." Privately, he thought 10 minutes might even be an overestimate. The more monsters there were, the more advantageous it was for Lin Moyu. His absurd skills were the ultimate tools for mass annihilation. On the screen, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi stepped onto the 4th plateau. The wind and snow were harsher here, the cold biting like blades. Each plateau was higher and harsher than the last, and the environment grew ever more hostile. Lin Moyu observed the monsters on the 4th plateau, which appeared in groups as usual except now, each group included a mini-boss. "The Plateau of Commanders really lives up to its name," Ning Yi remarked with a hint of surprise. She quickly explained. "The 4th plateau is nicknamed the Plateau of Commanders because of the sheer number of mini-bosses." Lin Moyu smiled. "That's quite an apt name. While the abundance of mini-bosses might be a headache for others, for him, the skeletal berserkers charged forward, spreading out across the plateau to engage the various groups. Rather than clearing each group individually, they began herding the monsters together for a massive single confrontation." Ning Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had already guessed what Lin Moyu was planning: a mass slaughter. "Fascinating," she said, her voice tinged with exhilaration. The skeletal berserkers moved swiftly, their high agility surpassing even that of the mini-bosses. They rounded up every monster on the plateau, forming a massive snaking army of beasts. Leading the charge were the axe-wielding skeletal berserkers, followed by the 12 towering mini-bosses: wolves, lions, bears, pythons, and more. Trailing behind were over 300 regular dungeon monsters. As the skeletal berserkers returned, the skeletal mages and archers of the undead legions were already in position, waiting. Skill, Curse of Decay. A crimson glow enveloped the entire plateau. Every monster was marked by the ominous red sigil of shackles and swords. To them, the world seemed to speed up, while their movements slowed significantly. The skeletal berserkers accelerated, their agility amplified by comparison. The monsters moved as if in slow motion. Ning Yi couldn't contain her laughter. "This is so thrilling. It's hilarious." Lin Moyu, who hadn't executed a large-scale pull in some time, felt a flicker of excitement himself. The skeletal mages and archers unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Explosions of elemental energy lit up the plateau, while arrows pierced through the air, striking down monsters in droves. Screams echoed as several monsters were instantly killed. Lin Moyu extended a finger. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom. Boom. The explosions were unrelenting, shaking the earth as snow erupted like a reverse waterfall, soaring into the sky. The entire plateau became a blinding expanse of white. "Wow, how beautiful!" Ningye exclaimed, her clear voice ringing out amidst the chaos. Back at the Xiaojing Academy, the screen before the deans was now entirely white. "Can't see a thing now. Wonder what's going on in there," someone murmured softly. Ning Taran snorted. "What's the rush? You'll know soon enough." He glanced at the timer -6 minutes. As expected, faster than he had estimated. At the center of the fourth plateau, atop a massive altar, a creature began to stir. A radiant burst of light erupted, connecting heaven and earth. As the overwhelming aura appeared, the ice and snow melted away, and the scene became crystal clear. On the screen, piles of corpses of all sizes were stacked high, forming mounds. Every single monster on the fourth plateau had been wiped out completely and utterly eradicated. The three Deans were stunned. Even Mo Xinghe, who had always been calm, was witnessing Lin Moyu's large-scale annihilation skills for the first time. Luo Gaochuan's eyes widened. From the moment he started attacking, it was just 10 seconds. He finished it that quickly. Luo Yan's voice was slightly heavy. Not even 10 seconds. Ning Taran, who had expected this outcome, stood there with an inscrutable expression, saying nothing. Luo Gaochuan remarked, "I'd like to invite General Lin to join my Divine Genesis Academy." Luo Yan snorted. "Your Divine Genesis Academy already has plenty of geniuses. General Lin would be far more suited to Flame Emperor Academy." Luo Gaochuan was unwilling to back down. "We're the top of the three major academies. If anything, he belongs with us. Get lost. Who recognizes you as the top? Flame Emperor Academy will surpass your academy sooner or later." "Ha! The top academy. Give it another 1,000 years, and it still won't happen." The two began bickering again, clearly not for the first time. After a while, they both turned to Mo Xinghe in unison. Previously, whenever they argued, Mo Xinghe would always join in, but today he remained unusually silent. When something abnormal happens, there's always a reason behind it. "Mo Xinghe, something's off with you today." Luo Yan stared at him, and Luo Gaoxuan did the same. Mo Xinghe knew he couldn't hide it, and gave a sheepish smile. "Actually, General Lin has already joined my Genesis Academy." "What?" The two let out simultaneous cries of disbelief. Luo Yan asked suspiciously, "When did this happen?" Mo Xinghe replied, "It's been a while now." Luo Gaochuan pressed, "Be honest. How did you trick General Lin into joining you?" "Trick? Watch your words." Mo Xinghe retorted in irritation. "Quiet." Ning Taran suddenly barked, his voice filled with authority. The room instantly fell silent. Ning Taran spoke in a low voice, "The beast god's true form is awakening." On the screen, a giant altar came into view. The altar stood at the center of the fourth plateau, with a massive stone pillar rising from its center. Beneath the pillar lay a gargantuan creature resembling a giant ape. The creature was awakening, its aura surging into the heavens and stirring the winds and clouds. As the beast god's true form began to revive, the attention of Ning Taran and the others shifted entirely to the screen. Lin Moyu, upon seeing the beast god's true form, felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen something like this before. No, to be precise, he had encountered a similar entity. It was back in the corpse realm, just before he had managed to escape. A monster resembling this one had appeared. At that time, the creature wielded a massive staff and had killed countless skeletal berserkers. Its attacks were ferocious and wildly destructive, with an astonishing level of power. Lin Moyu had initially thought it was a warrior of the human race, but later, upon reflection, he realized something felt off. Few human warriors used staves, and although the creature's body was daddied, it was covered in fur. It could only be said that its physique bore a slight resemblance to humans, but its size and stature were entirely different. Now, upon seeing this beast, Lin Moyu felt that it bore an 80 to 90% resemblance to the creature from the corpse realm. The only difference was the absence of a massive staff. Roar. A terrifying sound wave shook the heavens and earth, causing the fourth plateau to tremble slightly. The beast god's true form fully awakened, its body expanding several times in an instant. A giant hand reached out and grabbed the stone pillar beside it. The stone pillar transformed into a massive staff at the same time. Now everything was clear. Lin Moyu was certain that the staff-wielding creature he had encountered in the corpse realm was none other than the true beast god. And now, standing before him, skill inspection, beast god's true form, enhanced boss. Level 55 strength, 120,000 agility, 100,000 intelligence, 50,000 constitution, 130,000 skills, annihilation, staff strike, sweep the battlefield traits, physical damage reduction. 30%, elemental damage reduction. 30% attack enhancement. Speed enhancement. Total attributes exceeded 400,000. Dual resistances and dual enhancements made it superior even to world-class bosses of the same level. Its only saving grace was the absence of unique and challenging abilities, such as the toxic gas of the Earth-Touch Dragon God, the super barrier of the Soul Devourer Queen Mother, or the black flames of the Ancient Phoenix. These unique abilities were what made world-class bosses so notoriously difficult. This beast god, aside from its overwhelming stats, lacked such special traits. Still, its sheer power made it a nightmare for ordinary teams. Only squads from the top academies could even attempt to challenge it. Lin Moyu, however, wasn't concerned about its attributes. What intrigued him more was its appearance. It was almost identical to the beast god he had encountered in the corpse realm. Back then, he had been powerless against the corpse beast god, unable even to delay it. But now, facing this one, Lin Moyu didn't feel it would be difficult at all. To him, it was merely a question of whether he could kill it quickly or slowly. "Why is it the beast god's true form?" Ning Ye exclaimed in surprise. "Does this mean the 3-year timer is up?" The beast god's true form only refreshed once every 3 years. Whoever defeated it first would receive additional rewards. At other times, the dungeon boss was merely a shadow of the beast god. The difference between the two was immense, like heaven and earth. Lin Moyu asked softly, "Yi, does killing it faster yield better rewards?" Ning Ye nodded. Yes, the best record so far was set by Divine Genesis Academy minus 35 minutes. They received the Beast God's Bone, which can be used to craft a boss-tier accessory. Genesis Academy once defeated it in 41 minutes, but the rewards were significantly worse. Lin Moyu suddenly remarked, "If I were to kill it instantly, I wonder how many rewards I'd get." Ning Yi gasped, her face filled with disbelief. This was a boss. Being able to defeat it at all was already impressive. Let alone instantly killing it, how could that even be possible? Lin Moyu chuckled. "Let me try." Skill, Mighty Troops. The skill activated abruptly. Though he wasn't particularly inclined to use it, the potential rewards justified it. Lin Moyu raised his right hand and pointed, while flames danced in his left. Skill, Curse of Decay skill, Soul Flame. Under the crimson glow, the newly awakened beast god's true form slowed down significantly. Its attention immediately locked onto Lin Moyu, but before it could react, the soul flame descended upon it. With a 200% attribute boost, Lin Moyu's intelligence stat approached 360,000. The damage from the soul flame was massively amplified, dealing an additional 500% damage. The soul flame, carrying terrifying power, landed on the beast god's true form. A shrill scream echoed as the beast god howled in agony, nearly dropping the massive staff in its hand. Simultaneously, the skeletal mages and archers launched their attacks. Elemental explosions roared, engulfing the beast god entirely. Arrows rained down at a rate of 3 per second, piercing every inch of its body. In mere moments, the beast god's body resembled a porcupine. The skeletal berserkers charged forward with relentless determination, unleashing their skills in a frenzy. Scarlet axes rained down in a flurry, striking the beast god in rapid succession. Wave after wave of berserkers surged forward. Some climbed onto its shoulders, while others attacked its legs. After each burst of attacks, they retreated, leaving the next wave to continue the assault. The freshly awakened beast god's true form didn't even have the chance to let out a proper roar before crashing to the ground. In less than 5 seconds, it was dead. It could almost be described as an instant kill. Ning Yi was utterly stunned. That was way too fast. Based on past experiences, defeating the beast god's true form should have required an intense, hard-fought battle. But Lin Moyu had been so overwhelmingly dominant. Even the 3 Deans, seasoned and knowledgeable as they were left speechless. Ning Terran, who had anticipated a quick battle, hadn't imagined it would be this quick. After all, this was the beast god's true form, a level 55 boss with combat power surpassing even world-class bosses of the same level. And yet, it had been instantly annihilated by Lin Moyu, dying in what could only be described as humiliation. "Elder Ning, this can't be real, can it?" Luo Gaochuan stammered. "Did you show the wrong footage?" Luo Yan added, "I've lived for decades, and this just feels unreal." Mo Xingye, though initially skeptical, finally accepted the reality before him, and couldn't help but praise, "General Lin truly lives up to his name." Ning Terran spoke gravely, "Let's keep today's events under wraps. You all know the current situation. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid certain factions will stop at nothing." Seeing Ning Terran's serious expression, the 3 Deans nodded in agreement. Right now, the human race was in a precarious and turbulent state. The demon worshippers had been declared fugitives, with many of their members captured. In retaliation, they had launched frenzied counterattacks. Only then did people realize how deeply the demon worshippers had infiltrated the human race. Meanwhile, the abyssal demons were amassing their armies, enraged by Lin Moyu's city-slaughtering rampage. The dragons, too, were stirring restlessly. They had reached a ceasefire with the abyssal demons, and were deploying troops en masse in the primal war zone, their motives unclear. From all indications, these three factions shared one common target, Lin Moyu. Thus, any information concerning Lin Moyu had to be tightly controlled. As the beast god's true form fell, the altar collapsed with a thunderous crash. A red orb of bloodlight appeared before Lin Moyu. Beast god's leg bone, beast god's essence blood, beast god's leg bone, a bone left behind by the beast god before its ascension, containing traces of divinity. Beast god's essence blood for physical type professions significantly increases the probability of class sublimation during the third advancement, with a chance to awaken a talent. Upon seeing the essence blood, Ning Terran's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he vanished from the room. Moments later, startled cries echoed throughout the chamber. Divine relics are always immensely valuable. Previously, even a fragment of the beast god's bone, no larger than a fingernail, practically just a shard, could be crafted into a boss-tier accessory. Now, with a fist-sized vial of essence blood, its effects could only be imagined. The information conveyed by the detection skill indicated that the beast god's essence blood could significantly increase the chance of class sublimation during the third advancement stage, with a possibility of awakening unique talents. These two features alone made the beast god's essence blood far more valuable than any boss-tier accessory. True strength lies in one's own abilities, not in external tools. Furthermore, Lin Moyu believed that the essence blood's applications extended beyond what was described. There had to be more to it. While the detection skill was powerful and nearly omnipotent, it did not reveal everything. In the corpse realm, the detection skill had been rendered practically useless, unable to provide any information beyond names and levels. Ning Yi took out a delicate box and carefully stored the beast god's essence blood inside. "Keep this safe and use it during your third advancement," Ning Yi said without hesitation as she handed the box to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't take it. "You hold on to it." Ning Yi shook her head, her pigtail swaying. "No way. With you around, I don't even need to go to the battlefield." Lin Moyu produced an elemental divine stone. "This is for you." Ning Yi's eyes sparkled as she looked at the elemental divine stone. "It's so beautiful." The stone emitted a mesmerizing glow, elegant and radiant. After admiring it for a while, Ning Yi returned it to Lin Moyu. "You should keep this for yourself too." Lin Moyu gently patted her head, feeling the softness beneath his fingertips. "I still have others." Ning Yi shook her head again. "I don't want it now. You know why?" Lin Moyu immediately understood and smiled lightly. "All right, I'll give it to you later. Besides, I want to collect more elements to make it even more perfect." Ning Yi nodded enthusiastically. "Great, take me with you." "Of course." The two of them teleported out of the dungeon. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt a wave of killing intent directed at him. His expression changed slightly. How could there be killing intent in the dungeon hall? However, this killing intent didn't seem like it was truly intended to harm him. Following the direction of the intent, he saw Ning Terran glaring at him, his mustache bristling in annoyance. "Brat, move your hand away." Ning Terran growled, his staff striking the ground to release a ripple of energy. The dungeon hall was completely empty, its doors tightly shut. Everyone else had been driven out by Ning Terran. At that moment, Lin Moyu had his arm wrapped around Ning Yi, with one hand resting on her supple waist. Lin Moyu addressed him respectfully. "Senior Ning, what brings you here?" Though he spoke politely, he made no effort to move his hand. This only made Ning Terran even angrier. Though he had reluctantly accepted Lin Moyu in his heart, seeing it with his own eyes was a different matter entirely. The doting grandfather side of him flared to life in an instant. "Brat," the word practically hissed through Ning Terran's clenched teeth as the killing intent around him grew stronger. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" A crisp voice rang out. Ning Terran's murderous aura instantly dissipated, replaced by a warm, cheerful expression. Nothing. Grandpa just has something to discuss with you too," Ning Terran said, his old face miraculously lighting up with a smile. The sudden change left Lin Moyu's mouth twitching slightly. "What a waste of talent, you should have gone into acting." "Senior Ning, what is it?" Ning Yi asked. She had already sensed that something was off. Even the dungeon hall doors were shut. This was no trivial matter. Ning Terran's expression turned serious. "Did you two obtain the beast god's essence blood in the dungeon just now?" Before Lin Moyu could respond, Ning Yi jumped up. "Grandpa, were you spying on us?" Ning Terran's face changed drastically as he hurried to explain. "Don't talk nonsense. I wasn't spying. We were watching the competition between the three academies and happened to see you too." Ning Yi squinted at him with suspicion. "Really?" Ning Terran nodded vigorously, like a pecking chicken. "Of course it's true. How could Grandpa ever lie to Yi?" Ning Yi huffed. "Good, because if you were lying, I wouldn't speak to you again." Ning Terran visibly relaxed, relieved to have passed the interrogation. Ning Yi giggled. "The other three academies won't even get a chance to fight the beast god's true form this time. When they reach the boss area, they'll all be dumbfounded. Just imagining it is hilarious." It was true. Since the beast god's true form had already been slain, it wouldn't respawn for another 3 years. Ning Terran cleared his throat. General Lin, I'd like to see the items you obtained in the dungeon earlier. The fact that he addressed Lin Moyu as General Lin signaled that he was here for serious matters. Lin Moyu nodded and took out the beast god's leg bone and essence blood. A gentle breeze swept through the hall as a flicker of surprise crossed Ning Taren's face. Do you understand the value of these two items? Lin Moyu thought for a moment before replying, the beast god's leg bone should help practitioners comprehend breakthroughs and increase their chances of becoming god-tier powerhouses. Ning Taren was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Moyu to know this. Lin Moyu continued, as for the beast god's essence blood, its uses are already described by the detection skill. But I suspect it has other functions as well. Ning Taren nodded gravely. If used directly, it can increase the probability of class sublimation during the third advancement by about 15%. However, if refined into a divine blood potion, the probability can rise to 30%. Even the chance of awakening talents would be improved. Moreover, this single drop of beast god's essence blood can be crafted into 3 potions. Lin Moyu and Ning Taren locked eyes, and Lin Moyu quickly grasped Ning Taren's intentions. You want to make a deal with me? Precisely. Ning Taren admitted openly. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, Ning Taren laid out his proposal. To refine the divine blood potion, numerous rare materials were required, as well as a skilled alchemist. Ning Taren offered to handle all of this. Lin Moyu wouldn't need to worry about anything. Once the potions were crafted, one would go to Lin Moyu, one to Ning Taren, and the last to the alchemist as compensation. Lin Moyu asked, is the alchemist's fee really that high? Ning Yi leaned close and whispered in his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. It is. That's the standard rate. Ning Taren raised an eyebrow. General Lin, what do you think of this deal? According to Ning Taren's plan, Lin Moyu wasn't losing anything. After some thought, Lin Moyu posed a question. I have one question. Could Senior Ning answer it for me first? The potion you're keeping for yourself, who will you give it to? Ning Taren stroked his beard, fully aware of what Lin Moyu was hinting at. Why does that matter to you? I'm just curious, Lin Moyu replied, his expression insisting on an answer. Ning Taren sighed. I only have one precious granddaughter. Who else would I give it to? Lin Moyu chuckled. That's the answer I was hoping for. I have no objections. The deal was finalized, and Lin Moyu handed the beast god's essence blood to Ning Taren. After storing the essence blood, Ning Taren's gaze lingered on the beast god's leg bone. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but Ning Yi interrupted him. Grandpa, don't tell me you're eyeing the beast god's leg bone too. That's a treasure that helps people comprehend breakthroughs and ascend to godhood. Moyu needs it too. Ning Taren nearly choked on his own frustration. The treasure he'd nurtured and protected for decades was now inexplicably flying into the hands of this brat. But then Lin Moyu handed the beast god's leg bone to Ning Taren. Senior Ning, I'd like to use this as a betrothal gift. Ning Taren froze on the spot. Ning Yi also stood stunned, her face flushing red all the way to her ears. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. She never expected Lin Moyu to say such a thing. Ning Taren didn't know whether to accept it or not. Part of him wanted to refuse, but his eyes betrayed him. The beast god's leg bone was far too tempting. If he accepted it, a few elders in his family would have a much higher chance of ascending to godhood. But if he accepted, the thought of it made him indignant. Furious, Lin Moyu said calmly, this is just the betrothal gift. I know my status isn't sufficient yet. When the time comes, I'll bring my master and a proper dowry to formally propose. Ning Taren hesitated. The beast god's leg bone was far too enticing, but this engagement, looking at his granddaughter's expression, Ning Taren suddenly understood. Could he really stop this? It was obvious that Ning Yi wouldn't marry anyone else but Lin Moyu. If that was the case, he might as well make the most of it. In an instant, the storm in his heart cleared, and the sun shone brightly. Fine, I agree, Ning Taren declared, snatching the beast god's leg bone before striding away without looking back. Lin Moyu's lips curled into a smile. He knew Ning Taren would never refuse, not unless he'd lost his mind. Ning Yi's little face was flushed crimson, burning hot, and she just couldn't calm down. Lin Moyu gently held her small hand. Let's continue clearing the dungeon, shall we? Ning Yi's mind was blank. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, she instinctively nodded. With his arms still around her, Lin Moyu led her back into the dungeon. They had just cleared out all the monsters earlier. Lin Moyu's experience had increased by 6%, while Ning Yi's had risen by 8%. Lin Moyu, being level 42, 2 levels higher than Ning Yi, naturally required more experience to progress. The doors of the dungeon hall reopened. Earlier, the bell's resounding chime had echoed through the hall as Ning Taren appeared out of nowhere, driving everyone out. Now, everyone was curious about what had happened. Especially the bell. It had sparked speculation among the crowd. Some guessed it was because Lin Moyu had set a new record. A swarm of people flooded back in and gathered around the entrance to the Beast God Plateau dungeon, their eyes fixed on the glowing leaderboard. The top 3 records were displayed on the screen. Lin Moyu 3 hours 12 minutes 38 seconds. Genesis Academy 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Creation Academy 6 hours 52 minutes 01 second. The record had been shattered, with Lin Moyu claiming the top spot. Flame Emperor Academy was no longer on the leaderboard at all. Lin Moyu's time was more than twice as fast as the second-place team from Genesis Academy. Looking at this result, the students felt it was both expected and astonishing, sparking a flurry of discussion. As expected of General Lin, even while carrying someone, he can still set a new record. And this is just his first run. His second attempt will definitely be even scarier. Scarier. That's an understatement. It'll be downright despair-inducing. Exactly, despair-inducing is the perfect way to describe it. General Lin's final results are always enough to make people lose hope, with Lin Moyu setting one record after another that seemed impossible to surpass. Jealousy and admiration mingled among the students. Though some harbored envy and disbelief, most could only sigh in awe. Someone suddenly remarked, every time the Beast God's true form respawns, it's always hunted down by the 3 top academies. This time we'll finally get to see the look of disappointment on their faces. Another student agreed, I bet their reactions will be priceless. In the meeting room, Mo Shengyi, Luo Gaochuan, and Luo Yan were still present. The items that had appeared earlier on the screen, a piece of beast bone and a liquid like blood, had caught their attention. The 3 of them had a strong suspicion of what those items were, though they couldn't be entirely certain yet. Just 10 minutes later, Ning Taran returned. His expression was complicated, leaving the 3 unable to guess what was on his mind. Ning Taran's emotions were indeed as conflicted as his expression suggested. He felt as if he had sold off his granddaughter. It was an odd and indescribable feeling, even to himself. Mo Xinghe broke the silence. Elder Ning, those 2 items that dropped earlier, Ning Taran didn't hide it. The Beast God's leg bone and the Beast God's essence blood. Hissed. The 3 collectively inhaled sharply. With their experience, they naturally understood the significance of these 2 items. Luo Gaoxuan, filled with envy, exclaimed, General Lin is truly lucky. With these 2 items, his ascension to God tier is practically guaranteed. Luo Yan, who clearly didn't get along with Luo Gaoxuan, retorted, it's not about luck, General Lin has the strength to back it up. Mo Xinghe spoke in a low voice, we mustn't let this information spread. Otherwise, it could bring trouble to General Lin. The 3 nodded in unison. It was true. While they themselves wouldn't harbor ill intentions, they couldn't vouch for others. Based on recent intelligence, there was a possibility that the cult of demon worshippers had God-tier powerhouses among their ranks. If such an entity were to secretly target Lin Moyu, it could spell disaster for him. Ning Taran added quietly, for now, both items are in my possession. The 3 immediately turned their attention to Ning Taran. With Ning Taran's strength, he naturally didn't need to worry about anyone targeting him. However, he didn't mention the deal he had made with Lin Moyu. He still felt like he had sold his granddaughter for a mere bone. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't shake the unease. The 3 had no idea what Ning Taran was thinking. At this moment, their eyes sparkled with desire. Luo Gaoxuan, with a pleading tone, asked, Elder Ning, may I have a look at the Beast God's leg bone? Luo Yan, though too reserved to voice her request, was betrayed by the longing in her gaze. Mo Xinghe's expression mirrored theirs. All 3 of them were only half a step away from ascending to God tier. However, that half step was a monumental challenge. If they could obtain something like the Beast God's leg bone, it might just help them cross that threshold. Ning Taran, not one to be stingy, casually tossed the leg bone to them. Take a look, but return it afterward. Mo Xinghe carefully placed the leg bone onto a jade tray, and the 3 began studying it intently. Meanwhile, Ning Taran reopened the dungeon projection, his eye twitching uncontrollably. In the display, Lin Moyu was holding Ning Yi even closer than before. Ning Yi was practically nestled in Lin Moyu's embrace. Furious, Ning Taran turned away, refusing to watch any longer. In the other 3 projections, the teams from Genesis Academy, Creation Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy had reached Plateau 4. Known as the Boss Plateau, Plateau 4 was the most challenging area, requiring the most time to clear. The teams had to carefully pull small groups of monsters at a time to avoid triggering a mass outbreak. But Lin Moyu, inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu picked Ning Yi up. I've thought of a few new strategies. I want to try them out. Ning Yi curled up like a kitten, obediently nodding. I'll listen to you. Lin Moyu chuckled. Alright, let's start with the first one. Let's aim to finish the dungeon in 10 minutes. Okay, Ning Yi replied softly. She still hadn't fully recovered from Lin Moyu's sudden proposal earlier. How could he bring it up so suddenly before she could dwell further? She felt herself being lifted into the air again, this time at an even faster speed. Lin Moyu activated his lightning wings, pushing his speed to the limit as he flew straight toward Plateau 4. At maximum speed, the lightning wings allowed him to travel over 1 kilometer per second. Lin Moyu had calculated that 1 minute was enough to reach Plateau 4. As the scenery blurred past them, the cold wind whipped through the air, and the temperature rapidly dropped. Finally snapping out of her daze, Ning Yie wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Moyu. "Is this going to be a speed run?" "Exactly," Lin Moyu replied. "Let's give it a shot." A minute later, Lin Moyu landed on Plateau 4, still holding Ning Yie. His undead army descended ahead of them, charging into the plateau at full speed. Pulling mobs and executing mass kills, this was currently the most efficient strategy. By skipping the first 3 plateaus, Lin Moyu had saved a significant amount of time, enabling a true speed run. Back in the meeting room, Ning Taran watched the scene unfold and let out a wry laugh. "This kid, he's not planning to leave anyone else a chance, is he? I wonder how the geniuses from the 3 academies will react when they see this." Not that it mattered now. The 3 academy heads had stopped worrying about their students. They were entirely focused on studying the beast god's leg bone. The leg bone contained divine energy. It was a relic from the beast god's transformation into a divine being. If they could glean any insights from it, it would greatly aid their ascension to god tier. Human god tier powerhouses and divine beings shared many similarities. Suddenly, Ning Taran's brow furrowed, and his gaze shifted to Mo Shengyi. There was an unusual aura emanating from Mo Shengyi, faint but steadily growing stronger. A god tier aura. He's finally ascending. Our human race will soon gain another god tier powerhouse. A smile spread across Ning Taran's face. He hadn't expected Mo Shengyi to take this step so soon. Old Bai was right after all. Among the 3, Mo Shengyi had always been the closest to reaching god tier. Bai Yiyuan had once predicted that Mo Shengyi would likely be the next human to ascend. The beast god's leg bone had become the key that allowed him to take this final step, saving him over half a year of effort. The god tier aura around Mo Shengyi grew increasingly dense, startling Luo Gaochuan and Luo Yan. The 2 exchanged a glance but said nothing. They quietly stepped back, not daring to disturb Mo Shengyi. The god tier aura soon overflowed from the meeting room, spreading across the Xia Capital Academy. Many powerful figures within the academy were roused and began rushing toward the source. Ning Taran stepped out of the meeting room and hovered in midair, raising his staff high. A ring of light radiated outward, lingering in the sky. No one is allowed within the range of this light. His voice echoed clearly into the ears of everyone approaching. The powerhouses who had arrived stopped in their tracks when they saw Ning Taran and heard his command. With his status, no one dared disobey him. Within the dungeon, explosions and booming sounds filled the air as the monsters on Plateau 4 were quickly annihilated. At the center of the plateau, an altar emitted an enormous aura. A faint, illusory image of an ape gradually appeared. Lin Moyu murmured, "It's definitely different from the beast god's true form. Beast god Phantom, world-class boss, level 52 strength, 100,000 agility, 80,000 spirit, 40,000 constitution, 100,000 skills, sweeping thousands traits, enhanced vitality, a level 52 boss with a total stat pool of 320,000. Its stats were undeniably high. It even surpassed the level 55 Lord-class Crimson Moon Demon in raw attributes. As a large dungeon boss, it was classified by detection skills as a world-class boss. Lin Moyu understood this classification stemmed from its sheer stats, which indeed reached the threshold for a world-class boss. However, it lacked the various unique traits that true world-class bosses possessed. Its difficulty was far inferior to an actual world-class boss. Similarly, the Beast God Phantom could not compare to the Beast God's true form. They weren't even in the same league. At Lin Moyu's command, his undead army surged forward. A red glow descended as curses rained down upon the Phantom. If Lin Moyu had faced this boss before his second-tier advancement, he could have slowly whittled it down over time. After all, even the Earth-touched Dragon God had been ground to death through sheer persistence. But now, after his second-tier advancement, a boss of this caliber was nothing more than a minor obstacle. Without unique traits, it posed no real threat. The skeleton berserkers swarmed the Phantom, unleashing their skills. Their sharp axes chopped away, sending blood and flesh flying. Nearly 5,000 skeleton berserkers took turns throwing out their abilities. Elemental explosions erupted like fireworks, crackling incessantly. From the moment the battle began, the Phantom was instantly riddled with arrows. The skeleton sharpshooters unleashed volleys at a rate of 3 arrows per second. Tens of thousands of arrows pierced its body, leaving it bristling like a porcupine. Its screams and howls of anguish echoed ceaselessly. Several times, the Phantom attempted to activate its skill, only for Lin Moyu's weapon, the 930, to emit a flicker of flame and interrupt it mid-cast. Lin Moyu tightly controlled the pace of the battle, leaving it no room for retaliation. Under Lin Moyu's relentless assault, the Beast God Phantom collapsed with a thunderous crash in less than 2 minutes. Beast God Phantom defeated. Experience 2,600,000. Obtain Plateau Greatsword. Obtain Plateau Gauntless. Obtain Plateau Armor. Plateau Greatsword, Platinum, Grade Weapon. All stats 2000. Increases Warrior Type Skill Damage by 70%. Plateau Gauntlets, Platinum Grade Weapon. All stats 2000. Increases Fighter Type Skill Damage by 70%. Skill, Chain Strike. Chain Strike, land 30 punches in 3 seconds, with each punch dealing 100% of the user's strength as damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Plateau Armor, Platinum Grade Armor. All stats 1000. Reduces physical damage taken by 10%. A flood of notifications appeared, and the dungeon clear time was locked at 9 minutes, 43 seconds. The dungeon hall's bells rang out intensely, reverberating throughout the area. Yet another sub-10-minute record had been set. The Beast God Plateau dungeon leaderboard glowed brightly, drawing all eyes to its display. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the screen above the dungeon entrance. Everyone had mentally prepared themselves, knowing Lin Moyu was bound to set another despair-inducing record. But when the result finally appeared, they still couldn't suppress their astonishment. Lin Moyu, 9 minutes 43 seconds. Those envious of Lin Moyu could no longer hold back. One voice, heavy with bitterness, rang out, "This is impossible. How can a large-scale dungeon be cleared so quickly? He must have cheated." His accusation was immediately met with a storm of rebuttals from Lin Moyu's supporters. What's impossible? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean General Lin can't. Every record General Lin has set in the past tell me, which one is something an ordinary person could achieve. The Beast God Plateau dungeon has 4 plateaus in total. If you have flying skills, you can skip the first 3 plateaus entirely and head straight to the last one. That alone saves a ton of time. Exactly. That's definitely what General Lin did. The accuser had no chance to refute as the crowd's scorn forced him to retreat from the dungeon hall in embarrassment. Inside the dungeon, Ning Yi was overjoyed. She hugged Lin Moyu and jumped up and down. Less than 10 minutes. Moyu, you're amazing. How can you clear it so fast? This is a large-scale dungeon. Other teams take more than 10 hours to clear it. Even the top-tier academy teams need 6 or 7 hours. Lin Moyu smiled lightly. But clearing it this fast means we lose out on experience. The last run had only increased Lin Moyu's experience by 1%, a paltry amount. This kind of extreme speedrun sacrificed efficiency in leveling. It was fine to do occasionally just for fun. After all, it wasn't a dungeon that dropped top-tier gear, its primary purpose was for leveling. Ning Yi understood this as well. I know it's just for fun sometimes, Lin Moyu nodded. Next time, I'll try a different strategy to balance experience and speed. Ning Yi nodded enthusiastically. Okay, let's try it now. The two had just exited the dungeon when they found themselves surrounded by a large crowd. Lin Moyu wasn't surprised this wasn't the first time it had happened. Every time he set a new record, such scenes were almost guaranteed to follow. Ning Yi, however, was startled. It was her first time being the center of so much attention. The two quickly reset the dungeon's cooldown and re-entered. Clutching her chest, Ning Yi whispered, "Why are there so many people?" Lin Moyu replied calmly, "Because I set a new record. Was it always like this before?" she asked. "Many times. You'll get used to it eventually." Lin Moyu was well aware that as long as he continued to set new records, such situations would keep occurring. He knew his reputation had grown significantly. He had become a symbol. The commotion caused just by his entering the dungeon hall was proof enough. At this rate, he figured, in a few years his name would probably appear in the Academy's textbooks. "All right, let's begin." Lin Moyu's voice was steady as he sent his undead army surging out once more. Meanwhile, above Xia Capital Academy, the sky was filled with people. Dozens of professionals, all above level 70, hovered in the air, their expressions solemn, as if in reverence. Inside a room, Mo Xinghe was undergoing his transformation from a pinnacle professional to a god-tier powerhouse. This step was the hardest and most critical for human professionals. Upon ascending to god tier, one would become a figure of unmatched significance, existing on an entirely different plane. Suddenly, a unicorn streaked through the sky, its overwhelming aura electrifying the air. In an instant, it covered thousands of meters, moving faster than Lin Moyu's lightning wings. Ignoring Ming Terran's warning, it descended directly before him. The figure atop the unicorn was instantly recognized by everyone. He was the current head of the Mo family of the Divine Xia Empire, a true god-tier powerhouse. Mo Xinghe. He was also Mo Xinghe's elder brother. After today, the Mo family would have 2 god-tier powerhouses. Is Jingji truly ascending to god-tier? Mo Xinghai's voice carried a hint of urgency. Sensing the aura, he quickly confirmed it. Yes, he's undergoing his transformation. He'll need a bit more time, Ning Taran replied. Mo Xinghai lowered his voice. How did this happen so suddenly? Xingyu was supposed to be half a year away from god-tier. Ning Taran explained the situation, and Mo Xinghai nodded in understanding. It seems we owe General Lin a great deal of thanks this time, Mo Xinghai said gravely. Ning Taran glared at him. Thank him. If anyone deserves thanks, it's me. The beast god's leg bone was. He stopped abruptly, realizing he couldn't exactly admit to selling off his granddaughter for the leg bone. Mo Xinghai raised an eyebrow. Was what? Ning Taran shook his head. Nothing. Congratulations to your Mo family for gaining another god tier. Mo Xinghai smiled broadly. And congratulations to you as well. Me? What for? Ning Taran asked, puzzled. For your Princess Ye Ye and General Lin being such a perfect match, Mo Xinghai teased with a grin. Ning Taran's face darkened. Who told you that? Old Bai, of course, Mo Xinghai replied. When Lin Moyu had ventured to the eternal battlefield, Bai Yi Yuan and Mo Xinghai had spent several days chatting in the Hall of Heroes. Caught up in their conversations, Bai Yi Yuan had spilled more than he should have. Having learned about Lin Moyu's exploits, Mo Xinghai couldn't help but envy Ning Taran's luck in gaining such an outstanding grandson-in-law. Thinking of his own niece, Mo Yun, who was in no way inferior to Ning Yi, he lamented that she hadn't encountered someone like Lin Moyu. Ning Taran's chest heaved with anger. Bai Yi Yuan, I'll settle this with you later. The god-tier aura within the room grew ever stronger. Mo Xinghai's transformation had reached its most critical stage. Mo Xinghai tensed as well. Whether his brother would succeed depended entirely on this final step. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu continued pulling and slaughtering mobs. This time, his pace was slower than during the extreme speedrun but still significantly faster than his first attempt. According to Lin Moyu's calculations, he would finish in about 90 minutes. This approach allowed him to gain all the available experience while maintaining efficiency. If he kept grinding at this pace, he estimated he could level up in just 2 days. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, the Genesis Academy team had finally cleared all the monsters on Plateau 4. They regrouped outside the altar, their weapons gripped tightly, ready to face the beast god's true form. No rush. Based on past experience, as long as we stay steady, first place is ours, their captain shouted. The next moment his expression froze completely. The beast god's true form was gone. Truly gone. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the beast god phantom instead. What's going on? Could our timing be off? Maybe it hasn't respawned yet. Impossible. There's no way we miscalculated the respawn time. And even if we somehow got it wrong, do you think Genesis Academy or Flame Emperor Academy would also make the same mistake? The timing was undoubtedly correct, but even more so, they couldn't believe that someone else might have beaten them to it. Forget it. Let's kill the beast god phantom first and figure it out later. At this point, there was no other choice but to deal with the boss in front of them before investigating further. The same scene was playing out in the dungeons of Genesis Academy and Flame Emperor Academy. Lin Yizan's expression was grim. Following Mo Xingji's advice, he had deliberately suppressed his level for over 2 months just for this dungeon. And yet, what awaited him was merely the beast god phantom. A veil of confusion enveloped all of them. The culprit, Lin Moyu, was entirely unaware of the chaos he had caused. He was simply enjoying a leisurely and pleasant time leveling up with Ning Yi. The teams from the 3 academies finally defeated the beast god phantom and exited their respective dungeons, almost simultaneously. Dozens of figures materialized in the dungeon hall. The 3 academy teams, typically rivals who rarely saw eye to eye, glared at each other with disdain, their expressions filled with arrogance and mutual contempt. But when they collectively turned their eyes to the leaderboard, their expressions froze. Lin Moyu, 9 minutes, 43 seconds. A stunned silence fell over the hall, broken only by someone's incredulous outburst. This can't be real. That's absolutely impossible. How could such a time even be achieved? Did the dungeon glitch? Even if it's Lin Moyu, there's no way he could have done this. Among all of them, Lin Yizhan was the calmest. To him, if the record belonged to Lin Moyu, then it made perfect sense. He knew all too well just how terrifying Lin Moyu's abilities were. Back when Lin Moyu was only level 30, he had managed to grind down and kill a level 58 world-class boss. Now that Lin Moyu had completed his second-tier advancement, he was undoubtedly far stronger than before. If even they had been able to defeat the beast god's true form, then Lin Moyu would likely have obliterated it in an instant. Lin Yizhan sighed softly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. He didn't blame Lin Moyu. In fact, he wouldn't dare to. Fortunately, this only cost him 2 months of time, something he could afford to lose. Turning to his teammates, he said, "Let's head back." Lin Yizhan. A voice called out, halting him in his tracks. Lin Yizhan instantly recognized it. It belonged to Fang Chao, the team leader from Genesis Academy. Like him, Fang Chao had also suppressed his level for the sake of the Beast God Plateau dungeon. In fact, Fang Chao had been suppressing his level even longer, likely for half a year. Turning to face him, Lin Yizhan asked, "Fang Chao, what do you want?" There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. While he respected Lin Moyu, he wasn't about to show the same deference to anyone else, not even someone from Genesis Academy. Fang Chao sneered, "You're just going to leave like this? Aren't you curious about what's going on?" Lin Yizhan laughed heartily. "What's there to be confused about? Isn't it obvious? General Lin also entered the dungeon and cleared it faster than we did." Fang Chao scoffed. "You actually believe a time like that?" Lin Yizhan replied, "Fang Chao, are you dissatisfied? If this record had been set by anyone else, I might doubt it. But if it's General Lin, I believe it without question." Fang Chao's expression faltered slightly. "I didn't expect you to be one of his supporters." Lin Yizhan shook his head. "What does it matter to you?" He ignored Fang Chao after that, leading his team from Flame Emperor Academy away with a commanding stride. The team from Flame Emperor Academy, observing Lin Yizhan's composed demeanor, quickly decided to follow suit and left the hall. This left only the Genesis Academy team behind, their faces filled with resentment. Lin Moyu's record was simply too staggering, so much so that they couldn't bring themselves to believe it. The most prideful students of Xia Capital Academy were concentrated within Genesis Academy. Each of them was a top-tier genius of their generation. Normally, they weren't even convinced of each other's abilities, let alone of outsiders. While they had all heard the legends of Lin Moyu, few had taken them seriously. But now, they had no choice but to confront reality. "Captain, should we head back and ask the instructors what's going on?" one of Fang Chao's teammates suggested. Fang Chao thought for a moment, realizing it was the only viable option. Although he was confident in his own abilities, he wasn't foolish. He understood that with his status, he couldn't unravel this mystery on his own. Just as he made up his mind, a ripple of spatial energy appeared nearby. A man and a woman emerged from the dungeon portal. The moment they saw the man, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Fang Chao narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu had just stepped out of the dungeon when he heard someone call his name. Looking up, he saw a tall man clad in full platinum-grade gear standing before him. "And you are?" Lin Moyu asked, his tone indifferent. Fang Chao introduced himself. "I'm Fang Chao from Genesis Academy." "Lin Moyu, I want to know how you cleared the dungeon and achieved that record." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. This man's overbearing demeanor was irritating. Before he could respond, Nin Yi stepped forward and said sharply, "Are you crazy? Why should we tell you how we cleared the dungeon?" Fang Chao snorted coldly. "I'm asking him, not you." Lin Moyu's voice remained calm, but his tone carried a warning. "I have no obligation to tell you. And I'll warn you once, watch your tone when speaking to me." Fang Chao's arrogance didn't waver. "I'm a genius of Genesis Academy. One day I'll become a general, and perhaps even step into God tier." Lin Moyu's gaze grew colder, but his tone remained steady. "Then come talk to me once you've become a general. For now, move aside, don't block my way." Fang Chao sneered. "I just have a few questions. Answer them, and I'll move." In his mind, Lin Moyu was merely level 42. To him, Lin Moyu's status as a general was nothing more than a stroke of luck. The stories surrounding Lin Moyu, he dismissed them as exaggerated rumors. After all, he was already level 50 and fully equipped with top-tier platinum gear. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Moyu, he didn't think the gap would be significant. Lin Moyu's gaze turned icy. "This is the dungeon hall, a place of the academy. I won't touch you here. Now move, or I'll make you regret it." Fang Chao refused to budge. "I told you. Answer my questions first." Suddenly, the dungeon hall trembled. An overwhelming killing intent descended upon Fang Chao, suffocating and inescapable. A spinning domain stone appeared, releasing waves of murderous energy. This was the killing intent Lin Moyu had accumulated from slaughtering armies in the eternal battlefield, annihilating cities in the abyss, and battling powerful undead in the corpse realm. Now unleashed, it was almost tangible. For someone like Fang Chao, it was utterly unbearable. His vision blurred as horrifying illusions flooded his mind. Countless blades seemed to slash at him from all directions, while hordes of decayed corpses clung to him, biting into his flesh. In an instant, he felt himself being torn apart, reduced to a bloodied, wretched state. Screaming, Fang Chao collapsed to the ground. The illusions vanished, and Fang Chao realized he had been hallucinating. "So fragile," Lin Moyu muttered disdainfully as he brushed past Fang Chao, taking Nin Yi with him back into the dungeon. Fang Chao sat on the ground, gasping for air, his body drenched in cold sweat. The sheer realism of the illusions had shaken him to his core. How could this happen? The experience was beyond his comprehension. But he knew one thing for certain: it was Lin Moyu's doing. And Lin Moyu's methods were so advanced that he couldn't even begin to understand them. His teammates hurried over to help him up. Still shaken, Fang Chao muttered, "Let's head back. We need to figure this out." Inside the dungeon, Ning Yi asked curiously, "What just happened? Why did that guy suddenly fall over? He looked like he was terrified." Lin Moyu replied nonchalantly, "I just scared him a little with my killing intent. I didn't expect him to have such a weak heart." Ning Yi smirked, her tone laced with disdain. "With that kind of courage, he dared to confront you. What an idiot." Lin Moyu chuckled. "Forget about him. Let's continue." Meanwhile, Mo Xingyi's god tier aura reached its peak. After several hours, a thunderous sound echoed as all the god tier energy condensed and vanished in an instant. The next moment, Mo Xingyi appeared in midair. Beside him was a unicorn, identical in appearance to Mo Xinghai's mount. A god tier summoner, with a god tier Holy Spirit unicorn. The Missouri family, known as a lineage of summoners, carried the blood of summoning in their veins. Mo Xingyi had undergone a professional evolution, ascending from a mid-tier legendary summoner to a god tier professional. Although he had only just reached god tier, his strength was formidable. At god tier, power wasn't solely determined by level, it also depended on the tier of one's profession. A god tier professional who had ascended from a mid-tier legendary class, like Mo Xingyi, was far stronger than one who had ascended from a standard legendary class. Ning Taran chuckled. "Congratulations." The surrounding crowd began offering their congratulations as well. "Congratulations to Principal Missouri on reaching god tier." Mo Xingyi clasped his fists and bowed slightly toward Ning Taran. "Thank you, Elder Ning." Ning Taran waved dismissively. "There's nothing more for me to do here. I'll take my leave." Lin Moyu and Ning Yi repeatedly ran the dungeon together. The Undead Legion tirelessly marched forward, unrelenting in battle. In a soft voice, Ning Yi remarked, "Everyone says leveling up after level 40 is really slow. Sometimes it takes months just to gain a single level. But running dungeons with you is the fastest way. In less than a day, I've already leveled up. It's only because you're with me that your leveling speed is being held back," she added apologetically. Lin Moyu smiled faintly and said nothing. Helping someone level up, especially one's beloved, was something many would dream of. Moreover, the speed of leveling up didn't matter much to him. His progress was already astonishingly fast, lagging only slightly behind Lin Mohan. His peers, who had enrolled at the same time as him, were mostly still struggling to reach level 30. As he ran dungeons and leveled up with Ning Yi, Lin Moyu found his mind growing increasingly serene. His control over his killing intent improved even further, becoming more precise and effortless. At Genesis Academy, Fang Chao sought out Luo Gaoxuan. Luo Gaoxuan, after Mo Xingyi had ascended to god tier, had stayed at Xia Capital Academy for a few more days to consult with him about the intricacies of achieving god tier. After all, Luo Gaoxuan himself wasn't far from reaching god tier. Upon returning to the academy, Fang Chao immediately approached him. Fang Chao recounted the events of the day. "Dean, how could Lin Moyu have cleared the dungeon so quickly? He must have used some underhanded tricks." Luo Gaoxuan gazed at Fang Chao. "Arrogance is a flaw." Fang Chao froze, unsure why Luo Gaoxuan was saying this. Luo Gaoxuan continued, "Your elder brother is one of the academy's prodigies, yet you always fall slightly short. Do you know why?" Fang Chao furrowed his brows, puzzled at why the topic had veered in this direction. Although a hint of impatience flickered across his face, he didn't dare interrupt the dean. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chao replied, "I don't know." Luo Gaoxuan spoke calmly, "You both have the same profession, the same bloodline, the same resources, and equivalent talent. The difference lies in your temperament. You are too arrogant and dismissive of others." His tone grew sharper. "Do you know who Lin Moyu is? He's a general, a status equivalent to that of a god-tier powerhouse. Even I address him respectfully as General Lin. Who gave you the audacity to call him by name so casually?" Fang Chao shivered, startled by Luo Gaoxuan's sudden reprimand. The dean, who had always been kind and composed, was now stern and unrelenting. "Dean, he tried to explain but was cut off mid-sentence. "Be quiet and listen carefully," Luo Gaoxuan commanded. "The record you saw was set by General Lin through an extreme speed clearing of the dungeon. General Lin has flight abilities. He flew directly to Plateau 4. As for the time he defeated the Beast God's true form, the entire process was witnessed by the 3 Academy Deans, myself included. There was absolutely nothing questionable about it. In fact, General Lin cleared every single monster in the dungeon, even those in the canyon." Fang Chao felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling as he murmured, "He even cleared the canyon monsters. How is that even possible?" Luo Gaoxuan ignored his reaction and continued, "Do you know how long it took General Lin to defeat the Beast God's true form? It was instantaneous, a one-hit kill, after using the skill from the primal rune. But obtaining the skill of the primal rune was General Lin's achievement. If I handed it to you, could you accomplish the same? Fang Chao knew the rules and wasn't confident he could replicate such a feat. Luo Gaoxuan pressed on, this matter ends here. Prepare yourself. I'm sending you to train at the Eternal Battlefield. Fang Chao's head shot up. Dean, but the ancestral land of Genesis Academy will open soon. Luo Gaoxuan replied, I know. You won't be going this time. Fang Chao was stunned, his voice trembling as he forced out, why? You promised me a spot. Luo Gaoxuan sighed. The academy has 3 slots for entry. One was indeed reserved for you, but an unforeseen situation arose. The old ancestor has claimed one of the slots for himself. I can't refuse him. The second slot is for your elder brother, and the last one is reserved for the eldest daughter of the Mo family. Hearing this, Fang Chao's chest heaved with anger, a feral glint flashing in his eyes. The slot that had been promised to him was gone, just like that. Luo Gaoxuan patted Fang Chao's shoulder. I promise you, when the ancestral land opens again, one of the slots will be yours. This assurance significantly calmed Fang Chao's emotions. The ancestral land of Genesis Academy opened once every 5 years. By then, he would likely be in his 60s level-wise. As long as he entered before reaching level 70 in his 3rd-tier advancement, it wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, one of the slots this time was for his elder brother. Luo Gaoxuan had already done enough for his family. Fang Chao knew he couldn't ask for more. Steadying himself, Fang Chao asked, Dean, hasn't the old ancestor's disciple already completed her 3rd-tier advancement? Why does she need a slot? Luo Gaoxuan shook his head. I don't know the specifics. But since the old ancestor made the request, I had no choice but to comply. Fang Chao understood the reasoning and knew he couldn't force the issue. The old ancestor's disciple levels up incredibly fast, and her identity is extremely mysterious. Dean, can you reveal anything about her? It was common knowledge within the academy that the old ancestor had taken on a disciple whose leveling speed was absurdly fast. In just over a year, she had already completed her 3rd-tier advancement. Some of the academy's prodigies had teamed up with her, but they were all bound by strict confidentiality agreements, revealing no information at all. Even within the empire, only a select few high-ranking officials knew anything about Lin Mohan. Luo Gaoxuan, of course, knew her identity. After some deliberation, he quietly said, her name is Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan? The name struck a chord with Fang Chao. It sounded eerily similar to Lin Moyu's, differing by only one character. Could it be? You guessed correctly. She's Lin Moyu's elder sister. Gasping audibly, Fang Chao fell silent, not daring to say another word. Luo Gaoxuan patted his shoulder again. Some things are best kept to yourself. Don't spread them around. As for the hallucinations you experienced earlier, they were likely caused by General Lin's killing intent. General Lin isn't as simple as you think. The demons and dragons he's slain are beyond your imagination. Matters at that level are far out of your reach for now. All I can tell you is this, don't provoke him. You can't afford to. Even I can't afford to. Do you understand? This time, Fang Chao was truly frightened, trembling uncontrollably. He finally recognized the reality of the situation. Neither Lin Moyu's identity nor Lin Mohan's was something he could challenge. In fact, even Luo Gaoxuan didn't dare to provoke them lightly. Luo Gaoxuan said, all right, go prepare yourself. I hope your trip to the Eternal Battlefield will be worthwhile. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi stayed in the dungeon hall, focusing on the Beast God Plateau dungeon. In that time, Lin Moyu reached level 45, while Ning Yi surpassed level 44. But after hitting level 45, the leveling process slowed dramatically. Each dungeon run only provided 4% experience. Clearing the entire dungeon 25 times was necessary to gain a single level. At their current pace of about an hour per run, it would take a grueling 2 days and nights of non-stop grinding to level up once. The process was monotonous. While Lin Moyu didn't tire, Ning Yi did. Unlike Lin Moyu, she didn't possess divine energy for recovery. Both her physical and mental stamina required normal rest to replenish. In the last 2 days of the grind, she was visibly struggling, to the point where Lin Moyu had to carry her through the dungeon. Cradled in his arms, Ning Yi slept peacefully, her small face adorned with a contented smile. After 10 days, Lin Moyu received a message from Bai Yiyuan. At the Bai God courtyard, Meng Anwen lounged in his recliner, as relaxed as ever. Bai Yiyuan, Yan Guangsheng, Ning Teran, and Mo Xinghe sat around a table, sipping tea and chatting. Lin Moyu arrived, carrying a sleeping Ning Yi in his arms. Teacher, I'm here. Spotting Mo Xinghe, his eyes lit up. Congratulations, Dean Mo, on achieving God tier. Mo Xinghe's aura had shifted and Lin Moyu could sense it clearly. Mo Xinghe laughed heartily. Thank you. I wouldn't have reached God tier so quickly without the Beast God's leg bone you provided. Lin Moyu replied, I'm glad it could help. Dean Mo. However, the beast god's leg bone now belongs to Elder Ning. It was my token for proposing marriage. Apparently, Ning Taran had already mentioned this matter, so no one was surprised. Ning Taran snorted lightly in mock displeasure but said nothing. Bai Yi Yuan spoke up. Xiao Yu, do you know why I called you back this time? Lin Moyu nodded. I assume it's because Genesis Academy's ancestral land is about to open. Yan Guangsheng burst out laughing. I told you he wouldn't miss it, but you insisted on trying to hide it. Bai Yuan said, You think I don't already know? Xia Yu, the ancestral land of Genesis Academy is indeed about to open. Since Dean Missouri is here, he can explain the details to you. Lin Moyu had already guessed the reason upon seeing Mo Xingyi. It had to be about the ancestral land. Mo Xingyi confirmed, the ancestral land will likely open in the coming days, and the entry list has already been finalized. Let me tell you what to watch out for once you enter the ancestral land. Wait. Just as Mo Xingyi was about to begin, Ning Taran interrupted him. Everyone turned to him in confusion. Ning Taran said, Let Yi listen as well. With a flick of his finger, a gentle breeze landed on Ning Yi, who was still asleep. Rubbing her eyes, Ning Yi slowly woke up. She yawned, and upon seeing so many people present, let out a startled ah. Before hopping down, her cheeks flushed pink in embarrassment. She shot Lin Moyu a reproachful look, as if blaming him for not waking her up when there were so many people around. Mo Xingyi chuckled as he began explaining the things to note in Genesis Academy's ancestral land. The ancestral land of Genesis Academy opened once every 5 years, and the number of entry slots was extremely limited. Genesis Academy held 10 slots exclusively, while the Creation God Academy and Flame Emperor Academy each received 3 slots. The royal family and the military were allocated 2 slots each. Additionally, various prominent families within the empire were granted 1 slot each. Altogether, there were no more than 30 slots available. Although Genesis Academy's overall ranking was not as high as Creation God Academy's, many people still flocked to join Genesis Academy, primarily for these valuable slots. However, these slots were highly coveted, with countless eyes watching over their allocation. Even Bai Yi Yuan, despite being a god-tier powerhouse, had no slot of his own as he was unaffiliated with any family. This was why Lin Moyu had joined Genesis Academy. With his abilities, securing a slot was all but guaranteed once he became a member. The Ning family, on the other hand, had a slot of their own. Ning Taran had immediately decided to give it to Ning Yi. Ning Taran doted on his granddaughter to the extreme, always prioritizing her for any good opportunities or resources. In the ancestral land, there are many living creatures. These creatures are non-aggressive, and you must remember not to harm them, Mo Xingyi explained. Near the core of the ancestral land, there are many fruit trees. The fruits on these trees can be picked and eaten. You should try to eat as much as you can. Hearing this, Ning Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. I can do that. I eat a lot. Grandpa Mo, are the fruits tasty? I don't mind sour ones, as long as they're not bitter. Mo Xingyi laughed heartily. The fruit shouldn't taste bad. Lin Moyu, however, could sense there was more to it. He continued questioning and Mo Xingyi elaborated. Picking and eating the fruits is part of the trial. How much you can eat depends entirely on your own abilities, but remember, don't push yourself too hard. Do what you can. After eating the fruits, you'll enter the second phase, the comprehension phase. In this phase, there will be things you need to comprehend on your own. What exactly you'll need to comprehend varies every time. I can't explain it clearly now, you'll understand when you're there. This phase will eliminate the majority of participants. Those who pass will proceed to the third phase. Information about the third phase was scarce. Based on past experiences, it seemed to be related to what participants had comprehended during the second phase. Those who pass the second phase often can't clearly describe what happens during the third phase after returning, Mo Xingyi said. Lin Moyu's heart sank slightly and he asked, Why is that? Mo Xingyi shook his head. At first we thought it might be an issue with their memories, but after thorough examinations, we found that their memories hadn't been tampered with. This has remained a mystery ever since. It seemed that the specifics could only be uncovered by experiencing it firsthand. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment before continuing. Dean Mo, please go on. Mo Xingyi smiled faintly. That's all. Very few people manage to pass the third phase, and those who do can never explain the fourth phase. However, one thing is certain: so long as you don't harm the animals and creatures you encounter upon entering the ancestral land, you won't face any danger inside. Lin Moyu committed this to memory. Do not harm the creatures encountered upon entering. He glanced at Ning Yi, relieved to see her listening intently. Feeling reassured, he sincerely thanked Mo Xingyi. Thank you, Dean Mo. I'll remember everything you've said. Mo Xingyi stood up, waving off the thanks. There's no need for formalities, General Lin. I still feel guilty about the incident with the dungeon that caused you to fall into the abyss. Now, I owe you another favor for this. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Moyu smiled. Dean Mo, you're being too kind. That incident was all the doing of the cult of demon worshippers. It wasn't your fault. The matter had already been thoroughly investigated by Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. It was discovered that members of the cult had infiltrated the military, but fortunately Lin Moyu had survived the ordeal. Recently a purge had been carried out within the military, rooting out and executing many infiltrators, causing quite a stir. Mo Xinghe needed to make preparations for the ancestral land and took his leave. Ning Taran shot Lin Moyu a stern look. When you enter the ancestral land, take care of Yi. Lin Moyu nodded. Rest assured, Elder Ning. Yi, come with Grandpa. Let's get you ready. Ning Yi replied with an okay, though she looked reluctant as she followed Ning Taran. Once Ning Taran had left, Bai Yuan and the other two exchanged meaningful glances and stared at Lin Moyu. Even Meng Anwen, who was typically indifferent, opened his eyes for once. Their gazes made Lin Moyu feel uneasy. Teacher, have I done something wrong? Bai Yuan's tone was laden with meaning. You've got some nerve, kid, daring to propose to Ning Taran's granddaughter. Yan Guangsheng chuckled softly. Good thing Ning Taran's temper has mellowed over the years. If this had been 50 years ago, he might have wiped you out with a forbidden spell. That wouldn't happen. With Yi around, Ning Taran would hold back no matter what, Meng Anwen added in his usual calm tone. Xiao Yu, is that what you were counting on? Lin Moyu replied. I didn't think that far ahead. When I saw how much Elder Ning valued the beast god's leg bone, the idea just came to me. At the time, it had indeed been a spur-of-the-moment decision, driven by Ning Taran's reaction to the leg bone. Bai Yuan laughed heartily. Your instincts weren't bad. The beast god's leg bone is indeed valuable, and Elder Ning does need it. But compared to the divine being's severed finger you brought back, it's still not as significant. Lin Moyu had noticed that the severed finger contained a trace of vitality, far more potent than the leg bone. Though it had aged for countless years, its fleshly essence remained incredibly rich. Moreover, the beast god's leg bone wasn't technically from a god, it was discarded during the beast god's transformation. Compared to the severed finger, it was a notch inferior. Since he already had the severed finger, one artifact was enough. The beast god's leg bone was perfect for a marriage proposal. Lin Moyu asked, Teacher, has there been any progress in studying the severed finger? Bai Yuan grinned, and his expression alone told Lin Moyu that there had been breakthroughs. That was enough, the artifact wasn't useless after all. Bai Yuan said, go bathe and change. Clean yourself up. Lin Moyu looked down at himself, puzzled. He didn't seem dirty. Even after grinding dungeons for 10 days, he had changed clothes regularly and felt reasonably fresh. Compared to when he returned from the realm of rotting corpses, he was practically spotless. Yan Guangsheng added, you might not notice it yourself, but your aura is very messy right now. It's filled with traces of various dungeon beasts' energy. Take a proper bath and meditate to clear the chaotic aura. Meng Anwen chimed in, the creatures in Genesis Academy's ancestral land are highly sensitive. They dislike chaotic energy. Lin Moyu understood. Got it, I'll take care of it. Returning to the academy, Lin Moyu went back to his dormitory to bathe and change. He then sat cross-legged on his bed to meditate. Gradually his scattered thoughts converged, and his aura began to transform. The traces of chaotic energy from the dungeon beast quickly dissipated, leaving behind a pure and tranquil presence. Though Lin Moyu couldn't sense these traces himself, he trusted Bai Yuan and the others they wouldn't say so without reason. The divine realm stone orbited slowly, absorbing every last trace of Lin Moyu's faint killing intent. As he meditated, his communicator buzzed lightly on his wrist. Lin Moyu glanced at the device, looking slightly puzzled. Why is she messaging me? In front of the library, Lin Moyu encountered Shu Han. As always, Shu Han exuded elegance. Dressed in a flowing gown, she waved at Lin Moyu from a distance. Lin Moyu walked over. Senior Shu, is there something you need? Shu Han's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. What? Can't I look for you even if there's nothing urgent? Lin Moyu responded softly, that's not what I meant. Come walk with me, Shu Han said as she strolled toward the garden nearby. Lin Moyu followed without saying a word. As they walked, Shu Han remarked, I heard about what happened to you recently. The realm of rotting corpses must have been dangerous, right? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Shu Han to know about his ordeal in the realm of rotting corpses. This was not widely known even within the royal family, only those of a certain standing might have heard about it. Outsiders especially wouldn't normally have such information. How Shu Han had come to know about it puzzled him. Noticing Lin Moyu's curious gaze, Shu Han said, Don't worry about how I found out. Just know that I did. The ancestral land of Genesis Academy is about to open, isn't it? You're going to participate, right? Lin Moyu gave a small nod, neither confirming nor denying it. Shu Han took out a vial of potion and handed it to Lin Moyu. Here, take this. The potion inside the vial was transparent, glimmering faintly under the sunlight. This is called a purification potion, Shu Han explained. It can cleanse all the chaotic auras lingering on your body. Lin Moyu quickly realized that Shu Han had come specifically to give him this potion, knowing he would enter the ancestral land. It seemed she was familiar with the ancestral land, perhaps she had even been there herself. "Thank you," Lin Moyu said as he accepted the potion without hesitation. Shu Han smiled and said, "No need to thank me. The potion isn't worth much. Such a miraculous potion couldn't possibly be cheap," but Lin Moyu didn't dwell on it. Neither of them had ever concerned themselves with such calculations. After a moment of thought, Lin Moyu took out several elemental crystals and handed them to Shu Han. "These are some elemental crystals I recently obtained. You might find them useful." A look of delight lit up Shu Han's face. "Looks like I've profited again." Her laughter was bright and cheerful, yet carried her signature touch of elegance. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "It's not a transaction." "Of course not," Shu Han replied as she accepted the crystals without hesitation. The two interacted like old friends, unbothered by trivial matters like material value. Spending time with Shu Han was always pleasant. Her words were perfectly measured, and she always seemed to consider others in her speech. Her gentle, melodious voice was soothing, something one could never tire of listening to. Though Shu Han knew Lin Moyu had gone to the realm of rotting corpses, she refrained from prying into the details. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, suspected Shu Han came from an extraordinary background, but also chose not to inquire further. Their relationship was simple yet harmonious, like a tranquil stream. 2 days later, the island housing Genesis Academy suddenly erupted with a blinding white light that shot straight into the sky. The brilliance of the light surpassed even the midday sun, making it clearly visible despite the daylight. The island seemed to come alive, radiating waves of energy that stirred up massive ocean surges. Amidst the roaring waves, deep rumbling sounds echoed continuously. The teleportation array of Genesis Academy activated, bringing group after group of people to the Academy grounds. Though the ancestral land only allowed for 30 participants, far more people had arrived. Many participants were accompanied by elders from their families. For these elders, this was a rare occasion to gather and catch up, drinking tea and reminiscing about their past glories while the younger generation ventured into the ancestral land. Lin Moyu had returned to Genesis Academy the previous night. He found a quiet spot to meditate and focus his mind. Having already consumed the purification potion given by Shu Han, his aura was now immaculate, purer than if he had bathed 100 times. This purity emanated from within, ensuring that no foreign aura could cling to him. According to the potion's effects, this state would last for about 10 days, more than enough to cover the entire journey into the ancestral land. When the pillar of white light pierced the heavens, Lin Moyu opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. The light connected the heavens and the earth, as if attempting to pierce through the sky itself. He could sense an extraordinary energy spreading across the island as the light rose into the sky. The energy was ancient and boundless, yet brimming with vitality. Lin Moyu's curiosity toward the ancestral land of Genesis Academy deepened. In the royal family's secret archives, he had once read about the origins of the ancestral land. It wasn't that Genesis Academy was established first, followed by the ancestral land. On the contrary, the ancestral land existed first, and Genesis Academy was built around it. In fact, long ago, Genesis Academy was once the foremost of the 3 major academies in Summer Capital. As the radiant white light gradually faded, the academy grew increasingly lively, with more people arriving via teleportation. Judging the time to be right, Lin Moyu rose and headed toward the designated meeting point. Genesis Academy had 10 exclusive slots for the ancestral land. Though it seemed like a generous number, it was far from sufficient for the academy's hundreds of students. Every year, these slots were determined through rigorous assessments, as well as evaluations of participants' performance in daily tasks. This year, with Lin Moyu securing one of the slots in advance, only 9 slots remained for allocation. Naturally, this sparked dissatisfaction among some, though their grumbling was ultimately futile. Lin Moyu's status and achievements were undeniable. If even he couldn't secure a slot, who else in the entire academy could possibly qualify? The team from Genesis Academy had already gathered. The 9 selected students stood in formation, their spirits and energy at their peak. Mo Xinghe stood before them, exuding the unmistakable aura of a god-tier powerhouse. The 9 students looked at Mo Xinghe with admiration and reverence. Becoming a god-tier powerhouse was an achievement reserved for true prodigies. As Lin Moyu approached, his presence drew the attention of the gathered students. "It's General Lin. He's finally here. I thought he might have forgotten. How could he forget? He joined our academy just for this slot. There aren't many slots to begin with, and now one's been taken by him." The students murmured quietly, their dissatisfaction with Lin Moyu evident. After all, in their eyes, his participation directly impacted their chances. Silence. Mo Xinghe's stern voice cut through the air, immediately silencing the group. In Mo Xinghe's presence, no one dared utter a word of dissent. To Mo Xinghe, however, Lin Moyu appeared entirely different. In his eyes, Lin Moyu's aura was flawlessly pure, exuding a clarity unmatched by any of the other students present. Even Mo Xinghe himself could only barely achieve such a state. Lin Moyu approached Mo Xinghe and said, "Dean, I'm here?" Mo Xinghe smiled warmly. General Lin Moyu interrupted, shaking his head. "Today you are the dean and I am your student. Please just call me Lin Moyu." Mo Xinghe understood what Lin Moyu meant. "Very well, Lin Moyu. Please join the team. Once everyone arrives, I'll open the ancestral land." "Understood." Lin Moyu joined the group and greeted Lin Yizhan. "Senior Ling, how are you?" Lin Yizhan was taken aback by such a friendly greeting. "General Lin, I'm well," Lin Moyu chuckled. "Senior Ling, we're classmates now. No need to be so formal." "See? I'm not even wearing my military insignia." Sure enough, Lin Moyu's shoulders were bare, devoid of any emblem, signaling his intention to avoid special treatment. Lin Yizhan smiled. "All right then. Lin Moyu, how's your preparation for this trip?" Lin Moyu replied, "Not much to prepare for. I'll just go with the flow." Lin Yizhan nodded. "With your strength, you probably don't need much preparation." While most only knew that Lin Moyu was strong, Lin Yizhan had a clear understanding of just how formidable Lin Moyu really was. To him, Lin Moyu was unparalleled among peers of the same level. Even opponents above level 70 would struggle against him. After all, Lin Moyu had slain a dragon warrior, a being with a solid level 70 combat power. As more people arrived, a group led by academy instructors approached. This group comprised both young and old. The elders, most of whom were above level 80, carried an imposing presence. From afar, Lin Moyu spotted Ning Taran. To his surprise, Ning Taran had come in person. Beside him was Ning Yi, whose face lit up with a bright smile upon seeing Lin Moyu. Ning Yi was both beautiful and adorable. Her smile, as radiant as blossoming flowers, immediately drew countless admiring gazes. Many young men from other families couldn't help but be captivated by her charm. Mo Xinghe stepped forward to greet Ning Taran. Meanwhile, Ning Yi, unable to contain her excitement, dashed toward Lin Moyu like a butterfly fluttering into his embrace. One day apart feels like 3 years, as the saying goes, and for Ning Yi, that couldn't have been truer. On the island, it seemed like the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Many young men felt as if their hearts had broken into pieces. Such a beautiful flower, yet it was already taken. What a disappointment. They glanced at the man standing next to Ning Yi. To them, he didn't seem particularly remarkable. However, all these young men were following their elders, behaving properly and keeping their thoughts to themselves. Even if they harbored dissatisfaction or envy, none of them dared to show it. Ning Yi and Lin Moyu stood off to the side, speaking in hushed tones. Or rather, Ning Yi did most of the talking, while Lin Moyu listened quietly. From time to time, Ning Yi's laughter rang out, clear and melodious. As more people arrived, Luo Gochuan led a group from Genesis Academy over. Among them were Lin Mohan, Mo Yun, and another man trailing behind Luo Gochuan. Lin Mohan and Mo Yun were both strikingly beautiful, but Lin Mohan in particular stood out. Her every step was graceful, exuding an irresistible charm. Compared to Ning Yi's youthful beauty, Lin Mohan was more mature and captivating. The moment Lin Mohan appeared, all eyes naturally turned to her, as if she had become the focal point, an iridescent star shining brightly in the sky. The man accompanying Lin Mohan was named Fang Wu, the elder brother of Fang Chao. Fang Wu's gaze lingered on Lin Mohan, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Mohan and Mo Yun made their way toward Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised to see Lin Mohan. "Sister, you're entering the ancestral land too." To his knowledge, the ancestral land was reserved for those below level 70. Lin Mohan, having already reached level 70 and completed her 3rd class advancement, should not have been eligible to enter. Lin Mohan's soft voice carried a captivating allure. "There's no rule saying those above level 70 can't enter, is there?" Lin Moyu pondered her words and nodded slightly. Indeed, there were no such restrictions. Lin Mohan beckoned Ning Yi over. "Come here, let me have a look. Our Yi has grown even more beautiful." Blushing, Ning Yi obediently approached Lin Mohan. Mo Yun also greeted Lin Moyu warmly. "It's been a while." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "It has." The 3 women began chatting amongst themselves, leaving Lin Moyu with no opportunity to interject. He simply stood to the side, lost in thought. The scene didn't go unnoticed by others, who began speculating about Lin Moyu's identity. Why would these 3 stunning women all gravitate toward him? Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and an entrance appeared before the crowd. A unique aura, brimming with vitality, washed over everyone. The entrance resembled that of a secret realm, leading many to wonder if Genesis Academy's ancestral land was, in fact, a secret realm. As Lin Moyu sensed the aura emanating from the ancestral land, his gaze sharpened slightly. The aura of the Staff of Creation, he thought, his heart racing. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be? In that moment, Lin Moyu formed a bold hypothesis. Could the light within the ancestral land be the core of life? If it truly was the core of life, then it might complete the staff of creation. As the ancestral land opened, those preparing to enter displayed eager and confident expressions. Each of them radiated pride. They were the top talents, the prodigies of their respective families. With only one slot per family, only the most exceptional individuals were permitted to participate. The aura of the ancestral land grew more intense, and the entrance fully opened. Under Mo Xingji's guidance, everyone entered the ancestral land one by one. The scene shifted abruptly, as if they had undergone spatial transportation. The sensation was somewhat similar to entering a secret realm, yet subtly different. Before them stretched a lush forest of green grass and towering trees. The verdant landscape exuded vitality, with dense foliage forming a thick canopy. In the distance, mountains rose majestically, their peaks shrouded in mist, extending to the horizon. Based on the information they had been given, they needed to traverse the mountain ahead. A young man called out confidently, "Everyone, pardon me, but I'll be going ahead." A strong gust of wind enveloped him, lifting him off the ground and propelling him toward the distant forest. Even as he took off, he glanced back at Lin Mohan, as though trying to impress her with his abilities, a slightly ostentatious display. Mo Yun watched him briefly and commented, "That's Lai Feng from the Lai family in Haiqing. He's a level 56 legendary Saint Mage. The Lai family specializes in elemental magic, and even has a god mage among them," she added, her gaze sharpening. "Strange, hasn't anyone in his family told him? You can't fly here." No sooner had she spoken than Li Feng let out a startled cry as an unseen force dragged him down. It was a comical sight, barely a second of flight before he plummeted to the ground. Unfortunately for him, he landed right on top of a small green rabbit hidden in the grass. The green rabbit blended seamlessly with the foliage, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Lin Moyu, with his sharp perception, saw everything clearly. The rabbit was crushed instantly, yet there was no blood or gore. Instead, it dissolved into a ball of light that merged into Lai Feng's body. A faint, almost imperceptible aura now lingered around him, so subtle that even Lai Feng didn't notice it. He scrambled to his feet, looking disheveled, and cursed loudly. "What kind of place is this? You can't even fly." The inability to fly here wasn't like a standard anti-flight restriction. Normally, anti-flight zones suppressed all flight abilities outright, preventing takeoff entirely. But here, it allowed you to ascend briefly before an invisible force violently pulled you back down. As Lin Moyu observed Lai Feng's fall, he noticed that the wind element around him hadn't dissipated. It was merely overpowered by the immense force of the ancestral land. Not only had Lai Feng fallen, but he had also crushed a small rabbit, absorbing its mysterious aura. Lin Moyu had no idea what consequences this would bring. Mo Xingji had given clear instructions: as long as they didn't harm the creatures here, they would remain safe. Conversely, causing harm could lead to unforeseen danger. Though Mo Xingji hadn't elaborated, the implications were clear to those who understood. Lin Mohan, having witnessed the scene, whispered, "Let's keep our distance from him." Clearly, Lin Mohan knew something others didn't. She and her group discreetly moved away from Lai Feng. Fang Wu approached Lin Mohan and suggested, "Shall we travel together?" Lin Mohan shook her head. "No need, I'll go with Moyu." Moyu. Fang Wu's eyes shifted to Lin Moyu, whom he didn't recognize. Mo Yun introduced him, saying, "This is Fang Wu, a level 61 legendary holy knight." Fang Wu puffed out his chest with pride. Among the 30 participants in the ancestral land, a level 61 legendary was undoubtedly one of the strongest. However, his attention remained largely on Lin Mohan, rarely straying from her. Lin Moyu responded indifferently, "Sister, let's go." Lin Mohan smiled radiantly. "All right, let's go." The group of four headed toward the distant forest, paying no mind to Fang Wu. Fang Wu's expression flickered with emotion, though he kept his thoughts to himself, as he followed the others into the forest. The participants gradually dispersed, each group carving its own path. Lin Mohan reminded everyone, "Watch your step." "I don't step on any of the animals." "Ning Yi," I asked curiously, "even tiny bugs and ants?" Lin Mohan replied, "It's not that you absolutely can't, but try to avoid it." Lin Moyu's expression turned serious. "Sister, does this mean we can't harm any living creatures here?" Lin Mohan nodded. "Exactly. Before entering, their elders had warned them about this, though few had explained it as meticulously as Lin Mohan. Even Mo Xingji hadn't delved this deeply into the matter. It was clear Lin Mohan knew far more than she let on. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lin Moyu noticed that some participants had already acquired the peculiar aura, whether from stepping on ants or crushing tiny insects. Lin Moyu extended his spiritual senses outward like rippling water, meticulously scanning the surrounding area. Ning Yi, as a legendary night stalker, was agile and light-footed, deftly avoiding all insects. Lin Mohan moved gracefully, her steps precise and careful. Mo Yun, however, struggled to adapt. Despite her efforts, she nearly crushed a tiny green insect hidden in the grass. Seeing this, Lin Moyu acted swiftly, pulling her back just in time to avoid the creature. As they ventured on, the group remained cautious, avoiding the strange aura that seemed to cling to others. Farther ahead, someone attacked a snake that had launched an ambush. The snake was killed, and its remnants dissolved into light, merging with the slayer. Ning Yi tilted her head in confusion. "Why haven't any animals attacked us?" Lin Mohan explained, "Because our auras are pure. The creatures here dislike chaotic auras." This was precisely why Bai Yiyuan had emphasized the importance of Lin Moyu maintaining a clean aura. A pure aura meant avoiding unnecessary conflict and the need to harm the creatures here. Still, despite knowing this, some people couldn't maintain purity, their actions staining them with the strange aura. Ning Yi asked curiously, "What happens if someone kills too many animals?" Lin Mohan chuckled. "They'll turn into animals and stay here forever." "Ah!" Ning Yi covered her mouth in shock, her face turning pale. Lin Mohan burst into laughter. "I'm kidding." Ning Yi pouted. "Himph, you scared me." Lin Mohan's laughter was like a gentle melody. In truth, killing these creatures increases the difficulty of the challenges ahead. If you go too far, it could become dangerous. "Grandfather said this place is safe," Ning Yi murmured skeptically. Lin Mohan nodded. "It is so long as you don't court disaster." Her words were true. Lin Moyu observed that some participants were accumulating increasingly thick auras, clearly having killed numerous creatures. These creatures dissolved into the strange energy, marking their slayers without their awareness. Lin Moyu remained focused, carefully guiding his group to avoid even the tiniest insects. After some time, they found themselves alone, the other groups having gone their separate ways. At that moment, Lin Mohan took out the 8 trigrams compass, a device Lin Moyu had seen her use before. After some adjustments, she pointed in a new direction. "This way." Mo Yun asked, "Why this direction?" Lin Mohan replied, "There's a cave in this direction. Beyond it lies an orchard." Ning Yi tilted her head. "Can't we just climb over the mountain to reach the orchard?" Lin Mohan smiled mysteriously. "This orchard is different." Without further explanation, Lin Mohan led the group deeper into the forest. Lin Moyu decided not to question her. He trusted his sister's judgment and followed her lead. It took them 10 hours of careful navigation to reach the foot of the mountain. By then, the main group had already reached the summit. Through the mist, they could see faint silhouettes moving above. Lin Mohan continued consulting her compass, eventually finding a narrow, hidden entrance. The group entered single file, and before long the path opened up into a lush orchard. The orchard was vibrant, its trees laden with plump, juicy fruit that seemed to glisten under the light. "These fruits are of the highest grade," Lin Mohan explained. "Their effects are unparalleled." Mo Xingyi had been vague about the fruit's properties, only advising participants to consume as much as they could within their limits. Lin Moyu decided to test the fruit himself. He cast a detection spell, but the only information it returned was the fruit's name. "High-grade fruit." Without hesitation, he plucked one and took a bite. The fruit was sweet and juicy, its flavor reminiscent of the desert fruits he had once painstakingly gathered. As he swallowed, Lin Moyu felt a sudden change. His strength seemed to drain away, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly checked his status. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Necromancer Lord. Unique, level 45, 2.13%. Attributes, sealed. Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Constitution 100. Skills, sealed none. Lin Mohan noticed his troubled expression. "What's wrong, Moyu?" "My attributes and skills have been sealed," Lin Moyu replied. The group was taken aback. Was this caused by the fruit? Lin Moyu hesitated briefly before finishing the remaining half of the fruit. To his surprise, his attributes doubled, reaching 200 across the board. Each fruit increases total attributes by 800 points, distributed evenly, Lin Moyu concluded. He shared his findings with the group. Lin Mohan chuckled. "Exactly right. That's why we need to eat as much as possible within reason." Ning Yi marveled. "Sister Mohan, how do you know so much?" Lin Mohan smiled. "My teacher told me." "Now, hurry and eat. These fruits are rare and valuable." The group eagerly began consuming the fruit, relishing its sweetness and its unparalleled effects. Unbeknownst to them, the challenges ahead would require every ounce of strength, and perhaps even more. The orchard nestled within the mountains was vast, with an abundance of fruit. Even if dozens more people joined them, there would still be enough to go around. Ning Yi devoured the fruit, like a little glutton, her speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she'd already eaten 5 pieces of fruit, each larger than her fist. Her petite stomach swelled visibly, leaving Lin Moyu genuinely curious. What was her stomach made of? How on earth did it not burst? Yet, given her usual appetite, this was rather unexpected. Ningyi clutched her stomach and groaned, "Why do I feel so full? I only ate a few." Normally such fruit wouldn't faze her. She could typically eat over a dozen without an issue. But now, after just 5, she felt uncomfortably stuffed and couldn't manage another bite. Lin Mohan walked over and touched Ningyi's swollen belly. Looks like 6 months along," she teased. Theft. Mo Yun, standing nearby, nearly spat out the fruit in her mouth. Lin Mo Yu, usually a quiet and reserved person, had a sister with such a sharp sense of humor it was like night and day. The contrast between the siblings was stark, and their dynamic amused everyone around them. Ningyi pouted. "Sister Han, why am I so full after just a few pieces?" Lin Mohan explained, "That's the fruit's side effect. If you keep eating, you might." Ningyi quickly interrupted. "Might what?" Lin Mohan made a gesture with her hands. "You might just go boom and explode." Startled, Ningyi immediately dropped the fruit in her hands. Hearing Lin Mohan's playful laughter, she suddenly realized she'd been tricked again. Her lips pursed in frustration, and her face was filled with indignation. She really was too full and couldn't eat another bite. Meanwhile, Mo Yun continued eating at her own pace. When she finished her 6th fruit, a similar feeling of fullness crept over her. She forced down half of a 7th piece, and her stomach visibly swelled as well. She was also stuffed. The sensation came on suddenly. Holding the half-eaten fruit in her hand, she realized she absolutely couldn't take another bite. Lin Mohan chuckled as she teased, "Mo Yun's belly is getting big too, huh? Little you better take responsibility." Lin Mo Yu's forehead twitched as metaphorical black lines appeared above his head. Why was he being dragged into this out of nowhere? Mo Yun, shy by nature, blushed furiously at Lin Mohan's teasing. Her delicate, beautiful face turned crimson, and she didn't dare retort. Compared to Lin Mohan, her wit and boldness were lacking, and any attempt to argue would end in certain defeat. Ningyi reached out her small hand and placed it on Mo Yun's swollen belly. "Sister Yun, it really does look like 6 or 7 months. Your belly is even bigger than mine." "Dead Yi," Mo Yun exclaimed, glaring at her. "Do you want a beating?" Ningyi darted away in a flash. "I'm just being honest." "It is bigger." The two began playfully chasing each other, their antics filling the orchard with laughter. Lin Mohan, smiling, continued munching on a fruit as she strolled leisurely to Lin Mo Yu's side. Nudging him with her shoulder, she said, "Little Yu, these 2 girls are quite something. Why not marry them both?" Lin Mo Yu froze, unsure how to respond. He quietly turned away and began walking toward the center of the orchard. Lin Mohan followed closely behind, still teasing him. "Little Yu, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Don't you want to enjoy the blessings of having them both? You're the only heir of the Lin family. It's your duty to carry on the family name. If you're really interested in them, no problem. I'll help you make it happen. If my persuasion isn't enough, we can always ask our teacher. The teacher's influence will definitely seal the deal. Little Yu, say something, will you?" Lin Mo Yu kept silent. At this moment, no matter what he said, it would only make things worse. It was better not to respond at all. In the center of the orchard, a peculiar fruit tree caught Lin Mo Yu's attention. The tree was noticeably shorter than the others and bore a single shriveled fruit. From the tree to its lone fruit, everything about it seemed malnourished and unimpressive. Yet Lin Mo Yu had a strong feeling that this fruit was anything but ordinary. Lin Mohan, still chewing on her fruit, remarked, "Oh, that fruit is still here. You know about it?" Lin Mo Yu asked. Lin Mohan nodded. "Our teacher mentioned it once. Back when he first came here, one of his companions, an incredibly talented individual, died from eating that fruit. His body exploded. Lin Mo Yu cast a detection spell, but it revealed only the name of the fruit, nothing more. The fruit, appearing malnourished and unremarkable, was called primordial fruit. Unlike the others labeled high-grade fruit, this one clearly belonged to a different category. Was it poisonous? Lin Mo Yu asked. Lin Mohan shook her head, her tone uncertain. The teacher speculated it wasn't poison. Rather, the attributes it grants are so overwhelming that the eater's body couldn't handle it, causing them to explode. Similar incidents have happened more than once. People have tried to force themselves to eat too much fruit and ended up dying the same way. You've noticed, haven't you? Eating these fruits temporarily seals your original attributes and skills while granting new ones. The higher the new attributes, the better your performance in the challenges here. These high-grade fruits are superior to those found outside. They have fewer side effects and grant significantly more attributes. Lin Mo Yu nodded in understanding. The difference was clear. For example, Ningyi had eaten 5 fruits here, increasing her 4 main attributes by 1,000 points each. These were the attributes she could now utilize in the ancestral land. If she had eaten the same number of lower-grade fruits from an outside dungeon, her attributes would have only increased by 500 points each. That was the disparity. Ningyi had eaten 5 fruits, while Mo Yun had managed 5.5. Lin Mo Yu himself had consumed 5 but still felt no discomfort. Big sister, how many fruits someone can eat is it determined by something specific? Lin Moyu realized that Lin Mohan knew far more than others, even more than Mo Xingyi and the elders. This highlighted the importance of having a good teacher. A half-step transcendent being was, after all, far beyond the realm of ordinary deities. Lin Mohan replied, "It's hard to say. The teacher believes it's related to one's potential, class, and capacity to endure." "Does level matter?" Lin Moyu asked. Lin Mohan shook her head. "Not much. Think of it as cumulative damage. When the damage exceeds what the body can bear, it, well, explodes." Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. "Big sister, I'd like to try it." Lin Mohan's expression immediately turned serious. "No, it's too dangerous." Lin Moyu countered, "I'm confident. Plus, I have the Spirit Hall's soul mark, I won't die permanently." Lin Mohan stared at him. Having grown up with Lin Moyu, she knew his personality well. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to dissuade him. And truthfully, Lin Mohan knew she was the same way. After a moment, she relented. "Fine, but on one condition you have to agree first. If you fail and die, when you revive you must settle down and get married. No more dangerous adventures." Was she serious? Lin Moyu looked at her solemn expression. "All right, I promise." Only then did Lin Mohan step aside. "Go ahead then, I'll be here to collect your remains." Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. Was this really his sister? Lin Mohan continued nibbling on her fruit, but her calm demeanor couldn't hide her inner unease. Lin Moyu approached the peculiar fruit tree at the orchard's center. The primordial fruit was within arm's reach. The earlier 5 fruits he had eaten had indeed caused side effects. However, these side effects had been transferred to his summoned skeletons. Although his skills were sealed, the damage transfer effect was still active. Moreover, he could sense that his innate talent and certain damage immunity traits were still functioning. Only active skills had been disabled. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Moyu felt confident. If even he couldn't handle the primordial fruit, then no one could. In that case, the fruit's existence would serve no purpose. Reaching out, Lin Moyu grasped the primordial fruit. A sudden roar echoed in his mind. In an instant, vivid images appeared before his eyes. A beam of light descended upon a desolate island. The barren land was instantly transformed into a lush, thriving paradise. Grass and trees sprouted rapidly, forming dense forests. Countless small animals appeared, not actual living creatures, but manifestations of vitality and life energy. Then, a fruit tree emerged, identical to the one before him. The tree bore countless fruits, which fell to the ground and gave rise to more trees, each taller and larger than the original. Finally, on the original tree, a single malnourished fruit formed, appearing utterly insignificant. The vision ended, and the primordial fruit was now in Lin Moyu's hand. He realized he had just witnessed the creation of the ancestral land. The unassuming fruit tree before him was the progenitor of all the others in the orchard, and the primordial fruit in his hand was its ultimate essence. "Amazing," Lin Moyu murmured, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Without hesitation, he tossed the primordial fruit into his mouth. As soon as the primordial fruit entered Lin Moyu's mouth, it burst into a flood of juice. His expression changed drastically, and his body began trembling as if struck by lightning. Lin Mohan immediately asked, concerned, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu's face turned ashen, his brows furrowed tightly. Through gritted teeth, he forced out a single word: "bitter." It was an extreme bitterness, one unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Lin Moyu swore he had never tasted anything so intolerably bitter in his life. The bitterness was like an electric current, spreading from the tip of his tongue, through every nerve and blood vessel, coursing through every corner of his body. Then, an immense, terrifying energy erupted within him. Lin Moyu, still monitoring his attributes after consuming the primordial fruit, noticed immediate changes. Previously, after eating 5 high-grade fruits, all 4 of his main attributes had been stabilized at 1,000. Now, under the influence of the primordial fruit, his attributes began to skyrocket. 1,100, 1,200, every second brought an increase of 100 points. In the blink of an eye, his attributes had surpassed 2,000. The bitterness showed no signs of fading. It continued to assault him relentlessly. Lin Moyu's frown deepened, his brows knitted tightly together. "How are you feeling?" Lin Mohan asked, her concern still evident. Lin Moyu shook his head and spat out the same word, "bitter." That was all he could manage to say. At this moment, everything in the world felt bitter to him. Even the air he breathed seemed infused with bitterness. The side effects soon began manifesting. Lin Moyu could distinctly feel an overwhelming force pressing against his body as his attributes increased. However, all the resulting damage was being absorbed by his summoned skeletons. He himself remained completely unaffected. This force was potent but not extraordinarily so. Its danger lay in the fact that it erupted within the body, making any form of external defense useless. In other words, it had to be endured directly. This type of damage, attacking from the inside out and bypassing all defenses, would be nearly impossible for most to withstand. Lin Moyu suspected very few could survive such an ordeal. But for him, this level of damage was negligible. It wasn't even as dangerous as when he had consumed the heart meat of the bloodthirsty python during his second-class advancement. However, the bitterness, Lin Moyu finally reached his limit. Unable to endure the taste any longer, he quickly grabbed a high-grade fruit from nearby and bit into it. Oh! The moment the high-grade fruit entered his mouth, the bitterness seemed to explode within his palate. The sweetness of the fruit was instantly overpowered and transformed into an even more intense bitterness. Lin Mohan, observing from the side, was worried but could do nothing to help him. However, she could tell that Lin Moyu didn't appear to be in any real danger. Relieved, she chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, Moyu. If you can't handle it, it's fine. Your sister will make sure to collect your remains and keep them intact." Lin Moyu gave her a speechless look. Was she really his sister? How could she be so heartless? At this moment, Ning Ye and Mo Yun rushed over, both noticing Lin Moyu's pained expression. Lin Moyu extended a hand toward Ning Ye. "Do you have any candy?" Ning Ye nodded eagerly. "I do." She pulled out a handful of greenish-blue candies and handed them to him. Lin Moyu popped a few into his mouth, only to be greeted by an even more intense sensation. A bitter and spicy flavor surged up his nose and overwhelmed his taste buds. Tears welled up in his eyes as the combination of bitterness, spiciness, and dizziness left him speechless. Lin Mohan quickly asked, "What kind of candy did you give him?" Ning Yi tilted her head innocently. "It's special. I had these made bitter gourd and wasabi-flavored candy." Peft ha ha ha. Lin Mohan couldn't hold back her laughter, clutching her head in disbelief. "There's actually candy like that. This is too funny." Lin Moyu heard this but could do nothing to respond. The overwhelming combination of bitterness and spiciness was too much to bear. Ning Yi asked, "Sister Han, what's wrong with Moyu?" Lin Mohan reassured her with a smile. "He's fine. He just needs a bit of time to recover." And indeed, Lin Moyu was unharmed. All the damage had been transferred to his skeleton army. Now at level 45, his summoning capacity had reached 750. This meant he had 25 undead legions, totaling over 19,000 skeletons, plus 25 sturdy lich generals. Unless the side effects of the primordial fruit could obliterate all of them simultaneously, Lin Moyu wouldn't suffer any harm. As his attributes continued to rise steadily, Lin Moyu felt as though every second dragged on like an eternity. For the first time, he truly understood just how unbearable extreme bitterness could be. After enduring it for 2 full minutes, the bitterness finally subsided. At this point, all 4 of Lin Moyu's main attributes had reached 10,000. While this didn't seem particularly high, it was 10 times greater than Ning Yi's. But the most significant benefit wasn't the increase in attributes. As Lin Mohan had mentioned earlier, the real prize was the hidden stat, comprehension. The enhancement to comprehension couldn't be directly observed, as its benefits were subtle and long-term. Despite the massive attribute boost, Lin Moyu didn't feel any physical changes. He quickly grabbed another high-grade fruit and bit into it, letting its sweet juice wash away the lingering bitterness. However, he soon realized that the high-grade fruit could no longer increase his attributes. It seemed 10,000 was the cap. By now, Lin Mohan had also reached her limit. Her slightly swollen belly indicated she'd eaten her fill. "All right, let's move on," she said. Lin Mohan had consumed 10 high-grade fruits, bringing each of her attributes to 2,000, significantly higher than Ning Yi's. The group left the orchard, exiting through another passage. Beyond the mountain lay more sprawling orchards, though Lin Mohan explained these only contained low and mid-grade fruits. Occasionally one might find a high-grade fruit, but it couldn't compare to the abundance inside the mountain. After they exited the cave, the entrance automatically sealed behind them. The passage was one way only. "Why is it so quiet here?" Mo Yun asked, her voice tinged with unease. Though not many people had entered the ancestral land, the orchard was vast enough that it shouldn't feel this silent. Lin Moyu suddenly spoke, "Stay alert. Something's not right." Taking the lead, he positioned himself in front of the group. Without his undead army or skeletal armor, he had to rely solely on his damage transfer ability, forcing him to tread carefully. After walking for a short while, they heard the sounds of combat ahead. Energy fluctuations and agonized screams accompanied the clash. "Someone's fighting," Lin Moyu said. The group exchanged glances and quickly moved toward the commotion. Passing through a garden, they arrived at a clearing where nearly everyone who had entered the ancestral land seemed to have gathered. In the center, a group of about a dozen people was attacking a lone figure. The attackers wielded swords, blades, and bows, their weapons reflecting their respective classes: knights, warriors, and archers. However, it was evident they had all eaten the fruit, their skills were sealed, and their attributes were mediocre at best. All their attacks were simple, mundane strikes. The person they were attacking was also a knight, armed with a longsword. He stood casually, his posture relaxed, and his expression indifferent. With a casual swing of his sword, he unleashed waves of sword energy, forcing several attackers back. "He hasn't eaten any fruit," Lin Moyu observed. It was clear the lone knight retained his full strength, unlike the others. He seemed to be toying with them like a cat playing with mice. Not far away, another group of people stood watching. They were all magic class professionals, rendered powerless in the current situation. Additionally, 2 injured individuals lay on the ground, still breathing but gravely wounded. As Lin Moyu's group approached, the lone knight suddenly laughed. "Finally, everyone's here. It's about time I ended this little game of cat and mouse." A surge of light erupted from his body, releasing an immense wave of energy. With several thunderous blasts, all his attackers were blown away. A blue light radiated beneath his feet, spreading outward. Moments later, identical blue halos appeared beneath everyone else, accompanied by an icy chill. Frozen aura. The knight's holy light knight skill activated, drastically reducing the speed of all enemies caught within its range. This skill, highly effective in dungeon runs due to its strong control effect, was equally lethal in combat. Everyone except Lin Moyu was affected, their movements visibly slowed. Despair filled their faces. The knight raised his longsword and pointed it at Lin Moyu. "I've been waiting for you." Moyun's expression turned solemn. "A holy light knight, he must be from the Zhou family." Lin Moyu responded calmly, "Not just from the Zhou family, he's someone we've met before." "Stay back, I'll handle this." He stepped forward and said, "Zhou Lesheng, I haven't mistaken you, have I?" The knight paused briefly before bursting into laughter. "I didn't expect you to recognize me, Lin Moyu." Impressive. As he spoke, his appearance began to shift, finally settling into the familiar face of Zhou Lesheng. Hatred burned in his eyes as he stared at Lin Moyu. "I'm curious, how did you figure it out?" Lin Moyu's voice was steady. "I'm curious too, how did you become a lackey of the demon worshippers? Was it just you, or is your entire Zhou family their lapdogs now?" Zhou Lesheng Lin Moyu had met him back when he had first arrived on the Origin battlefield. At the time, Zhou Lesheng had only been level 30. Now, to Lin Moyu's mild surprise, Zhou Lesheng had already completed his second-class advancement. His leveling speed was decent. However, something about Zhou Lesheng's aura seemed off. It didn't feel like he had leveled up through normal means. To Lin Moyu's perception, Zhou Lesheng's presence was unstable. His attributes seemed to fluctuate wildly, as if they were artificially boosted and far from consistent. Zhou Lesheng sneered coldly. "What do you mean by calling me a lackey of the demon worshippers? I don't put it so harshly. I'm merely in a cooperative relationship with them." Lin Moyu's expression carried a trace of disdain. "You? A mere level 40 Holy Light Knight? What qualifications do you have to cooperate with them?" Zhou Lesheng threw his head back in laughter, his voice tinged with growing madness. "Holy Light Knight, get your facts straight. I'm no longer that. I'm a Holy Word Knight. A mid-tier legendary class, a Holy Word Knight." The difference of just one word in the class name marked an entire tier of distinction. Zhou Lesheng's laughter grew louder and more deranged. "Do you even know what a Holy Word Knight is?" "Of course you don't. Let me show you, for example, like this." As he finished speaking, he cast his gaze toward another knight who had retreated to the far edges of the battlefield. Without taking any physical action, he uttered a single word, "slash." Instantly, a sharp sword light materialized and streaked across the air, striking the unfortunate knight. The knight let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep, bone-revealing wound opened across his chest. Zhou Lesheng broke into manic laughter. "Do you see now? This is the power of a Holy Word Knight. My words become law." Lin Moyu's eyes reflected a flicker of pity. To Zhou Lesheng, becoming a Holy Word Knight must have felt like reaching the heavens. But how could someone like him even fathom just how high the heavens truly were? Lin Moyu spoke calmly. "So you've become a lackey of the demon worshippers, deliberately refraining from eating the fruits here, all so you could kill the rest of us, right?" Zhou Lesheng chuckled darkly. "Exactly," Lin Moyu continued, "but what's the point of killing us? Everyone here is a genius from one of the major families. Do you think we haven't all had soul imprints placed on us? Even if you kill us, we can still be resurrected." Hearing this, the tense atmosphere among the other people present seemed to ease slightly. "You're right, we have soul imprints. Even if we die, we'll just revive. At most, we'll pay some sort of price. Zhou Lesheng, once we get out of here, you're dead, and your Zhou family is finished too." Zhou Lesheng let out a long, exaggerated "oh-ha," his lips curving into a sinister grin. "Do you really think I'd give you the chance to be resurrected?" As he spoke, he pulled out a black stone. It was one of the Abyssal Demon's infamous items. With a cruel smile, Zhou Lesheng crushed the black stone in his hand. A barrier instantly expanded outward, enveloping the entire area in the blink of an eye. The moment the barrier formed, someone's face drained of color, and they cried out, "This is bad." It's an abyssal demon's soul-extinguishing barrier. Panic spread like wildfire. We're doomed. If we die within this barrier, our souls will be destroyed. We won't be able to revive even with our soul imprints. The soul-extinguishing barrier, a terrifying creation of the abyssal demons, had the power to annihilate the souls of anyone who died within it. Zhou Lesheng's laughter grew even more frenzied. Terrified, aren't you? Trembling in fear, are you? All of you are about to die. His gaze landed on Ningyi, Mo Yun, and Lin Mohan. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he licked his lips. Before I kill you, I might as well have some fun and make it worth my while. Lin Mohan chuckled softly. With just you, shall you kill him? Lin Moyu's aura was now thick with killing intent. A platinum-grade longsword appeared in his hand. To Lin Moyu, the attributes of the sword didn't matter. As long as it was sharp enough, it would do. Zhou Lesheng, as a level 40 Holy Word Knight, wielded a mid-tier legendary class. His total attributes should be around 60,000. Lin Moyu's current attributes were at 40,000, a difference of 20,000. Moreover, Zhou Lesheng's skills weren't sealed, while Lin Moyu's had been completely suppressed by the fruit. Despite this significant disparity, Lin Moyu was confident he could kill Zhou Lesheng. Sword in hand, Lin Moyu began walking toward Zhou Lesheng step by step. To onlookers, Lin Moyu seemed completely mad. Zhou Lesheng also thought so. His laughter grew even wilder. You, a mage, you actually want to fight me with a sword? Have you lost your mind? No one noticed that Lin Moyu was completely unaffected by the frozen aura. I was planning to deal with you last, Zhou Lesheng Shan sheared, but now I've changed my mind. Die, slash. As a Holy Word Knight, Zhou Lesheng didn't need to move or swing his sword. His words alone summoned a powerful sword light, which streaked toward Lin Moyu. This strike was enough to seriously injure or even kill most people. However, Lin Moyu casually sidestepped at the last moment, evading the attack by mere millimeters. Zhou Lesheng's expression shifted drastically. He immediately unleashed 2 more sword lights, but Lin Moyu dodged them just as effortlessly. Impossible. Zhou Lesheng roared, unable to comprehend how Lin Moyu was avoiding his attacks. By now, Lin Moyu was only 5 meters away from Zhou Lesheng. With a slight push off the ground, Lin Moyu shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing directly in front of Zhou Lesheng in an instant. His sword thrust forward without hesitation. Die. Zhou Lesheng bellowed. Skill, cross/. Skill, holy flame aura. Sword light erupted in all directions, and a fiery halo appeared beneath Zhou Lesheng's feet, spreading outward. Everyone felt the searing heat for a brief moment. The combined ice and fire-type attacks were unbearable, forcing everyone to consume potions to endure. Lin Moyu ignored the sword light. He ignored the holy flame aura. His sword targeted the exposed part of Zhou Lesheng's neck, stabbing forward with deadly precision. The attack was so reckless that it seemed Lin Moyu was prepared to die alongside Zhou Lesheng. Zhou Lesheng's face twisted into a cruel grin. He trusted his own attacks to tear Lin Moyu apart. As for Lin Moyu's attack, he dismissed it entirely. What could a mere mage with a few hundred points in strength possibly do to him? His defense was so robust that he could stand there and let Lin Moyu strike without consequence. But in the next second, Zhou Lesheng's eyes widened in shock. Lin Moyu's sword had pierced through his defense. If Zhou Lesheng had reacted even a fraction of a second later, the blade would have plunged directly into his throat. And his cross/. Lin Moyu had sidestepped it at the last possible moment without breaking the flow of his attack. Filled with killing intent, Lin Moyu pressed forward. His speed was no slower than Zhou Lesheng's. The longsword struck again, its sharp, relentless momentum striking fear into Zhou Lesheng. Clang. Zhou Lesheng barely managed to parry with his own sword, but to his horror, he realized Lin Moyu's strength was nearly equal to his. How can this be? Zhou Lesheng shrieked. You ate the fruit, didn't you? Then why are your attributes still so strong? And how are you immune to my aura's control? Aren't you a mage? Why? Zhou Lesheng's mind spiraled into chaos, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. Lin Moyu, who had undergone the trials of the divine Xia Tower, had a deep understanding of all classes. The fighting techniques of knights were as familiar to him as the back of his hand. Even without his skills, he could still unleash devastating attacks. While the fruit suppressed active skills, passive abilities remained intact. With over 19,000 skeletons absorbing damage on his behalf and his immunity to status effects, Lin Moyu was far from someone Zhou Lesheng could kill easily. The metallic clang of clashing swords echoed through the battlefield. The more Zhou Lesheng fought, the more terrified he became. Lin Moyu's swordsmanship was superior to his own, despite the supposed gap in their classes. How is this possible? He's supposed to be a mage. Some of the onlookers began to see hope. Lin God General, kill him. Lin God General, you can do it. End this bastard. The battle raged on, the clash of steel filling the air. Though Zhou Lesheng's attributes were higher, Lin Moyu's skill and strategy kept him firmly in control of the fight. Zhou Lesheng, however, was not ready to give up. This time you'll die for sure. He roared internally. Skill, Holy Annihilation Sword Slash. A sea of sword energy erupted, completely enveloping Lin Moyu. This was an inescapable attack. It's over. He's done for. Despair returned to the faces of the onlookers. The flames of hope that Lin Moyu had ignited were extinguished in an instant. Yet amidst the storm of sword energy, a single blade silently emerged, piercing through the chaos. Before Zhou Lesheng could even process what was happening, Lin Moyu's sword had plunged into his body. The laughter froze on Zhou Lesheng's face as he stared in disbelief at Lin Moyu, who had emerged unscathed from the storm of sword energy. At that moment, Zhou Lesheng's world crumbled. Lin Moyu's expression was cold and unrelenting, a look reserved for the dead. One strike wasn't enough to kill Zhou Lesheng, but it left him gravely injured. Lin Moyu's left hand produced a dagger, aiming for Zhou Lesheng's throat. Panic flashed across Zhou Lesheng's face as he prepared to activate his ultimate defensive skill. But before he could, a suffocating wave of killing intent descended upon him, shattering his concentration. In that instant, Zhou Lesheng froze. Lin Moyu's dagger found its mark, slicing into his throat. Blood erupted like a fountain. Even so, Zhou Lesheng didn't die. As a professional combatant, his body wasn't that fragile. But Lin Moyu was far from finished. In Lin Moyu's hand appeared another longsword. Without hesitation, the blade found a gap in Zhou Lesheng's armor and plunged into his body once again. Zhou Lesheng screamed in pain, still unable to break free from the illusion cast by Lin Moyu's overwhelming killing intent. Weapons continued to materialize in Lin Moyu's hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lesheng was transformed into a grotesque pincushion, his body pierced by countless swords, spears and blades. His screams filled the air, his aura growing weaker and weaker with each passing moment. Finally, Zhou Lesheng began to regain his senses. Lin Moyu held an axe now, its sharp edge glinting coldly as it descended. With a swift motion, Zhou Lesheng's right arm was severed, flying high into the air. Another flash of light followed. His right leg was next to be separated from his body. With a heavy thud, Zhou Lesheng collapsed to the ground. Blood pooled around him as he howled in agony, his limbs severed and his life hanging by a thread. Lin Moyu looked down at him, his voice calm and quiet. I wonder if you die here, will your soul imprint still allow you to resurrect? Terror filled Zhou Lesheng's face. Don't kill me. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Lin Moyu shook his head slowly. I can't seem to think of a reason not to kill you. Zhou Lesheng, desperately clinging to life, pleaded, I can tell you information about the demon worshippers. Valuable information. But Lin Moyu remained unmoved. He shook his head again. I've already told you, you're nothing more than a dog to the demon worshippers. What could a dog possibly know? With that, Lin Moyu raised the axe high, bringing it down decisively. Zhou Lesheng died, his face frozen in anguish and terror. Lin Moyu calmly began retrieving the weapons he had used, one by one. These were platinum-grade weapons worth a fair amount of money if sold. In the distance, the other survivors finally let out sighs of relief. Many had consumed a significant number of potions, but their wounds were already beginning to heal. Among professionals, recovery was swift as long as one didn't die outright. Even severe injuries could be remedied in a short time. Lin Moyu cast a brief glance at the group before returning to Lin Mohan and the others. It's done. I'm going to change my clothes. At the moment, his clothes were soaked in blood, with sword slashes leaving them tattered. Lin Mohan smiled faintly. Go ahead, don't worry. We won't peek. Lin Moyu turned and disappeared into the orchard. Ning Yi, still shaken, asked, Sister Han, how were you so sure Moyu could kill him? Lin Mohan smiled as if it were the most natural thing. Because if he says he can, then he can. Trust him. Ning Yi nodded at these words. Yes, trust him. Mo Yun, standing nearby, asked, what if Lin Moyu hadn't stepped in? What would we have done? Lin Mohan's expression remained serene. In that case, I would have handled it myself. Zhou Lesheng is nothing more than a clown easily dealt with. Mo Yun believed her. There was a mysterious air about Lin Mohan, as if she carried hidden depths. Not only did she have a powerful and enigmatic teacher, but she herself exuded an unshakable confidence. So it was no surprise that Lin Mohan had never shown any panic. To her, Zhou Lesheng had been nothing more than a minor annoyance. Before long, Lin Moyu returned. His clothes were clean, his bloodstains washed away. There was not even the faintest scent of blood remaining, thanks to the purifying potion. At this moment, the group of survivors approached him, one after another. "Thank you, General Lin, for saving us. Without your intervention, we would all be dead by now. General Lin, you're incredible. To kill him without skills, even with your attributes suppressed, unbelievable." In that moment, the crowd's attitude toward Lin Moyu shifted entirely. One by one, they became his staunch supporters, gazing at him with admiration and respect. Lin Yizhan stepped forward and said, "You've saved me again." Lin Moyu shook his head. "We're all human, we should help each other. No need for thanks." This simple statement won even more goodwill from the group, sparking another wave of praise. The soul-extinguishing barrier lingered for a while longer before finally dissipating. The group had rested enough, their condition stabilized. They were ready to press forward. Zhou Lesheng's corpse, however, remained behind, destined to become fertilizer for the orchard. This time, Lin Moyu took the lead. Everyone else obediently followed behind him, none daring to overtake him. Lin Mohan chuckled. "Xiao Yu, you've got quite the commanding presence now. Should I still call you Xiao Yu, or should I start calling you General Lin?" Lin Moyu replied, "Sister, stop teasing me." Lin Mohan sighed lightly. All right. You're no fun at all. I'll just joke around with Yi instead." The ancestral grounds operated on the principle of individual ability. While competition wasn't the focus, Zhou Lesheng's actions had nearly resulted in everyone's deaths. The grudge against him was already deeply etched in their hearts. With Zhou Lesheng's death, that grudge naturally extended to the Zhou family. When they returned, the Zhou family would undoubtedly face a reckoning. After passing through the orchard, the group arrived at a cliff. Ahead of them was a single suspension bridge, stretching into the dense mists. The group paused at the edge of the cliff. Lin Mohan spoke, "Crossing this bridge marks the beginning of the second phase. From here on, we'll be on our own. How far you can go depends entirely on yourself. The rules should already be clear to all of you. Do your best and stay safe." Everyone nodded. The first phase had been the forest and orchard. The second phase began here. Those who had ventured here in the past were often vague about their experiences upon returning. Their memories seemed fragmented, but one thing was clear: from this point forward, it was every person for themselves. "Well, don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best and stay cautious," Lin Moyu advised, stepping onto the suspension bridge. In an instant, he disappeared into the mist. The wind swayed the bridge gently as Lin Mohan followed suit, vanishing into the fog. Next came Mo Yun and Ning Yi, their figures swallowed by the mist as well. Once everyone had crossed the bridge, silence fell over the area. Only the sound of the wind remained. Back in the orchard, the fruit began to fall from the trees, disappearing moments after hitting the ground. A crack opened beneath Zhou Lesheng's corpse, and from it emerged a vine that coiled around his remains, dragging both his body and severed limbs into the earth. Thick fog rose from an unknown source, enveloping the entire area in an eerie stillness. The suspension bridge wasn't particularly long. Exiting the mist, Lin Moyu stepped onto a platform. The platform stood like a lone peak, suspended in the void between heaven and earth. It wasn't large, with a diameter of only about 20 meters. On it stood several stone tablets. Each tablet bore intricate carvings accompanied by text. The engravings were extraordinary, they seemed to come alive. When Lin Moyu focused on one, he realized it was demonstrating a skill. It appeared to be a swordsman's skill. The figure in the engraving wielded a longsword, its strikes swift and powerful. The technique seemed impressive. However, Lin Moyu didn't linger on the moving images. Instead, his attention shifted to the accompanying text. The moment he saw the writing, he froze, as though struck by lightning. Skill, wind slash, a basic sword technique capable of slicing through a gentle breeze. It wasn't the moving engravings that stunned him, nor the simplicity of the skill itself. What shocked him was the text. It was written in a script that bore an uncanny resemblance to ancient Chinese characters. No, not exactly the same, he realized. It's even more archaic, almost like an ancient variation of the Chinese script. The characters were deeply carved into the stone, exuding an air of timeless strength. If one focused intently, it was possible to grasp the meaning contained within the words. Lin Moyu began to understand. The test here was to comprehend and master the skills inscribed on the stone tablets. The moving images and the text offered two pathways to understanding. By combining the two, learning the skills shouldn't be too difficult. "It doesn't seem hard," Lin Moyu muttered to himself. After studying the images and text for a short while, he felt he could grasp the skill with a bit more time. But then, he reconsidered. He realized his situation was different. The initial fruit he consumed had boosted his attributes, including the hidden attribute of comprehension. Additionally, he could fully decipher the meanings of the characters, allowing him to learn at an accelerated pace. For others, however, I wonder if the detection spell will work here. Lin Moyu cast the spell. Skill tablet, low level, allows the user to learn a skill from the tablet. The detection spell provided a straightforward explanation of the tablet's function, but didn't reveal the specific skill it contained. Lin Moyu turned his attention to the other 2 stone tablets. Skill, wood slash, a basic sword technique capable of cutting through tough wood. Skill, stone slash, a basic sword technique capable of splitting solid stone. All 3 skills were basic sword techniques, each with distinct focuses. Wind slash emphasized speed and agility, sacrificing power. Wood slash focused on versatility and precision, favoring adaptability. Stone slash prioritized brute force, relying on raw strength. Lin Moyu quickly deduced that the next phase of the trial would likely involve these 3 skills. Without hesitation, he began studying them earnestly. The platform was like a dungeon instance. There were as many platforms as there were participants. Each platform held a single individual with 3 identical stone tablets. No matter the profession of the participant, the stone tablets and the 3 skills displayed on them were always the same. For those whose profession was already that of a swordsman, learning the skills was relatively straightforward. But for those of magical or ranged professions, it was far more challenging. Additionally, some participants found that a layer of mist obscured their vision, preventing them from clearly seeing the content on the stone tablets. This mist was a consequence of their actions that came from the creatures they had killed. Whether it was an animal crushed underfoot by accident or one deliberately slain, the result was the same. The mist treated everyone equally. However, the severity varied. Those who had killed fewer creatures faced lighter, thinner mist, while those who had killed many were enveloped in a thick, nearly impenetrable fog. It was at this moment that many began to understand why their elders had warned them not to kill unnecessarily. Ignoring that advice had its price, and no amount of regret could change the outcome. The participant who had killed the most creatures was completely shrouded in a strange, ominous aura. When he stepped onto the suspension bridge and entered the thick mist, the aura mingled with the fog. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and the suspension bridge collapsed beneath him. His scream echoed as he plummeted into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. On the platforms, the reactions were varied. Some participants successfully comprehended the skills, their faces lighting up with joy. Others, their vision clouded by mist, were filled with regret and despair. Still others, despite having a clear view, struggled to grasp the skills, their expressions dark with frustration. Though there were only 28 individuals, their faces displayed a full spectrum of emotions. 3 hours later, the platforms trembled slightly, and the stone tablets vanished. A new suspension bridge appeared ahead, leading to the next stage. Lin Moyu slowly stood up. Over 2 hours ago, he had already mastered all 3 skills. For him, the challenge had been effortless. He stepped onto the suspension bridge and began walking forward. At the other end of the bridge lay another platform. The sound of wind whistled past his ears as he passed through layers of white mist. Upon reaching the platform, Lin Moyu saw a sword embedded in the ground at the edge. At the center of the platform stood a figure. The figure held a sword, its gaze fixed intently on Lin Moyu. At a glance, Lin Moyu could tell this figure wasn't human, it was a puppet, a swordsman puppet. This was the 3rd stage, defeat the opponent. Lin Moyu immediately understood. The 3 skills he had just learned on the previous platform were meant to prepare him for this. Without mastering those skills, defeating the swordsman puppet would likely be very difficult. A faint smile crossed Lin Moyu's lips. Well then, let's give it a try. He initially considered retrieving a sword from his storage space, but quickly discovered that the storage function had been sealed off, nothing could be taken out. They really don't want anyone exploiting loopholes, huh? Understanding this, Lin Moyu casually pulled the longsword from the ground. The moment he unsheathed the sword, the swordsman puppet moved. It charged toward him with lightning speed. So fast. Lin Moyu assessed it calmly. Judging by its speed, its agility attribute should be somewhere between 500 and 700. Not very high, about the same as most participants here. But for me, after consuming the initial fruit, all of Lin Moyu's attributes were at 10,000. Compared to that, 500 was practically negligible. The swordsman puppet reached Lin Moyu in an instant, slashing with a skill wind slash. The strike was swift, silent, and sharp, as if it could truly cut through the wind itself. Lin Moyu responded with his own wind slash, his blade moving faster and more decisively. With a flash of light, his counterattack struck first, overwhelming the puppet's attack. The swordsman puppet froze for a moment before its body shattered into pieces. Its sword clattered to the ground, and its fragmented remains dissolved into a peculiar energy that flowed into Lin Moyu's body. His attributes increased slightly by 500 points in each category. It wasn't much, but it seemed that he had absorbed the puppet's attributes. Ahead, another suspension bridge appeared. That was easy. Even Lin Moyu hadn't expected the fight to end so quickly. A single strike had been enough. The key lay in his overwhelming attributes. His strength and agility far exceeded the puppets, and by using the same skill, victory had been inevitable. For others, however, the battle wasn't nearly as simple. On other platforms, intense fights were underway. Lin Yizhan was locked in a fierce duel with his swordsman puppet. Their swords clashed repeatedly, the two appearing evenly matched. As a knight, Lin Yizhan had attributes similar to the puppets, and had also mastered the 3 skills, though not to the same degree of proficiency as Lin Moyu. Still, the 3 skills gave him enough leverage to hold his ground. Meanwhile, some magic class participants who hadn't fully grasped the 3 skills were being thoroughly beaten by their puppets, their cries of frustration echoing across the platforms. Lin Mohan wielded her longsword with precision, alternating between the 3 skills. Her attributes far surpassed the puppets, allowing her to suppress it completely. Ning Yi relied almost exclusively on wind slash, her agile movements highlighting her assassin-like nature. She easily gained the upper hand. Mo Yun, however, struggled. Though she was highly intelligent and had managed to learn all 3 skills, she wasn't familiar with the swordsman's combat style. Nevertheless, her determination and quick learning allowed her to make steady progress, improving as she fought. Lin Moyu stepped through the mist once more, arriving at the 3rd platform. Is this the 4th stage? He wasn't entirely sure. According to Mo Shenghe, the 3rd stage was supposed to be significantly more challenging. Yet for Lin Moyu, it had been far too simple. One strike had ended the fight. There had been no difficulty to speak of. If the 3rd stage was truly this easy, it wouldn't make sense for so many participants to have failed over the years. This new platform featured 4 stone tablets. More skills to learn. Last time it was swordsman skills. What will it be this time? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Moyu froze in shock. The 3 skills he had previously learned were gone. They no longer appeared in his attribute list, nor could he recall their details. Only the names wind slash, wood slash, and stone slash remained in his memory. Everything else had vanished. The sensation was unsettling, as if something he had gained had been inexplicably taken away. Is this why no one can clearly explain the 3rd stage? Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed as he focused on the stone tablets on this platform. They were identical to the previous one's skill tablets. Skill, fireball. Fireball, launch a fireball at an enemy. Damage is determined by mental strength. This time, the skills were of the mage class. As Lin Moyu examined the other tablets, his suspicions were confirmed. Skill, wind orb, launch a wind orb at an enemy. Damage is determined by mental strength. Skill, ice arrow, launch an ice arrow at an enemy. Damage is determined by mental strength. Skill, thunderball, launch a thunderball at an enemy. Damage is determined by mental strength. Lin Moyu studied the 4 basic mage skills, deep in thought. Previously, he had learned 3 swordsman skills, then faced a swordsman puppet that used the same abilities. Now, he was being asked to learn 4 mage skills. It stood to reason that the next opponent would be a mage puppet. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Moyu began learning the skills one by one. With the ancient Chinese-like script aiding his understanding, his progress was swift. Within an hour, he had fully mastered all 4 skills. Given his attributes and his understanding of mage combat styles, Lin Moyu felt confident in his ability to handle whatever came next. He tested each skill several times. Among them, Thunderball was the fastest. The moment it was launched, it struck its target, leaving almost no time to dodge. Wind Orb was slightly slower but still quick, aided by wind element properties. Ice Arrow and Fireball were the slowest, but each had unique effects. Ice Arrow could slow enemies, while Fireball had a burning effect that caused continuous damage. Each skill had its own strengths, and Lin Moyu committed them all to memory. Before long, others began arriving on their respective 3rd platforms, starting to learn the new skills. This time, it was the warrior class participants' turn to struggle. They groaned in frustration, faced with the challenge of learning mage skills. Meanwhile, the mages who had barely scraped through the previous stage were now brimming with excitement. Mage skills were their forte. 4 hours later, the stone tablets on all platforms simultaneously vanished, and a new suspension bridge appeared ahead. Someone shouted in dismay, "Why so soon? I've barely had 2 hours to learn. Why?" No one understood the mechanics at play. The stone tablets appeared and disappeared in unison, their duration determined by the fastest participant. Lin Moyu's speed had set the pace, leaving others with less time to complete their learning. Unbeknownst to them, competition had already begun, woven into the silent rules of the trial. On the 4th platform, Lin Moyu encountered his next opponent, a puppet clad in mage robes. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the mage puppet turned to face him, a fireball forming in its hand. But Lin Moyu was faster. Thunder roared as thunderballs flew from his hands, striking the mage puppet in rapid succession. With both hands casting simultaneously, Lin Moyu launched at least 5 thunderballs per second. Knowing that Thunderball was the fastest skill, he adhered to the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand.